The Day of Portals. It was a stormy night on October 31, 1994, so stormy that some would call it the storm of a century, and it was here at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, that a tournament was being held that hadn't been held in 202 years. The Tri-Wizard Tournament, yes the Tri-Wizard Tournament, had been restarted and Hogwarts had been chosen to receive the honor of hosting it. Representatives of 3 European schools had been chosen out of the schools Hogwarts, Bows Batons, and Drumstrang. It was at the Halloween feast when the champions were chosen. Cedric Diggory was chosen for Hogwarts, Fleur Delacour was chosen for Bows Batons, and Victor Krum was chosen for Drumstrang. It was then just as Headmaster Dumbledore had finished announcing the champions and was about to put the goblet out, another name was spat out of the goblet. As the name was floating down, Dumbledore reached out and grabbed it. He looked at the name on it and said aloud in a shocked but also with a hint of eagerness in his voice, "Harry Potter." The room was a stunned silence as everyone was trying to process the voice they had heard the headmaster say, a name that was thought to be dead, a name that now everyone was trying to understand how it came into the cup in the first place. However, 2 adults present had looks of both shock and slowly forming anger as a woman with a monocle speaks up through the pregnant shocked silence, "Albus Dumbledore, you better have a good explanation why the name of a boy who is dead has just come out of the goblet. Or so help me." Before she could finish, the goblet begins to change from its bright blue fire to a now hurricane of different colors as the flames begin to grow increasingly so to the point everyone begins to step back in fear that the object was going to engulf them in flames. In a loud, booming tone, a male's voice could be heard. "Ascendimus nunc futura praeterita, ad disera ex praeteritis irata, ut futura non cadent in tenebras." With that, a portal opened above the goblet and all around the world in different places. London, UK. Big Ben Tower. 2000 hours Zulu. It was a most wonderful thing that occurred, around 8 o'clock that day, that a lot would look back on fondly because that was the day that magic was revealed to the world, all because of 4 portals that opened up in front of Big Ben. Down in the street, the people of London went about their business, as usual, people laughing, drinking, and cars driving about to and from, trains shuttling their passengers to their destinations. The general feeling of life going on as it always has for generations. Children seemed to stop in place looking at Big Ben, cars stopped in place, double-decker buses stopped, and the whole of London seems to have frozen in place. As they look up, some couldn't hold in a gasp, which causes others to look up, seeing a strange blue flame vortex over the 4 faces of Big Ben only a foot above it. London, UK. 13 Grimmauld Place. 2000 hours Zulu. Sirius had just come back in an angry mood. He had just killed one of the Death Eaters that escaped justice that was to their family backing. Which does explain why the lower half of his face is covered in blood and a bit of human flesh in his teeth. It was times like this that made him glad that Amelia wasn't spending the night here. He noticed a door opening and called out, "Creaker, get the blood off my coat." To his astonishment, it was Remus who had opened the door, with a surprised look on his face. "Sirius. What do you want?" Sirius said with a glare. "Amelia asked me to watch you." Before Remus could finish, Sirius slams him into the wall in anger. "I know that's a lie. Now tell me the real reason," Sirius shouted. Remus calmly and slowly places his hands on Sirius's shoulder, before speaking softly. "I'm worried, Sirius. Ever since you got a release from Azkaban you have been hunting Death Eaters and killing them in cold blood. Yeah, and I wonder why I have so much free time," Sirius said in a dark joking manner, before pulling him away. "It wasn't your fault, Sirius," Remus said as he reached him only to have his hand swiped away. "I know," Sirius yelled out, "I know. I know." He got quieter as he talked. "I know you couldn't take Harry in because of the fucking laws. I know, Remus, but still, it is my fault. I chose to go after that fucking traitor rat. It's both mine and Dumbledore's fault that Harry was sent to that hellhole, where my godson chose to end his fucking life because of those pieces of filth." Before Remus could stop his friends from self-loathing, a glowing light shone through the dining room door. The two began to rush in, wands in hands ready to fight any would-be assassin. Only there was no one, but a yellow flame vortex floating over the dining table. Washington, D.C., USA. Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. 1500 hours Zulu. It was a normal day near the Lincoln Memorial, at least it started a normal day, but all that changed when 3 golden portals appeared, one by the Washington Monument, one over the reflection pool, and the last one that appeared right in front of the Lincoln Memorial. These caught the attention of the students that were taking their field trip along with some veterans who were visiting the capital they had fought and bled for. Among the cars that had stopped to see the strange phenomenon, were Capitol Police patrol cars whose drivers were on their radios sending out alerts to dispatch, 11 to 99. 11 to 99. Emergency. Emergency. Everyone near all 3 locations now had their undivided attention on the portals. It was something they had never seen before, and it was a feeling of magic that they were all feeling from the portals. Even as more Capitol Police appeared and began forming a perimeter, they still stuck around, and they had no explanation except that they felt compelled to stay there. Washington, D.C., USA. White House Situation Room. 1500 hours Zulu. It was a normal meeting to get President Clinton up to date with the latest information from around the world, when all of a sudden a golden portal appeared in the Situation Room, causing 3 members of the Secret Service to rush in, one of them yelling, "Mr. President, get down." They proceed to cover the President in case something comes from the portal. After a few moments, when the portal in question seemed to pose no threat, the President stood up with the help of his Secret Service, saying to one of the members of staff, "Could someone get President Reagan from our MAG side on the phone for me please?" Paris, France. Eiffel Tower. 2100 hours Zulu. It was a lively night in the City of Love. The couple was out and about with more than a few cuddling on park benches in front of the Eiffel Tower. It was such a romantic evening that they almost did not notice the 4 large purple portals at the base of the Eiffel Tower. It was so sudden that one French man passing by shouted out in fear, "Sacre bleu, please don't hurt me, I surrender." However, the people around him started throwing food at the man as some shouted, "We are not cowards, you idiot," while others just stared up at the portal among the crowds of people, tourists, and couples. Were magicians who also were startled by what was happening and hoped this was not another invasion by tyrants. Berlin, Germany, formerly Prussian Empire. Brandenburg Gate. 2100 hours Zulu. It was still busy around the Brandenburg Gate. Government workers were staying late to get work done, and tourists still flocked the area even though the sun had long since set. But then along the entire length of the gate, a grey portal appeared on both sides. Everyone stopped and stared at it before a couple of former East Germans started yelling at the portal for interrupting their commute home. Some of the people in the bars heard the yelling from outside and went out to investigate the matter before joining in on the yelling from both sides of the gate. Meanwhile, at the Reichstag building, the German President Roman Herzog was both yelling and speaking rapidly to an assistant to get the magical President Alexandria Walter on the phone. "Fräulein. I want her on the phone, get her on the phone right now." Alexandria picks up the phone call coming from the President of Germany. As she places the phone to her ear, she hears an angry man. London, UK. Ministry of Magic. 2100 hours Zulu. There was chaos at the Ministry of Magic. Calls were coming in from all over London, magical portals opening up on Big Ben, and to exacerbate the matter, the Obliviator squads couldn't leave to deal with it. This was perhaps the biggest breach of the Statute of Secrecy, ever since the Dorcas 12 Trees incident in the Americas, and Fudge was in a complete panic. He was screaming orders to deal with it and nothing could be done to help this. In other words, this was a clusterfuck. Arthur Weasley looked confused as to why no one could get out of the exits. Looking at Fudge, he almost looked ready to rip his lime green bowler hat in half. But someone pointed up in the middle of the atrium and exclaimed with a shrill, "What the bloody hell is that thing?" The entire room whirled and saw a blue portal appear in the middle of the atrium. All over the world from the portals a powerful feminine voice could be heard. "Dear sweet children of the Creator, you have been fooled for the past 400 years, many of you believe that magic is nothing more than fantasy, but you couldn't be more wrong. Many of you also believe that magic is a curse of the devil, but that is also very wrong. It is a gift from the Creator of all, the Great Father, the Great Shepherd. This has been hidden from you because of man's hatred and jealousy. He would seek to destroy that which the Father has bestowed unknowingly. But no longer from these portals you all will see a world that has come to live in peace with their magical brethren, but much like your ingenuity for war, this has also plagued this world as well, for you all know that war is ever changing, ever shifting, but the heart of war never changes." Learning the truth. Previously on Operation Medea. Dear sweet children of the Creator, you have been fooled for the past 400 years, many of you believe that magic is nothing more than fantasy, but you couldn't be more wrong. Many of you also believe that magic is a curse of the devil, but that is also very wrong. It is a gift from the Creator of all, the Great Father, the Great Shepherd. This has been hidden from you because of man's hatred and jealousy. He would seek to destroy that which the Father has bestowed unknowingly. But no longer from these portals you all will see a world that has come to live in peace with their magical brethren, but much like your ingenuity for war, this has also plagued this world as well, for you all know that war is ever changing, ever shifting, but the heart of war never changes. The people of America could not believe what they were hearing at first, but upon hearing that magic, which once was thought of as fantasy, is really a gift from God, which had caused several clergies from the different sects of Christianity started to think perhaps all those stories about witches being of the devil, was wrong. What if witches, or would they be considered Wiccans? A few thoughts were in fact touched by the Lord and Savior Jesus and his Father to further bring about his word and blessings to the true believers of the Bible. However, the rest of those watching were just generally stunned. Magic was real? They were going to see a world where it is used for war? Wasn't magic supposed to be used for good and peaceful purposes? Which the general thought of those who had never seen nor understood the machinations of war. To the veterans it was all too clear, as more than a few were steeling themselves for what they were going to witness, and prayed a little that their own horrors would not surface from their time in war. Meanwhile in the Situation Room, President Reagan, the granddaughter of Ronald Reagan, marched in the room with the most annoyed face in the entire room. And it wasn't just because of these portals, it was because Clinton called her to his offices. I swear to God, if he flirts with me again, I'm going to burn his crotch. After finally getting the Secret Service agents off of him, he saw Jackie Reagan walking in with her guard detail in tow. Okay Jackie, what the hell is going on? Bill said in an oddly serious tone, I just got tackled by my own agents because of that. He pointed to the portal in the Situation Room thing that appeared in the room. Reagan takes a closer look at the portal before giving it a poke. This caused a rush of energy flow through her being, making her feel strangely more powerful, but as soon as she pulled out, the energy was gone. Bill looked at her strangely. Jackie, why did you BOOP the portal? He said. You don't go around booping strange portals, especially when you don't know where it's been. At least I know it does flirt with me every time it sees me. Reagan counters, aw come on baby, you know I love you, and I want to be with you, Bill shot back. And you know I don't like anyone. Reagan retorted, with a tone of annoyance. Look, we can get into this later, but for now we need to find out where this thing came from, and if this thing is what that voice said it is. Bill said, well, it's magic. That's something I can say for certain. But if it's from God? I honestly can't say for sure. Reagan said as she looked back at the portal. Bill looked on. Well, that escalated quickly, he said. All Jackie did was nod in agreement, not really knowing what to say at the moment. The voice mentioned showing a world of magic, which is a blatant breach of the statute of secrecy. As a result, the Ministry of Magic was in damage control mode. Umbridge forced her way through the crowd of people. Upon reaching the barrier, she fired a spell at the portal to test the waters. However, this backfired as the energy backfired at her, causing her to careen into the goblin statue behind her. She landed between its legs. Trying to save face, she stood up quickly. Only to hit her head on the metal crotch. Her head made a ringing sound against the cold metal as she collapsed back to the floor with a headache. Among those who had gone out to grab a pint from the local pubs of London, the Grangers were among those pub goers. They were out to have a nice evening in London, enjoying each other's company. That changed when the portals opened. When they heard of magic being a gift from heaven, they were both happy to know that their daughter was one step closer to being accepted by their parents. Dan, however, was having a 1,000-yard stare. Mentions of war slowly bring back memories from his service with the armed forces. All of the death, all the destruction. The loss of his best mates in places far from home. Emma sees the look on her husband's face, and in a show of moral support grasped his hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze as if saying he will be okay, that he was here with her, that holding on to him was like his mind being anchored firmly in the present. French President François Mitterrand, they had spent some time after his election to reconnect. Hell, Henri had even made him the godfather to his eldest child Fleur, and when the portal appeared in Paris, well, there was no need to call for him because they were already together in his office having a drink. When they both noticed it and all that was said was, oh, for the love of God, what happened? The area around the Eiffel Tower started to become clogged with the people of Paris, all trying to get a glimpse of the portals, almost like a scene from War of the Worlds where the crowds tried to have a look at the massive cylinder, but instead of a Martian Trojan house which brings death and destruction. The portals brought something else, something that those of magical France had not thought of before, that their magic was a gift from God, which brought some joy for those who did go to church. That joy, however, turned sour, at the mention of war. The very mention that magic is used for such a vile sin of humanity brought back the memories long since buried, the memories of the war, the occupation, the death, the destruction, and finally the shame that was brought to their proud and wonderful city of Paris under the jackboot of the fascist pigs who raped and pillaged their fair city of Paris. The people of Germany didn't know what to think when they first heard the voice. More than a few thought it was the voice of an angel deciding upon them to deliver judgment day and bring those worthy to the kingdom of heaven, while forsaking the sinful. Once the word of magic was mentioned, and even more so confirmed to be not a gift of the devil, but of the Holy Father, it caused many to bring bare their crosses or even do a cross motion on their bodice to bring praise to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Even a few German magicals who were both religious and among the crowd silently praised God for bestowing his gift onto them. However, when the mention of war was uttered by the voice, it brought to the forefront memories of a bloody time most wished to forget. Both Remus and Sirius stared at the portal, not truly understanding what the voice meant. It did, however, lead to some questions, such as why was this portal here, why did this involve them, and who the devil is that voice? At Hogwarts, one Professor McGonagall felt the feeling of sadness, because of the loss of her brother from the Second Great War. She feared she would see such horrors before her and her students. Rita, however, was eating this up. Finally, a story that would place her name on the annals of history. All she has to do is edit a few things to make so that Dumbledore is seen as a blatant criminal at breaking the statute of secrecy. Hermione, being a Muggleborn, knows full well what the rest of the world is going through, such as the world being in the state of bringing apocalypses at any second. Hermione's reaction at what the voice said, felt both trepidation and relief. Relief because now at least if she wanted to she could at least tell her grandparents, and not be rebuked by them sending her away for being a witch, and trepidation because now that the statute was going out the window, she had no idea what will happen next, and that scared her, and she was more than a little afraid when the voice mentioned war, because her father never talked about his time in the military, and any time he thought about it he got this far-off look in his eye. It wasn't until she looked it up later that she found the name for it. It was called the 1,000-yard stare. Ron was of course being his ignorant self, jumping up and down thinking he was going to see British superiority over the Huns. Though the rest of the Weasley were interested in seeing a world where they didn't need to hide. What the bloody hell came from the surprised voices of Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom. The surprise was palpable in their voices. To say that they were surprised would be an understatement. Hardly anything surprised these two anymore, not since Harry's death, and that had been a depressing surprise that Amelia had been called to when she heard about the death of a magical child at the hands of their Muggle relatives. To discover that the child was Harry Potter was extremely depressing, especially when it came to light, thanks to Augusta and Amelia's digging, that they discovered that Dumbledore was responsible for the placement of Harry, shook the wizarding world to its core. Augusta had gotten involved considering that Lily Potter was Neville's godmother just as Alice had been for Harry, and after it had come to light that Dumbledore had been the one to place Harry there and not even bother to check on him, well, it costed Dumbledore a lot of support and caused him to use a lot of political favors, but he still lost his Supreme Mugwump position and his Chief Warlock position. He just hung on to his position as headmaster of Hogwarts by a thread, especially after the disasters that were the 3 previous years. The portals glowed and then in an instant the portal went dark and from the portal came a noise known to veterans, a symphony of death, the sounds of war. It grew louder and louder, until it stopped and the first thing they heard and saw was the explosion of an artillery shell. It showed a no man's land as men in bright red and blue uniforms ran as a creeping barrage came forwards. It then shows a line of artillery from a bygone era firing down into the wasteland of no man's land. It then pans over the overlook for a few moments and then flashes to a young soldier taking cover in the trenches. The young man was breathing heavily waiting. It then went down the trench line showing the other soldiers. Then an order came. Fix bayonets, an officer yelled, 3 times. To the people of America watching the darkness a feeling of unease crept into them, but once the whistling started it was a kickstart for all the veterans present. They had heard that dreaded whistle before. Even with their advanced years the many old veterans of America's ears started grabbing as many people, children, families as possible, shouting at the top of their lungs, incoming! Take cover! Barrage incoming! Before using their very own bodies to shield the people from what they believed to be an artillery attack. For the people of London, more exactly the veterans, knew the order all too well, including Dan, who was having the worst case of flashbacks to him fixing a bayonet upon his SLR during his first taste of war in the Falklands. In Paris, the people were horrified, shocked even, seeing the destruction and devastation. One thing was clear though, from the guns and uniforms, this was the Great War for which France and Germany fought those long bloody years in the trenches, and thanks to magic, for which in this case was a curse, many of the magical Frenchmen who fought in the Great War were getting the horrid memories of no man's land, of the gas attacks, of all for which they fought and died for in that damn mud. It was only due to the Prussian discipline, that the vets in the group were able to not scramble to take cover. Many though were having flashbacks to the war. The machine gun fire, the mortars, the artillery fire, and the screams of the dead and wounded. The 2 men felt the need to run and hide thanks to their animal instincts kicking in. Sirius had a stronger will over it while Remus held on, for it wasn't close to a full moon. This helped make them held on for the moment, but for how long, they couldn't tell. The soldiers all reached for their bayonets and fixed them at the end of their rifles. It was a few moments later that the same officer put his whistle to his mouth and blows in it. With that the soldiers go over the top running into enemy fire. A few don't even make it past the trenches start as they get shot by enemy snipers. As they run forward they are hit by explosions sending men flying. Some whole and others in pieces. Those that survived the explosions ran towards the enemy trench line. The portal then shows the enemy trench line as they fire bolt-action rifles into the attackers. It then pans back to the German-esque soldiers, running toward the trench line, and it shows a French-esque mortar team, firing at the enemy soldiers. It hits behind a soldier sending him flying into a shell crater filled with water. As he surfaces from the water, he turns and looks all around. He sees a fellow soldier screaming his head off in complete terror with explosions going off in the background. He sees a man crawling from a broken tree limb, his right leg in shambles, and then he saw 3 soldiers. One a medic pulling a wounded man back and the other covering him. He then saw the 2 unwounded men get gunned down by the enemy. With righteous anger flowing through him he turns to charge barehanded to the enemy forces but stops, when he sees 3 enemy soldiers at the top of the hole, with the lead one having a bloodthirsty grin. Dan, like many other veterans, lost it when they saw the war crime. He yelled in total rage before he stopped, taking in that he wasn't the only veteran in the area. However, his ears caught the question of a young man, no more than maybe 13 to 14 years old, as he was asking one of the veterans who was shouting, "Why are you angry that a frog killed a Fritz?" One of the older vets in the crowd looked at the young man. "Because, young man," he said with anger barely contained in his voice, "he killed a medic, which by the Geneva Convention, is a war crime. Because if you're not afraid to kill a medic, what would that person or persons do to civilians?" The young man slowly started to go wide-eyed in shock at such a thought. In the mini-Tracy atrium, Fudge couldn't feel anything anymore. All he felt right now was shit-pants terror. The statue was in shambles and there wasn't anything anyone could do. Oh, why did it have to be him? Why? Oh, why? He was close to breaking down. He didn't want to be known as minister that let the statue fall. He would be a laughing stock. Ah, Merlin. He needed a plan. Any plan would do. Who could he blame this on? At Hogwarts, seeing the utter destruction, the death, carnage, and absolute unhindered violence that is in front of them, the younger to even the oldest students at Hogwarts lost their stomachs as more than a few unleashed the contents of their stomachs. As some of the students were throwing the contents of their dinner in the bags handed to them, Luna had a better look at the souls of the dead soldiers being taken by winged warriors taking those poor souls to the clouds. A German veteran saw as the two men were gunned down and he with some of his war buddies shouted with righteous anger. That's a war crime, you frogs. This led to several others joining in on the angry comments. Once they saw the three soldiers with the bloodthirsty grin, some of the old Soviet-controlled Germans demanded the man's death. At first everything was normal to the people, French men killing off the Boche in the battlefield like they did in their own world. So weren't even fazed by the death of the two Germans, as their death was destined to happen when fighting one of the greatest republics in the world. Though there were some who had a problem at seeing the man with the bloodthirsty look, though most had the same look on their faces. The presidents of the French people could only stare in horror at what their fellow Frenchman had on his face. It reminded them of the Boche when they invaded and when they killed innocent people in reprisals for what the resistance did. They could only hope that their people did not go down that route as well. But when they saw the young woman descending down from the sky, both couldn't help but think. If only I was able to use magic during the war, Henri thought, I could have saved so many of my friends. While Mitterrand was thinking magic truly would have been a godsend during the war, we probably could have held out longer too. Boom! An explosion went off right in front of him, right where the three French soldiers were. He looked up in astonishment and relief and said, "Mage reinforcements." As he said that, the view pans up and shows us a tired but still determined young woman, and for a brief moment the sun could be seen shining behind her. She comes down and picks the man up like a sack of potatoes, and with two other combat mages covering her, she pulls up. At Hogwarts, Luna stares at the flying mage and notices how she pulses with magical energy. She also noticed that the souls of the French who had not only killed the two Germans but also had the bloodthirsty look were being dragged down by chains made of bones. As for the youngest Weasley, Ron really didn't care about what was shown on the portal. It didn't concern him. After all, with his superior chess skills he would have won that war within the week, and after all they are just muggles, they weren't really important anyway. Even with the mage being shown, she was probably a dark witch anyway and deserved anything she got. She probably was a Slytherin anyway. Draco's eyes widened at the female mage. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Not only that, but the power of whatever attack she made and her ability to fly without a broom must mean she is of superior birth. Now if only there was a woman like that here, he would use everything in his power to have her fall for him. Well, this isn't what I had in mind when I put that brat's name in the goblet, thought Barty Crouch Jr. Sure, the death and destruction was entertaining, especially since it was just muggles, but still. Where was that fucking brat it? Everything depends on that brat. I mean, the goblet took it, that meant he was still alive, but still, where was that fucking brat it? In Germany not a single eye was dry as tears fell from the eyes of many veterans who just stared at the visage of the young woman when the light hits her from behind, for when the line shines behind her, she turns into that of the Valkyries or even an angel as she comes to save the young man's life. One veteran, a magical one at that, had emotions of anger and hate as he thought of how many people he thought of as brothers could have been saved on the Eastern Front had he the ability to use his gifts, his God-given gifts. Yet, he was denied that ability due to the damn statute of secrecy. Which made the old veteran even more enraged. In London with his wife, Dan, much like his fellow veterans around him, were stunned at the sight they saw before them. However, for Dan it was different. For him, he couldn't help but think of his baby girl and the idea that if the military did begin recruiting for mages, as the poor German soldier had called them, then would his baby girl be called up to fight? Would she be drafted? These thoughts were shared by his wife, who he pulled into his embrace to try and comfort as he attempted to bury those thoughts in the back of his mind. Within the ministry atrium most were in shock, mostly at how relieved the obviously muggle said mage reinforcements, in a relieved tone. Could muggles have changed from wanting to burn and kill them indiscriminately? Some had that hope, but none more so than Arthur Weasley. At the memorial pool, the masses who are watching the portals, none were more happy than the average civilian, who let a breath of relief as the young magical woman saved the soldier from the jaws of death, none more amazed and enthralled with this young woman than the children, who knew that war was scary and they shouldn't be watching, but did so and looked on to this brown-haired blue-eyed woman as a sort of superhero that they would watch on their Saturday morning cartoons. Deep under the White House in the Situation Room, Bill looked at this young woman descending down from the sky like a warrior from an old story. He looked at Jackie and asked her, "Jackie, be honest with me, could mages have saved lives in these wars?" Jackie looked down. "It's a possibility," she said, "but I'm not sure." Remus and Sirius looked at the young soldier, both surprised at the fact she was flying without a broom but also saving the German soldier. This calmed down the two men, thankful that the monster was killed. As she pulled up, a French Vickers machine gun opens up on her, and as she holds her hand out, a magical barrier appears in front of her, giving her cover as she pulls back the two men with her. "We can't hold out for much longer," the one with blonde hair says. "Yeah, glad we could save that guy, but we can't hold out for much longer," the dark-haired one said. As the young woman lands and drops the soldier off and hands him off to a medic, a MG-08 providing cover, "What is the company commander orders?" one of the mages said over the radio. The young woman replies over the radio, "The company commander said that under no circumstances are we to retreat, our duty is to delay the enemy at all costs." As she finished saying that, she heard the whistle of an incoming shell. She lifted her hands to form a shield, and as the shell came and exploded right in front of her, knocking her to the ground. As she lays there in a bit of pain, she hears the voice of her commander. "Believers, have faith in the Lord's blessing, for he will not abandon us in battle." She pauses as lifts her rifle and aims to the enemy trench line, as her gun starts to glow with a golden light. Among those watching the brave actions of the young women and other mages of that world's Germany, were none other than veterans of the German 9th and 12th Army groups. All of them couldn't help but remember as they held back the advancing Soviets to buy time for the civilians to escape to the American forces. However, when the words were spoken by the young mage who they assumed was their company commander, a new feeling swelled in their chest. It was pride in the fact that God had not abandoned them in their holy mission of mercy to protect the fleeing civilians. It in a way brought newfound happiness to them to know that God was watching over them and helping them in their time of need. For the women of France, it was a strange feeling swelling up inside their bodice. It was both a feeling of sadness to see young men go off to fight and die in a war which they knew was totally pointless from a historical point of view, but at the same time seeing a woman, German yes, but still a woman on the front line fighting in at the time was a man's war. Brought pride to the women population of France, for they knew that other female female mages would be needed to help defend the proud nation of France alongside the men. At Hogwarts, McGonagall had to cover mouth in shock as the female mage was hit by an artillery shell, but sighed greatly to see she had survived it. As the commander's words, she for the first time in a long time pulled out her crucifix and followed someone in prayer. She had prayed with students when they needed it. Hell, she still has her book. But she had to lead it. Now this is the first time she isn't leading prayer. Neville Longbottom, the once shy boy, couldn't help but stare in awe at these mages. Yes, they were absolutely breaking the statue, but he didn't care one bit, for seeing these German mages, Neville saw a possible future for him, a future him which wasn't weak, wasn't scared, wasn't shy, and most of all respected for his own talents and not what some old clearly senile manipulative goat had to say about him, or the late Harry Potter, whose name coming out of the goblet was the very reason why they and the rest of the world were viewing this world. Those in the ministry were surprised at the barrier that the female mage created. Not only did she stop whatever weapon aimed at her, but also one of the blasts they just saw previous killing and or maiming the other soldiers. Though they looked at the commander on screen in confusion, as judging by her silhouette, she looks a little young. In America many people were astonished at what the mages could do. But they couldn't help but notice something, was that what they used to channel their magical abilities. They were amazed by the mages in combat and happy that they were able to save that soldier's life, and many of the vets in the crowd sympathized with the soldiers. They remembered the holding actions they had to do, and some barely held out in those actions, so their hearts went out to them. Jackie couldn't help but remember her days in the Marines when they were ordered to hold out while the Navy helped evacuate the civilians, while those damn Latin Reds gave them hell for every bit of that beach they denied them. So she fully understood why those two mages felt the way they did. With a calming breath she looks back at the portal, ready for whatever this world throws at them. The young mage, who now fully revealed to be no more than a young girl who should be in school than on a battlefield, began to pray in a monotone leveled voice as energy started to radiate off of her rifle, which was leveled at the enemy's artillery emplacement. God, give me the power to destroy the enemies of our fatherland. The angels change as it comes to the front of the young girl's irons as she says in a deep threatening way, show them your wrath. Until her blue pupils turn a golden color. In Germany several veterans and the faithful begin praying to God, thanking him for allowing them to witness this this angel saving their people and the fatherland. Among those praying to God, were mothers, grandmothers, fathers, those who have and or have had children. Praying to God for the child's safety and well-being as to them, this child should not be in a war, but at the same time they dreaded to think that this war was going the same route as their Germany did when the Nazis were forcing anyone to fight, which made them pray even harder for this girl's safety and protection, for not only her, but for all the brave men and women in that world fighting to protect the fatherland of a different earth. Many in the ministry were shocked to see the commander was a child. This caused the more xenophobic members to call out the Germans. Hell, some were even say that they were the ones who broke the statute and they should be punished. Now normally they wouldn't really be listened to, but everyone on edge, and at times like these someone needs to be the scapegoat. And sadly Fudge was becoming an extremely desperate man. In London, Dan felt numb. All he saw was a little girl on the battlefield, younger than his own daughter. He had to lean against a wall for support, his wife helping him against it. It's complete madness, she's just a little girl, just a little girl. he said, still in shock. Dan, however, wasn't the only one who was shocked at this revelation, as more veterans voiced their opinion, but not against the Germans, no, it was against the French of that world. Damn you frogs! You pushed too hard that now children have to fight. One Scottish veteran yelled, shaking his fist in the air. Remus couldn't help but suck in a breath as he stared wide at this little girl, who couldn't have been older than a second, maybe third-year student, as she was praying to God to give her strength to protect that world's Germany. However, the shock wore off as he and Sirius could clearly see the massive magical build-up being conducted through the rifle. It's not possible. There is no way magic could be used through a gun. Right? Was what the old werewolf was thinking at that moment. In America, Jackie was surprised at not only the fact the commander was a child, on itself would be considered a war crime, but that paled over the fact that the commander could use magic through a rifle and not a wand. If the damn statute, she and her fellow magical soldiers could have saved so many lives during her service. With a single shot from her rifle, the magically charged bullet raced to the emplacement which housed the guns for whom were killing Lord knows how many German soldiers. Upon making contact, a small glimmer was seen before an airburst-like explosion erupted on the emplacement which struck their munitions, causing a chain reaction that engulfed the entire emplacement in an explosive death. From above, the two mages stared on in awe, as below we see the female mage from before as she stares up in stunned awe at the massive scene of fire and death caused by this little girl. Such power, incredible! She exclaimed in a hushed awe as the portal showed the massive tower of fire and smoke of what was the French emplacement. In America, all the civilians, at the reflection pool, jaws collectively dropped, with one person yelling out, "Holy fucking shit, she iced them motherfuckers, there ain't nothing left of them frogs." If Jackie didn't like this little kraut girl before, she sure as hell did now, because if she wasn't born in Germany and instead was born in the good old US of A, then she had no doubt this little girl would have been a hell of a devil dog in either that world or theirs. Bill just stood slack-jawed at this young girl. It was strange. This girl was so young and on the battlefield. What made her join up, he thought. He hoped he would find out so that at least in this world they would be able to correct it. The politicians at the ministry were running around in fear, some babbling about the statute being broken, some of the darker inclined persons were feeling envy, and some wanted her power for themselves, and the Aurors and the unspeakable were just staring at her power in awe. In London, Dan was shocked before. He was in absolute awe at the raw power of this young girl who would be in school with his daughter, which now the fear of his baby girl being drafted was now in the forefront of his fears. However, right now he was just staring at the possibility of what if magic was allowed to evolve alongside their world, which raised so many scary possibilities. Silence, that's all that could be heard as the citizens of Paris watched in absolute horrified awe at the power of this young German mage. In a way it was breathtaking, and horrifying all at once. Presidents Mitterrand and Delacour stared slack-jawed at the power this young mage had. They were both glad that they didn't fight someone of her caliber during the war, because they knew they would lose and lose hard. In Germany, Presidents Herzog and Walter were astonished at the power this young mage had. She was extremely powerful. Both wondered what Germany would be like if they had been allowed to use magic during the First World War. Would they still have lost, or would it have driven both sides to the negotiator table earlier? Regardless, they both were glad she was an imperial German and not the other kind. Such a sight that was seen by the German people were in awe with such a magnitude of raw power that this mage showed. The magicals as well couldn't help but be in awe at this young girl's power. So much silence filled the area that soon one old man, wearing the medals of his time during the First World War, stood up and with all his energy began to clap his hands. At first it started out with one, then another veteran stood, then another, and another, another, until finally everyone watching started clapping, cheering, yelling, as soon a chant began to ring out all around the portals of Germany. "God MITUNS! God MITUNS! God MITUNS!" Both presidents could only stare at the chanting crowds beneath them. They both looked at each other, and both had the same thought: this can end either really good, or really bad. "Why are you standing there gawking at my explosion spell? You should be picking off the survivors," the platoon commander said as she landed behind the young women. "Platoon commander," the young woman said. "We are soldiers of the Empire. When the brass gives us orders we do not fail them," the commander said before taking a breath. It panels over to the young woman for a few seconds before panning back to the young girl. Second Lieutenant Tanya Digirekov. No matter how many enemy shells or bullets crowd the air, she flies high and without fear like a fairy of the battlefield. The young woman's voice could be heard giving information about this young mage as Tanya displaces a face of determination, before everything goes dark. At Hogwarts, Ron was yelling as he said, "See? She's a dark witch, I tells you. Only a dark witch could kill those people and not feel bad about it." His rant was cut short with a audible crack as Hermione's fist connected with Ron's jaw, sending him flying to the French side, which resulted in him getting another punch to the right side of his face as both Hermione and Fleur were breathing hard, trying their best not to kill this absolute idiot of a man. Hermione looked at this complete was of oxygen, took a breath and yelled, "Shut up, you son of a bitch! How fucking dare you say that? It's obvious she's a soldier, not a dark witch, you complete fucking imbecile, if you ever say anything like that again about soldiers I will turn you into a slug and dip you in salt. Fleur wasn't doing any better as she was starting to yell at Ron in her native tongue. Je jure que si vous insultez le homme courage or qui a sacrifié sa propre vie pour nous protéger un foyer de plus, je devrais vous courir les couilles et les donner à manger à un dragon. His twin brothers at that moment to save their idiot little brother's life stunned him, tied him up with rope they conjured up, gauged him and put him between them. They then looked at the hall and said in unison it was to protect our friend Hermione and our lovely guest hand as well. Now our brother will stay here bound and gagged so that no one gets the urge to end him. Dumbledore was in a mixture of shock and anger. For one, this girl unleashed such devastating magic that should have been dark, yet it wasn't. Not an ounce of it that he could view was not dark in either aura or purpose, instead it was pure, which enraged him as he couldn't say that this little girl is a dark witch. Judging from the way the Muggleborn, and the French as well as many others reacted to how young Ronald spoke up made him happy he didn't say anything negative about this soldier. As much as Amelia did not want to support the idea of a child soldier, she couldn't help but like and even support the young second lieutenant's ideals. She was a soldier first and foremost, and that was both a good mindset, and a horrid one as well to have. However, she would reserve her judgment of Tanya until she knew more about her. Luna saw the radiation aura disappear and became a larger pulse than the previous mage. As she watches closer she notices a strange light coming from Tanya's eyes. It was strange as the energy was far different from the radiation or magic from before. Dan snapped out of his stupor as he listened to the little girl speak. What she said almost hit him close as he remembered all the times his sergeant would push him and his mates to keep doing the job till it was done. "You got that right, Lieutenant. No sleep for the boys in the army." This caused some of the other veterans and even some active duty servicemen and women to laugh, including him as a small smile crept on his face. "I think I pissed myself," was Fudge's thought when Tanya spoke, and he wasn't alone. If Umbridge was still conscious and unconcussed she more than likely would have joined Fudge in the I pissed my pants club, but fortunately she was not. She would have been extremely jealous of Tanya's power and would stop at nothing to get her under her thumb. More than a few Aurors understood fully at what Tanya said, as working for Director Bones meant you followed her orders to the letter, or don't bother coming back at all. Many of the veterans in Germany smiled at the memory of the old NCOs and COS who were by the book, and in this young girl they saw them, but when they heard what the other women called her they couldn't help but laugh. Neen. She is not a fairy. She is a Valkyrie of the battlefield. A defender of the Kaiser. Shouted one old man who was clearly a veteran of the Great War, and magical as well, but that didn't matter, as many others voiced their agreements. They didn't know what it was, but that the speech Tanya had spoken, it almost sounded like something that Lily or James would say. Something that they were certain Harry would have said. Whoever this Tanya was, they hoped she made it through that war. If Jackie didn't like this little Kraut girl before, she sure as hell did now, because if she wasn't born in Germany and instead was born in the good old US of A, then she had no doubt this little girl would have been a hell of a devil dog in either that world or theirs. Bill just stood slack-jawed at this young girl. It was strange. This girl was so young and on the battlefield. What made her join up, he thought. He hoped he would find out so that at least in this world they would be able to correct it. Soon fire could be heard as it slowly grows from the bottom of the portal, before a flag of red, with a black and white cross leading to the center with a shield surrounding a double-headed black dragon on top of a gold background. The flag waves as Tanya's voice could be heard speaking, giving narration as the flag comes down on top of what is that world's German Empire, while being surrounded by other nations which include France, Norway, Sweden, England, Russia, Italy, Switzerland, and finally, Bulgaria. In this cursed world scorched by the never-ending flames of war, one nation stood unmatched, the Empire, whose vast military and industrial prowess kept its flag flying ever victorious in battle. But no country can stay invincible forever, and despite its incredible forces, the fatherland has found itself surrounded by enemies, facing defeat. With threats on multiple fronts, the Empire's military developed Plan 315, small troop companies fight at the borders to delay invading enemies, while the mobile main army travels to strike with the full power of the fatherland. But how long will this work? The screen goes dark once again. Dan stood there slack-jawed. This empire, or at least that world's version of the German Empire, had come up with a plan that on paper would have worked, on paper. However, much like anything in war, nothing survives first engagement with the enemy, and that much was clear during the Great War, where such ideas and plans were just excuses to throw away more lives for just a foot of ground, or if they were lucky a mile. The few generals in the Situation Room faced palmed at this Plan 315, while yes, it was good on paper. Anything looks good on paper, and quite a few of the generals held their tongues, at the lack of thought put into this plan. But one general couldn't hold his tongue. Of all the stupid plans anyone could have come up with, this completely lacks any thought. This would not hold up anywhere. Why would they think of this? Jackie clears her throat as she begins to speak. During WW1, many ideas and plans were thrown around as a means to try and break the stalemate, or at least attempt to win the war. However, thanks to history we know how all these plans turned out until we showed up and started putting a fire under some of those stuffy idiots. She laughs a bit at the end of her small lecture. Bill agreed with his generals and of course Jackie, but while poor in practice he agreed that on paper it was a good plan. Many of the younger generation stared at the flag of that world's fatherland in total awe at the power it gave off, then hearing that it was through that nation's own military and industry that kept the French at bay, gave the younger generation of Germans an even deeper respect for their armed forces. If not for them then the Soviets would have overrun the fatherland long ago. Many of the German veterans of the Second World War couldn't help but get flashbacks to the Eastern Front, feeling as if the ground forces of Germany couldn't catch a break from incompetent high-ranking officers. The collective sound of palms meeting their faces sounded throughout the area, as many Germans were feeling some type of way about Plan 315, with quite a few vets saying that it was the dumbest plan they had ever heard of. The screen lightens back, and doves could be seen flying over a city, a title could be seen Unified Year 1924, Imperial Capital Berun, it pans out and shows a huge building, it zooms in on it and the words Imperial Strategic Headquarters appear. It goes inside the building where we enter with a clock pendulum swinging back and forth in an office with 3 men in it, one sitting and the other 2 standing. Presidents Mitterrand and Delacour, jaws dropped hard. 1924, 1924, 1924, Henri Delacour lost it yelling as he said the Great War had been raging for 10 fucking years, it was inconceivable, unthinkable, unreasonable, the only fucking grace was that the front line hadn't moved an inch and was still at the starting positions. Hermione's mind almost exploded at the information before her, one thing that almost caused that was if this was true then that means that the Great War has been happening for a decade. How in God's name has that godforsaken war been going on for that long? Hermione thought as she literally ruffled her hair making it a curly mess trying to understand it. Fleur wasn't handling it any better, as she thought of a dreadful idea that if the war went on when her father was still in the army, then her father would be fighting and dying in those god-forsaken trenches. Victor's eyes and many others of his school's eyes widened when they saw that their nation of Bulgaria was called Dacia, which only raised more questions in the young man's head. Remus's eyes nearly popped out of his head. 1924, then that means the Muggle Great War had been going on for nearly 10 years, dear Merlin, the death count must be staggering. As if by some strange feeling every German had breathed out a sigh of relief at seeing the year and was grateful to see that it was World War I, not the other one. Some of the more sharp-eyed people in the crowd say the year, with one blurting out, wait, 1924, does that mean the war has been going on for 10 years? Silence was the word in the area of Big Ben. 10 years the Great War had been raging for 10 years, but they didn't see any British uniforms, only the bright uniforms of the French, and while many felt a breath of calmness flow through them that their boys hadn't been dying for a decade, but still they were shocked. Dan and the other vets couldn't imagine it. The closest in their generation to a nearly decade-long war was the Second World War, and that was the previous generation. Jackie raised an eyebrow at seeing the year, before asking for a history book. Something doesn't add up, she thought, knowing a little more about the Great War than most magicals in this great nation. Bill's eyes just widened. A decade-long war, it seemed unimaginable to think that the Great War would have raged that long, but from the map that was shown earlier, what would be that world's UK wouldn't have gotten involved because Belgium didn't exist in this world, so they would feel no obligation to help the French, and because there was no Serbia the Russians would have no reason to go to war with this empire, so then that means the only participants in this war would be the French, this nation Dacia and what looks to be a combination nation of Sweden and Norway. Among the people watching the portal, a historian who had been there doing some research for their paper, throws up a finger into the air and shouts at the top of their lungs, I have several questions. The one sitting asks what's the situation on the Rhine, how long until our main forces are deployed there? It pans over to one of the men standing and the words Vice Director of Strategy and Operations Lieutenant Colonel Erich von Rirugen. He slides up his glasses and then says they are currently held up in the north, it will be another 2 weeks at least. It pans over to the man sitting behind the desk, the words Deputy of Strategy and Operations, Brigadier General Kurt von Rudersdorf. He puts his cigar to his lips and takes a drag. Rirugen continues speaking to get them to the river, we will have to rearrange the rail and ship schedules. That sort of planning takes time. Rudersdorf scoffs and says while he puts his cigar out, we will have to pull the front lines back even further, and put the western industrial areas in danger. Rirugen leans forward and says we don't have any other options, we weren't prepared for how strong the enemy would be. It pans down and shows a map with chess pieces on it. Rirugen's hand was seen leaving the map. We're out of reinforcements to send, he said, his voice full of resignation. General von Rudersdorf slapped the table with his fist. Damn it all, he said, his voice full of anger. A major offensive against the Entente Alliance was a huge mistake from the beginning. Idiots, he finished in a yell, his body shaking with anger. If we would have kept a smaller army we would still have reserves left. His balled-up fist came crashing down on the table, shaking the table and nearly knocking over a few of the chess pieces. The last man in the room began to put the chess pieces back in their spots and began speaking softly. We only have ourselves to blame, the Empire's predicament is due to our own failures, we should have convinced our superiors that the Republic would mobilize in greater numbers, now I'm afraid that Plan 315 is no longer viable. It panned up to show the final man, the words Vice Director of Strategy and Operations Brigadier General Hans von Zetter appear above him. Jackie and Bill looked at General von Zetter in shock. A general at accepts fault. This truly was an alternative world. Dan had to blink a few times just to make sure he was hearing these officers right. They were admitting to their mistakes? Dan and many other veterans who served in the Great Royal Armed Forces could attest to more than one occasion where an officer dropped the ball and never admitted it was their fault. The president couldn't help but laugh as he looked at his friend. I bet you a bottle of wine that the generals during our time would blame anyone but themselves for the fall of the Maginot Line. He commented ever so slyly. To those who served in the German army during both wars, couldn't believe their ears, these officers were admitting their mistakes? This truly was a different world from their own. Where were these three when we were in? Was the collective shout from the veterans. He put his hand on his chin in a thinking manner. Our attempts to delay the enemy aren't working. Perhaps we could break our border troops into mobile defense units. It panned again, showing all three with Rirujen saying maybe, but that would be difficult, given the state of the Rhine soldiers. Those companies are exhausted right now, and I'm not sure how much help they would be. Zetter looked down at the map. Every spare soldier has been sent to the Western Line, so new blood would improve our odds. If nothing else, it would buy us some time. Rirujen looked more than a little concerned at what Zetter said, while Rudersdorf hemmed. If you right, it would improve our chances at victory. Excellent work. The screen panned to Zetter, who said, given the circumstances I would hardly call this a victory. Zetter said. Why not? Rudersdorf asked. Reports from the field say that we have lost over half the units we have deployed to the Rhine theater and that the line has become a living hell. Zetter said. The screen shifts once again to no man's land. It was filled with craters, barbed wire, and the dead bodies of the Imperial soldiers. It showed that scene for a few minutes before it shifts to the wounded being carried, or if they could walk, marching to the rear to be sent to either field hospitals for more surgery or to be sent home. It shows the young soldier that the young woman saved pausing and looking back over no man's land, air shells bursting in the sky and the sounds of battle. He looks for a few minutes longer before walking away. For some of the American historians, hearing the German officer speak about the Rhine front and seeing it for themselves, they couldn't help but draw comparisons to the Eastern Front, Verdun, or even the Somme fronts, which from both world wars. The conclusions of those fronts? The highest amount of death even known in combat. Both Bill and Jackie looked at no man's land and both had flashbacks to their time in Grenada, and with the dead and wounded they had seen both enemy and friendly. It still haunts them at night. They can still hear them in the dead of night, right when it is the most quiet, them calling out for help. Help me, Billy, help me, or Jackie, please make sure my mama gets this letter. It's why despite the act they put up, they need each other. They know what the other went through, so they help each other as much as they can. Dan looked at the wounded forces walking away from the front lines, and hearing what the generals said caused Dan and even a few other veterans of the desert conflicts to think about the times where they were given horrible intel or even outright outdated intel to be led into a slaughter. Even with his wife holding him close, he couldn't help but think of Baghdad and the urban fighting which they had to deal with because of the fact they were supposed to surrender as the officers told them when they entered into that city. The German veterans watching the soldiers leaving the front lines either wounded, or in coffins was a grim reminder to them of the price they and their brothers in arms paid during the wars, the absolute death and destruction that they saw in the First War, the mount of bodies witnessed during the Second on the Eastern Front, and all for what? For an inch of land that they paid for in blood only to lose a week later. Nothing that all the Parisians felt at seeing the wounded Germans being carried away. Oh sure, they were some that felt bad for the Germans, but once again it was few and far in between. What most felt was that some Germans escaped the meat grinder. Sirius just stared at the portal and couldn't help but feel sorry for these for these soldiers who were walking back away from the front lines of that war, either broken emotionally, physically, or even those who he personally considered lucky, who died in battle. Many students had their eyes widened at the sight of all the severely wounded soldiers, causing a good amount of students to empty the content in their stomachs. As this happened, Ron wanted to throw up, but it backfired as it came out his nose, which burned the ginger's nostrils. The scene then shifts to Tanya holding binoculars looking over no man's land. In the binoculars she sees the Republic's troops moving. Targets on the ground. At 2 o'clock Tanya called out, artillery spells fire. Right, the young woman called out, and as she took aim the words 3rd Platoon member Corporal Victoria Serebriakov appeared above her. She fires a couple of rounds from her rifle, and with her binoculars Tanya could see that the rounds she had fired were causing panic among the Republican forces. With a panicked shout of Imperial mages coming from the Republican, Victoria continued to fire, much to Tanya's approval, before she heard voices coming from her left. Yeah, we got you, we will see you bastards in hell, came the voice of the dark-haired mage named Corporal Harold von Vist. Yeah, die you damned Republicans, came from the yellow-haired mage Corporal Kurst von Walhorf. All of a sudden an explosion happened between the two. Luckily for them they managed to get their shields up in time. The artillery! Kurst exclaimed, we can take that unit out, Harold. Follow me. Harold looked at him and yelled out Roger, and the two mages charged in, much to the displeasure of Tanya. Corporals, return to your formations immediately. Our orders to delay the enemy advance by attacking the flank. But we have an opening, one yelled over the radio, we can take out their artillery. That is not our mission, stand down immediately and get back here now. The two corporals however did not listen to Tanya and continued their attack, and from Tanya's position in the air they could see the corporals' attack run on the enemy artillery positions. "Did you see that, Commander?" One of them yelled. "We can take out this whole unit." Amelia stood there stunned at the fact two of these morons, these absolute idiots, disobeyed a direct order. If she was there she would have stunned and cursed them within an inch of their lives. The Germans' officers, both veteran and current, stared at the two hotheads and started yelling, "You dumb cops! How dare you ignore a superior officer's direct orders? If I was your officer I would have you shot." The sight before caused many of the civilians angry, especially at hearing the corporals wishing to kill their men with glee. This causes an uproar demanding the two Imperials' blood. Jackie nods her head in approval of how this young mage handled her command. Even if she was by all wording of the law a child soldier, she still felt happy that this girl was a fine soldier. Now seeing the Russian name of what seems to be her second in command, made sense, seeing as many of the White Russians or even Russian nobility did flee to Germany during the Civil War. However, what made her blood boil was the two idiots who were conducting blatant insubordination and outright ignoring their commanding officer's orders. "Oh you fuckers! If you were in my unit I would have kicked your asses 10 ways to Sunday, pogs." Bill is ever fearful of Jackie when she gets pissed, but at the same time the sergeant in him got the best of him. "Are fucking kidding me, you insubordinate assholes, she just trying to keep you alive. You ungrateful asses, if you were in my unit I would have had your stripes and I would have shoved them up your asses before dragging your asses before a court-martial. Ya idiots." As Victoria looked over to the commander all she saw was the face of extreme disappointment. Bill and Jackie felt a cold shiver run down their spine, because that face was the face of someone that you never wanted to disappoint, because that face promised retribution of the highest caliber, and because they had seen faces just like that and seen the results of such a face. The presidents froze at the face Tanya gave. It reminded them too much of their wives when angry. They both shivered. While they loved their wives they really didn't want to get them angry. The same feeling could be felt from all those of Paris who saw the face. Even some of the women had to slap their lovers after they confessed to having cheated on them with another. Others were reminding those they married how much they loved them. Dan and the vets that were around him froze at that face. It reminded them too much of the provost marshals, the ones you never wanted to get on the bad side of, that face. It still sent shivers down their spines, of those faces. The students, all of the students, be they visiting or otherwise, felt the cold chill of fear down their spines. From the students who remember the head of the lion's den making such a face and punishing them, to the den of cunning when they upset their head of house, all knew that face and the hell for which followed behind it. Seeing the face Tanya made them lower themselves. Hell, it was like if they broke something that belonged to Lily, again. Though now she was dead, they would still remember that face when they broke something. The veterans of Germany froze at the face the young officer made. For some it reminded them too much of the same face given by a few of the political officers of the SS, including one who was even threatened to be shot if he did not shoot a Jewish woman who he had tried to help flee. To him that face reminded him of his greatest failure as a soldier of the fatherland. The scene shifted to the Imperial camp at night. It shows different scenes of camp life, going from the tent with the wounded to showing soldiers sitting on benches. It then shows Victoria eating soup in front of a fire. She then starts to cough. It then pans back showing that Kurst and Harold are there with her eating as well. "Oh come on," Kurst said, "it's not that bad, eat it up, you need your strength." They go back eating. When they hear loud booms they turn and look and see the lights of the artillery spells and regular artillery. They just sit there looking at it. "I heard the 202nd and 203rd companies were completely wiped out," Victoria said. Kurst stared into the fire. "I volunteered to fight on the front lines. I thought I would hate the Republicans more than my commanding officer," he said with more than a little heat in his voice. A soldier came up to the trio and said, "Soldiers of the 205th, your commanding officer wants to see you." It then cuts to the command tent. "What?" Kurst yelled. "You're sending us home?" "You're getting off lightly as far as I'm concerned," Tanya replied. "You should be grateful for that." It cuts to right behind Tanya with both Kurst and Harold looking at her with frustration and hate in their eyes. "The army had no need for officer candidates that disobey orders," Tanya continued. "But we were just trying to take out a key unit," Kurst interjected. "Didn't you see how many of our infantry that artillery unit took out?" Tanya looked at him with disdain in her eyes. "I don't have time for excuses," she said. "An army is like a clock, it can't have a single cog out of line or time. You're dismissed." She then turned around and headed to her makeshift desk to do the necessary paperwork. Kurst, with fire and hatred in his eyes, yells out, "No, I won't accept this." Tanya pauses and turns around to hear the insubordinate drivel coming from his mouth. "I volunteered to come to the front lines to protect the fatherland, that means I have to defeat the enemy or die trying." Harold then joins in. "Yeah, me too," he says with the same amount of passion as Kurst. "A man of the Empire is expected to be brave. I won't run home." Victoria looked concerned for her two friends as they began talking back to Tanya. Right as she was about to speak up to calm everyone down, the scene shifts to Tanya with an extremely disgruntled face. "So what you two are saying is that you both she says as she advances her hand going to her sword on her hip. Are you going to blatantly disobey your superior officer? Albus with his best grandfatherly voice and twinkling eyes began to say, now surely there is no need to punish such fine men, I'm sure they could be forgiven. Seeing the young girl going for her sword, Amelia could only stare at the two dumb fucks that were literally arguing with their commanding officer. If they were part of her Auror Corps they would have been drummed out of her corps with an attachment in their files to never, never, be hired as Aurors in the UK ever again. But when she heard what Dumbledore said she could help herself, Headmaster Dumbledore, I would appreciate it if you kept your untrained civilian sensibilities out of a clearly military decision, because I support her decision. After all, if one of my Aurors did the same thing one of her soldiers did, I would personally drum them out of my Auror force without hesitation, and before you go on about it being a mistake or an overreaction, if they continue down that path they will either end up dead, or their decisions will get someone else killed. Albus wisely kept his mouth shut and only bowed his head a bit, however on the inside he was fuming. How dare she questioned the great Albus Dumbledore, who knows very well what should be considered right and wrong. The German officers, both old and new, nod their heads in agreement. She's right, if I was your CO I would have had you both court-martialed as soon as we got back to the CP, commented a captain of the Bundeswehr. The French presidents felt anger at the direct insubordination that they were giving Tanya. She is your commanding officer and what she says goes, despite how you feel, and when they saw her go for her sword, well maybe a little bit of steel in their bodies will teach them not to be insubordinate. Dan and many veterans chuckled. Yes, they had to eat those horrid rations, be they cold or hot. Hell, Dan remember the only good MRE he had was that American chili mac which he would trade damn near anything for when he was deployed with those Yanks. However, when the two soldiers made a comment about the young officer, more than a few had to scoff as a clear sergeant major in full uniform yelled, it's ya own bloody fault for being a couple of fucking idiots who couldn't follow bloody orders. Ya crowd shites. Dan could only think that this man was clearly a Scot by his temper. Both Remus and Sirius could only stare at the absolute idiocy that they were seeing. Surely no one was that stupid, right? Bill's eyes widened when he heard that 2 companies had been wiped out. This was definitely some heavy combat they were living through. 2 companies were wiped out, and they were talking about it casually, and when they were starting to argue about being sent home, he was about to bust into sergeant mode again when he saw her reach for her sword. Sweet Jesus, he said, catching everyone's attention. She's going to stick them like pigs with her sword. Jackie couldn't help but grin, like the old devil dog Marine she is. With a cold icy voice she says, good, maybe the end of some cold steel will teach them some fucking discipline. But before Tanya could pull her sword out, Victoria yelled out, Lieutenant, unknowingly saving their lives. Tanya pauses, before after a few minutes takes her hand off her sword and turns back around saying, I'll take your opinions into consideration, but make no mistake, you both will face some form of punishment. With that said, she completely turns around and walks away, leaving 2 frightened soldiers and 1 concerned woman. The scene shifts to the next day, showing Victoria getting her combat gear on. She looks around for Kurst and Harold, but she doesn't see them. Where are those guys? She thought, it's not like them to be late for duty. An officer walks towards her and a male voice says, Corporal Serebriakov. Its screen pans up and the words appear above him. Imperial Army 205th Assault Mage Company Commander 1st Lieutenant Elon Schwarzkopf. You looked concerned about something. Victoria stood up and saluted him. Oh, Lieutenant Schwarzkopf, I was just wondering where Corporals Kurst and Harold are. Ah, that's right, Schwarzkopf said. You were in their class, right? Well, they aren't here. As of right now they were sent home earlier this morning. Home, Victoria said, shocked. She really went through with her threat to send them home. She was shocked. The scene cuts to show Kurst and Harold boarding a train to go home in shame. Schwarzkopf continued, Lieutenant Digirakov had ordered them to be sent home, because of their insubordination. Shame really, we needed them here, but that's what they get for insubordination. Victoria sighed. I guess so, they really did get on her bad side yesterday, with the stunts they pulled. But at least they have been sent home. More than a few had great satisfaction seeing the 2 corporals being sent home. However, when they saw the equipment being put on by the young woman, which resulted in some pride swelling a bit, as one German commented saying, the pride of German technology. Which one tourist asks, oh, what, like German technology is always good? Seriously, stop defending past Germany, you had your time, now let it go. Said German looked at the tourist before saying slowly at first before raising his voice, no, I'm not defending German technical superiority, I am stating the fucking obvious. Some of the vets were surprised at finding out the 2 were sent home, but it did make sense to cause the most amount of damage to their reputation. In a strange way, it was seen as worse than death back then for the German Empire back in the day. At least they didn't have to see them anymore. At the ministry, more than a few Aurors felt a chill run up their spines, as if their boss at the DMLE was coming up with ways to punish them for some reason. However, when they see the young corporal suiting up to go back into battle, the unspeakables and Arthur were studying the equipment she was using. Amazing. Simply amazing. The boot she wears must act like a broom, or at least channel her magic to where she can fly without a broom. Exclaimed one unspeakable who was taking notes along with others. Even Arthur was doing the same. Dan and many of the other veterans couldn't help but feel like the two corporals got off easy, but they weren't their corporals, so who cares what happens to them. All that mattered to Dan personally was to see how this war plays out and hope the youngest officer in that world's history gets home safely. Those among the French military veterans couldn't help but feel angry again. Oh, they were not angry at the Germans, no, they were angry once again at the damn statue that kept them from using their magic, and seeing this world where technology, the thing that should not work with magic, it's working flawlessly with technology, even if it was from the Great War days before computers and rockets, gave the French hope that things will change for good. Jackie studied the metal boot and was already impressed. Yes, it wasn't American by any means, but at the same time something similar, or at least a concept, could be made for US mage forces. With a quick note, she makes a small note to self to send out a memo to the R&D department at DARPA to come up with something. Albus, while on the outside was the same grandfatherly figure he portrays, on the inside he was livid. How dare these muggles bastardize magic? Only magi calories can use magic, not them. For while he may be the leader of the light, everything he does is for the greater good of the magi calories and only the magi calories, and he would be damned if the muggle governments even attempted to try and create such abomination of a device, for he knew what was right. For he was greater than Merlin, damn it. Amelia felt like those two had it lucky. Sure, they were sent home, but they were still in the service and as such could cause more issues again down the line. Should have just had them shot, was her thoughts, or at least the two be kicked out of the army and save the next poor officer, two idiots who couldn't follow orders. The scene pans up to show the sky darkens and a flare is shown flying up in the sky, and Imperial soldiers are seen in their trenches while enemy artillery blasts could be seen, while overhead Victoria and some mages are seen flying through the night sky. Victoria is shown looking tired, having spent the whole day fighting. She looks ahead at Tanya, her eyes steadily losing focus as she drops out of formation in pure exhaustion. She falls to the ground on no man's land and starts breathing heavily, trying to catch her breath. She hears the roar of the mage flight boot in front of her and sees Tanya there. If you're giving up, you don't deserve to wear that uniform. Take it off or prove to the Empire you are not a weakling, Tanya said, looking down at her. I'm fine, Victoria said, but the exhaustion was clear to see. Then here are your orders, Tanya said. Ma'am, Victoria said. Gather the officers, Tanya ordered. Jackie and Bill both remembered their time in boot, hearing the drills yelling at you, hoping you either quit or push on through the pain, and much like they are now, both veterans could only hope that this young corporal would push through and keep fighting to get back to whatever she may have waiting for her. The veterans could only give a soft chuckle, or some give words of encouragement, including on old Captain with a rather large mustache along with old red beret atop his head, showing he was a retired commando of the Second World War, as he yells, "Come on, Corporal! You're stronger than that! Get up! Show you're worth every pound the army has spent on you, lass!" An old veteran of the Eastern Front, upon seeing what the corporals had gone through, brought back memories of the constant fighting throughout the day and night. Hell, his sergeant would have shot him for cowardice. Luckily he was in Stalingrad at the time. Which was honestly the only good thing that happened at that accursed battle. Those who played Quidditch knew damn well what the corporal was going though, which pissed them off. Come on, she is doing her best. She's been fighting all day, cut her some slack. Just because you can fly all day, doesn't mean she can. We're just some of the complaints that echo the hall. And honestly most of the students who were pissed at Ron could understand the players as having a point. Though Ron just thought it was because they'd played Quidditch they could get away with it. Amelia was honestly impressed. Yes, the young lady was clearly at her limit in terms of magic, but damn if that sort of chewing out doesn't ignite a fire in someone when they need a good kick in the pants. The scene then cut to a tent with Schwarzkopf telling them their orders. I have some unfortunate news, he said. We have encountered another setback. The 403rd Mage Company was ambushed by 2 squads of enemy mages, who are targeting our observers. That means our soldiers can't take flight and use artillery spells because there is no one left to spot incoming enemy fire. So the enemy sent their observer hunters, Tanya said. Oh, that's right, didn't you encounter these specialists in the north? Lieutenant Digirekov Schwarzkopf said. Yes sir, I had hoped they were dead, was Tanya's reply. We are going after our trapped observers. The mission will begin immediately. Are there any questions? Schwarzkopf said. No one said anything for a few minutes, before Tanya spoke up. We can delay the hunters, but a rescue will be difficult. Schwarzkopf hemmed and looked at her, focusing gem. Even with your Type 95 on our side, I will fight as always, but Corporal Serebriakov cannot, came Tanya's reply. Victoria was surprised that the lieutenant would dismiss her like this. She has met her power limit, and I won't be an incompetent leader who goes on a rescue mission, only to lose my own soldier. Tanya continued on. A few things caught Jackie's attention, but the biggest was 2 things. 1. The Type 95 comment. What was the Type 95? Why was it important? And of course 2, the fact that they had a northern front. Was the Empire fighting Norway? Sweden? Finland? Who were they fighting in the north? So many questions but so little answers. The people of Germany, hearing about a north encounter, caught their attention. was the Empire really fighting the Nords? And if so, which nation were they fighting? These were questions that would be answered sooner than they would have believed. Susan Bones, the niece of Amelia and member of the noble house Bones, turns to Hermione and asks, who would the Empire be fighting in the north? Hermione, already deep in thought, answered with a clearly confused voice and expression on her face, it could be any nation really, there is Norway, Sweden which in our time was neutral in both world wars, and finally Finland. That doesn't make sense though, as to my knowledge Finland wasn't involved in the First World War. Victoria is visibly getting frustrated as she hears her commanding officer speak, balling her fist behind her back as her emotions grow to the point she finally snaps. Moving forward she raises her voice saying, Company Commander. I can do this. Her voice filled with determination along with pride, I hereby volunteer for the rescue mission. She states not as a question, but as a fact she will do her duty as a soldier. Tanya however just looks annoyed, with a raised right eyebrow she gives the young corporal aside glances as she says in a leveled yet agitated voice, Stop it, stay and gather your strength. Victoria however looks down at her platoon commander and says in an almost pleading voice, But, I'm a proud soldier of the Imperial Army. She states before looking back to her company commander, almost yelling with vigor and passion, and I'm certain I have what it takes to complete this mission. Tanya snaps at Victoria Corporal, trying to get her to stop, but the passionate corporal keeps going. Please commander. I'm okay. Let me save my countrymen. She was now clearly pleading with the company commander. Jackie just stared at the portal stunned at what she is seeing. This young girl who is tired and exhausted, her magic well past its limits, is pleading and demanding to be sent on a rescue mission even though it might damn well kill her. Jackie sat there for a few moments before having a large smile form on her face at the memory of some Marines she would see come in from long fire fights with little to no sleep, food, or even water, yet those crazy bastards would begin rearming up to head right back out into the bush. This caused the old Marine to start laughing before exclaiming with a large smile, she may be part of the German army. But that girl has got the guts of 100% grade A Marine. Damn shame she isn't here, or I would do my damnedest to have her as a fellow jarhead. A general of the Marines agreed wholeheartedly with the magical president and fellow Marine as he shouts OORA. Dan and the vets around him could only smile at Victoria's determination to save her countrymen. It warmed many hearts all around. With many cheering her on. That's it lass, show your commander what you're made of, one of the vets shouted, many of the surrounding civilians agreeing with him. The French presidents could only stare in a strange amount of pride at Victoria. She was clearly in need of rest, but she wanted to keep on going. It reminded them of their time in the army and of their old comrades, and while she was a German, they saluted her because she demonstrated what it means to be both a soldier and still retain one's humanity and willingness to help. The people of Germany were truly stunned. Here they were seeing a woman who was by all means not fit for duty, yet demanding she continue to be sent to the front lines to help save her fellow Germans who were in trouble, all with the protest of the young officer. The silence was pregnant until one young man, a private in the Bundeswehr, started shouting, "Let her do it." Soon another, now a veteran, stood up and shouted, "Let her do it." And now there was a range of shouting for the young woman to serve her country. The pride was clear in people's voices as they saw what it meant not only to be a soldier, but to be a proud German. In the office of the President of Germany it was not a dry eye in there. Both Roman and Alexandria along with their protection detail were crying tears of joy at young Victoria wanting to go on a rescue op. Even though she was clearly exhausted, she wanted to save her countrymen, and that touched them both. Roman reached across his desk to a stack of papers and after looking at each one picked one. The header on it said Iron Cross First Class with Honor. He quickly cited it and approved it. After all, if she somehow arrived in this world, then the award she deserved would be waiting for her. Sirius looks down in shame as the girl had a great fire in her, like he had in the past. But now he was a shell of his former self. If only they made Remus the secret keeper and not that growled rat, then maybe he would still have that old flame. Many stood there in silence hearing such conviction from this young woman, until out of everyone in the great hall, Neville raised his voice, "Let her do it. You need all the help you can get. Come on, Tanya." Soon his small voice was joined by another, and another, and another, well, Albus and Ron, but nobody gave a shite about him, as even the half-giant groundskeeper was shouting for her to join on the rescue mission. The company commander looks at Tanya saying, "Well, you heard her, Second Lieutenant, I understand your concern, but I won't turn down a volunteer." The company commander states with a smile, which results in Tanya sighing in defeat as she says almost monotony, "If those are your orders, sir, I'll do the best that I can with a worn-out soldier." All while Victoria displays an ever-growing smile. All around the portal in Germany cheers could be heard as many young women shouted hurrahs for Victoria, and even a few artists had sketched down ideas for posters involving the young corporal as the heart and soul of a proud German woman. For the veterans it was nothing but pure pride to see that this young soldier would be able to do her duty and try to save her comrades in danger. It brought joy to their old hearts. As the young girl volunteers her life to save her fellow countrymen, back in Berlin, cheers of good luck for her mission fill the air at Brandenburg Gate as the people bear witness to the girl's determination and loyalty. Veterans of the two previous wars show worry for the young girl, as she had a day of endless fighting, that she must be exhausted. But alas, they have faith in the capabilities of the German military, and the capabilities of the young girl and her commander alike. Amelia smiled seeing that this brave woman was allowed to join the rescue mission. In a way it filled the director with pride thinking about how many people she saved through her position. Draco's face felt hot, and it happened every time the woman Victoria was on the screen. She was beautiful, she was strong, she was simply amazing. Oh Merlin, he thought, I think I have a crush on her. Oh no. Sirius and Remus felt happy for Victoria, they were happy that she would get to prove herself, they just hoped that she was up to it. Laughter rang out all around the square in London as Tanya's deadpan remark it reminded them of many of their own experiences with men and women like that. The scene changes to the outside of the command tent as Tanya walks away with Victoria looking around trying to find the young lieutenant. Once she finally sees Tanya, she chases after her as she shouts, "Lieutenant Digirekov!" Tanya stops as she turns and sees Victoria coming up to her only to stop before bowing a bit to her saying, "I won't let you down, ma'am." Which results in Tanya asking, "Corporal, do I have your complete assurance you're ready for this?" Victoria looks at her young commanding officer seriously and with a nod and conviction in her voice she says, "Yes." As she stands at attention, Tanya nods her head slowly as she turns around and begins to walk away from Victoria. "Understood, let's not waste any time then." Tanya said simply and to the point, all while Victoria watches with only a hint of concern, but that concerned face turns into a smile with eyes of pride as she says, "Right." Bill and Jackie couldn't help but smile at Victoria's earnest and helpful nature. They hoped that she would survive this and they had a feeling that she would. After all, she has one hell of a commanding officer. Many in London felt Tanya's word as she told Victoria, to make sure she was ready. To the veterans they knew that she was a good commander, that she truly cared for her soldiers. Many of the students at Hogwarts felt their own hearts warm up, at the face that Tanya was only hard on her because she cared about her health, that made many look towards friends that had done the same during the very straining tests like the O.W.L.S and N.E.W.T.S tests they had gone through. Many looked towards their friends with thanks in their eyes. Dumbledore chuckled in his head and thought, "Ah, someone like that would be a perfect pawn." Young, innocent to a degree, and altruistic. In his mind he had already thought of a couple of plans involving someone like her. They of course involved her either dying for the greater good or in a marriage to a wizard he approved of. Love of course had no place in his greater good. True, he missed Gellert, but he always was the fool, always so easy to manipulate. He still thought the plan to conquer the world was his idea still. When he put the idea in his head, he planned everything out. He thought of everything. Except for the fact that Gellert fell for his broken sister, it ruined everything when she decided to wander in when he was inducting Gellert into his plans and freed him. It was a pity she had to die, but it was for the greater good. The scene then changes to the front of an Imperial field gun, then to a line of Imperial field guns as they stand silent, while off in no man's land the thunder of artillery bombardments can be heard throughout no man's land, before it changes to the sight of two mages hunkered down in the trench alongside other Imperial forces. One mage with a radio is seen yelling into the receiver, "Command post. This is Bravo 1. We're trapped. Enemy mages are still keeping us from conducting any artillery spotting. Where are the reinforcements?" The mage shouts the last part as a shell hits right in front of the trench, which results in many trying to get as much cover as possible. "Command post to Bravo 1 started the radio, the mages of the 205th Company are currently en route. Continue to hold your position, help will be there soon," stated the radio operator, which only seemed to infuriate the spotter as he threw down his head radio headset. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, "don't they understand we're being slaughtered out here?" yelled the observer in pure anger. The whistle of artillery was all that the veterans in Germany could hear. Many couldn't help it this time and ran for cover, ducking under park benches, cars, anything they could take cover under. Many were screaming, "Artillery incoming! Take cover, enemy artillery incoming!" The civilians looked at the veterans in shock. Many went over to the veterans and shook them out of it, with many just holding them. Many of the vets were now having flashbacks. Most of the ones were from the Eastern Front, and most were from the attempted relief of Stalingrad and a few members of the 6th Army that managed to get out of the city. They saw it all again, the house-to-house fighting, the brutal hand-to-hand combat. The general barbarity from that front hit them all at the same time, and for few minutes they relieved it all again. The veterans of France who saw this, while yes they were Germans, felt sympathy as they remember the same kind of conversations they had with High Command when trying to hold back the German Blitz, only to be told that either help wasn't coming but to hold out, or to retreat and regroup, which allowed the Nazis to only enter deeper into their homeland. Once again the presidents were reminded again of their war, their dying friends, the screams of the wounded and dying, the Jericho trumpets of the Stukas diving down on them once again, the roar of the Panzer III's engines as they charge into their hastily built lines. It all came back, and just as it came to them it left them suddenly. Breathing heavily they looked at each other, sweat dripping down their faces. They hoped that Tanya and Victoria could get to them in time, but they had a feeling they wouldn't. Dan couldn't help but get a memory of the same conversation he had with his radio man during Iraq. The fucking fact that CP couldn't get him or unit help in time resulted in the death of 5 of his mates. This moment with those poor sods just reminds him too much of his failures as not only a squad leader, but as a soldier. His wife seeing the look on her husband's face causes her to hug him tightly to try and bring him comfort. However, around the couple other veterans are seen drinking as some complain, if they didn't give us such faulty intel we wouldn't have been ambushed by those damn red Chinese in 52. Exclaimed one veteran of the Korean War. While most of the American population continues to struggle to come to terms with the reality of the situation, onlookers at the reflection pool bear witness to the horrors of a World War I that is not their own. Veterans of previous wars stricken with post-traumatic stress duck for cover at the sounds of war and artillery bombardment. As they see the fear on their faces and in the eyes of Bravo 1, many fear that they may be dragged into another bloody conflict. One with even more horrors than the last. Jackie shook a little with anger. Why this anger? Because she was in the exact same situation in Grenada when she and her unit were told to hold a certain ridge which was to help be a highway directly into the Latin Reds territory, but did she get any support? Any air cover? Anything whatsoever to help her and her unit? Hell fucking no. All she got was a simple hold out, backup is on the way for 6 fucking hours of non-stop fighting and dying. So yes, she could relate to these poor Krauts in their current situation. Bill looked at Jackie with sympathy in his eyes. He knew what she was feeling, and just like he was, he knew that she was thinking of Grenada, and even right now he could hear it. The gunfire, the APCs and armored cars roaring towards him and his men's position, but thankfully he had an old jarhead and his men next to him and him platoon. He would have to see if old Gunny Highway was still around. It would be nice to see him and the rest of the 2nd Reconnaissance Battalion. The scene changes to the lip of the trench as one of the spotters peeks up looking left and right, before trying to fly up to escape, which results in the poor spotter being hit head-on with a shell which gives him a quick but explosive death. Then it zooms away from the trench to what look to be French mages riding on metal horses. A text box appears showing this unit is the Republican Army 106th Recon Mage Company. As it zooms to a French mage, of African descent who has facial hair but a cut-down crew top, with the text box saying he's the 106th Company Commander, 1st Lieutenant Augustin Hausmann. Who was grinning as he said, I hear Imperial mages were supposed to be the best. Guess that was nothing but wartime propaganda. He says the last part is almost disappointing. What the hell is that thing? Is what most of the Parisians were saying at the machine their alternate forces were riding. Is that a fucking metal horse? Came the indignant shout from a blonde-haired Frenchman. To say that they were pissed would be an understatement. The Germans get a cool boot but the best our R&D guys could come up with was a fucking metal horse. Henri and Francois couldn't believe their eyes. Metal horses, metal horses. Henry's eye couldn't stop twitching. 2 second passes before he blew up. Are you fucking kidding me? Metal horses, that's the fucking best the alternative leaders could come up with. Fucking metal horses, those stupid, insufferable, ignoramuses. You don't put our men on metal horses and say we're the best, you fucking idiots. As Henri stopped and started breathing heavily, Francois came over and simply patted his back. Jackie stared slack-jawed at what she was seeing, to the point she had to blink a few times, rub her eyes, then blink again before she exclaims. What the hell am I looking at? Bill simply stared at the metal horse. Nope, he said, too easy, it's like picking on the disabled kid, you don't do it. Dan could hear the grumbles as hears one veteran say, of course it's bloody horses, like the frogs think they're so bloody good at it they gotta make sure they tell it to the world by making their magical devices shaped like them. The dreaded feeling that was filling the streets of Berlin before, was now replaced with roaring laughter as many couldn't believe the French had metal horses. Oh vat! Spend all of your research funds on women and booze frogs! Exclaimed one veteran who was holding his sides from laughing. Both Sirius and Remus were on the floor roaring laughing at what the French went into battle with, which was just funny considering their knowledge of the Malfoys, which made it all the more sweeter. There was a pregnant silence as everyone slowly turned their heads towards the French delegation with an almost unified raising of eyebrows. Just so everyone knows, VE Vold never actually built such things, VE are more refined Zenzat. Fleur saws trying not to start a laughing riot. Hausmann then shouts to the rest of his company, troops. Find the remaining Imperial observers and destroy them. He orders the mage to his left with binoculars, lowering said binoculars down, as he informs Hausmann, we've been trying sir, but we can't get a visual, they're hiding in the trenches and keeping their heads out of sight. Informed the mage, which only made Hausmann seem angry, then we'll just obliterate the trenches and bury the bastards alive. Hausmann said with clear bloodlust present, which results in the mage looking at him and saying, sir. A wide area explosion spell will drain our magic. That weakens our defenses. Hausmann, not even caring, says in response, so what? It shows the other Republic mages with their rifles aimed at the trenches where their prey is hiding begin to glow purple as they build up with magical power. Maximum fire power. The magic embodied in the rifles continues to build as they wait for the order, only for it to be released quickly as they fire upon the trench line, resulting in total devastation. Jackie sighs, shaking her head a bit, and that is why trench warfare is phased out. Easy for the cannon heads to send steel rain down on you, hell with the new munitions we got for the cannons and now the possibilities with magic, I bet ya war is gonna change again. One of the vets near Dan could be heard saying, those poor bastards, being buried alive, that's horrible, fucking frogs. Henri and Francois could only shake their heads at the action for the Republic soldiers. This would only cause more harm to France, mark their words, for when you provoke a lion you best prepare for it to attack, and attack they will. Red-hot anger flowed through all of the Germans present. Bury them, bury them. One vet standing up started to yell, you fucking frogs, you fucking cheese-eating surrender monkeys, how fucking dare you bury our boys because you couldn't see them. May you and yours get what coming to you. It will be your people, your land, your blood. The scene transitions to the members of the 205th flying with Tanya in the lead of the formation, as the radio operator shouts in distress, "Ma'am, I've lost contact. The observes we have been sent after are not responding." The report results in Tanya sighing dejectedly as she says in response to the news, "This is such a mess." Victoria asks, "So does that mean we should go back?" Tanya with a look of determination shakes her head slightly as she looks forward saying, "We didn't make it in time but we can still be useful, we're already within firing range." Tanya says looking at the purple specks in the distance, "We might as well stop these hunters once and for all." Victoria with clear concern within her voice says to Tanya, "But ma'am, we're a single platoon of mages. There's no way we can take on an entire company of hunters." Tanya not even phased counters to Victoria's concerns, "You volunteered for this, you assured me you can fight." Tanya states looking right at Victoria, which causes her to cringe a bit. "Our enemy has been on an exhausting mission, they've been traveling non-stop, and have no doubt used up a lot of firepower to massacre our observers. There's a chance we can win." Tanya says matter-of-factly, only for her to think, "Then again, losing any of my soldiers could probably hurt my chances of being promoted." Tanya, clearing her head and getting her determined face on, contacts her forces via her radio as she says, "Listen up troops. You're to rendezvous with Lieutenant Schwarzkopf and lend him your support. I'll destroy 3 platoons myself. You can handle who's ever breathing when I'm done," Tanya orders, after which she says in an almost tired voice, "Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one who takes this seriously." As Victoria looks at Tanya with an almost odd expression asking with both concern and disbelief, "You sure about this?" Then the portals zoom in on Tanya's face as her eyes begin to turn from blue to a bright golden color as she says, "Oh Lord, hear my prayer." Then the scene changes to her equipment as it also begins to give off a golden glow of her magical build-up. "Help me to defend the fatherland." With a gust of power, Tanya's squad is thrown off balance as a blonde missile goes screaming towards the Republic mages. "I'm picking up a magical signature." Upon the alert, all the Republic mages raise their rifles and begin searching for the threat. Approaching at high speeds. Then it cuts to Hausmann sick as he says, "Confirmed. I've got eyes on the target." The portals show the binocular view of Tanya as she approaches their position at high speeds. Distance, 2,000 meters. 1,800. 1,600. She's fast. The portal cuts to Hausmann, who looks smug with a cocky smirk as he says, "They must have gone mad. Prepare to intercept," he exclaims, raising his arm in the air. "Fire." With the order given, the Republic mages open fire with a volume of fire you would only see in a rifle line. Cutting to Tanya, she grins before diving a bit, then begins dodging the incoming fire left and right, even doing barrel rolls, which causes Hausmann sick to look in absolute shock at this one mage dodging all their shots. Jackie knew the feeling of what it meant to lose contact with those you were sent to rescue. It didn't feel good, but hearing what Tanya said, well, that just made Jackie like the girl even more, even with the promotion remark. But when the sweet corporal asked if Tanya could handle it, Jackie had to bust out a bark-like laugh as she said, "Girl, did you not see the shit your ill is able to do?" She had the power of fucking God on her side. I think she can fucking handle it. Only for a few moments later, Bill and Jackie's jaws dropped, along with all of the agents and chiefs of staff in the Situation Room. This really wasn't any normal person, this was an ace of aces made personified. If Tanya had been in the cockpit of a plane it would have been impressive, but the fact this was done only using that boot, was nothing short of amazing and awe-inspiring. Dan had to snort, hearing the young corporal's question. Of course she can handle it, she's a proper soldier. However, Dan would be lying if he didn't feel some form of fear for the young lass's safety and odds. 1 soldier against 3 platoons, it was a fucking death wish. However, once Tanya showed her skills in flight, Dan was in awe at this girl's pure skill and control, as every move she did was precise and never wasted. However, his thoughts were pulled out by the sound of someone he could swear was from high society and clearly a blue blood. Ha! Germans and their fast flying and flashy skills. Not like us British. WWWWHY, I bet the British of that world are the best when it comes to magical air warfare. And even better due to them having the best rifle the kingdom even produced. Why yes. Give those boys an SMLE and that war will be won by Christmas, I bet. Dan could only cringe a bit, considering that truly was how people did think back then, and still thought today. Among those watching this brave little girl, who was a member of the German Air Force, she watched this little girl literally dodging incoming fire with the skill of a fighter pilot. Next to her, Her wingman was staring with his jaw open in pure awe as he said to her, "Hey! Richtofen! You see this? This is amazing!" Slowly she nods as she hopes one day she will meet this girl, to test and see how the descendant of the Red Baron can stack up against the best mage the fatherland has to offer in terms of skills. Several of the Quidditch players were at awe by the speed and skill Tanya had. She would have either been a great chaser or an amazing seeker, hell most likely the greatest player in the world. This did cause the captains to plan on using spells on their next practice, with supervision of course. Might make them and their teammates better at dodging at least. Stupid bludgers, all the players thought in a groan as memories of getting hit by one always hurt throughout the day. Hausman, upset, looks at his men yelling at them, "What are you doing? Fools!" Cutting back to Tanya, she raises her rifle focusing as she unleashes 3 shots of powerful spells, smashing the 3 platoons in front of her. Hausman trying to get control of his forces who are disorganized and panicking, he yells our orders, "Troops! Disperse! Break formation!" Then we see a shot of a bayonet glowing with magical power. Hausman is seen now still yelling orders at his disorganized forces, "Everyone get higher now!" The portal cuts back to Tanya as she's fast approaching, however they weren't looking at a mere soldier anymore, what they were looking at could only be described as a devil of their own creation, the devil of war. Speeding towards her target, Hausman's second in command gets between Tanya and Hausman as he shouts, "Commander!" Which ended with him and his metal flying steed being decapitated right in front of Hausman, with Tanya having a face of pure joy and satisfaction that she has killed yet another hunter who shall never kill another one of her countrymen. However, for Hausman, all he got was a face full of explosions. Jackie had felt something she hadn't felt in a long time, pure bloodlust. She may be in her early 40s, but damn if she still isn't the same badass marine she was when she was in her prime, and seeing Tanya just literally cut off a man's head with just a bayonet. Well shit, that got her blood pumping for a damn good fight. Damn it. Now I wish she was an American. She would be a lean mean killing machine in my beloved Corps. "I think I just pissed myself," said Fudge at what he just saw. Other people just nodded dumbly at the pure brutality that they just witnessed, which caused more than a few to swear on their magic that if Tanya ever appeared here they would never piss her off. Many citizens and veterans cheered at seeing Tanya kill one of the hunters in such a brutal way. Though they did wish it was the commander that got it instead of his second in command. Once again they froze again. That reminded them so much of James it wasn't even funny. Who is Tanya, and why are they getting a very familiar feeling from her, and why is she showing so many traits from their dead friends? Ron pissed himself at seeing what Tanya just did. He would shout that she was a dark witch from such an act. But thanks to being gagged, Hermione's threat and Flizz's threat, which he didn't understand what she said, but he felt for the safety of his family Jules he'll stay quiet. Amelia should have been scared, she should have felt fear, yet she didn't. All she felt was a sense of pride seeing such use of combat magic and the idea of how such forms of magic could be used. Luna did notice that the soldier that sacrificed himself wasn't dragged down by chains but instead was picked up by a winged warrior. The portal pulls back to show that 9 purple glowing dots could be seen flying away from the dark cloud of destruction, arching back towards the ever-glowing bright golden glow of what clearly is Tanya as she is seen flying ever higher into the clouds. Cutting to 3 Republic mages, Tanya is seen on their 6 as she chases after them. Upon seeing her, one of the mages yells, "Damn it! Don't let her leave alive!" As all 3 turn opening fire on Tanya, who effortlessly rolls and dodges the incoming fire. Once given the chance she returns in kind, killing the 3 as she continues to climb ever higher. Hausman can be seen along with 2 other of his men chasing after her, only to say in agitation, "How high can this little brat be flying?" The portal showing their metal steeds began to overheat, glowing red hot from how hard they pushed them. One of Hausman's men reports, "Commander, we're at max altitude." Which causes them to stop staring up with almost disbelieving awe as Hausman exclaims, "Impossible! She's over 10,000 meters above the ground." Cutting to Tanya, she flies to her max as behind her the white clouds and almost dark blue of the sky is seen right above her, showing how truly high she has flown. Bill looked at the mages, and then when he heard them say she was over 10,000 meters above the ground his jaw dropped. Jackie saw this and asked, "What's wrong, Bill?" He turned to her and asked, "You heard what they said, right?" "Yeah." Jackie said that she's over 10,000 meters. She paused for a second and then her jaw dropped. "Holy shit," she exclaimed, "that's over 32,000 feet," which caused the other in the room jaws to drop also. Arthur was amazed at what he was seeing. If this was the potential of magic and Muggle technology, then surely now he can get the funding on his research. The German populace at the gate were both shocked and amazed at how far Tanya had gone up. That was as high as commercial jets, and yet here she was up there flying so high up, soaring with the angels. It brought a tear to some of the people's eyes, including the great-granddaughter of the Red Baron. Many of the students were in awe at the beauty of the clouds above the clouds, hell, even the adults. McGonagall wished she could go that high when she was on the Quidditch team back in the day. Rita, however, was eating this up, taking notes of what the world above the clouds looked like. Luna's eyes caught a shine to the beauty of it as she saw things she never knew existed. And all this came from combining magic and Muggle technology. Tanya took some calming breaths before turning her radio to an open channel. "Attention, you are enemies trespassing on Imperial territory. Hausman and his men stared at Tanya with wide-eye shock, an open comms channel. And what's this voice? Is she nothing more than a child? Cutting back to Tanya, her iron cross on her equipment is seen on full display as she waves her right arm wide, this sky belongs to us. Then she lifts her left arm wide, this is our home so. It then cuts back to Victoria and the others as they are listening to Tanya's speech. If you choose to stand against the Empire, then we shall eliminate you without mercy. This is our duty as soldiers. Victoria was smiling with pure pride looking at where Tanya is in the cloud as she says with awe and admiration clearly in her voice. Wow, the lieutenant is such an amazing patriot. Then the portal cuts to behind Tanya whose arms are still held out wide. Why have you tarnished our skies? Why do you invade the Empire? Our fatherland. Answer me while you still are able to draw breath. She demands with her voice full of authority. It was quiet, the citizens were all staring at the screen with awe, that speech filled them all up with something that had been steadily returning to them pride. Then a noise started, it started small and then worked its way up to a loud cheer Deutschland, Deutschland, Deutschland. This cry sounded throughout all of Berlin, reaching even the presidents in their offices, and even though they had started to cheer it as well, their pride had returned as well. Jackie smiled, leaning back in her seat she smiled wide, damn straight she's a patriot. She stated simply as this little girl was starting to make her even more impressed, hell if she had the ability to, she would adopt a little girl who was just as feisty and patriotic as Tanya. A wild cheer came from almost all the houses and the guests, they loved the speech, it showed how loyal she was to her country and many were getting a patriotic feeling for their own countries. Dan and the other veterans had prided for Tanya, she truly was one hell of a patriot. That they all agreed on. Hausman now with a face of anger says in response to her question, you wanna play littler girl, I've got plenty of lead toys for you here. Hausman yelled the last part of his statement as he and his men raised their rifles and began to fire on Tanya. However, instead of killing a child, the bullets seem to go right through her, which her body fizzles out of reality, as the cloud moves behind the spot the fake Tanya was it, the real Tanya could be seen. Confused one of Hausman's men yells it was a decoy. Tanya looks down disappointed as she sighs and says, so you don't feel like talking hey? She asks and Hausman responds with anger as he aims his rifle at Tanya, your blonde head will be my trophy. Firing his rifle results in an explosion erupting around Tanya. Bill and Jackie's jaws dropped, and Bill called out Tanya, no. He fell to his knees, tears almost about to run down his face when Jackie called out Bill, look. He looked up and saw that Tanya's mirage was fading away. He was about to cheer when the fucking frog tried to kill her again, anger rushed through him. Come on Tanya, kill that French fuck. The people at the memorial pool were shocked, Tanya the girl they had followed was dead. People were crying, and more than a few vets were howling in anger. With one old vet, a man with bandana tied around his head, calling out, those French fucks, they are going to pay, they're going to fucking pay, right Mason? An old vet standing beside him said, yeah you're right Woods, they are going to fucking pay. But then they saw Tanya vanishing. It was an illusion. She was still alive. A cheer rose up from the people with Woods going, ora, Tanya kicked their fucking asses. Many Germans laughed that a frog fell for the oldest trick in the book. Now if they were as that stupid back in the Great War, then they wouldn't have needed a funny mustache man in charge back then. The smoke clears as Tanya is seen holding up a single hand as a shield is displayed. Hausman stares in shock that his shot didn't connect with the child's body. With a single sweep of her arm, symbols, numbers, and many types of pentagrams appear in front of Tanya. As we see looking through this, it acts as a sort of computer, or at least a type of targeting system that calculates the trajectory of one's target. Spatial coordinates identified. Then the magical formula explodes into dots as they zigzag around before landing on the Republic mages, calculating evasion grids for all targets. Zooming in on Tanya's eye, it's seen going all around the formula, magical energy within normal perimeters. Tanya says before her eye finally closes before looking forward at her targets with fierce determination. Cutting back to the members of the 205th, Tanya can be heard on the radio, attention allies. Prepare for impact. The screen cuts again to now magical energy as it races and attaches to what looks like clock gears and other formulas before zooming out to the jewel that is glowing bright around Tanya's neck, reaching her hand up to said glowing jewel, Lord, smite these faithless invaders. Tanya begins to pray as the golden energy grows ever brighter, give me the ability to keep protecting the great fatherland. Closing her hand around the energy, she raises her hand up as the formulas from before disappear. Bringing her rifle up, she aims at the Republic mages as she continues to pray, at the end of our hard-fought battle. Paradise awaits, and one day we will reach the promised land. Tanya exclaims as almost holy energy radiates off of her rifle as it builds up magical energy. Jackie was wide-eyed as she took in everything she was seeing. This looks to be a combination of magic and science. We're looking at what can be achieved in our two worlds. The people were cheering for Tanya, calling out to her, cheering her on, telling her that she can do it, and if they were to look at the portal closely they would see the small glow that it was giving off. Jackie yells out, Amen. Now send it. sporting a massive bloodthirsty grin only a combat veteran granddaughter of Reagan Marine could give. Some of the veterans had bloodthirsty grins on their faces when Tanya started powering up, with one in particular having rather old medals on his chest suggesting that he was from a more archaic time. "That's right girl," he said, "show those French fucks what they get when they challenge the status quo." In his breast pocket, if one looked closely enough, you could just make out writing on a pamphlet. The writing said the Waterloo Veterans Association. "Yeah, kill those frog eaters," screamed a vet. There were also similar cheers coming from the others around as well. Those watching couldn't help but offer their own prayers to help give Tanya straight, while the veterans and some active duty soldiers of Germany were cheering, "Tanya! Tanya! Tanya!" They froze at the strange combination of Muggle science and magic. They didn't know what it was, but they had a feeling those Frenchies were dead. They just didn't know it yet. Luna scanned the pentagram with great interest as each symbol had its own magical signature. Maybe she could recreate it to help people defend themselves from the evils of the world. Dumbledore wouldn't believe what he was seeing. Muggle science defaming the purest of all things, that is magic? How dare these Muggles do such a thing? If he was there, he would have done his best to try and keep such things separate like those colonials did with the colors, but sadly he could not do so, so instead he would have to keep his eyes on magical Britain and make sure such things don't happen. As the leader of the light, Flitwick's eyes widened as he could see the magic just flooding off of this little girl. Yes, his half-goblin senses were also screaming at him to run away from clearly a more powerful and dangerous warrior, yet he couldn't look away as he watched such an amazing display of magical powerlessness. Hossman and his men stared up at the bright golden energy as one of his men yelled, "I'm detecting a massive energy build-up." Cutting back to Tanya as the energy is now flooding off of her weapon, before finally firing the 8mm cartridge, sending a glowing golden bullet with a glowing red-hot core straight at the Republic mages. Hossman, staring in absolute horror, utters out a question, "Is she the devil?" Before the portals become engulfed in a blinding white light. The portals cut to another angel, as the sight of a massive fireball and deafening explosion could be seen and heard high in the sky, the fireball growing before sending shock waves, which the members of the 205th have to throw up their shields in time to brace for said shock waves that send them back a few yards from their original position. Looking up in pure awe, both Lieutenant Schwarzkopf and Victoria couldn't help but have their jaws hanging open as such a destructive display. A diffusive magical explosion is caused when magic under maximum pressure mixes with the surrounding air. Even if you dodge the center impact, you will be killed by the oxygen deprivation and carbon monoxide poisoning that follow. The portal shows the charred remains of the Republic mages falling to earth as they crumble on the way down. "We didn't need to provide any support," the company commander states as we see Victoria still staring in her awestruck state at where Tanya is in the sky. "In this cruel world molded by war, she is the only mage you can truly count on." It was pure silence in Berlin at the moment, before a young female voice cried out, "Ha ha ha ha, explosion." Her parents were quick to quiet her. "Megaman, please calm down about the explosions." This caused several bystanders to laugh along with the child, which didn't help the parents' case as the girl was jumping up and down smiling that people liked what she did. Among the crowds a young German boy yells out, "That's German magic for you. Teach you to invade our fatherland." An older man wearing a monocle watched it with wide eyes and thought, "That's why Alucard keeps insisting on a cannon for Miss Victoria. They truly love cannons." Thoughts for later gun designs. And with that the man walked over to his car and left to head back to the manor. Those of the American people watched in pure awe, while a young man dressed as OLE Honest Abe shouts at the portal, "Oh, now you fucked up." Bill's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Jackie," he said. Jackie just as shocked as Bill. "Yes, Bill," she asked. "Did you see that?" he asked. She said. "That was a fuel air bomb, a magical version of it at least," he said. Jackie said. "I'm gonna adopt that girl if she comes here. Probably have to fight a few people for it, but I'll try." Jackie didn't say anything. She was just too engrossed in the most powerful, the biggest, most beautiful explosion she had ever saw. The collective jaws were dropped in Paris, as one man shouted, "She is the devil." Luna, without worrying, scream out loud, "K-bomb!" causing Fred and George to toss some mini magic bombs in the desserts, making them explode, causing panic in the room. Those that calmed down wished they were still panicking, as what in God's name allowed such power to exist in the first place. Ron, who was able to get out of his gag, screamed out, "I fucking told you!" which resulted in him getting hit with a large book as a Ravenclaw shouts, "Shut up! The adults is thinking here!" which resulted in Ron getting knocked the fuck out. Amelia couldn't help but hear Dumbledore talking among the teachers, No, clearly it's only to that world, nothing like that could be done here." However, the transfigure professor, deputy headmistress, and clearly angry Scottish woman wasn't having any of his twinkly-eyed nonsense. "Albus! Get ya head out of your arses and look at what we're seeing, you daft goat. If the lass, there is able to do it, then who's to say that such a thing can't be replicated here in our world?" Amelia, seeing the right opportunity, stepped into the conversation as she voiced her opinion. "Personally, I like the idea of such a spell. Imagine how many dangerous situations could be avoided, or even dark wizards and witches able to be taken out from a distance by such a powerful spell." "Albus, trying to have some form of control, tries to say, "My dear girl," the statue Amelia cuts off the old fool but stating two facts. 1. I am not your dear girl, so drop that right now. 2. The statue is all but destroyed and you can bet my family and the many who are my allies are loyal to the crown first and foremost. So unless you became the king of our fair kingdom, I'd suggest you shut your screaming howler of a mouth. To which Albus did with eyes clearly of shock that someone of her posting would say such things to him. The smoke begins to clear as Tanya is heard coughing, waving her hand in front of her face trying to clear the smoke so she can see and breath. Tanya looks down to where her enemies once were and declares proudly, "Victory officially belongs to the Empire." Cutting to behind Tanya, she continues stating, "Surrender and we will guarantee your protection as prisoners under the Treaty of Worms, resist and you forfeit those protections." Changing back to in front of Tanya, she waits for a reply in hopes that the enemy would surrender and end the unwanted bloodshed, but of course no reply ever came, so with a sigh she gracefully flies back down to earth towards the hellscape that is no man's land. Hermione had a confused look before saying out loud, "What in bloody hell is the Treaty of Worms?" The German people smiled at Tanya, giving them a chance to surrender, but something was on their heads. "What in God's name is the Treaty of Worms?" Both Roman and Alexandria both stared in pride at young Tanya. She gave them a chance to surrender, they didn't take it, was a bit of a letdown, but if these alternative Frenchmen were like their Frenchmen then it was to be expected, but she has proven herself to be a model soldier. Unbeknownst to Alexandria, Roman was looking at another medal from this one, however was for the Knight's Cross in oak leaves. Upon hearing what the little devil said, a proud Frenchman shouts, "VE French shall never surrender." Until one says, "Vad about in World War II?" Which deflated the once proud French patriot into a groan. Jackie chuckles, "Oh that's fucking rich. Their conventions of war are literally called the Treaty of Worms? Oh that's rich." The portal changes as a older car drives past with the sight of a city being seen that very familiar, before a title card confirms as it being, Republican capital Paris. Then it changes to a large building with 2 Republic soldiers standing guard at the gate with another title card showing this building was the Ministry of Defense. Cutting to inside the building, we pan slowly behind an officer who is reporting to another man behind a desk filling out paperwork. "We pulled this image from one of our soldiers' computation jewels, it was recovered after the battle," reported Lieutenant Colonel Severin Bienta of the Republic Army 2nd Mage Company. Setting down something on the other man's desk, it cuts to show it's a report with a single photo of Tanya as she's flying. The man at the desk is seen tapping his finger studying the report. This single young mage whipped out the entire 106th Company without any help. Her existence was first confirmed several months ago by our own forces. We know practically nothing about her background. Our soldiers have a nickname for her though. We cut to the eyes which are focused on the file in front of him as he says in a gruff yet familiar voice as he says, "The Devil of the Rhine." Jackie had a smile plastered on her face. The way they talked about Tanya, possible future daughter, hell or high waters be damned, reminded her of the famous Marine sniper who always went around with a white feather in his hat. Devil of the Rhine, many of the vets and Dan thought, more like Angel of the Rhine. The vets with the large mustache and red beret said. Henri and François froze when they heard that man speak. No, Henri said it couldn't be. François looked at him and said, "It is, that man sounds like Charles, doesn't it?" A German veteran shouts out loud, "No, she is the Angel of the Rain." If Ron was awake, he would have agreed with the statement, but instead Draco spoke up for the first time, "She isn't a devil, she is more of a good soldier." Dumbledore looked at the single piece of paper on the man's desk and cursed the fact that magic isn't translating what it said. However, another thought going through his head was that he could use this if he worded it right, that a young girl like her is suffering and is dangerously close to going dark and must be put on the path of the light. The scene changes to Berun, then to the room of high command as the officers speak with each other. A map of the battlefield is shown as a wooden stick shows the redeployment of forces. "We have successfully redeployed out Central forces to the Rhine battlefield, our defenses are now fortified," reported Eric to the room of senior staff officers. "So we somehow made it in time," said Kurt as he looked over towards Hans saying, "I know this must have been awfully demanding on your men." Hans waves his hand smiling, "Think nothing of it, anything for our glorious fatherland." Eric turns to see a report heads down, turning he picks it up and begins reading it as Kurt shakes his head at Hans. "I must thank you somehow. Why don't I open one of my finest vintages?" Hans shrugs with his arms crossed as he laments, "I'm afraid I've given up drinking until our victory is assured." Kurt huffs, which sends a massive cloud of smoke down onto the table before holding up his cigar to the air saying, "Sweet yourself." Jovially towards Hans, however a loud bang from the other end of the table is heard, which causes all to look and see what caused such a ruckus. Several former German officers understand what the younger officer, as they too didn't drink during the war. Though it did cause them to smoke more packs than the modern citizens. That got a chuckle from both presidents as they remembered their fathers, and in the case of Alexandria her grandfather, talking about how they waited until the war ended to drink all the alcohol they wanted. Jackie nods understanding fully as she herself did not drink during her time in. Now after she got out to deal with the nightmares? Oh yeah. She drank a lot. More than a few French veterans remember the days of the Great War, holding off to drink the fine wines until such a time when they had won the war, or in some cases waiting for when it finally ended so they could drink away what they saw in the mud of the trenches. A serious side, I can understand waiting to drink. After all, I spent 10 years in Azkaban, and after I got out and I found out about Harry, I went on a bender for about a week, he thought in his mind. Remus on the other hand could agree with the settlement, for there were some days after a full moon where he needed a drink. McGonagall nods in agreement as she holds off drinking during the war with he who shall not be named. But once it was over she dived into her Scottish roots. Took staff days to make her stop drinking barrels of ale and rum. Eric was seen just staring at the report in his hand, trying to support himself from falling over with a clear look of absolute horror as Kurt asks, clearly annoyed, "Something the matter, Lieutenant Colonel Rirujen?" Eric, looking back, stammers a bit, "No. It's just," he says, still looking back at the report in his hands. Which causes Kurt to say, "Go on, out with it." Eric, taken back, composes himself as he stands tall like a proper officer. Yes sir. I was reading this field report and it says 2nd Lieutenant Tanya Digirekov was sent to the Rhine defensive lines." Now this got Jackie's attention, cause this officer was almost pissing himself over Tanya. "What did you do, girl, to make this man fear ye?" she mutters to herself. Bill looked at Rirujen and said, "That Manny's acting like a long-tailed cat, in a room full of rocking chairs. I wonder what Tanya did to frighten him. Wonder what got into that LT Colonel's pants for him to be acting like that." The vet with the large mustache and red beret on his head. The portal cuts to the side of Victoria as she is seen talking to their company commander with a clear look of shock on her face as she is seen holding 2 papers. Victoria ran to Tanya's tent and stood in the entrance of the tent, looking at her commander's confusion in her eyes. "Lieutenant, what is this?" she said, holding the papers. "In these papers it says that Kurst and Harold were sent home, in disgrace, for direct disobedience, insubordination, and sowing discord amongst the troops, even attempting a mutiny against their commanding officer." Her face growing in horror at each word that she said. "If this gets out back home, they will be disgraced, they won't be able to get any good postings, they might even be drummed out of the army. Why did you do this?" Draco stared at Victoria in worry at the look on her face, before his eyes widened hearing what she said that Tanya had done to those 2 corporals. Most of the students couldn't believe what they were hearing. This Tanya really wasn't playing around. She had sent those 2 corporals home all right, home in disgrace. More than a few thought that it was too extreme. Dumbledore cough, while others could understand where she was coming from. Those that did were the victims of pure blood bullying. Sirius whistled. "Holy yi crap." Sirius said, "She really doesn't play games, does she, Remus?" All Remus could do was just nod dumbly at what Tanya had done. "Yeah," Remus said, "it almost reminds me of both James and Lily when they would get pissed at something we had done or when we really pulled off a big prank." Those who were military understood what Victoria meant. But there are those who like the name of White Silver, causing some to repeat it under their breath. Everyone, who heard what she did, couldn't help but look at Tanya with mixed emotions. For the veterans it was emotions of pride and fear as they saw the perfect example of an officer who wouldn't take anything less and expected only the best. For the regular people, however, it was a disheartening fact that this child soldier, which is a hero of the fatherland, no doubt about it, was so heartless to ruin 2 perfectly acceptable young men's reputation. It was a thought that many doctors within the mental health field were gonna use to try and help this girl if she ever comes to their side. Roman and Alexandria's eyes widened at why Tanya had done. Of course they could understand why she did it. Even if a couple of those charges were exaggerated, they still had questioned and disobeyed her orders, thus in their eyes more than justified sending them home. Dan was shocked. Hell, all the veterans were shocked. If this was the British military they would have been shipped home, yes, but would have been shipped home to a unit for discipline training. This was a whole other level and one they didn't even consider such a young officer, a child no less, was capable of. Bill just stared at Tanya, before he started crying tears of happiness. "Oh thank God," he said, "she doesn't take shit from anyone. It reminds me so much of Jackie, it's so beautiful." The portal cuts back to High Command. They call this girl the White Silver, because she was awarded the Silver Wings Assault Badge. "It's very rare for a young mage to be so accomplished," Brigadier General von Rudersdorf said. "Why does she have you all worked up?" Brigadier General von Zetter asked. "Because Light Colonel Rirujen said there was a time I had a chance to see LT Digirekov myself." Jackie for the most part was silent. On the inside she was cackling like a mad woman, but on the outside she kept a blank mask of a face as she took in the information. "And please do tell me, LT Colonel, exactly what do you think of 2nd LT? Stopping herself from using her family name, she quickly corrected and said, "Digirekov, and why does she have you more spooked than a choir boy getting caught with a hustler during Sunday school?" The portal cut back to the command tent at the Rhineland. Tanya didn't say anything at first. She finished her paperwork, and after signing the final line she simply lifted her head and, still not looking at her, she started talking. "Corporal Cerebre, no, Victoria, you want to know why I did it? Simple. Because I know people like the 2 corporals, those that use their strength, their age, or even their size to get what they want. they are so used to it they don't even know when they are doing it, and I've seen the results of what such people do. That is why I did it, Victoria, to teach them the lesson they should have been taught a while ago. Besides, the portal cut back to high command. I know this is out of the ordinary, Ryugen said, his hand clenching into a fist, but if I could please offer my opinion. It cuts back to Tanya slowly turning toward Victoria, then it quickly cuts back to Ryugen, who says she is a complete and utter monster in the form of a little girl. She paused, turning to the side with a maniac grin on her face. I heard and saw everything last night. It flashes back to the other night, with Tanya on the other side of a tent listening to Kurst talk about how much he hates Tanya. My small stature is good for some things after all, so I knew those two would be trouble. But I took a gamble on you, Victoria, and I believe you will pay off in spades. The screen goes dark at what Tanya said. Jackie was stunned, genuinely stunned, and at first did nothing. However, that changed when she first had a few throaty chuckles. Those chuckles evolved into small laughs, then into laughing, until finally Jackie was brought to a full-blown supervillain laugh which seemed to scare a few of the people in the room, till she stood slamming her right foot onto the table, which caused a small crack. With an arm extended she pointed at the portal and declared to God and everyone, I, Jackie Reagan, shall not rest until that child is my daughter. And God is my witness, I shall move mountains to do so. Bill had stars in his eyes too. She was so badass. Slamming his hands down on the table he declared, I shall not rest, I shall not flirt, I will do everything in my power to adopt that little girl and give her the best family ever. Sirius froze dead. That grin, he thought, that fucking grin, that's Great Aunt Doria's grin, I'm sure of it. Remus, having seen his friend and blood brother freeze, he started to shake him. Sirius. Sirius. Sirius, he finally shouted. What? Sirius asked. I was trying to get your attention, you were frozen. Sirius simply stared at Tanya's grin and asked Remus, Remus, do you know whose grin that is that Tanya has on her face right now? No, Remus said, I'm assuming you know though. Sirius gave a manic laugh. Yeah, you could, that's my Great Aunt Doria's grin, you know, James' grandmother, Harry's great-grandmother, and yes, Remus, I'm sure no one else in the world has her grin. It was Remus's turn to freeze. His mind was going a million miles a minute, going from this thought to that thought, when of all things it was his wolf, Mooney, that had the answer. Pack, he heard Mooney say. Tanya is Pack, can tell, feels like, cub that was lost. Serious, Remus said. I know this is going to sound crazy, but Mooney said this. That Tanya is Pack, and that she feels like the cub that was lost. What if Tanya is Harry, what if she is him? Sirius wanted to deny it, that it was impossible. Harry was with his parents, but he thought it through, all the little things that popped up through this viewing, the grin, the disappointed face, and as much as he wanted to deny it. It was plain as day, somehow Tanya was Harry, and by God and magic as their witness they are going to get her back, come hell or high water they will. In the alleys near the portals men gathered, they looked at the Germans with hatred in their eyes, and much like the men that just got blown up they had bloodthirsty grins on their faces every time a filthy German died. The one at the front looked to the others and said, come on men, it's time to start planning, for soon the filthy German pigs will get what's coming to them. As he said that, he and the others walked off, and in that alleyway on the wall was a spray-painted red cog with a torch and hammer in the middle with the words Syndicalists Unite right below it. Draco sat there from his seat at the Slytherin table, shocked to the core at what he saw and heard. This Tanya was the very embodiment of what it meant to be a Slytherin. Her cunning and ability to not only send two mages him in total disgrace was something he could only wish to reach, even if his father tried to teach such values to him, had made him in a way fear and respect this girl. I want to wield the power she holds, I want to be like her, was the only thought that coursed through his mind until he heard the leader of the Light and Headmaster Dumbledore speak as he says, such a shame what she did, those two could have been given redemption and shown the error of their ways. I am afraid that if she does correct such behavior then she shall go down a dangerous road of darkness. Breaking the pregnant silence which had befallen the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Once again Dumbledore, Amelia said, her voice containing palpable anger. I will ask you to restrain from speaking about something which you have no knowledge about, as that girl was right to do that. I've had to drum Oris out of my department for doing the very same things that those two had done, and guess what, Dumbledore, when they were asked whether or not they would do such a thing again they said that they happily would, and thinking that the questionnaires had the same thoughts as them said that this time they would make sure I wouldn't question their methods. When they were asked what they meant they said that the next time I wouldn't be around to question them. I fired them, Dumbledore, because they were a disgrace to the department and to the ministry, so in other words. Shut your mouth or I'll silence you and leave you like that for the rest of today. All of a sudden the portal goes dark and the feminine voice is heard once again. Attention all beloved children, we can see that the light is waning and the light is setting. We will reconvene when the sun rises and when the sun is at its highest. Also be warned, those that would style themselves as Lords of Light and Scions of Dark, you are being watched and judged. This is your only warning, abandon all plans. Ask for forgiveness and it shall be granted to you, don't, and the whirlwind is what you shall reap. All over the world the portals go dark. During the entire portal ordeal, one had appeared in Buckingham Palace. In the throne room the current ruling monarch of the United Kingdom sat on her throne with a surprised face along with her family. Turning her head, Queen Elizabeth II looks towards her royal wizard and spy master, there is much that is happening within our magical subjects for which we will have answers for. Are we understood? Her tone was commanding and left no room for question. James D. bowed at his queen's orders. Perfectly clear, your majesty, he said, his voice a perfect suave Londonian accent. I shall get on with the investigation at once, milady. We, your royal wizarding corps, will not fail you. This I swear. From death to rebirth. Warning. The beginning gets kind of fucked up, and if you're a sensitive snowflake who can't handle that, then too bad. Because it's important to the plot, dumbass. For the rest, enjoy. Also don't forget to like, comment, and follow. Also we have a Discord. So enjoy. A full 24 hours had passed since the portals had opened and showed the world that magic was real, and so were the ideas of parallel dimensions. Throughout the world, news channels erupt as they try to cover probably one of the greatest events in all of human history. This is the German wave. If you are just tuning in, then at the top of the hour, we have the mysterious portal that appeared at the Brandenburg Gate, and from our affiliate stations they have appeared all over the world. From right here in the heart of Germany, to the United States, to even the Vatican City. Everyone at this portal has seen the young warrior woman and her commanding officer, and that this world has had 10 years, yes, you heard that right folks, 10 years of war. With the portal currently turned off from supernatural means, we will work to bring to you the latest news when the portal starts up tomorrow. This is Hans Ludendorff signing off. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, this is James Naughty with BBC World News. Our top story of today is the appearance of portals that had appeared over Big Ben, drawing crowds of pub-goers, tourists, and those of our veteran community as they witnessed, and I was making this up, ladies and gentlemen, an alternate world where the Great War has been going on for 10 years. Which, if that wasn't enough of a shock, the soldiers of that world also have magical powers which gives them the ability to fly and fight much like great war fighter planes of old. However, that is not all, for before we were given a glimpse into this alternate world, a voice for which many are claiming was the voice of an angel of heaven, said that magic was not only real, but also a gift from the Lord himself. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but such revelations are so incredible that the Queen herself will be addressing the nation as many citizens are clamoring for answers to what seems like a mountain of questions. More to come on this developing situation after the break. Good evening, this is Brian Williams in Washington with NBC. Breaking news from Washington, D.C. as what can only be described as portals have appeared in multiple notable spots in the capital of our nation. The Metropolitan Police Department has created a perimeter surrounding these anomalies and posted officers around the erected fences. However, crowds have gathered to look on as what can only be described as flashes of warfare, and a child has gone through the portals for the last few hours. The White House will be releasing a press statement later this evening to address this developing situation. From Brian Williams, Washington. Back to you, Tom. A static could be heard as the channel changes to a live news broadcast. Good evening, this is Brian Williams with NBC at the top of the hour. I am here on the White House lawn, where the President of the United States is due to give a speech on recent events in the capital and elsewhere in the world. Insiders with the White House have hinted at a big reveal. The front lawn is packed with press and dignitaries, and we are due for their speech at any moment. Stay tuned. Back to you, Tom. Even if it was only a day after the portals had been opened and closed, giving the people of the United States a viewing of a world and its alternate history, the response from the people following after were the likes none had seen since the first attempted bombing of the World Trade Center in 1993, absolute pandemonium. The people of the United States had demanded answers from their elected leaders as to what the event meant and how it affected their lives, as well as the safety of the country. The news wasn't any better, running stories back to back about the portals themselves and what was presented from them. Jackie, dressed in her best suit, yes, suit because to hell with dresses, she stood looking out the window at the crowds of people and press who had gathered en masse in front of the White House lawn, all holding signs demanding answers to the portal event that happened yesterday. What a fucking mess, Jackie breathes as she pinches the bridge of her nose, trying to fight a headache that was about to form. An aide soon arrived as he informed the two presidents everything was ready. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, the President of the United States, a man's voice came over the speaker at the podium as Bill Clinton walked out to the podium, standing out on the front lawn of the White House. He looks out over the gathered press. The man steps aside as Bill begins to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, as of 3 p.m. yesterday, a portal has appeared over the Memorial Reflection Pool in Washington, D.C., and a voice was heard saying that magic exists, and it then proceeded to show us another world entirely. I am here to tell you all that, as of 3 p.m. yesterday, magic does exist. A round of voices could be heard from the press corps, but with a hand, Bill calmed them down. Not only does it exist, but they have had their separate government, but as the existence of magic has been exposed, we feel best that you be introduced to them. So it's my honor to introduce the President of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, Jackie Reagan. The shock could be seen clear as day on both the press and people's faces. However, that was short-lived as they remember the days of President Reagan, and the biggest shock is seeing the granddaughter of said former president walking out towards the podium. Of course, Jackie expected some fanfare, but not like what she got, as it started low at first before slowly it built to a roar as the people outside the fence began chanting, USA! USA. 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 Holy shit grandpa, how big of an impact did you leave on these people? Jackie could already imagine the shoes she was going to attempt to fill. Hell, she felt that she was gonna have to work twice as hard, now just to step out of her grandpa's shadow. Stepping up to the podium, she raised both her hands to try and get people to calm down enough for her to speak. Once everyone had calmed down, Jackie cleared her throat as she tried not to let the pressure off everything weight on her shoulders. Good day, my fellow Americans. As you heard from my non-magical counterpart, magic is real, and yes, we have been hiding in plain sight. Taking a small breath to collect her thoughts, she marched on. The reason for our need to hide from our fellow non-magical Americans is because of a law which was written up by the Europeans called the Statute of Secrecy, a law which if broken could have dire results. The faces worn by those present gave Jackie a clear picture that their thoughts were anything from pure fear to outright anger. Shaking her head slightly, she raised her voice. But no more, I say. Thanks to the portals appearing, we as Americans can finally say no more to those stuffy Europeans. Because we are Americans. Soon as those words left her mouth, the spirits began to rise. So going for the kill, Jackie pressed on. It doesn't matter if you are white, black, Christian, Jew, Gentile, have magic, or don't have magic. We are all Americans. And no one is gonna tell us differently. Is this how you felt when you spoke to the American people, Grandpa? 'Cause it feels pretty energizing. Jackie thought as she rounded out. So as the President of these magical United States, I will do everything within my power to work alongside my counterpart to unite our two worlds, as is my duty to those who elected me to this office. By the people. For the people. And of the people. So help me God. Pure bedlam was the scene after Jackie's speech. Patriotic Americans were screaming their heads off, clapping, yelling, the whole 9 yards. With veterans they were saluting her, giving her the proper respect she deserved, while the news cameras showed her speech live. The people in their own homes watched on and cheered, with many going outside and saluting their flag. But in a series of underground bunkers, for some they looked at her in anger and disgust. A fucking magical president, those freaks dare copy us, the true sons and daughters of America. Well, it will take time and it will be costly, but we will strike at those freaks and we will be victorious. As some of the people leave the recreation area in their bunkers where the TVs were. On the wall was the Latin phrase Magia peribunt et normalitas domina bitter. It was a somber mood in front of the Reichstag building. Press reporters and news cameras were set in front of the steps of the building when President Roman Herzog and the apparent magical President Alexandria Walter walked out, but there was a change. Suddenly coming out from the speakers surrounding the presidents came the national anthem Deutschland lied, started to play, and out from the sides came old men, most of them wearing the old uniform of the Empire, the uniform of Imperial Germany. They all walked out, and with the song they started to sing, and hearing them sing the song of their homeland filled the eyes of the reporters with tears, and they started to sing along, and as the song reached its crescendo, the sound of people singing could be heard all over Berlin. As the song ended, President Herzog walked to the podium and said, "Today we are all Germans, every single one of us, magical, or non-magical. Born here or immigrated here, all of us here are Germans, and here beside me are these individuals of the Imperial German Army that fought all over, from here in mainland Europe, to our former African colonies. They are here to show that they are proud Germans once again, that they are proud to put on this old uniform again, that while their pride was low for a while, now that we have seen this world, seen that world's Germany, seen the horror that their boys are going through, I feel that it is appropriate to declare that should either Tanya Digirekov, or Victoria Serebriakov appear here in Germany, they will be given a hero's welcome because they have returned something that many of us thought lost. Our pride. So my fellow Germans, let's step into the future together and with our pride now intact. Deutschland jetzt, Deutschland für immer." With that the crowd burst into joyous applause. Since the portal's disappearance, Remus and Sirius have been talking deeply about what they saw, until such discussions come to an end thanks to the arrival of Amelia, Bones and Tonks, as now all four were talking deeply about the world, the people, but most of all, Tanya and who she might be. If Arthur Weasley could describe the Ministry of Magic as it stood right at the moment in one word, it would be total and utter madness, for as soon as the strange magical barriers which kept them from leaving dropped, which had blocked them from leaving just moments before, hundreds of wizards and witches dressed in uniforms that have never been seen before, stormed the atrium and began rounding up everyone within the ministry, claiming to be doing so under the orders of the Muggle Queen. As the strange wizards and witches lined them up against the wall, with their backs facing the wall, Arthur could hear from the entrance the sounds of boots thumping on the marble floor. The sound of the footfalls was getting closer and closer, and the strange magicals seemed to stand up straighter. Finally, a man walked into the atrium, turned, and looked at the ministry wizards with a look of disdain. He looked towards one of the women and yelled out, "Sergeant Collins! Is the ministry officials secured?" "Aye, sir, we rounded up the one that was standing around here, sir," she said. "Good," he purred. Arthur knew in that instant that whoever this man was someone not to be crossed, for Arthur knew in his gut that to cross that man was to invite death to him. The man turned to the ministry official and right before he could even speak fudge, ever the idiot opened his mouth and Arthur could only hope it didn't get them all killed. Now see here, I am the Minister of Magic and I will not be treated like this. But before he could continue, the man pulled out what seemed to be a strange contraption. Arthur thought, what did his twin son's friend Hermione call it? Yes, a gun. A gun. At that thought, Arthur paled and saw that the gun was pointed right at Fudge's head. See here, men, the man said. This is the prime example of the corruption in the ministry and why the Queen had decided to remove their autonomy. Now my name is James D., Royal Wizard and Spy Master for Her Royal Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Once again the man was interrupted by someone Arthur knew who supported you-know-who during his reign of terror but could never be proven. Ha! That muggle bitch, he said with a sneer on his face. Why would we want to follow someone who isn't even worthy to lick our boots? He would have continued, but D, having enough of what he was saying, pointed the gun at the man's head and pulled the trigger. Shock, that's all they could feel was shock at how easy this man just killed a member of the Pure Bloods. Now see here. You just murdered a member of a Pure Blood house and as such I will see you thrown into Azkaban for this, you blood-loving bastard. Came the shrills of the pink toad that was the undersecretary. D looked at the pink-wearing toad with a look of disinterest. Oh, D said with a grin, I'm shaking in my boots, you pink-wearing toad trollop. Umbridge stared in shock at this man. How dare he call her a trollop? How dare this muggle-loving bastard call her that? See here, she said in anger, I am the Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic and you will listen to us and not that old unimportant muggle. You will beg for our forgiveness, and maybe we won't send you to Azkaban. As she finished saying that, D had a very unimpressed look on his face, and before she could say anything else, D leveled his gun at her head and fired a single shot. A look of complete shock was still on her face. Now do I have your attention? D asked. Because I am the Royal Wizard, I directly answer to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Not the Ministry, not the Pure Bloods, the Queen only. As of right now Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, by right of the treaty with your Wisengamot of old, which you all have broken, she declares your Ministry of Magic to be null and void, thus bringing you all back under the direct control of the Crown. God help you because your time in the sun has ended. He looked over the crowd, the looks of shock could be seen on some of the Pure Bloods, and on some, a look of thoughtfulness could be seen on some faces. With James D's declaration, magic recognized and approved, as the symbol of the Ministry began to crumble, crack, and finally come tumbling down to the floor. In the place of the old Ministry symbol was now the symbol of the Crown, the symbol of the British Kingdom, the symbol which declares that all magical Britain was now back under control of the royal family now, and forever. Many miles away in the Scottish Highlands stood Hogwarts, unaware of what was happening in the outside world as everyone was still processing what they had seen from the portals and the message for which was sent. It was morning at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The teachers had gathered for breakfast, but a clear divide had been drawn in the pre-verbal sand, those that had lost their trust in Dumbledore, after his comments last night, and those that still followed him, but Sybil Trelawney had just walked in and sat down when she went rigid. McGonagall noticed this. Sybil, she asked, are you all right? Beware. Beware. She called out, O self-described leader of light, for the hour of reckoning is at hand, the truth shall be revealed and your crimes laid bare, repent, repent O false shepherd, for the hour of your doom is at hand. She slumped down into unconsciousness. While many of the mortal realm did indeed have many questions, they at least were calm and attempted to understand what has happened to their world. If only the same could be said for the hereafter, for those of the afterlife were not as calm since the event of the portals. For in the afterlife, the realm of souls to either be damned or be given paradise, things are not all calm, as many angels, valkyries, imps, even higher beings are going back and forth with arms full of papers, scrolls, and books, in their arms as they are looking for a single name. Does anyone have Tanya Digirekov? Yells one angel from her desk. A valkyrie from her area called out, yeah, same here. I have one for her. The others, including beings from the infernal pit of suffering, were called in to help. Multiple prayers for safety were found from all different religions, were found all for one Miss Tanya Digirekov. Gabriel, the messenger of God, little sister of Michael, walked into the room and saw that it was all in chaos. She looked around and saw many of the filers in a tizzy, some running to the different ear-filing cabinets, searching for someone. She grabbed a valkyrie, as she passed, and asked her. What is going on, Valkyrie? Messenger Gabriel, the valkyrie said, giving her a small bow. We are looking for Tanya Digirekov, but no one can seem to find her, and we all have looked everywhere, from recent years all the way back to the 1880s. But no one can find her. Gabriel looked concerned. No one can find this one soul. That wasn't good. The father must be notified about this. She looked to the Valkyrie. What is your name, Valkyrie? She asked. Brynhild, Messenger Gabriel, Brynhild said. Come with me, Gabriel said. We need to bring this to the father's attention. With that, Gabriel and Brynhild left, to go to the one room in the afterlife no one was allowed to enter. The father's workshop. However, the chaos isn't just contained to the office space, but also in the meeting room as many gods and goddesses could be heard arguing loudly enough from the large heavy wooden doors. The loudest of them is the goddess Athena as she shouts at Ares, "We know this was your fault, Ares. And don't deny it." Ares, the god in question, was dressed in a black suit, with the white undershirt unbuttoned a bit to show off some man cleavage, while wearing dark sunglasses and of all things has a tie around his head, with his face buried into his hands. Yug. Athena, it is way too early for your screaming. Athena, as much as I want to blame Ares as well, I don't think he was involved. He may be a lot of things, a meathead, a thug, a man-whore, a bad father, and completely irresponsible, but even I don't think he would blatantly disregard a law that only the creator can break. Tyr said he was always playing the peacemaker between the two Olympian siblings. Ares was simply nodding his head until Tyr started to insult him. "Hey," Ares screamed out, "I am not a meathead." Eyebrows raised at that, so Montu said, "That's what you choose to object to, not any of the others." Ares didn't answer, giving Montu his answer. "Jez, you really are a son of Zeus," Montu said, his face in his hands. Around the meeting table, in the section for the gods and goddesses of reincarnation, Buddha spoke calmly while petting a small turtle resting in his hand, next to his fellow god Siva. "Me and Siva in our department have not had any souls come through us, nor do we know anything about these portals which have opened up." Thanatos raised his hand. "The same with mine and Azrael's department. No one named Tanya Digirekov has passed through our department, and we have checked, double-checked, and triple-checked. She has never been through the afterlife or cycle of birth and death. Meaning, for all intents and purposes, she doesn't exist." Before Ares could even make a comment, joke, or even a wisecrack, a loud noise could be heard from behind the doors to the meeting room, as the noise could be heard growing louder and louder. From the hallway, a loud and very angry female voice could be heard, along in tandem with a very angry male voice as well. They heard what sounded like one of the guards moving to approach them, when all of a sudden they heard a grunt of exertion and the door flew open, sending the guard through it and landing on the table with swirls in his eyes. In the door frame stood an average woman with fiery red hair, and black-haired man behind her. "Okay, ya bastards," the woman said with an Irish brogue in her voice. "You have just about 3 seconds to explain why my son is in another dimension, and why he became a girl." Ares, staring at the two, in his best French accent, says, "Le fuck. Don't start with that French accent, you bastard." Lily Potter said, "My son Harry, why is he in another world, and why is he a Kalian called Tanya?" she said, getting even angrier, Buddha with a raised hand showing he comes in peace. "Miss Potter, I can assure you I and my fellow god have not reincarnated your son into a girl. If anything, he should still be in the land of the living," he says with a calm voice, before looking to Siva, "unless you filled out that form for young Harry." "Don't look at me," Shiva said. "He's supposed to become Thanatos's next master." They all turned to Thanatos and Azrael, both turning paper lists. Them going down the various names, with PS, and not finding him on the PS, head to the HS. With eyes wide open, Thanatos turns to one of his Reaper underlings and says, "Bring me the other list." With a nod, the underling runs off to retrieve it. A few moments later, the underling runs back in carrying another list. Ares watches all this in drunken amusement, with him saying, "Somebody fucked up," he said in a sing-songy voice. Thanatos turned to Ares and said, "Yes, someone fucked up, but it wasn't any of us. Harry isn't on any of the lists." He holds up 2 lists, one representing life and the other representing death. "Oh, in English, professor, some of us are either hungover or don't understand what those lists are." "What it means, Ares, is that Harry isn't on any of my lists, which means someone broke the cardinal law. Harry was stolen from us, his very soul was stolen from me," he finished in an angry tone. As the gods continued to debate and even try to figure out who is to blame for their current problems, down in the mortal realm in the city of holy worship, there was another problem forming. November 1, 1994, Vatican City, Italy. Inside an opulent hallway, a cardinal made his way towards His Holiness Pope John Paul II quarters. He pasted by the portraits of other popes, such as Clemens XI, Pius VI, Benedict XV, Saint John XXIII, Saint Paul VI, and the Pope's direct forebearer John Paul I. As the cardinal continued walking, he had a heavy air to him. After all, it wasn't every day that a legitimate act of divine providence happens, and what else could have yesterday have been? It was neither, as far as he could tell, malicious, but to find out that the people that many had condemned as evil, that is, people that had sold their souls to the father of all lies, had not done that. But instead it was a gift from the Father himself, filled him with great sadness and guilt. He shook his head. He needed to get out of that headspace right now. He had a pope to help prepare for the day, and a busy day it was. Most of it, of course, had to deal with the revelation that occurred yesterday. After a few more minutes he arrived at the Pope's door. With a gentile knock on the door he opened it and the cardinal said, "Your Holiness." The cardinal's voice sounded out into the room, "It is time to get up and get ready for the day." The cardinal looked towards the bed only to discover something that frightened the young man. The Pope wasn't there. In fact, as his head looked around the room in a panic, he wasn't in the room at all. He almost reached for his radio to alert the Swiss guard, when on the nightstand he saw a note. The young man picked it up, and in an instant he calmed down. "Cardinal Antonio, sleep escapes me tonight. the sorrow of all that has been done to our magical brothers and sisters over the years, lies on my mind. When you find this note, I will be either in the chapel convening with our Father or in our archives trying to make sense of this. Please come to either of those places to find me. Sincerely, Pope John Paul II. The heart of the Holy See, the chapel in the Vatican City was the oldest and the most used by those in the city itself, but as of right now, so early in the morning, only one was using it. Pope John Paul II, a man regarded by the faith as the deputy of Jesus Christ, was at the altar in the chapel deep in prayer. The vision from yesterday weighed heavily on him. It took him back to a time that he wished he could forget, but he made a promise to those that he had lost, a promise to never forget them or the actions they did. And he was a man of his word, every day, morning, noon, and night. He was in the chapel praying for that awful time, that horrible war. It started out small faint words, but as he went deeper and deeper into prayer, the noise became louder and louder until he was back there again. Back in Warsaw. Back in the uprising, and he could once again hear the call. Powstanie Warsaw. Try as he may, John couldn't help but hear the crack of rifle fire, the rapid burst of machine guns, the smell of burning flames, the cries of dying and wounded, all came back to this man of God. All because of what and many of those within the Vatican City saw from those portals. However, what brought both a great shock and sadness to John, was seeing a little girl fighting on the front lines. Seeing a child fight in war reminded him of the children who died fighting in the uprising against the Nazis occupiers. Please, O Lord, give me a sign, give me guidance of what to do. He prayed deeply to God for any help. God's workshop. The workshop of God, a place that no one could enter without the expressed permission of God. Two people could be seen walking towards the room. Gabriel and Brynhild approached the room with Brynhild having a nervous expression on her face, as if she could feel her companion nervousness. Gabriel turned around. Don't worry, she said, while most need permission to enter the workshop, I always have permission, after all I'm Mama's little girl. Brynhild just nods slowly as she walks with Gabriel. Meanwhile, in the workshop itself. The workshop itself was different from the rest of the building. While the other parts of the building as humanity progressed changed, God's workshop didn't. It still remained the same. It looked like an old artisan's workshop, with blocks of marble and other stones in the corner, wood blocks in the other corners, and in another there were art easels, some with nothing on them, others had half-finished paintings on them, and others had finished paintings on them. In the last corner of the room was a desk, and sitting at the desk was the Creator God herself. She looked to be a woman in her early 30s, and she was extremely beautiful, with hair as white as the fresh fallen snow. Her eyes shimmered as if they were not eyes at all, but it was as if they were miniature galaxies. She sat at the desk, reminiscing over the memories from the millennium, seeing at how far her creation had come. She smiled at them with a mother's smile, her little children. Even if most didn't believe in her anymore, she still loved them, and all she wanted at the end was for her children to come home to her. It was then that she frowned, because in an instant she received a prayer from Pope John Paul II, which shouldn't have been possible. Any and all prayer went to her system to be catalogued and looked at her leisure. Then it happened. She received a multitude of prayers, all asking for the same thing, the protection and deliverance of one Tanya Digirekov. It puzzled her. Because she knew that there was no one named Tanya Digirekov, using her omniscience she looked for who this Tanya was. She was not happy when she found her. She saw everything. With anger and venom in her voice she said one word: Nahash. God soon takes a few calming breaths as she begins to think and think and think until finally she thought of the solution to the problem presented to her. She looked at a picture of her and a few of her angels landing on her son Lucifer. She sighed. Well, I have an idea at least. With a snap of her fingers she disappeared from her workshop, just as Gabriel and Brynhild entered the workshop. Brynhild looks around at the empty workshop. Where is God? I don't know, Gabriel said. The Pope continued to pray with all his power for anything to help him, until John felt something after he finished his prayer. It felt warm, it felt welcoming, it felt powerful. Feeling a presence behind him, he lifted his head up and looked behind him. He saw a woman that he was sure wasn't there behind him before, and she felt otherworldly, and familiar, like he should know her, but she wasn't ringing any bells to him. Hello miss, he said. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you come in. She didn't say anything, but she did smile at him. It was a motherly smile. But still he couldn't help the feeling that he should know here. I'm sorry miss, he said, but I feel as if I know you, but I don't recognize you. John goes to reach out towards her. What brings you to the house of God today, miss? He asks. Once again the woman smiled, but this time she spoke. You do know me, she said, her voice like an angel. You've known me for as long as you have lived, dear Carol. To say John was shocked would be a misnomer. He was floored. No one knew his birth name. He had never spoke about his youth in Poland. Who are you? He asked. The woman advanced towards him and with her hand outstretched she put one finger on his forehead, and in that moment, he knew who she was. She was the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. She was God Almighty. He fell to his knees in reverence and he started to pray. Please raise my son, there is no need for that, you are one of my precious creations. she said as John just looked at her in reverence, but he did as she said and stood up, but in a fit of joy he hugged her in pure joy. While God, she just had a look of pure love on her face for one of her children as she hugged him back. John breaks the hug as he says, Almighty One, I am in need of your guidance. What is it, my son? She asked. John breathes as he says to God, I am to address the faithful, to try and comfort them of what we saw from the portals, learning that magic is a gift from you. He sighs, I come to you now and ask for guidance as to what direction shall I go, what shall I say to the faithful flock, and how can we even repent for killing those in the thousands for which you blessed us with a divine gift that is magic? Oh my son, she said, tell them the truth, that men in the past were jealous of their brothers and sisters' power, and twisted my holy words to fool the flock to kill them because of their jealousy, that is the simple truth, my son. And worry not, my son, about little Tanya, I will be looking out for her and I will do everything in my power to bring her here. But be warned, my son, she is a combat veteran, much like yourself. It will take time for her to adjust to being in a more peaceful world. John nods, I know all too well, mighty one. He closes his eyes, breathing as he looks at her seriously, but when she does come to our world, I will do all I can to give her salvation, to give her peace, and to absolve her of all the sins she carries as a soldier. I know you will, my son, she said, and after all she has done she will need it, even if she doesn't know it. Also, my son, in the coming time, when the portals open back up, you will see all she has gone through, and when you meet her, my son, please do not let the cardinals pity her, she will not react well to it, but I know you will handle it right. Now, my son, I have to leave now, I have a few of my helpers to talk to. But know this, I will always be with you and I am a simple prayer away. With that she gave John one last hug and walked away, slowly disappearing until she was gone. John smiled, and with that talk he was ready when he had to address the faithful. Outside, the followers of God gathered in the thousands to hear the Pope speak, to get answers to what the portals showed, but most of all to pray closer to God for the protection and safety of the little girl. As the Pope made his way to the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square, he could hear the faithful outside taking a breath as he exited to the balcony. The crowd erupted in cheers. He held up his hand to quiet the people. My children, I know why you have gathered here. He said, we have all gathered here for the same reasons, Miss Tanya Digirakov, and of course the revelation of magic. I will not lie to you all, my children, I could not sleep last night, and with my heart heavy, I went deep into the archive below the Vatican. And in the vault, I came across old documents, letters and correspondence from old high-ranking members of the Church, and it is with a heavy heart that I come to you all and say that yes, magic is a gift from the Almighty. He paused as the people below him erupted into loud yells. As the Pope was about to continue speaking, the portal above St. Peter's Square lit back up. The portals opened up again as they showed a suburb with houses, which look all the same. A text box appears as it reads. Surrey, United Kingdom 1988, before it cuts to a small room with a little boy who is no more than 8, but his body is too small and thin with beautiful emerald eyes and dark hair. However, instead of a happy child, all the child could feel at the moment was pain, and hatred is all that young Harry Potter felt. All because of his cousin Dudley, the fat pig in a wig that he just had to break that vase on his way out to his friend's house, he just had to, and the pig had the gall to blame him. Even though everyone knew that he was still locked under the stairs in the cupboard. But Uncle, no, Vernon never cared, all he cared about was hurting him, and Petunia was no better. In fact, Harry saw the malicious gleam in her eyes when she had Vernon punish him, and punish him he did, beating with belts on his back, or legs, beatings with a fire poker, sometimes he even used his fists or feet. She enjoyed having her fat oaf of a husband punish him. Harry currently laid on the floor of his cupboard, his back aflame from Vernon's special cricket bat. What made it special? Vernon had screwed screws into the wood. Oh, he never used the sharp ends on him, too obvious. But that didn't mean that he couldn't use the flat ends to punish him with. He hated it here, he couldn't stand it anymore, the never-ending pain, the way that they punished him, he just couldn't take it anymore. With pain flaring in his back, he moved to a sitting position, he looked around his cupboard for anything he could use to end it all. In the corner of the cupboard, he found it, a length of rope and a stool. Grabbing it, he stands on the stool and he ties the rope to a low-hanging piece of wood, and he starts to wrap a length of it around his neck, and with a final sigh he kicks the stool out from under him. Out on the front lawn of the White House, in every home of the US they all saw the year, which confused them at first, but then they saw the child who was clearly and heavily abused, but what shocked them most was this clearly 8-year-old child who was well too small for his age. Was about to do the hangman's jig. The silence was pregnant as no one knew what to do, how to react, they were just so stunned at what a child was about to do. A cool calm rage came over Bill, he rarely ever got mad, but when he did, it went either two ways, he either blew up in a spectacular fashion, or he raged in a calm fashion, which scared and worried some. Most of the Secret Service agents took an involuntary step back, except for Jackie. Jackie couldn't believe it, how could someone do such things to a child, a fucking child? The more Jackie thought about it, the more she saw, the more it caused her anger to build until finally it erupted as she began shouting. You bastards! You sons of bitches! If I ever find you I'll fucking kill you! I'll kill all of you! It took a combined effort to keep the enraged Marine Madam President from declaring war on a singular English family. Bill came up in front of Jackie and in a move that stunned all of the people in the room, he hugged her. William Clinton hugged her, and he whispered into her ear, Jackie, it's okay, they won't get away with this, they will pay for this. They will pay for this. Jackie just nods before breaking down into a mess of tears as she lets out a strained, you fucking better Bill, you fucking better. Many were confused to see this boy, but many of them did feel a sinking rage coming to them as they saw the state of the young boy. Many of the grown men wanted to meet this boy uncle so they could teach him a lesson or two, starting with his hands. As the portal opened to reveal the house of the Disleys, Lily let out a stream of curses in her native tongue. Unfortunately for the gods, they understood every word and their faces went redder than blood in a mix of shock and embarrassment. The only words that weren't curses involved bending a living body in ways they couldn't be bent, and unspeakable acts involving an ironing board. As the string of curses continued for a good few minutes before Lily finally calmed down enough to talk like a rational human being, if you got past the Irish accent at least. While the shock of what the little Irish human said had passed, as soon as they saw what the child was about to do, it caused many of the goddesses to raise a hand to their mouths. For while yes, a soul was a precious thing, a child's soul was treasured among all. To see a child pushed to the point where he would end his own life to end his suffering broke their hearts. Freya, while affected by the pain of sadness, was beyond pissed at those who pushed a child so far as to hang oneself. Someone ha better explain why my son is with tha so I and her fear seal bastard before I end their lives with their severed balls. As the rant came to an end, she quickly realized what her son was about to do and was replaced by a grief-stricken wife clinging on to her husband's side. She couldn't believe that her own son was about to take his own life. With Lily a crying mess on his shoulder, James may as well have been a statue, frozen in shock at what his son was currently about to do, the hangman's jig. And yet, his mind was racing light years a minute. Why was Harry with these two? Why wasn't he with Sirius? Or Frank? Or even Amelia? As questions chased questions with no answers in sight. Slowly though he realized what had happened and he yelled out with fury unmatched. Dumbledore! Thanatos leaned in both curiosity and anger. How dare these mere mortals do that to his master? These mortals will know his fury. Vernon Jackson Disley, Petunia Willow Disley née Evans, and Dudley Vernon Disley, your suffering will be legendary. Thanatos spoke low, his voice full of venom. The people of St. Peter's Square were stunned, before being enraged, then when they saw the child about to commit the ultimate sin of taking one's life, shouts could be heard, no child. Don't do it. Another shouted, please God save this child. The shouts and prayers could be heard as they watched helplessly at what was to come. For John Paul, he was back in Warsaw, during the occupation. He remembered the children that were starving on the streets, the children that were murdered by the Nazis, the general barbarity he saw on the daily. It was all brought back at the sight of the child about to kill himself. Before the rope could tighten around his young neck, Harry for a split second thought, if there's a God in this world, then he truly doesn't care or he would have saved me from this hell. Jackie heard it, Jackie processed it, but it opened the floodgates as she openly cried into Bill's shoulder, not able to watch what was about to come, but vowed to make sure that after this was done, CPS and many other children's services were gonna get a major boost in their budgets to make sure that no other child would ever go through what he did. Hearts broke in Berlin at what the child said. The men and some of the women wanted to kill the Disleys, the women wanted to hold him and tell him he was okay. As James heard his son's final thought, he finally broke down crying, clutching his wife. He couldn't believe what he was watching, he didn't want to believe it. And yet, here it was, right in front of him. His own son, not even old enough to attend his first year of Hogwarts, was going to die. And he blamed God for all the Disleys had done to him. God watched in the office corner, she watched as the young child blamed her for his suffering, but she didn't blame him. He was young and he didn't understand the machinations of old men playing at godhood, but she also felt pity for him, because now that vile being Nahash will be giving him, his generous offer. Both will pay Nahash and Dumbledore's suffering will be dealt, by her son Lucifer personally. Sadness, true sadness. Not a word could be said. What was one to say about the fact a child turned his back on God because of what those monsters did to him? However, the silence broke as a child, no older than the child on screen, shouted loud and clear. No. God did not abandon you. He abandoned those who hurt you. God loves you. Tears streaked down the child's face. Stop, came a voice from nowhere, and with that time stood still, with Harry frozen in mid-drop. Harry's eyes shot wide open as his vision raced around his room looking for the source of the voice. Is this what it's like before death? Harry thought as he still was trying to wrap his mind around what was happening. Why are you trying to kill yourself, child? Are you that ungrateful with the life I have given you? Is this the thanks I get for giving you life? You being so ungrateful, that you choose to take the life I gave you, idiot boy, the voice said in an angry male tone. that reminded Harry too much of Vernon. Angry shout came up from the gathered people in Berlin, "That's not God!" An old man cried out, with a multitude of shouting calling out agreeing with him. Another person, this one a young woman. "Yeah, that's not God, he's a loving God, he loves us no matter what." God's eyes narrowed, she knew that Nahash couldn't resist sticking his nose into places it didn't belong, and it only proved that she should have gotten rid of him eons ago, but no, she felt sorry for him, he was the last of his pantheon, she took pity on him and he's bit every single one of their hands in the years since. Now they had him, this was his death knell. He would finally get the justice he deserved. Thanatos' golden eyes widen as he hears his voice. It took Thanatos everything in his power to not summon his scythe and rip the bastard's head off his mangled body. "I swear on the river Styx, I will find you and make you beg for my blade." The booming voice of Thanatos said with anger in his glowing golden eyes. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Who are you to scold me, when it was you who abandoned me to this hell? I think I have every right to end it all. Because no god I know would ever allow what has happened to me, to happen to any other." Harry yelled, unleashing all of his pent-up emotions. "Arrogant boy!" The voice yelled out, "Do you really think the whole world revolves around you? Ha, don't make me laugh, boy. You are one soul in the ocean of souls I control, I am too busy to regard myself with one pathetic soul, and," the voice's tone lowered into an angrier tone. "Who are you to say that I am not a god you know? I am your creator. I made you and I can as easily remove you as well. So behave yourself, boy." Ares stood up in anger at that fucking voice. That fucking son of a bitch, how dare he take credit for creating the universe that was Grandma, she's the true creator not this son of a bitch. His anger getting the better of him, he yelled out. "You son of a bitch, how fucking dare you take credit for creating the universe, that was grandmother that did it, you fucking low-born pig fucker." Around Ares sat shocked gods and goddesses staring at the god of war who has always had a party bachelor persona, but now was replaced with a rare sight ever seen. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. Whenever he was allowed to leave his room to go to church, he was told by the nice father that God loved all his children, that God would never deny his love to his children, and most all God never calls you boy. The word for which Harry hates with every fiber of his being. So with all the energy he can muster he begins his counter, "Then you are no God of mine. For my God would love all his children equally. For God would never raise his voice. For God is an all-loving father of his children. The wise shepherd of his flock. And you are not God, for God would not call me boy. So I say to you, you are not God. You are being X." If the voice was angry before, then it hit new limits as far as Harry was concerned. "You arrogant slug, you dare say that I am not your God, I created you and this whole universe when there was nothing, and you say I'm not your God, dot." The voice trailed off as if contemplating something. The voice returned, but this time it was smooth, like silk, like Harry was going to suffer. "Very well," the voice said, "if I cannot convince you that I am God, here, my little lost lamb, then I shall send you to a new world. A new world where you will be forced to worship me, pray to me, and then accept me as your God." The people around couldn't help but feel absolute anger, but then that anger was replaced with shock as some started asking questions until one young man said, "You don't think that child is Tanya, do you?" Another says, "No. The bastard couldn't have." While one trying to lighten the mood says, "Wouldn't it be ironic if an English child was raised to be a patriot of the fatherland? Only to get a smack up the head for suggesting such a thing." Both Presidents Herzog and Walter had their suspicions about this so-called God. There were something to them that were not adding up, and why were they seeing this child on the screen? Shouldn't they be seeing Tanya? Roman was thinking hard when he turned to Alexandria and said, "Frau Walter," he asked, "you don't think this English child is Tanya, do you?" Alexandria looked pensively at this. It could be a possibility. "Herr Roman, I wouldn't discount it, but what manner of God would turn a male child into a female one?" But they both knew the answer to that question. After all, the kind of God he was literally on screen for all to see. Anger, red-hot anger flashed through Ares. He put his pinky into his ear, dug into it like he was looking for earwax, and asked aloud, "I'm sorry, what did the dead son of a bitch said, that he created the universe?" He was silent for a few minutes, and the collective gods around the table were actually worried, because most of them had never seen Ares this angry before. It was at that moment they felt it, the bloodlust, the anger, the pure unadulterated rage that was leaking off of Ares. He said in voice as cold as the Antarctic wastes, "This son of a bitch is dead. I will track him down and he will pay for the credit he stole, for impersonating grandmother, and for being a complete asshole to the kid. He will pay." In St. Peter's Square a stunned silence once again, until finally an old woman shouted, "You are not the Lord and Savior. You are a devil. A demon." Lucifer felt annoyed at hearing some Italian woman compared him to this wasteful fool of a relic. "By my mother, I hope I'm not compared to him the whole time," he said with a deadpan stare before he began to get angry at hearing that it compared itself to his mother. Oh, I'm going to enjoy what I'm going to do to you. Were the only thing that came out of his mouth, as his emerald eyes glowed with a hint of ember in the center. No one could breathe in the room, because a suffocating power came down on all of them. Ares managed to turn to look in the corner and saw God, or as he called her, grandmother, and Ares felt it, what the humans called the Old Testament wrath. He felt her anger, and surprisingly her hatred. He knew then and there that Nahash was dead. God had rarely felt hatred, there were a few times of course that she did feel it. Sodom and Gomorrah she felt anger, when Pharaoh wouldn't let her people go she felt anger, any other time her people needed her she defended them with a righteous anger, but right here and now she was angry. Nahash, she said, her voice full of anger. You are dead, you will be brought forth to a tribunal and you will be judged for your crimes, and you will be sentenced to the worst punishment I can give. Oblivion. Harry started to panic a little as he spoke up with a small voice at first. Wait, what? Now hold on. Isn't that supposed to go through an angel or something? Am I not supposed to be presented before Saint Peter? Harry was now in full-blown panic mode as every sense in his body was screaming danger. Ha 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 ha. The voice laughed. Oh no, you arrogant boy, no Saint Peter for you and no angel as well, for my own power is enough. Just remember my dear girl that this is the only life you get, when you die that's it, no do-overs, no take-backs, only death and oblivion. So my dear girl, try not to die and remember that if you need me I'm simply a prayer away. With that said, time was unfrozen and Harry felt the rope tighten around his neck, and before he blacked out, he could have sworn he heard a woman crying out and the cry of a baby. As God's anger burned, the sounds of rapid footsteps could be heard running to the office area as the door opened and in pokes the upper body of the man in question as he asks, "Did someone call my name?" Peter asked, "I could have sworn I heard someone call my name." God's anger cooling down, replied, "No Peter, no one here called for you. It was on the portal in front of us." Peter nodded his head and left the room, closing the door behind him, and went back to standing at the gates of heaven. Jackie didn't say anything at first, and that scared everyone. She simply stared at the so-called God, then she started. "That no good son of a bitch, let me go Bill, I'll fucking kill him. God or not, I'll stomp his balls until they are nothing but paste, paste I say, he will rue the day he did that to the little kid." She would have continued, but she and everyone heard it, the sound of a baby crying, and it awakened her motherly instinct. She looked around for the kid, but she realized it was coming from the portal. In the darkness a baby cry is heard, it then shows a point of view shot of the baby looking at a nun. She was trying to comfort the baby before feeding it. The baby turns their head away to a mirror and it shows the baby is in the nun's arm, who then gently turns the baby's head back to her to continue the feeding. "Come now Tanya," the nun said, "please open up, there is no need to be picky," the nun said in a caring tone. The viewing changed to an overhead shot now showing the baby eating with tears in her. The nun placed the food in Tanya's mouth, but some of it was pushed out by the baby. With the last few conscious thoughts she had before fading into a mishmash of thoughts was Tanya, who is Tanya, is that me? There was a silence, because of two facts presented to them from the portals. First was the fact that Tanya, the Tanya hero of the fatherland, was once a young boy who was now reborn as a girl. The second fact was compounded by the sounds of many, many, many women who were yelling with joy at the absolute adorable bundle of cuteness on the portal. "Look at her. I could just pinch those little cheeks," shouted one woman, while another added, "Tanya is just so adorable. I wish she was my daughter." Among the crowds were artists who were drawing everything they could around Tanya as they could smell the money from this. Little did they know how much the government would lean on them for their pound of taxes from such sales. The presidents of Germany were looking at the baby in shock. They were right, the English boy was Tanya, with Alexandria squealing in joy about how cute baby Tanya was, while Roman was looking at his counterpart with a raised eyebrow. A loud cry went up in St. Peter's Square. Wasn't it a cry of horror, but a cry of joy. Multiple women were squealing in joy at the cute baby on screen. It was almost forgotten what had just happened, but some did remember, and while they were still angry they just loved the new baby in front of them. She was just so cute to them. Once again there was silence in the office, but that was interrupted by the sound of all the goddesses and Lily unleashing the wild call of a woman who sees something cute. "James! James! Look at how cute she is! Oh, if only our lad was a lass!" She lamented with both joy and sadness. Thanatos looked at his new mistress, and he did agree with the goddess that she was a very cute baby. Still though Nahash was a very dead deity. Unified year 1913, outskirts of the imperial capital Berun. The scene opens up to a field, and as it goes back, it shows an orphanage with mountains in the background. It opens to the inside of the orphanage. In its chapel, a big statue of an angel with open arms is presented. It then cuts to Tanya, and we hear her inner thoughts. "Thanks to being X I found myself, reborn into a new world and abandoned at a poor orphanage." It cuts to a crowded dining room full of children. A close-up on one child's plate shows just a piece of bread and some watery broth. It cuts again to show an older boy taking a younger one's piece of bread. It then stops on Tanya, older now, eating her bread in pieces, with her hiding the bread under the table. The country I found myself in looked like those old photos they would show us in school, with the clothes being the same as those old photos. Tanya looked over to the two nuns in the corner. There is nothing left. She heard the older nun say, yes, we are completely out of flour, and we are out of donations as well. What will we do, Mother Superior? The younger nun asked. The Mother Superior looked down. We will pray to God, and ask for his divine help. We will also try and keep a small garden as well to at least supplement the children's food. It cuts again to just outside of the orphanage with both the nuns and the children working a small garden. Jackie was calm. Oh, she was upset, yes, but she remembered her older family telling her stories of how bad it was during the Great Depression, and to see it right in front of her, caused her heart to sink at the fact her future daughter was brought up in such a place. Bill, I want CPS, the IRS, hell. Everyone within the financial and child welfare departments to get an increase in the budget and do a massive audit on orphanages, and then, I'm gonna commission one and name it after her. Bill looked at her and nodded. Also, he said, just to make sure that CPS actually does their jobs instead of the bare minimum, they are also getting a pay raise, and a buildings to house any kids that need to get out of an abusive house fast. The many who gathered where the portal had opened, along with the rest of Germany who were watching at home, felt honest sadness in their hearts. They knew that such places relied on donations, some even state support. However, for some who grew up during the time of the Great Depression only nod their heads as one old man says, I remember those days. The food was little, the work was hard, and we had to do much just to make sure we could survive off of a loaf of bread that we would work weeks to save up for. I can only hope this generation learns from our mistakes and helps the next. Fury was what both of the presidents felt at the state of the orphanage. Both looked at each other, and it was a silent vow to look into the orphanages that received money from the government, just to make sure that the money was being spent right. John Paul looked in righteous anger at the state of that orphanage, along with the poor sister having to find creative ways to keep the children's mouths with food. Calling a cardinal close to him, he spoke, I want you to do an audit of all our orphanages that the church runs and any orphanage that the church supports, and make sure the children have food, cloths, and books for education, and to make sure that no money is being spent on the adults that run it. In this world there seemed to be a bigger divide between people than my old one. It was mostly centered on money, and every day we could tell. Clothes that once would be repaired in a day's time now went months without being repaired. It cuts to various scenes with it showing children working, some working in kitchens, others in mines. It then cuts to Tanya standing away from a group of kids taking a picture. We were left to a pitiful existence that was all but unavoidable. Jackie's decision was just compounded when she saw how things were for the children, and little Tanya, her Tanya, was away from the rest of the children. It honestly hurt her heart to see such a child be so antisocial to everyone else. Once again, many around Germany began to set aside money to donate to the many orphanages around the country, and even children of well-off families began to box up their toys, old clothes, and many they no longer needed, but knew others who had no families would be happy to have. A newspaper appears with the title Destroy the Enemies of the Fatherland. It also didn't help that the country was gripped in a patriotic fever, with people all over saying that we need to kill all the enemies of the fatherland. It cuts to a group of protesters holding signs, one person saying we must punish the enemies of the fatherland and another saying yet. It's time to show our power. It then cuts to Tanya standing in an alleyway watching all this with a stunned expression. It was clear to me that war was on the horizon, and I feared that if it would happen that I wouldn't survive. After all, I'm a poor orphaned little girl. It pulls back to show Tanya a little further back from the alleyway, with the people in front of the alleyway continued to march on, ignoring her. Jackie couldn't help but feel a tiny bit sad to think that in the United States history, similar protests have been held, including the ones which at first supported the intervention into Russia after World War I, but then went south after it was clear they weren't doing much difference. The general populace looked at the people marching with more than a little shock. While yes, they knew it was a different time, they still couldn't believe that they would be people saying that they needed to go to war. Even those from the old German Empire were shocked. Truly the people in this world were more than a little bloodthirsty. It cuts back to the orphanage where Tanya and the other children are getting a checkup from doctors. But in this world a wondrous thing exists, magic, and it was during a checkup my magical grade was noted. It shows Tanya with a strange device on her head, and as it activates, multiple objects float in front of her, much to the shock of both Tanya and the doctors. An official document was seen, and on it was the words Tanya Digirekov, Magical Aptitude A+. I had learned from overhearing other people talk, that the army recruits people that have high magical grades like me, and if I was going to be recruited someday, why not do it now? After all, I get to learn, and I'll be earning money for the sister and the orphanage. It cuts to the day Tanya volunteered for the army, with 2 military officers, talking to the nuns. The nuns had a worried look on their faces, while Tanya had a small smile on hers. It then cuts to a military parade, with little bits of confetti being showered down on the passing marchers, people gathering around to shower their boys with affection and admiration. I didn't look forward to war. I didn't understand why we had to fight exactly, only that we would be ordered to fight. It's stupid. Why didn't the adults just sit down and talk it out? Adults are weird sometimes. The parade continues on with more confetti being showered on them and the imperial flag being shown. A two-headed dragon on a yellow shield with a red, white, and black background. Jackie and all of the magicals present or watching at home, couldn't believe what they saw, while yes they used a similar system to understand one's own power level of their magical core, to have a device that measured the actual levels and have a grading system was truly something that could be of great use for the future. Get DARPA looking into this type of tech and looking into such a grade system. Jackie orders as one of the aides gives a firm nod in return before sending off a note to have such methods created. It cuts to an overhead view of a building with the words Imperial Army Officer Training School. It cuts inside to show two army officers talking to Tanya. While it's true that you showed a high grade, are you sure you want to volunteer at your age? One of the officers asks. Tanya looks at him and with some steel in her voice, because this is my only path forward, this is the only way for me to get an education and at the same time provide for my family. We are poor, relying only on donations, and as of late they are getting fewer and fewer. Soon we won't have anything, and then we will go hungry. Even though I am little, I know enough to be a good citizen of the fatherland. It is my duty to serve the fatherland and to help those that can't help themselves, like my orphanage. The officers looked at each other before nodding their heads and stamping an accepted stamp on her application for early enlistment. Bill felt sad for Tanya. While he didn't know what it was like to go hungry, he still felt sorry for her. A life in the military should have been a choice to make later in life, not this early in life. Now he was going to doubly make sure on the CPS budget increase and to make sure those houses will be built ASAP. Jackie couldn't even look away. She couldn't be angry at Tanya. All she felt was a sense of failure, a sense that she had failed in her duties somehow, that the idea that other children, magical or non-magical, would do the exact same thing as Tanya to try and support their homes and families. It made her sick as she mutters under her breath, "I'm so sorry, baby girl, Mom is so sorry." As a small part of her tried to fill her body with dread, another much larger part reminded her of what this little girl could do. This was her future daughter, and as much of a devil dog as she was, so she should stop feeling sorry for herself. She had a job to do, and that was to make sure Tanya's future home was shipshape and prepared for all the future happy memories they would have as a family. Get yourself together, Marine. You are a Rigan. And you will make a better world for Tanya when she comes to ours, and you are not allowed to feel sorry for yourself until she gets over here. Her inner Marine voice told her as she spoke out loud. I want deeper background checks on all who enlist for both magical and non-magicals. Am I clear, people? She barked out. Tears, that's all you could see and hear from the people of Germany. To see and hear a child have no other choice but to join the military just to provide for her home, caused more than a few of both veterans and current members of Germany's armed forces to reflect on their reasons for enlisting. Like Tanya, they enlisted to help support their families, their homes, or even another. Much like her, they felt that they had no other choice in life but to sign up for the military to give them purpose, and finally the one that hit close to Tanya's situation. They wanted a place with a warm bed, 3 hot meals a day, and reassurance they would have a roof over their head when they slept. Whatever the reason, no one could fault Tanya for wanting to enlist even at a young age, as many have or did lie about their real age just for a chance at a better life granted to them by the military. President Roman Herzog sighed as he heard Tanya's little speech. It reminded him a little too much of Germany after the World War, the children doing what they could to feed their families, and most of that was being used as gophers for the military occupation of the Allied powers, and for some, if they were hired by the Soviets, there was a chance they could never be heard from again. For President Alexandria Walter, however, she couldn't believe how much they were suffering, and she was shedding tears for young Tanya. Alexandria made a note in her head to check on the orphans of the wizarding world, to make sure that they didn't need help like Tanya did, to make sure she didn't fail them too. Ares, while he had been listening offhand when he heard, but when he heard her speech he turned his attention towards the portal. He turned his head to the side. Okay, he thought, Tanya, you now have my attention, keep it, and this will be very interesting. Ares wasn't alone, as the other war gods now had their curiosity piqued by Tanya's speech. While James and Lily were heartbroken to hear their child literally had no other choice but to sign up to fight in war to help provide for a place she considered her home. God sighed at Tanya's speech. She was saddened that one of her children felt that they didn't have a choice in her life. That was another strike against Nahash. He violated her free will, and that included the free will to not believe in him. Don't worry, Tanya, she thought, Grandma will make it up to you. It then cuts to Tanya standing out in a field surrounded by men twice her size and 3 times her weight. While this world is similar to the one I left behind, in some ways it couldn't be more different. It shows a close-up on Tanya in her uniform staring straight ahead, while the others around her looked around her in unease. It then cuts to a classroom, with Tanya and the other in a classroom with a teacher teaching them tactics, with Tanya sitting there taking notes. While my next life was not a given, my current life is my main priority. I need to get higher up enough to provide for the orphanage. Tim stared blankly at the screen, feeling a sense of both relief and sadness that Tanya has to help provide for her orphanage. He understands that feeling, but he can't reminisce now. He gets up to call a few of the guys down at the dockyards to see if they could help him with a little project he was starting. With that done, he moves out of his apartment and heads toward the bank. He has some money to withdraw. The difference between the grown men and Tanya was so oblivious a blind person could see it even. How was a small child like her supposed to take on grown men? Many women in Germany held their daughters a bit closer at the sight alone. Some older veterans felt pity for the poor girl. Many felt proud of her for her goal was as noble as it could be. Some veterans cheered for Tanya. Look at her absorbing knowledge like a sponge absorbs water. Remember this, children, this is how you should act in class, an older woman said to a few very young children who sat near her in awe at Tanya, many of which nodded in agreement. Ares nodded at Tanya's academic effort. He was after all the god of war. One needed an education to succeed on the battlefield, so he applauded Tanya's effort in the classroom. Athena raised an eyebrow as she says, well, I'm surprised, to think even you would support the very idea of education, considering that your brain is either about fighting or laying with that of the fairer sex. All said with a bit of sassiness in her tone. Ares looked at Athena. Sis, he said, we're the Greek gods of war, we know that an education is needed on the battlefield, while we differ on how that education is received. I'm pretty sure we both agree that it's needed, so don't look so surprised, Owlhead, after all whose son was Alexander the Great's again, oh yummy. He said with a smug look on his face, while Athena went red with embarrassment and anger. Anubis just groans as he shouts at the two members of Greek's pantheon, by Ra, would you two just fuck already? Ares looked at Anubis. Look, Jackallhead, he said, she is my sister, and while some of my family gets off on the whole keeping it in the family thing, I don't, and before any of you say Aphrodite, remember she was born from sea foam and cum, not related to any of us in any way, shape or form. Also, I don't think you're anyone to talk about fucking anyone, after all isn't your wife just a female version of you? John Paul looked down. It still saddened his heart that Tanya had joined the military, and that she was going through this just to feed her orphanage. Once his head lifted back up with uncharacteristic anger in his mind and heart. I hope the Great Mother punishes you greatly, being X. It cuts to Tanya in a flight suit, a green gem glowing as she starts to float up. As she floats up higher and higher, her classmates look on in awe as she continues to float up more than a little unsteady. As for being X, I find myself not caring at all about him. He's still not a god and I will refuse to believe that he is one. All I care about right now is making enough money for my family. It then cuts to Tanya, wearing her officer's uniform. As she puts on her officer's cap, it pans out to reveal that she is standing on a scaffolding in front of some new troops for her to train. New soldiers, she said, welcome to your new hell. No matter what you have heard before, the army wants nothing but the best from you. Do you understand me, soldiers? Thankfully, she thought, the military bases promotions on your work ethic rather than who you know. I've only been here a year and now I'm teaching underperforming squads of troops. As she continued her speech to her new students, many started to question being taught by a mere child. She glares at them before speaking. I am your new teacher, maggots, understand? You may get by with not doing your best, but I won't stand for it. You will be the best troops I train. Maggots. But one student had a cocky response that he whispered to a student beside him. Ah, don't worry, he said, she's just trying to scare us. Oh, how wrong he was. Jackie had a smile creep onto her face. Looking tall and proud was Tanya, the Tanya she wished was older, but semantics, sporting her officer's cap proudly, bringing in the rejects who couldn't cut it. That's my girl, show them what it means to be a true soldier. Jackie whispered to herself. Tanya's speech to the recruits was received with much praise from the older German veterans watching, though when the student made his comment the entire population couldn't help but facepalm at this man's ignorance. Ares turns back to the screen and smiles, as the girl spoke. Would have made a fine Spartan queen. But he along with Athena got annoyed at that one student not taking Tanya's words seriously. The two Greek war gods were not alone in this thought, as the others were staring at Tanya intently, some with hungry eyes, others with greed, but overall it was clear that Tanya was going to be taken as the few who will be considered a saint, or in this case a champion for a war god. However, Ares, the ever sneaky and clever bastard he is though. Oh no, you don't. I saw her first. She's mine. The scene changes to an overhead view of the military academy before coming down to Eric von Rirugen, who is seen talking another officer. Your concerns are justified, go ahead and fill a report with the investigative division. As a text box is seen coming over Eric stating he was then Chief of Personnel Affairs, then Lieutenant Colonel Eric von Rirugen. It cuts to a more close-up shot of Eric as he continues, I plan to move from Personnel Affairs to Operations next year, but I'm pretty sure my successor. Eric didn't get to finish his sentence as an explosion is heard which is powerful enough to rock both officers almost off their feet. Jackie couldn't help but remember Eric from before and how he was scared to death of Tanya, so looking at him now more closely, she also watched the portal to try and find said future daughter. Of course, once the sound of an explosion was heard, all she could say was, some dumbass boot better not have fucked up. Habil thought, there is Eric, but where is Tanya? He watched Eric talk to another soldier and he couldn't help but grin. It reminded him of a couple of old buddies that went into personnel as well. He often wondered how they were doing. His line of thought, however, was interrupted by the explosion on screen. What in Sam Hill was that? He asked in shock. Upon hearing the explosion, all the war gods look at Ares and shouted, what did you do this time? As if it was ingrained into their godly DNA to blame Ares for everything that happens in the mortal realm. Nothing, Ares said, at least this time. Germania just sips from some beer looking at the chaos. The sight of a smoking hole is seen within the building's wall as a smoke cloud rises up from said hole. Cutting back to Eric, he was shocked before his face goes that of mild anger and concern as he yells, "What's going on here?" Looking towards the hole from which the explosion came from, down below the same three trainees who had bad-mouthed Tanya earlier could be seen on the ground slightly hurt as one is trying to sit up despite his injuries. As the smoke cleared from the hole, a figure was seen walking towards said hole. As they stepped closer, the figure was seen to be Tanya holding a Mondragon rifle with a less than pleased look on her face. The rifle had its bayonet affixed to its lug as looks down at the three trainees she had caused to be hurt. "Pathetic, you look like baby birds who have fallen from the nest," she says in a tone which drips with disappointment. "Shall I step on you and put you out of your misery?" she asks before getting an angered tone as she says, "No. I think you need to learn from the pain." Her face being one of anger laced with the earlier disappointment. Many veterans of both world wars knew that the training officers did whatever they could to get you into shape, so seeing and hearing what this little girl said was pretty par for the course when it came to Prussian training officers or even their sergeants. However, the ones of the modern German military were a little unnerved at how, in their minds, extreme Tanya was taking it for such a simple thing as being late for a room inspection. Presidents Alexandria Walter and Roman Herzog facepalm at Tanya's actions. While yes, they agree that some students need a firm hand and guidance, she however was taking it a little too far. Jackie was shocked at first as she gave a note to Aide about making sure their mages don't do anything stupid during boot camp. However, that changed as soon as she saw her baby girl walking out like a real proper officer. She didn't even notice the rifle with its cold steel affixed. However, what made a grin grow on her face was what Tanya said. "Damn straight. Little shits need to learn." Those around Jackie slowly started to move away a bit for their own safety. Bill looked at Tanya and face-palmed. Dear God, he thought, I know I said I'm glad she's like Jackie, but fuck, she need to learn restraint. Out of all the gods and goddesses watching the portal, among them who was watching it the closest now were all the gods of war. Well, this is an explosive development. Ares puns but gets a slipper in the face for his trouble by Tyr, who says, "Shut up. We're trying to watch this." Both Lily and James could only stare at what their now daughter had just done. Lily's expression was one of disbelief that their child could do something like that, while James on the other hand, dear sweet Merlin, he thought she has grandmother Doria's temperament all right, he thought with a grimace. One of the recruits looks up and asks in a pained voice, "Why? Why are you doing this?" Tanya steps out of the hole she made and floats down thanks to her magical abilities before slowly walking towards the downed recruits. "Your failures," she states matter-of-factly as she looks at the one who asked the question. "When I tell you to be ready by a certain time, you should be dressed and at attention at least 5 minutes earlier," she says with a tone befitting one of an instructor. However, the recruit didn't take as such, and with an enraged face he stands up and goes to strike Tanya, exclaiming, "You brat." With swift action, Tanya uses the butt of her rifle to smack the attacking man across the face before slamming the butt into his stomach, which sends the man back on the ground, slamming his head onto the hard ground. Holding his head in pain as Tanya says in a bland, almost robotic tone, "Well, I suppose you're welcome to hold whatever opinion of me you like, but attempting to assault a superior officer calls for harsh punishment." She steps forward, bring her foot down on the man's chest, which results in everyone around her calling out, "Wait, he didn't mean it." Another calling out, "He's learned his lesson." "Stop." Tanya, ignoring them, brings the end of her bayonet close to the man's face. Bill looked horrified at Tanya. Oh dear God, he though she really is going to kill him. I can only hope Eric can stop her. The Prussian officers, while also disciplined and certainly hard on recruits, they never went physical with their recruits, well, unless they were little bitches. But Tanya here was going too far, way too far at that. The Prussian militarism demands perfection, but with the way she was going at it, she was going to murder a fellow recruit for God's sake. If they were there, they would have stepped in and ripped that rifle out of her hands. Such behavior is unacceptable. The German people looked on in horror at what she was doing. She was about to literally carve open that young man's head for what amounted to just being late, but then they saw that he was about to attack her for confronting him with the truth. Many still thought that Tanya was being more than a little harsh to him. For the two presidents, while they were both horrified, but at the same time, they could understand why she was acting the way she was. She had been raised in the military and thus all she knew was the military. She had not had a childhood. James and Lily looked on in horror. Lily yelled out, "Tanya, sweetie, don't do this," while James on the other hand looked more than a little cowed. Oh sweet merciful fuck, he thought, she also has her explosive anger too. This is not good at all. God be with those dead men. Ares was grinning like a mad god. Yes. Punish the idiot. He assaulted you. He needs to learn his lesson. Tanya still speaks now in a slightly sweet voice as she says, "Maybe you'll finally understand how the army works if I open up that skull of yours and carve the rules into your brain." Her voice gets higher and much more angry as she's about to impale the man's head with the end of her bayonet. Before the man could be impaled by the bayonet, a hand quickly reaches out and grabs the handguard of the rifle as Eric's voice is heard speaking with anger. Are you mad? Tanya slowly looks at Eric and once again speaks in an almost robotic tone, I'm simply doing my best for the Empire, sir, that's all. The bayonet can be seen almost touching between the man's eyes as he is shaking with fear as Tanya's robotic voice continues to speak as if she has been programmed to think that this was right. Isn't it my duty to discipline these soldiers? Eric just stares at this girl with a look of fear in his eyes at what this child has become at such an early age. Jackie was still and silent, her face was a picture of stone, no emotion seen, however behind that mask was a woman losing her mind. How could you? How could you not let a child have a childhood outside the military? Jackie wasn't alone as most if not all were looking on in horror as they saw and heard a child who was nothing but a soldier. Oh dear God, Bill, though she's never had a childhood, damn them, damn the Empire to hell, for what they have created. The Prussian officers looked in shock at Tanya how she was about to carve open a skull of a fellow recruit, but were relieved as Eric gripped the rifle tightly and honestly asked themselves the same if she were mad, forgetting just for a second that she is a child raised by the military. Her answer shocked them to the core. What has the military done to this child? They wanted to get in there and have some stern talks with the higher-ups there. They hoped to meet this child themselves to teach her how to be a child again. While Prussia is heavy focused on the military, their children and their loved ones are the most important to them after all. What does it matter when you have a strong military, when you are not willing to use it to protect the things you love the most? Many of the people in Germany watching held their breaths as Tanya approached the downed young man ready to split his head open like a watermelon, and a cheer went up when Eric stopped her from making a horrible mistake. Lily was crying openly at their baby boy turned girl as she was nothing more than a soldier. She wasn't a child but a soldier. Ares however wasn't upset. If anything he was grinning. Just like the Spartans. Yes, to raise a fine warrior you have to do it while they're young. Now he said this mostly to himself to avoid the ire of angry women. God watched as everything unfolded in front of her, and ignored the foot and mouth disease that Ares suffers from. All she felt was heartache for her little one, to see her go through all that. She also felt her heart break when she saw Tanya essentially had been indoctrinated into military life, and she was glad that Eric was able to at least keep dear little Tanya from making a mistake. A heartbeat could be heard from Eric as he still looks at Tanya with fear. The scene changes to above as officers come running, even exclaiming, "Hey! What are you doing?" Another shouts, "No! Not this again!" As Tanya finally releases the downed recruit. There were a few minor setbacks, but I was able to finish my officer's training. Tanya's voice explained as the scene changes from the damage of an officer's academy to that of the snow-covered tops of mountains surrounded by pine trees. The Prussian officers didn't understand why Eric looked at Tanya in fear, but did not like it one bit. For Christ's sake, he didn't even scold her for nearly killing a recruit. The other officers there as well should have been smacked across the head by exclaiming again, "Does that mean it happened before already? Has anyone in there a brain?" is a question that goes through many of the Prussian officers' heads. Those were not setbacks but bad training and disciplining tactics of her, an older Prussian general said. All of them were a bit confused by the sudden scene change but were excited to see what happens now. Unified year 1923, Northern region. A view of the mountains is shown again, but this time there is a map at the top right corner showing both German/Denmark and Norway/Sweden with a red line separating them and a dot under the line. It shows Tanya lifting off from an imperial camp and heading off towards the mountains, when all of a sudden a voice came over the radio. Norton control to all zones. Detecting border violations by the Entente Alliance. Initiate anti-air interception mission. Came in by radio as several Imperial artillery batteries and several anti-air guns pointed into the sky. The view moves upwards and shows Tanya flying but slowly coming to a stop with binoculars in her hand. I repeat, initiate an anti-air interception mission. I didn't think I would see actual combat in a training mission. Tanya said, a minor amount of shock in her voice. Her face however turns from a shocked look at a look of loathing. "You're to blame for this, aren't you, being X?" she continued, her voice having venom for the being that put her in this predicament. Jackie just shakes her head at what Tanya said. Of course she couldn't blame her future daughter, but she could have at least not gone so over the top. However, that changed when she found out why the war began, and seeing the year it started filled her with both relief at the fact this hasn't been a 10-year conflict and, well, absolute hilarity. Oh, he, ha, 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 ha 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 ha. Jackie was once again laughing her trademark evil laugh as she says between breaths. Oh, that's rich. Those ski shooters decided, hey, let's pull a Germany. Oh, that's funny. Bill looked at the portal with a dumbfounded look on his face, and with Jackie's laughter it upgraded to a full-on facepalm. Of course, he thought, of course, it's not a 10-year war, it starts as a border violation and escalates into a war. Now more than a few German veterans and even current members of the German military understood what it was like to have a basic deployment to help graduate from an officer school. However, what really got them and everyone else around to have a huge reaction was the fact that the Swedes, a normally neutral nation alongside the Swiss, was invading the fatherland. Now any sane person would take this as a possible route history could have taken in the First World War, however for the people of Germany, not so much. You meatball-eating bastards! How dare you invade US? Was what young private of the Bundeswehr yelled at the portal. Prussian officers hated such things happening. Of course simple deployment for training turned into a combat situation. Why that always happens is what they do no, heck the gods probably don't know that either. What shocked all military members collectively was that Sweden declared war on the Vaterland. They all cursed at this being X many times already, but just to start a war just to get a little girl to believe in him was what made their blood boil in anger. They shared the venom with Tanya for this deity in their voice. Curse you and your entire existence X. Several veterans yelled at the portal. In the president's room, the two presidents were having a mild celebration. They weren't the cause of the war, but they were upset at what was happening. Something was causing that war to happen and Alexandria had an idea of who it was. The culprit obviously was this being X. He was the only so-called god that would be powerful enough to pull this off. I hope you fail X. I hope you fail you miserable bastard, she thought. Lily shakes her head, of bloody course. Just when she has peace, this happens. She throws her arms up at the portal indicating the clear invasion force. God's eyes narrowed at what she was seeing. All of this happening had Nahash's fingerprints all over it. Once again he was violating Tanya's free will to not believe in him. Trying to force someone to believe in you will not work. It has to be of someone's own volition. He will never get her belief if he keeps this up. Not that it will matter, for oblivion awaits him at the end of this, and he will pay for what he did to little Tanya. United Nations General Assembly Room. Silence, that's what filled the United Nations chamber, as everyone slowly turned and looked at the representative from Sweden, who looked like they were avoiding any eye contact. Of course the representative from Germany had the biggest cherisher cat grin as she says, "So, want to tell us why your alternate forces seem to be violating the borders of alternate Prussia with what amounts to an invasion force?" She asks sweetly, but it's clear that Sweden will not live this down. The delegate from Sweden looked sheepish, and with an embarrassed tone in his voice, no comment about this. As she was about to fly off, when the radio went off again. This is Norden Control, Warrant Officer Digerekov. Is hereby promoted to second lieutenant. Lieutenant Digerekov, your orders are to cease patrol and to begin observation of the intrusion of the Entente Alliance. Your call sign for this mission is Ferry 08. Ferry, Tanya said with a chuckle, that is an ironic call sign. She looks through the binoculars, and saw the Entente soldiers wearing brightly colored uniforms that were better placed during the Napoleonic era of warfare. Norden Control, this is Ferry 08, Entente infantry crossing the border is confirmed. I repeat, Entente infantry have crossed the border. Over. The scene changes to the Entente soldiers laughing and joking around, not realizing that they have crossed the border into Empire-controlled territory. All of the Prussian officers facepalmed at the call site for her. Creativity ain't their thing it seems, there are better call signs than Ferry. They gritted their teeth as they saw those blasted Napoleonic uniforms wearing Swedish bastards cross the border. Clearly things were going to escalate and turn into a worse world war. They hoped they were wrong, but they knew it would happen regardless. Norden Control responded to her. Roger, Ferry 08 stand by for further order. As the radio cut off, Tanya looked once again through her binoculars. She stared at the Entente soldiers with a sad look on her face. Oh you poor guys, she thought, you have no idea what you have just done. 30 minutes had passed and from what Tanya could see they were still unknowingly approaching further into Empire territory. Ferry 08, the Empire is now at war with the Entente Alliance. You are hereby ordered to help with the artillery bombardment. Over. With a sigh Tanya replied, Roger, Norden Control, beginning observation mission now. As Tanya had finished saying that, the artillery batteries behind her had finished loading, and one gun aimed towards where the Entente infantry was and fired. Norden Control, this is Ferry 08, strike fell short by 10 degrees, just over. As she said that, all the artillery batteries opened up with full barrages towards the Entente soldiers. Death and destruction rained down on the poor soldiers. Shells rained down, throwing soldiers up into the air, against the trees, and even just obliterating them on the spot. Shouts were coming up all around them, some calling for medics, others yelled that they should retreat, and others were yelling for their mamas, and while all this was going on, Tanya from up on high stared at the carnage below her. Her face completely blank except for some gathering tears in her eyes. Why, she thought, why would the Entente Alliance do this? Why would they commit to a war they weren't prepared for? She wiped her tears away as she just stared at the bombardment. Bill could only stare at the soldiers in sadness. They had no idea that this one incident would start a war. He wondered why did a war happen? He thought about it for a couple of minutes and then it hit him like a ton of bricks. X, being X. That fucking bastard caused this, was all to get Tanya to believe in him. This being X is a real bastard, Bill thought in his head. I hope the Lord Almighty punishes him greatly for this. Jackie kept a strong face, but inside she was crying for her future daughter. Stay strong, baby. One day we'll find a way to get you here. Then I'll make sure you'll truly know peace. I swear it, as a Marine. She said to herself. It cuts to the now destroyed infantry column with soldiers running around. One of the soldiers is heard shouting, medic, did any medics survive the barrage? It shows other soldiers with wounds walking around, one is holding his arm in his other hand before a shell lands on him, obliterating him. An overview shows the Entente soldiers running around, ducking into shell craters to escape enemy fire, and other in full-scale retreat running back to Entente territory. It cuts to a man with a scar over his right eye looking down at the carnage below him with an angry look on his face. One of his mages called out, "Battalion leader, this wasn't supposed to happen, this was just supposed to be a simple patrol." The scared man had text appear over him on Entente Alliance 5th Air Mage Battalion Lieutenant Colonel Anson Su. "Fucking hell!" Anson yelled out, "Fucking upper brass politicians, this wasn't a somewhat tense military exercise, this is a fucking invasion and they didn't have the balls to even tell us." He turned to the man flying beside him, "Cunningham, what's the status of our allies?" Anson called out. The man Cunningham reached for his radio, and tried for a few minutes before he looked at his commander and said, "I'm sorry sir, I can't reach anyone." Jackie and many other veterans, hell even active military, face-palmed. "This is why you don't let politicians run your military, cause of this shit." She throws her arm up at the portal, "Hell, much as I would love to run our military personally, at least I have the good God-given sense to listen to my military advisors. Because they're, oh I don't know, military." She shouted the last bit as she began to rub the temples of her forehead, fighting the headache coming on. Jackie, after massaging her forehead, had to take a second look at the name of the leader of the Entente mages. His name was Su. Wait, like the fictional trope. "Wait," she said, catching everyone's attention, "his name is Anson Su, like the trope name, does that mean he has a daughter named Mary too?" She said as she started chuckling along with a few other Bill included. The German veterans had to nod their heads, they themselves remembered the many times they were told how it was just a simple training operation. Only to find out they were invading Poland, then annexing the other nations around Germany until finally the invasion of France. It was honestly a godsend that Germany wasn't completely destroyed during the Second World War. Anson looked down in anger, and when he looked up he had a fire in his eyes. Then he said, "We will do what we can to keep our remaining boys alive." Cunningham looked shocked, "But sir," he said, "we don't have the manpower to take out their artillery." Anson looked at him, "Maybe not," he finally said, "but, we can take out their spotter." He finished by pointing at Tanya's location. Bill looked at Anson with trepidation, before saying out loud, "Don't you do it, Sue." Everyone looked at him in confusion. "Don't you dare go after Tanya, you bastard." It was then everyone knew what he meant, they were about to go after Tanya. Ares was leaning forward with both his hand interlocked with each other and his sunglasses reflecting the portal's light. "Now we see the origins of the warrior that is Tanya," he says with a slowly growing grin behind his hands. The scene transitioned back to the forest below the mages as shells were still coming down, filling the area with fire, smoke, and the smell of death. Tanya, her eyes still watery with tears, observed as the shells came down, calling out adjustments when necessary, but she hated this. This was nothing but senseless killing, but she would do her duty. As she relooked through her binoculars, she called on her radio, "Norton control, enemy infantry is starting to scatter, I repeat, enemy infantry is starting to scatter." Over. Roger. Ferry 08, proceed to patrol area 2 and guide the infantry suppression over there. Over. Tanya started to fly over to the our command specified, "I hope this is over soon," she thought. "I don't know how much more of this I can take." She soon reached the area, but then her radio went off. Jackie shakes her head, "Oh baby girl, it's never like that. War is never over quick. It just keeps going until finally one of the two sides breaks from all the fighting." She comments, looking on at the portal, sad at the fact she's gonna witness how Tanya became the soldier she is when they first saw her. Both presidents could only watch as their hearts broke for Tanya, President Herzog especially, since he grew up in the aftermath of WW2, and saw the devastation brought forth from it. He still could see the bombed-out building, the burning hulks of tanks on the sides of the road, and could even still see the planes falling out of the sky on fire. Yes, he sympathized with young Tanya, because much like her he lived through a war. As Tanya flew over to the next section for continued observation for artillery, her radio broadcasted new orders but came in garbled and static, stopping Tanya radio back. "This is Ferry 08, repeat transmission, the signal is breaking up." Once again another transmission came in, again as static with a barely heard response. Tanya with a worried expression replied again. "Norton control, bad connection, please repeat, over." Tanya waited until finally another botched transmission came through again, which resulted in Tanya looking around as she said to herself in a low voice, "Enemy interference." The question lingered until her eyes went wide with shock as she brings up her shield quickly to take the brunt of incoming fire. Once the shooting stopped, Tanya turned and ran away from the bullet that were being shot at her. Jackie raised an eyebrow at first. "Oh, that's right, those old radios did have issues back in the day, but couple that with magic and the possible." She didn't finish as, like with Tanya from the portal, Jackie was yelling in her voice she used in the Marines. "Retreat! Get the hell out of there, soldier!" Only for her heart to almost break at the sight of Tanya having to tank all the incoming fire by herself. Ares and many of his fellow war gods were hiding grins, however Lily wasn't, as she was yelling at the top of her lungs in a vain attempt for her daughter to hear her. "Run! For the love all that is holy! Run, lass!" With a panic she says into her radio, Norton control. This is Fairy 08. I'm under enemy fire. Cutting back to the Nordic mages, one of them holding her rifle lowered it a bit as he says in frustration, how did we all miss her? Anson however had a shocked face as he saw the Imperial mage was nothing more than a child. What the hell? This is the Imperial observer. She couldn't be older than my daughter. It cuts to Tanya as the bullets fired at her are now clearly not trying to hit her and are more or less trying to scare her away from the battlefield as she continues to report on the radio, be chased by enemy mages. I repeat, I am under attack. The attack continues as some anti-air spells erupt behind her. Why isn't anyone responding? Tanya exclaims in frustration until finally her radio comes to life. Fairy 08, this is Norton control, give us your sitrep. Tanya closes her eyes to fight the urge to scream at the radio operator as she says, company class unit invading. Combat Zone Alpha. Block 08. Altitude 4,300. Anson is seen raising his arm stopping the attack with a clear face of relief that he doesn't have to kill a child. However, command has other plans. Roger that, initiating countermeasures. Nearest mage unit will be in your area in 600 seconds. Tanya was honestly shocked at the time she had to wait for help to arrive. Norton control. This is 10 mages with combat experience against 1 mage who has none. Please give me permission to leave the combat zone. Tanya pleaded with clear fear in her voice to the radio operator. I am sorry Fairy 08, we cannot allow you to leave until response teams arrive, you are to delay the enemy until such time. The radio operator clearly didn't like the situation either, but orders were to be given and they were given. Even if the only one there was just a child. With tears threatening to leave Tanya's eyes and a hitched breath she responded to the command as she fought back tears. Understood, if those are my orders I shall do what I can. The radio operator hoping to give her hope says. Stay strong, God is on our side. Which the fear and sadness in Tanya's eyes were replaced with those of hopelessness and despair at what the radio operator said. Bill's heart broke at what Tanya was going through, it broke even further when she asked, no begged for Norton control to allow her to fall back, he could hear the fear in her voice, the desperation and the pleading to get the hell out of there. It brought back some rather unpleasant memories for him, ones that he would rather stay buried. Oh Tanya, he said, don't worry, you won't have to do anything like that when you get here. Many veterans watching knew the feelings Tanya was going through, being in a situation where the odds were against you and begging high command to fall back yet being told no. It was something they all knew too well. However, for one Marine veteran who is the Makusa president, it brought back memories of that damn hill. Damn it. Why didn't she have backup? Where the hell was her support at? Why the fuck was she allowed to go out there alone? Damn it. Jackie was honestly shaking with anger as she stared down the portal. Don't you dare die on me, Tanya, that's a standing order. Don't you die on me until you're here safe at home where you belong. She exclaimed with fire in her eyes that could only come from a Marine mother who deeply cared for a child that was her own. Cold dread, is what everyone in Germany standing in front of the portal felt as they looked at Tanya, fighting to survive, and for quite a few veterans of the Second World War, they could relate and they could still feel that pants-shitting fear, especially for the few that fought on the Eastern Front, and for a couple that managed to survive Stalingrad and get out of the city, they were back there again, back in the ruins of that city, back to the brutal house-to-house fighting, back to the absolute barbarity that they went through, back to the hell that was the Eastern Front and the hellish cold of the Russian winter. All of the German veterans there bowed their heads to those unfortunate soldiers, as much as they hate the fact that this fatal land was getting invaded, the soldiers did not know that they got tricked by their own government and just definitely started a world war. The Prussian officers could understand the rage this Anson Su had for the politicians for doing such a cowardly act. They cheered as Tanya managed to protect herself just in time from Anson's attack, as much as they could sympathize with him though, they cheered for Tanya. At her inner thoughts they again bowed their heads in grief, she honestly should see therapy afterwards. They are glad Anson and his group just tries to scare her off instead of killing her, but grit their teeth as high command tells Tanya to just stay and fight. A veteran pilot of WW2, Eric Hartman couldn't help but scream, she is a non-experienced kid alone against a whole squad, do these idiots want her to die? Other warpilots yelled their opinions of that stupidity as well. At the hopelessness in Tanya's eyes they all just had the urge to take her in their arms and comfort her, while Eric Hartman was ready to jump into the next warplane and ram it into the portal in an attempt to help her, he was thankfully stopped by his friends. Gabriel just held her head down. No child should have to be told they must stay and fight, I can only hope her soul tries to remain pure for all the sins she will have to bear in this conflict she is to take part in. She said in a mournful voice. Brynhild looked at Tanya and with worry in her eyes, and she worried for her, she didn't want anything to happen to her, even if she would be received as a warrior in Valhalla, she still didn't want to claim the soul of one so young. Tanya's face slowly went from hopelessness to anger as she was thinking, God. Did she really just say God? Tanya banked left as she said in an angered voice. I refuse to believe in that bastard who sent me here is God. She said as she began to fly back towards Anson's unit. Jackie was at this moment, angry, Correction, she was furious at the fact Tanya was put into this because of being ex-breathing. She calms down and adopts her marine side as she says calmly. Remember your training ELT, and you will make it back alive. Bill looked at Tanya, his face full of fear for Tanya, and he hoped she would be okay, and he knew she would be. She just had to remember her training and she would be fine. Ares laughed when Tanya called X a bastard. He truly is one, isn't he, my little acolyte? Ares thought as he looked at Tanya raging. Cutting to Anson, he's watching Tanya through his binoculars and with a pained expression he says, why are you coming back towards us? Lowering his binos he relays orders to the rest of his men. She's coming back around. Men. Don't try to kill her. Capture her. And if you must, wound her. I will not have any of us become child murderers. The men nod as the company commander says. I can hit her at close range. Keep me covered. Before him and his men skied across the sky towards Tanya as Anson yelled. Company commander. Be careful. Soon Tanya is seen flying back towards the battlefield before making visual contact with Anson's company commander and his men. Tanya breathes as she brings up a balled-up fist to her forehead with her eyes closed as said balled-up fist is shaking, her other hand clamped down on her wrist. As Tanya was trying to calm herself, a memory came to her of her early days in training to become an officer. But I don't want to kill. A bright-eyed Tanya spoke to her teacher as she stayed behind during one of her classes. The older man nods as he looks at Tanya. Well, that's the thing, we soldiers don't kill. He says much to Tanya's shock as she asks, what do you mean? The older man takes the question in stride as he does his best to comfort this child but still tries and instill into her the core values of a soldier. When we soldiers are asked to take up arms, it is not because we do it to kill the enemy, we do it because we are being asked to defend our homes, to defend our loved ones, and most of all to defend the fatherland. Tanya slowly nods as the instructor continues. Tanya, when you like many others go into combat for the first time, I want you to remember this and take it to heart. Tanya nods, listening closely as he says, a soldier does not fight what's in front of them because they hate it, they fight to protect what is most precious behind them. For that is the sacred duty of a proud soldier of the fatherland. Tanya smiled as she nodded in understanding. Jackie sighs at the fact this soldier was clearly wanting to capture Tanya alive, and while she would not like the idea of her being a POW, it still was a better thought than her death. However, that was pushed aside as she heard what her instructor said, which gave her hope. That's right, baby girl, we don't kill and hate, we kill to protect. That's what a good trooper does. She wasn't alone in that thought as many veterans watching had the same thought. The German veterans and regular citizens alike were somewhat happy at the fact that this man had ordered that Tanya be taken alive, considering that she is still a child. However, what brought many of the veterans and active duty alike to tears was they were told something similar. I may have fought the Allies in North Africa, but I never hated them like me, they were soldiers. Simply following orders to protect their nations. An old World War II veteran said. The presidents had a roller coaster of feelings. While they were happy that Anson at least didn't want to kill her, but still they feared for her. She was after all in a battlefield, and they both were glad that her teacher said that to her in order to comfort her, but still she was a child, she had no place in a war. Many of the war gods looked at younger Tanya, who was getting wise advice from an older warrior, or in this case her instructor, and Freya spoke. Many a true warrior does not go into battle looking for a fight, they go because it is commanded by their leader to spill blood in the name of those they wish to protect. Lily, however, was fighting back tears as she held her breath with her husband holding her close to give as much moral support as he could. Outside, Ares said nothing at what Anson said, and he said nothing for good reason. While he, being a god of war, was desensitized to kids being killed, most here wasn't. So for once in his life he did the smart thing and said nothing. Good job, Anson Su, when I see you you will be rewarded for your mercy to Tanya, Ares thought in his mind. Coming back to the present, Tanya slowly started to chuckle, then that chuckle went into a laugh, and then finally a full-on crazed laugh as her eyes were wide open, her eyes dilated as she said with a deep, crazed yet determined voice. I get to be the hero of the battlefield today. What an honor. She starts taking off the radio equipment as it's discarded to the earth down below. So much for trying to play it safe. She says with a small hint of fear as she charges at Anson's forces. Today is as good as any other day to die. She declares, still clearly crazed at what she is about to do. Jackie's eyes widen in shock as she says, she's lost it. Her first time on the battlefield, and she has allowed the insanity of it to consume her. She says with a voice full of concern. Oh dear, Bill thought she's done gone and lost her marbles now. I hope she doesn't make any mistakes. His concern for her only raised significantly with the battle she was throwing herself into. Oh dear, she's lost it, Herzog thought as he watched Tanya start to laugh maniacally. I hope she doesn't do anything too crazy, he continued. As Tanya began her charge to the enemy mages, Cunningham saw her and yelled out, ready, fire. And the whole company let loose, bullets heading directly towards her, a few hitting her shield as she made evasive maneuvers around the enemy fire. Steadying her aim, she fired back, getting off 2 rounds that hit their target square on them, completely shattering the enemy shields, killing them outright. After passing each other, the Entente mages stopped and proceeded to fire at Tanya, missing all of their shots. Tanya, after evading, turned towards them and fired at one mage, killing him in a couple of shots, his equipment exploding around him, turning him into a fireball. Another mage came rushing out of the fireball and with his bayonet aglow with his magic as he charged at Tanya. Tanya, seeing this, also filled her bayonet with her magic and charged at him as well. They met but they both missed. The Entente mage turned around shocked that she missed, only to see Tanya aiming her gun at him. He brought up his arms, but with the pull of a trigger Tanya shot him, an explosion filling the area where the mage once was. Jackie was scared at first, scared her baby girl was going to die, but once the fighting started, that fear was replaced with pride, pure pride for Tanya. That's it. Show them why you're lean. Mean. Killing machine. The grin on her face only grew at Tanya's battlefield prowess. The granddaughter of the Red Baron was on the edge of her seat, watching with breath held as she watched Tanya fly through the air. Come on, come on. Roll. Roll. Watching Tanya fly like a human fighter plane caused the young pilot to smile, as she wanted nothing more to test her flying skills alongside this young second lieutenant. Throwing smoke, an Entente soldier called out, "Commander." He said as the black smoke lightened to show that the mage Tanya shot was still alive but missing his arms at the elbows. Damn it. Anson said as he saw the carnage going on. Damage report, he called out over the radio, "We've lost 2 men, and the captain is grievously wounded." Anson growled at this. One of the mages at his side looked to Anson. "Battalion commander," he said, "please let us go in." Anson thought for a moment before nodding his head and saying, "Okay, go in and save our men." With a yell, the 5 mages around Anson moved in to save the soldiers Tanya was attacking with reckless abandonment. Swaying her rifle left and right, she tried to acquire her target. "I have 2 minutes till help arrives," she thought as she was trying to get the mage in front of her who was skiing through the air like he was going down a mountain. Before 3 mages came up from behind, Tanya quickly broke off her pursuit of the 1 mage and avoided the incoming fire from the 3 new enemies. Flying around in circles, she and her new enemies returned fire to each other, not gaining an advantage over the other as they conducted a magical aerial dance of death. Ares, hell, all of the war gods were glued to the screen. Anubis tried to make a joke, which was in poor taste. "Looks like that man has been disarmed at." A tomato was seen being thrown at Anubis, smacking him in the back of the head. With a voice calling out, "Boo," that joke was in terrible taste. As the fighting went on, and the fighters went higher into the air, Tanya went to take aim at one of her enemies only to hear the clear sign of a hammer dropping on an empty chamber. Shock came over her face as one of Anson's soldiers looked shocked as well as he exclaimed, "Out of ammo." Tanya, not wanting to be caught, begins to think of a plan, only to have a grin come on her face. Flying up, she stops cutting power to her flight unit and begins to free fall towards the enemy. Richtofen was on the edge of her seat as she was now speaking out loud, not as a viewer, but as a member of the German Air Force. "Bank. Bank. Roll. Roll, you amazing little girl. Now climb for your life and have the sun to your back and send these meatball-eating bastards to hell." Her grin soon drops as she hears the unmistakable sound of a hammer dropping on an empty chamber. Falling on the enemy mage, she kicks him with her fight boot to his head, knocking him unconscious, and as he is falling, the other Entente mages stop and take aim at her, but they are shocked because she has disappeared. But then out of nowhere she appears on one of the enemy mages' back, and like a twisted version of a piggyback ride, she smiles a demented smile and says in a low voice, "I don't need ammo." Her grin goes to true manic lengths as she lights up. The Entente mages can only stare on in horror as she lights up. He sees her eyes go from a warm golden color to a haunting red color. Anson yells out, "Get out of there," she's about to go up. It switches back to Tanya with her uniform glowing red, and wind from her was picking up as well. It flashes to her computation jewel, which is shown glowing red as well, before it breaks and an explosion happens, and through the dark cloud a shimmering shield could kind of be seen in it. Anson stares in horror as the child blew herself up along with 5 of his men. "Why?" he asked. "Why did she do that?" He looks down in sadness. "Battalion commander," he heard off to the side. He looked and saw a couple of his men with one holding a wounded man over his shoulder. Enemy reinforcements coming in fast. Looking behind him, he saw the Imperial reinforcement, and turned to leave, but before he completely left he turned towards the dark cloud and saw Tanya, her shield barely holding up, falling out of the cloud. He felt a bunch of conflicting emotions: happiness, sadness, anger, and resignation. At least she survived, he thought, and he left the area with his men following him with their wounded. As Tanya fell, she felt numb as she fell. She thought, "Am I dying again? I might be. Well, at least I served the fatherland well." As she fell towards the ground though, an Imperial mage swooped down and caught her right before she hit the ground. The last thing she saw before blacking out was a young brown-haired woman. Bill looked on in concern for Tanya, and when he saw her maniac grin, he knew. He knew she was going to try and sacrifice herself, and all he could do was look on in horror, and it was in an instant he was back in Granada, watching one of his men get hit with a shell from an APC, and seeing the man just disappear. But that feeling disappeared as he saw Tanya dropping out of the cloud, and to his surprise being caught by Victoria. He thought, "Guess they met a lot earlier than we thought." Jackie was amazed at Tanya's ability to fly like a fighter pilot, while having the skills of a Marine. Of course Bill would argue that their little girl was in the army, but nevertheless, this little girl had skill. Seeing her hit the man with her iron boot made her shot. That's it, baby girl. Roundhouse kick the bastards. Only for her to be shocked as she watched Tanya Aloha snack bar herself, only to release her breath as she watched Victoria save Tanya from becoming ground pizza. Baby girl, I love you, I want to hold you, tell you everything is alright, but as soon as you come over here you are grounded. Sometimes the best way to survive is to fight hard and have an iron will, and I now have both, but sometimes such virtues can sometimes complicate plans, came Tanya's voice on the darkened screen. The screen then lightens up and a picturesque town is seen with the words Imperial Army Northern Theater, Military Garrison 1. It then cuts to a medical room with a group of military officers surrounding Tanya's bed. Second Lieutenant Tanya Digirekov, during the battle with the Entente Alliance U. It breaks to show Tanya in a hospital bed, her right leg in a cast and bandages all over her body, along with her right eye covered with bandages as well. Why are they treating me like a hero? I don't feel like one, Tanya, though, as the surrounding officers look at her with pride. The one officer voice cuts back in. Detained the enemy long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Despite your serious injuries you managed to accrue 4 confirmed kills, while halting the enemy advance across our borders. In recognition of your efforts I'm proud to present to you the Silver Wings Assault Badge. Congratulations. The officer leans down and on her pillow he pins a medal onto it. The medal was of silver wings on a blue circle and a blue cross. Tanya looks at it in shock, as everyone looks at her with pride in their eyes, congratulating her. I was kind of hoping they would say that with this I wouldn't need to go any more up into the army, that they would promote me and I would be safe and have a good paying job. I had hoped they wouldn't send me to the front as a moral booster, at least that was my hope. Tanya thought. It cuts to a shot through the window near her bed as the camera pans up looking down on her and some of the officers in her room. The screen goes dark and then a red light appears once again. The screen lightens a bit to show a workshop, with a man in a white lab coat standing over a bench working on something. It then closes up on the man before showing some documents on the table. The documents were of Tanya. It showed pictures of her and a document that talked about her. Awarded the Silver Wings Assault Badge. At the tender young age of 11, the man said, his voice a rough gravely type. The young ace known as White Sliver, her magical capacity and output are astronomically high. It then cuts to half of the man's face. A monocle covers one of his eyes and a red glow of a circular computation jewel's reflection is seen in the glass of the monocle. With capabilities like that it would take a hell of a lot to break her. Wouldn't it? The screen fades to black. It then lights back up showing the inside of a mansion. I forgot it was going to be a propaganda film for receiving the Silver Wings Assault Badge. Tanya's voice could be heard. It then shows Victoria, and Iran standing along with some women moving some boxes around. It then cuts to an old-style camera. It was supposed to be in uniform, but I was wrong. It then flashes to a makeup woman as she puts some blush on Tanya's cheeks and then to some more makeup to the woman's right. But I was terribly, terribly, terribly wrong. It then cuts to another woman in a blue uniform holding up a burgundy color dress. Even though I was a girl now, I didn't like the frilly aspect of my new gender. It made me feel like I was losing myself, but I had no choice in the matter. It cuts to 2 women taking Tanya behind a changing curtain and taking off her uniform to put her in the burgundy color dress. It then cuts to the cameraman and the others standing behind him. It then cuts to Tanya with a 1,000-yard stare on her face. Victoria looks at Tanya with a blush on her face, and as the camera is rolling Tanya gives a big smile. Hello, she said in a deceptively cutesy voice, I'm the White Silver Tanya Digirekov. Jackie smiled, baby girl, you earned that medal because you are indeed an ace. Now if only you were a part of the Marines and not Army. Bill chuckles as he says. Oh come on now, we're not that. He didn't finish as Jackie raised an eyebrow, turning he saw what she saw. Okay, who the fuck is this Colonel Klink knockoff mixed with Dr. Frankenstein? She asks. Of course, once the dress came out, 2 things happened. 1. The entire area became ground zero for the wild sounds of those who adore cute and adorable things. 2. Jackie was laughing her ass off as she says, oh god, she looks so done with that dress. Jackie could honestly relate as she would never wear a dress. Ever. Period. The presidents looked with deadpan stare at the mad doctor type, with Roman having his hands in his face saying why, oh why are mad scientists a German staple even in other universes, most are even mad doctors, why is this prevalent even in another universe? All the while Alex just patted his back in sympathy, but then she saw Tanya in that dress and she started to squeal at how cute she was looking, which caused Roman to look at her. With a blush in her looking down she said, I like cute things, okay. All he did was chuckle at that. Ares and the rest of the gods were more than a little creeped out with the way that obviously mad doctor type was acting, and most were hoping that he would have nothing to do with Tanya, but they wouldn't hold their breaths about it. Although when the propaganda footage was shown all of the female goddess and Lily were cooing at how cute little Tanya looked in the dress, while Ares was laughing his ass off at the look on Tanya's face. Chuckling that it was the look of despair and hopelessness. Those around the portal in St. Peter's Square had a roller coaster of emotions, none more than Pope John Paul, he did feel a little pride in Tanya's skill and believed wholeheartedly that it was the great Mother God who helped keep her alive. Thank you for watching over this child. He prayed a silent thanks. Of course he couldn't help but give a laugh at Tanya's face as everyone in the square and even some of his people made a comment on how adorable or how funny it was in how Tanya looked in a dress. John himself couldn't deny that she did look very adorable in the vintage dress which even his mother would have worn. Meanwhile in the Brazilian jungle. In the middle of a jungle, in an underground bunker, two men stared at the screen. One of the men was short and very rotund, while the other was tall and lanky. They both were staring in shock at the screen of the TV. Herr Major, the tall one said in German accented English, does this change the plan any? The small man, now known as the Major, smiled. Nein, Herr Doctor, if anything this just expands it. The doctor just nodded and the Major went back to looking at the screen, at the angel of death he had seen, and his smile got even bigger. Yes, he thought, she and Alucard will be our final, most outstanding German Krieg. Dawn of a new world. If one word could describe Hogwarts at the very moment, it would be a cocktail of emotions. For all who saw that Tanya, the symbol of Prussian pride, of a model soldier, or the very strength of Prussian spirit, the little girl who that world's version of France called the Devil of the Rhine, was originally in their world the boy who lived. As soon as that fact slowly sank into the residents of Hogwarts, as the information was processed, all the students came to one logical conclusion of how to react to the information that was presented. Chaos, total unmitigated chaos. Draco was deep in thought. On one hand, this was Harry Potter, the boy who survived the killing curse. The boy who defeated the Dark Lord. Yet, he, or rather she, was Tanya. The mage who showed him that magic and non-magical could be combined, that they could be shown respect, gain strength, fame even. It was everything he dreamed of and more. Yet, he was conflicted at the fact that this world they were shown went against everything that the pure-blood teachings taught them. It was maddening. It was unthinkable, yet it made him think. The non-magical in that world celebrated mages, could the non-magicals of our world do the same? He thought deeply as a small voice whispered into his mind. Tanya gained the respect she has because of the military. If you joined the military as well, wouldn't you gain the same respect as her? The more Draco thought about it, the more the idea appealed to him. With a smile he had thoughts of him working up the ranks, being celebrated as a war hero, even being idolized. Yes. He thought as he now knew what path he wished to take in life to achieve his goals. Barty Jr. aka Fake Alastair Moody, didn't move from his spot in the Great Hall as his plan worked, yet backfired all at the same time. Well, fuck. I did not see that coming. However, this does explain where the Potter brat went, or is he still Potter? Is he even a he? So many questions. So little answers. The fake Alastair roared within his mind. Snape wasn't a bad person, no matter what the students and his fellow professors thought of him. In reality he unleashed all his pent-up aggression onto the student body because he was tired of the old goat and his games, tired of being used as a spy, hell he was just tired of it all. The reason? Harry Potter, Lily had made him take an oath to watch over him and protect him, to even love him as his own son. Yet, when the news came out of his death and what his relatives had done to him, it resulted in Snape going down the rabbit hole of fire, whiskey and self-loathing. However, that has changed since the portals which showed where Tanya was and what happened to them. So now what was he to do? Was he to continue to follow the old goat's plans? Pack up and leave for parts unknown? Or wait for the chance, even if so slim, for Tanya to arrive back in their world and fulfill the oath he took? He honestly did not know, and that's what filled him with more dread. As the Great Hall started to quiet down, Minerva McGonagall was beside herself with worry. Little Harry is now Tanya. She knew the Dursleys were the worst sort of muggles and she knew she should have pushed harder for Harry to never set foot in that blasted household, but no, she had to listen that Faklan Gobhar bastard, and look where it lead. Harry, the son of two of her best students, dead, because of those blasted muggles, and she was worried for her. As that line of thought continued she felt something cross the ward lines outside, but the strange thing was is that they were coming but they held no hostile intent, so standing up from the table she excused herself and walked to the main door in the hall and left out of it to get to the main door in the hall. Once she left Hogwarts Castle and made her way to the main gate she was met by the sight of an old student, and 20 soldiers behind him, which caused her to have a small panic as adorned on their shoulders was the crest of Her Majesty's Guard. Her shock would be shaken out as the Scottish voice of her old student was heard saying in a jovial tone. Oi! Professor! Long time no see! While the sight of the soldiers was a bit of a worrying sight, that was put aside as she greets one of her old students. Bless me bagpipes, John D. Why haven't I seen ya since you graduated all those years ago? What have you been up to since last I saw yet? She asks before walking up and engulfs John in a hug, which results in one of the soldiers to snicker before getting an elbow to the gut. It's good to see ya as well, Professor. John says before breaking the hug. She looked at Dee and said, Now James, you haven't answered my question, what are you doing here? McGonagall asked, John sighs as he looks at her right in the eyes and knew what he was about to say was either gonna be the best news of her life, or was gonna flare her Scottish temper to the point not even stunners or the soldiers he brought would stop her. Well, that's a part of why I'm here, Professor McGonagall. He speaks seriously and with a voice of full authority, by order of Her Majesty the Queen. Hogwarts is to be brought under the authority of not only the realm, but also brought up to standards of the Ministry of Education, as well as a full audit of all that has been happening within its walls. He finishes as he reaches into his coat and holds out an envelope with the royal seal on it. Shock was what she felt at first, before slowly a sly smirk formed on her face. Well then, shall I show you to the Great Hall, Royal Wizard John D? She says, trying her hardest not to sound excited at the idea of the old goat finally getting the boot. Within the Great Hall many students and teachers alike were enjoying their meals until the large doors of the Great Hall fly open and what followed was Professor McGonagall stalking into the Great Hall with John D and his soldiers behind them in rows of 2 before stopping at the center of the Great Hall, standing at attention while John D and the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts stand at the front of the staff table with Dumbledore standing from his throne-like chair clearly surprised on the outside, but on the inside he was fuming. How dare these muggles storm Hogwarts? My castle. Of course outside he was his concerned grandfatherly self. Well, might I inquire who you are and why you have brought armed muggles into Hogwarts? He was even more upset at the fact he could not read this man's mind as his mindscape was like that of a fortress. Said man soon spoke with a slight Cockney accent, why Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm right insulted that you don't remember me. Looking closer at the man his eyes widen as he says, John D. My dear boy, it has been a while since I've last seen you. Of course this raised even more questions as the old manipulator did not see this factor coming back as he never knew what happened to the man after he ran away to the Muggle world. John D just gives a small smile as he pulls out a scroll from his uniform top. Well yes, being the Queen's royal wizard and spymaster does do that to you. He gives a slight chuckle as what he said resulted in a storm of mutters throughout the Great Hall, and a raging storm of emotions from the old goat which gave John a lovely cocktail of delightful feelings of smugness. Opening up the scroll he gets right to his objective. By order of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, ruler of the realm, and defender of faith. Hereby declaring that Hogwarts shall now fall under both the Department for Education to raise the standard of education for the students and will also fall under the Ministry of Defense as Hogwarts shall also have attached to it a Mage Cadets program to train future soldiers of Her Majesty's armed forces. Failure to comply with this shall be seen as a direct affront to the Crown and harsh punishment shall be dealt as dictated by the laws of the realm. The Great Hall was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Of course the ones who were taking it the most hard was 2 people, Ron Big Mouth Weasley who was having an internal meltdown and the wannabe chess master himself, Albus losing of titles Dumbledore who was raging in his mind. How dare that damn Muggle Queen think she can demand such a thing? First chance I get I shall go to the palace and work on her mind so much that she will declare me king. And greater than Merlin. Of course his internal rants was stopped as a hue of white magic descended upon the entire school as the 4 house banners now were replaced with the royal seal of the realm, which to John D's knowledge, showed that Hogwarts magic accepted the decree and now integrated back into the kingdom of the Britons. Shock was what filled the Great Hall of Hogwarts as the old man who was the headmaster looked his age. On the inside he was upset that his plans were being torn down right in front of him which required him to call in most likely all his favors. John D smiling he says to the now ex-headmaster, it seems magic has accepted this decree and as the royal wizard to Her Highness the Queen, I request you step down and allow new blood to educate the next generation of mages Mr. Dumbledore. He stressed the word mage which already confirmed many that indeed the new term for magical users was going to be used on them for the coming future of their education within the old castle. Among the students who saw all this were 3, Draco Malfoy, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger. All 3 among others had wide eyes of shock as, instead of Hermione, Neville was the first to stand as he asked, is it possible to sign up right now so we can be combat mages? John looks at the heir of Horse Longbottom with a thoughtful look and before he could answer Draco stands up and asks as well. Is there an age limit to those who can sign up? That caused an avalanche of questions which inside John was smiling as already he could see the results the portals had on the youth of their isolated magical world which is both a good and bad thing considering it could lead to yet another internal conflict. However that was an issue that could be met down the line as for now he left the questions to the soldiers he brought with him while he began the changes needed to bring the school to modern standards. As the changes began in the British magical world, within modern Britain the shock of magic being real was felt as many within the public were asking questions, wanting answers. Even the orphanages were getting massive donations and audits to make sure that they were being ran correctly. However for one retired Sergeant Major Dan Granger of the British Army it didn't matter as he was sitting in the office of his old friend who was still a part of the service. The reason for this visit? Simple. Dan was scared his daughter would be drafted or sign up for any cadet program that his nation would introduce and if that was so, then he would pull every favor he could to make sure she was under his command to not only watch over her but also in a way protect her to the best of his ability. Did that make him a bit of a helicopter father? Yes. Yes it did, but show him any parent that wouldn't do the same to make sure their children were protected and safe when it came to such dangerous lines of work. Standing in front of his former squad mate's office, he took a calming breath before knocking on the door. A muffled enter was heard, and stepping inside the office, Dan was met with his friend, an all but blood uncle to his daughter, Jefferson McGregor, who stood up with a smile as Dan entered into his office. "Well, I wasn't expecting to see you, Dan." Coming from behind his desk, he pulled Dan into a tight hug before shaking his hand a bit. "What are you doing here? I thought you'd be at home with the missus." Dan chuckles as he smiles slightly. "I was, but the whole portal business started, and well, it gave me something to think about." Jefferson nods slowly as he motions to the chair in front of his desk. Taking the offered seat, Dan sits in front of his friend's desk as Jefferson says, "The portal business, the whole service is right barmy now that we are to try and create a whole new section for each branch of Her Majesty's service for future royal mages, as they're being called." Dan just nods slowly as his face adopted a slightly concerned look about him, to which he adds, "That's one of the reasons I'm here, Jeff. It's about Hermione." Jefferson soon looks at Dan with concern as he asks, "She all right? Did something happen? Did some boy take her to elope?" Jefferson stood up slightly, to which Dan barked out in shock at the last part. "Good heavens, no. No, it's..." He was silent for a bit before finally he said, "She's magical, Jeff. She's going to a school for her magic, and I'm honestly worried for her. Before she found out she was a mage, she always dreamed of following in my footsteps and becoming Daddy's little soldier girl." He chuckles a bit as he had fond memories of those days. He would put his beret on her head and she would give a little salute. It honestly was the highlight of his time soldiering, to come home to his baby girl and telling her all about his time he was away being a proper soldier. Jefferson nods as he has a slight smile. "So you think she will use this to try and make you proud, hey?" he asks as Dan slowly nods. "Yeah," was all he could say before looking at his friend square in the eyes with a serious look on his face as he says, "I wanted to know if my time frame for re-enlistment was up, and if not, that I could request some help being head of whatever cadet program Hermione might be put into." Jefferson leaned back a bit in thought before going to his computer and pulling up Dan's file. He saw the time frame for which his old friend and former sergeant major could re-up for another stint of service. Looking back at Dan, he says, "Well, after this month you have about another 11 to decide whether to join back into the service. As to your request, well, I know some friends of ours who are now higher up in the chain, and I could pull some strings," he says with a smile, to which Dan couldn't help but laugh a little as he nods. "Anything you can do to give me the ability to help Hermione would be better than anything." Jefferson nods as he prints out the re-enlistment forms and looks at Dan. "Well, you're in luck, considering that there has been request for a commandant to head up the newly formed Army Mage Cadet Forces, AMCF, at the School of Hogwarts, which I can only guess Hermione is there." Dan's was on the verge of tears as it almost felt like God had a hand in this, that or it was a very large coincidence. Either way, Dan wasn't gonna turn it down as he signed on the dotted line and was told he would get a rank up for his new position as well as a non-commissioned officer, to help make sure everything ran as smoothly as the army. Once Dan left Jefferson's office, he sat down and with a slow motion of his hand he reached into his desk and pulled out a wand. With a smile forming on his face, he commented, "To think. All it took was portals to finally get us to be able to do our jobs better as we fight for king and country. I wonder how many lives I could have saved if I was allowed to use magic on the front lines? How many lives will be saved now that a new form of magic has been shown? I wonder." He leans back in his large chair looking up at the ceiling with a contemplative look on his face. "What will little Hermione turn out to be? Become an officer? Maybe go for military intelligence?" He hummed as he gave a slight chuckle as a stray thought came into his mind of the young sweet and smart Hermione trying to be a rough and gruff sergeant like her father, which honestly made him laugh at such a notion. Sitting upright at his desk, Jefferson went back to work as the army never sleeps, and for an officer like him, he knew this all too well. If one word could describe the aftermath of the truth that was revealed of Tanya's origins at number 12 Grimmauld Palace, it was a volcano of emotional distress as Sirius was openly punching the wall as Amelia was trying to keep him from continuing, while Remus was drinking his 5th. 6th. Even the werewolf did not know as he was attempting to drink away the shame and pain of failing his pack by allowing the pup to do such a thing as to take one's own life, only for a false god to come in and steal their soul and be reborn into a world of war. As Amelia tried to calm her boyfriend down, but he just continued to punch the walls. After each hit, Amelia then with a wave of her wand at the walls with spells, which would repair said wall and do it all again. Of course that wasn't the only thing which could be heard as Sirius unleashed a verbal flood of pent-up emotions that had been bottled up since his false imprisonment. "That bastard being X. Those damn Dursleys. Damn them. Damn them all to hell." With one final fist fall hitting the once again repaired wall, his girlfriend Amelia rushed forward and wrapped the man up in a tight hug to keep him from hurting himself anymore. Wrapping his arms around the woman he loved and the only other thing that kept him on this cursed earth, Sirius went from enraged to grief-stricken, as the last heir of black cried into his lover's shoulders. All while Amelia whispered into his ear, "It's all right. She will come back, she will." Sirius wanted to retort, wanted to make a smart remark, but he couldn't as all he felt was a possible false hope at seeing his godson, now turned goddaughter, appearing within their world again. After what seems like hours, Sirius Black finally regains some form of control as he looks to the woman who has stuck by his side. With a smile he says, "Thank you, just. Thank you." Amelia just nods as they both finally go upstairs and join Remus in a drink as both could use it. "Alright, since no one is gonna say it, I will," Sirius said, breaking the silence. "We need to find a way to get Tanya back to our world, or at least get those damn Dizzlies." Amelia nods along with Remus as she says, "With the statue all but gone, I can see about using my family's loyalty to the crown to try and launch a small investigation into what happened, maybe even see if we can contact the other side or find some obscure summoning ritual to bring Tanya back." Sirius was smiling at the idea before Remus asks a simple why. Both now look at Remus as Sirius says, "Why what Mooney?" Remus sober up a little as he continues to say, "Why show us this now? When did this all happen?" Amelia spoke up as she was there at the start, ground zero as it were. "The goblet, once the goblet of fire spat out Harry's name is when all of this started." Remus nods as he starts to really think on this until finally some thought, more like an inner voice, hit him as he spoke almost in a trance-like state. What if this was the mother of magic doing? What if they wanted us, and when I mean us I mean the world, to see this world, to see what our world could have been should the statue of secrecy never have been put into place? What if they want our world to change for the better? Both Sirius and Amelia just stared at Remus dumbfounded until finally they too started to think deeply on his words, and both honestly couldn't find fault within his logic, because if either Mother Magic or even God wanted this to happen, then it means that the time to stay hidden has passed and the time for integration has come within their divine plans. Of course that was interrupted as a knock at the door was heard, which made all three jump before looking at each other. With her wand at the ready, Amelia made her way to the front door. She put her eye to the peephole, and what she saw made her eyebrow raise in surprise, because standing on the front porch was the Royal Spy Master James D, flanked by British soldiers. Amelia pocketed her wand as she makes sure she's presentable before taking a calming breath, then opens the door as she says, "What a surprise, I did not expect to have the Royal Wizard and Spy Master grace the house today," she said as politely as possible. Of course D said, a strong Welsh accent could be heard. "No one expects the Royal Wizard Inquisition." Amelia was a bit shocked as she says with a slight hint of fear, "I beg your pardon." "Our main weapon is fear," he said in surprise. He paused before he stopped and said, "Our main weapons are fear, surprise, and a ruthless devotion to the Queen of England." He paused, looking more annoyed with himself before he once again started up, "Our main weapons are fear, surprise, a ruthless devotion to the Queen of England, and the color red." He once again paused before he started up again, looking really angry at himself. "Our main weapons are fear, surprise, a ruthless devotion to the Queen of England, and the color red." He finished. He looked to the soldiers who were about to bust a gut laughing. "Is that it?" he said, "because I'm not going over the list again." That did it as the soldiers finally let out their laughter, causing some to lean on the steps railing for support and other dropped to their knees in complete stitches. Amelia had her face as deadpan serious as possible, not trying to show a reaction to such buffoonery being presented from someone of such high status. Of course the two jokers inside were also losing it as they were on the floor roaring with laughter to the point both seemed to have lost the concept of breathing. Amelia coughs as she tries to regain control of why such a man was standing at their door. "Now getting down to business, might I inquire as to why you have come today?" He looked at her and simply said, "I'm here to offer you one hell of a deal, Amelia." "Ah," she said, "and what would that be?" she asked. "Simple," he said, "I'm offering you a position for the Magical Occupation Force. The Ministry has been deemed by magic to be in breach of contract, and the Ministry has now fallen under the purview of the Crown, and I know you, Amelia, and I won't lie to you, we need people like you in the force, so what do you say?" Amelia just stares at John for the longest time before she just gives a curt nod. "If it's for Her Majesty, then the Bones family shall happily answer the call." As things were beginning to change for the better in magical Britain, across the waves to the nation now known for producing the bravest of their forces from an alternate world, high above the clouds was the great-granddaughter of her nation's aces. Flying high in her plane painted red, she gazed down to the city below, thinking about how much her nation has changed since the portals closed from the last viewing, as they were being called. Orphanages were being audited, and from what she had heard there were a few orphanages that were shut down and almost the entire staff arrested. The charges, from what she had heard, child endangerment, starvation, and the most damning of charges, child trafficking. The former workers were all being put on trial next week, and despite their lawyers' tries, they were getting the max sentence, life in prison. That was if they survived, that is. After all, anyone supporting pedophilia was taken care of in prison. Of course, the more light-hearted of things were the posters and merchandise which was popping up all over. "Wingman to Red Baroness." She sighs as she replies, "Red Baroness to Wingman, I read ya, buddy, go ahead." Her wingman pulls up to her 8 as he talks to her. "Ya hear about the latest crackdown on the Tanya merch that was being sold without the government's okay?" Now she was curious, as the last time it was just children's books. No, what was it this time? She asks honestly, curious. Her wingman laughed. "It was Tasha pillows." His laughter continued. "Big pillows with everyone's favorite couple hugging on them." Richthofen now was just shaking her head as she says, "Well, at least it isn't those damn sex books. but seriously, have you seen those posters the public relations department has been releasing lately? She asks. You mean the ones of both Tanya and of Victoria, he said. The one that kinda looks like a First World War recruitment poster. Yeah, I've seen them. Kinda over the top in my opinion, but it gets the job done right. Richthofen chuckles as she replies back, that and the one with Victoria in a Joan of Arc-like armor with those angel wings on her back as she's protecting German soldiers from demons. Of course the poster in question was done for the German Mage Corps, which was done up as a concept from a local Berlin painter. Yeah, he said, a little over the top like I said. He paused for a few minutes. But they work, he said. I heard recruitment is up 50% since the viewing and all of Tanya's actions. Also she's a Valkyrie, not an angel, there is a big difference. Richthofen just laughs a bit as she flies alongside her wingman over the skies of Berlin. However, the biggest question which has permeated the city's populace has been the return of the Kaiser Rich, or at least the Kaiser. There has even been debates to adopt the Empire's flag, as the image of a two-headed dragon seems to appeal to more than a few of the younger generations. Among those who had these thoughts were those traveling within a 1989 Porsche 911 limo. These people were the descendants of the former Kaiser. It was a tense debate going on in that car. Father, Mother, said Princess Wilhelmina, I believe that if the people want our return we should ask for a vote, a referendum to allow our return to the throne. If that is what they truly want, who are we to stand in the way? While her father stayed silent as he was deep in his own thoughts, his wife and mother of their daughter voiced her thoughts. It was the people who allowed a madman to run our once proud nation into the ground. I say we enact what is rightfully ours by not only God, but also by magic, as we rule and guide our nation back to its strong roots as their sovereigns. She was clearly inspired by what they saw of the alternate Prussian Empire. Wilhelmina shook her head. No, Mother, she said, if we take it by force we would be no better than the madman you decree. We need the people's support on this, especially since we would need our British cousins' support as well. After all, there are factions in a certain neighbor nation that would not like to see our return to the throne. Before her mother could retort, her father spoke up for the first time as he says, I agree with you, daughter. Now with the magical world brought into the light, they will need the guiding hand of the Kaiser again, as the days of old before the ICW came to be. So I shall leave this task to you to take the reins, for I am too old to lead our nation. His wife went to speak, only for him to bang his cane down on the floorboard of the car. I have spoken, he said in a forceful and commanding voice. Meanwhile, halfway across the world in the frozen depths of Siberia, near an old decommissioned Soviet Red Army base, the town near it had lost some population since the base's completion, but they still have some of the original builders that decided to stay there. After all, some of the soldiers that were based there stayed as well. They were a strange lot. From what so of the older townsfolk remembered, they didn't seem all that loyal to the party, but most just chalked that up to the fact that most were more than likely vets of the action in Afghanistan, and most said that was to blame for the Union's collapse. But then again, they didn't mind. They were a respectful lot and they paid good money for the stuff in town. Most considered that base to be the town's lifeblood, and many were scared that they would have to leave when the base was shut down. But they were pleasantly surprised when most of the soldiers stayed. They claimed that they bought the old base and were currently living on it. They didn't know how they got the money, but the people in town were happy. Their best customers were staying, and were still visiting in town. One of the soldier, a Private Vasily Ivanovich, was currently in town. He had passed the local newspaper stand when his eyes caught the paper in display. It was a picture of Tanya and of Victoria. Taking out a ruble coin, he paid the paperman and took the paper to look at it closer. Strangely, he ignored Tanya and focused entirely on Victoria's photo. It was a little out of focus, but he could still make her out, and what he saw chilled him to the bone. Impossible, he said in shock. Captain Fedorov must be shown this immediately. With that, he turned back to the base and ran at full speed. The captain must be informed, for in his hand their future had just been shown. America's Secret History. 2 weeks, that's how long it took to gather many of the old veterans to do this documentary. To one John Smith, former US Army Airborne and World War II veteran, it seemed like it was longer since magic came out into the open. It seemed so surreal to him how much has changed in the nation he and his friends fought and bled for, and yet nothing could compare to what he was about to tell the people, what truly happened to the magical United States after the Second World War, when he and many other mages, he still chuckles at their people's new names, returned home from the war. But he was still proud to do this documentary, because the truth needed to be revealed. That the old Makusa was no better than Hitler and Mussolini and their fascist governments, or the Japanese Tojo regime out in the Pacific. Being brought out of his thoughts was the voice of a young man in his mid-20s wearing a basic button-up shirt, khaki slacks, and some black shoes. I am very happy you agreed to do this, Mr. Smith. I can't tell you how much it means to me to be able to interview a war hero such as yourself. John just chuckled. Thanks to the portals and the fact that Ole Reagan's granddaughter being the magical president, patriotism had gotten its second wind, as now everyone, be they magical or non, were giving their respect and support to both veterans and active military, be they guard or reservist. I'm no hero, son. I was just asked to do a job like everyone else and I did it. Then I came home and slept for 6 months. The old war veteran added a chuckle at the end. The interviewer gave a small chuckle at what the vet said. I can probably say that, true sir, he said. John simply nodded as the cameras came to life, and now John was seated across from the young man as he said, so what was the perception of the magical community like before the war? The interviewer asks. Oh boy son, Smith said, that is a loaded question. He paused for a few minutes before saying, you know how England is right, he said, about how all the quote-unquote dark creatures are now leaving their shores because of the revelation of magic. The interviewer nodded. Well, Smith said, we were a lot worse, laws restricting the rights of magical creatures here in the States, restricting the rights of the Native American magicals. Hell, there was even a law called Rappaport's Law that stole magical children from their non-magical parents and then erased their memories of them. After me and my friends came back from the war, all we could do is stare in shock. Was this what we had really fought for? A magical government that was no better than the fucking Nazis, and those that were really disgusted were the first-generation magicals, who always got the short end of the stick in the magical world. It was then and there we knew we needed to change it. The interviewer was now interviewing a dark-skinned man whose name was Zachary, who was also a part of the US Army. So you said that John contacted you and many other veterans who had fought in the war to try and change the magical government? He said to Zachary. Zach breathes as he says, well, you have to understand, back then, if you were black then you were segregated in the non-magical side of things. However, that wasn't the case in the magical world. In the magical world, if you were born of a magical and non-magical, then they tend to treat you like you were just a freed slave from the south. But those at the bottom of society were the first-generation magicals, or no-maj-borns as they were called in those times. They were treated like complete shit. If I was treated like a newly freed slave, then they were still slaves, and the worst thing was it didn't matter your skin color, black, white, brown. It didn't matter if you were a no-maj-born, you were scum in the pure blood's eyes. At least with the normal folk, they treated somewhat decent, hell even as a second-class citizen, but for the magical side of things, it needed to change is all I'm gonna say, and John along with the rest of us were gonna make those changes. The interviewer was now talking to an old Marine named John Johnson. So, the interviewer asked, you were a part of John and Zachary group? The old Marine gave a smile. Yes sirree, ran it with them back in the day. See, after we all got back to civilization, most of us still stuck together, instinct from the battlefield. But all of us magical vets were disgusted with the way our side of the nation was being run, and bless John and Zach, they tried, oh how they tried to make the changes peacefully. But the corruption in the Macusa, it was just too much for an honest election to be possible. If those damned purebloods didn't like you, then all you were doing was wasting your time. The interviewer then asks the big question, what was it like to know you lost the elections? Smith sighs as he says, it was devastating, to know that for which our nation was founded on was being used as nothing more than a tool for those rich purebloods. Zach picks up as he was rubbing his eyes, fighting back the tears. Broke my heart so bad, me and John along with the rest decided to go to a bar that was for veterans only, magical and no maj. He stopped before continuing his story, as now the sight of said bar along with their younger versions is seen as he narrates. We were so broken-hearted that all we wanted to do was drink and think nothing of it, believing we had lost the fight before it even began. One man at the bar with a tattoo which was the USMC symbol looked at the Army veterans in disgust before standing up and gets everyone's attention as Smith's narration comes in. Then this Marine got our attention, and to this day, I still remember what that devil dog said to us to light the fire we needed to do what we did. Look at you, he said, standing up looking all around the bar. Look at you all, sitting here drinking your problems away. You all spent 3 or 4 years fighting in foxholes in far-off countries. We lost friends, brothers, men we will always remember, but now you all disrespect their memories but sitting here doing nothing. We came back expecting a hero's welcome, but what did we get? The same fucking shit as before. We were called mudblood, half-breed freak, the list goes on. We survived the hell of the battlefield for what? So some fucking blue blood asshole can still call us the same shit that they did before? I say no. He cried the last part out in anger, with more than a few agreeing with him. Most had actually stopped drinking and were giving the man their complete attention. If they won't give us a free election, the Marine continued, I say we take back our country from these fucking fuckers. We still know people in the military reach out to them and ask for guns, ammo, grenades. Anything that we can use to take back our country from those asshole. Are you with me? There was a tremendous thunder of applause as the vets cheered, clapped, and hollered, and there was one word being spoken in many languages. Liberté, Freiheit, Wollnesk, just to name a few, but they all had the same meaning: liberty. They wanted the liberty they were promised by the founding fathers, and by God they were going to get it, or die trying. Johnson was laughing as he said with a large smile, this is why God made the Marines. Not because we were the meanest bunch, but because we remind the other branches why the hell they signed up in the first place. Smith had a smile as he continued the story, so yeah. We did just as the Marine said and called up as many of our friends as we could, and you could bet we armed up. Of course the pure bloods never expected that we would revert back to our military training to do what we did. The interviewer asked simply, and what was it you and your fellow veterans did? Zach just thought about what to say, then he finally answered, what the Second Amendment allowed us to do when faced with a tyrannical and unlawful government. Smith's narration was heard as the sight of the veterans dressed in suits with trench coats was seen walking into the Capitol building of the magical U.S. Congress, which was in session, each taking out or making sure the guards did not alert the rest. So we waited until those pure bloods were in session before we striked, and when we did, they had no idea. The doors to the Congress Hall burst open as veterans stormed the room fast enough that not even the guards were prepared as they began to gather up all the pure bloods to one side of the room. Johnson's narration took over. We pushed all of those bastards to one side of the room, all of them screaming and yelling at us, even going as far as to threaten us. Course didn't matter, considering what we did next would go down in history as the day the real magical United States was born upon the blood of tyrants and the valor of patriots. What happened? The interviewer asked with a slight stutter. What do you think? Jaffinson said. The image fades back to the meeting room at the Woolworths building in New York. We had lined those bastards up against the wall, and we made sure they were facing us all the while. The narration pauses and show the vets lining the members of the MACUSA up against the wall all the while the members were threatening them, calling them mudbloods, and finally the vets armed with Thompson M1A1 submachine guns opened fire, gunning them all down in a hail of patriotic fury. We gunned them down like dogs. Johnson said they never saw it coming, because they had to give up their wands at the security checkpoint at the front desk. They never thought they would ever need their wands or any backup weapon. The fools. Course there were some still alive, and as such we couldn't exactly leave them alive, so a couple of men went into the pile of corpses and with their .45s they put a round directly into the forehead. Zach sighs, taking off his glasses to rub his old eyes before putting them back on. I won't lie and say it was easy going from then on. We had to undo so much damage and rebuild our side from the ground up. Although the threat of the Soviets helped out in the rebuilding process, all things considered. He chuckles before static is seen changing to a newsroom where a round table-like discussion is being held. So you're telling me that Native American magical community is much different from the regular magical community? Asked the host. Oh yes, said a Navajo man named Aot, said because we commune so more closely with nature than our European counterparts, we were more spiritual, and the byproduct of that was that we could do more than the Europeans when they came over here to the Americas, but of course that frightened them, but they couldn't exactly try and force us to abide by their rules. Us shaman, and medicine men and women were important pillars of the community for all the tribes, so when they could force us to abide by their rules, they manipulated the Nomajas, made them think gold was in the Blackfoot's sacred hills, when there was none. Thankfully, while the Navajo were moved, it wasn't like the Cherokee and others who were moved all the way from the East Coast, and then the magical government did something unforgivable. They made the Nomaj government establish the Indian reservation schools, which striped our children away from our culture. And for those of magical background, they were taken and they sometimes never returned to us. Those schools destroyed our young ones, made them forget their own culture, and many other unspeakable things. The interviewer tugged at his collar in an uncomfortable way. Hoping to move on to something less uncomfortable, he asks, so with the advent of the civil rights movement, I have to ask if this helped the magical Native American community. Yes, actually, Aot said, when the Woolworths revolt happened and the rebuilding, the new magical government approached us and apologized for the actions of their predecessors and even said they would close down the magical Indian boarding schools if we wanted them closed. We did, of course, but they couldn't do much about the BIA for now. That's the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the continued taking of our non-magical brothers' children, but they would try to lessen the effect they would have on them. In all, it was a sign that the times were changing and it was in a good direction, and with the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1963, we truly could feel our people starting to heal. Seeing that things wouldn't get too uncomfortable going forward, he asked, now I was wondering if you could tell us if any of the myths and lore surrounding Native American culture was real, or if some of those happen to be just that, myths and lore. Oh, some are real, Aot said, shaking the interviewer. When the Europeans came to this country and they started to spread across the nation, we tried to warn them about our legends and of our creatures, but they ignored us and ignored our warnings. Some even thought we were demon worshippers, but they learned we were warning them, when they faced them. Which ones were you wondering about? The man thought about it before asking. The skinwalkers, are they real or just myth? Aot flinched at the word, before answering, oh, they are very real. Aot said, very real and very dangerous. They should never be taken lightly. They are what the white man calls demons, and our shaman fight them regularly, but they do take their entertainment from ghost hunters trying to find them. From what the shamans say, they think it's funny. But some of them are too dangerous to let them roam around, and so we have had to lock them into sacred spaces and keep them there. We have had to hide via magic some of these places, so that no one would accidentally find these places and accidentally release these extremely dangerous demons. Any other question? Before the question could be asked, the channel was changed as Jackie, the president of Magical America, was sitting on her couch in her bathrobe, just trying her best to relax after the long weeks she had to deal with, considering that she had to deal with court over the Krauts raising a stink over the fact she wanted to open a children's hospital/orphanage under her future daughter's name. Thankfully a compromise was reached. Of course it didn't help that the tabloids were pushing the idea that her and Bill were a couple. Inconceivable was the only thought she had. Of course Bill wasn't making it easy as of late, considering he was pushing the fact that Tanya would need a father figure, which she will admit that yes, a proper family unit would be needed. Her thoughts stopped as she heard music from outside her home. Oh, what the fuck now? It's my fucking day off, damn it. Getting up, she walks to the window, and soon as she opens it, the only thought screaming in her head was, what the sugar-coated fuck? There on her front lawn was Bill motherfucking Clinton, and he was singing What the Fuck Was the Though going through her mind. She could hear him singing and it caused a megawatt blush to appear in her face, and it got only brighter when she heard him start to sing the chorus. Baby I love you, Bill sang, woo, you're so fine. Baby I love you. Of course he didn't get to finish the song because barreling at him like a missile was a boot which smacked Bill straight in the face, which sent him to the ground, only for the action to be followed up with a blushing and angry Jackie yelling from her second floor window, "It's not the 1980s. It's 10 at night. People have to sleep, damn it. Get the hell off my lawn. Or I'll call the cops." With a slam of her window and closing of her curtains, Jackie goes off to bed praying that Bill gets the message. Of course the Secret Service agents came to the downed Bill as they asked concern. You all right, Mr. President?" "Of course I am." Bill said, "I'm wearing her down, see how she blushed, before she didn't even blush, I'm wearing her down, gentlemen." Bill smiled as he said that and walked back to the beast. Meanwhile up in Jackie's room, she had slumped down onto her floor, her face a beautiful shade of tomato red. Of course it didn't help that the next morning as she was having coffee she had to do a spit take as she was reading the paper which showed Bill singing on her front lawn with her looking out the window down at him. "What the flying sugar-coated dick-sucking fuck?" she yelled, looking at the paper's front page headline. "New presidential romance blooming." Jackie's face was buried in her hand as she mumbles, "Bill will not live this down." And of course she was right, as Bill's advances only seemed to intensify tenfold, even getting the magical community involved. Meanwhile in a series of underground bunkers in the Appalachian mountain range. In a brightly lit room inside the bunker complex a group of people were meeting. "Okay, my brothers and sisters," the man at the head of the table said. "We have gathered here to plan. It may take us months or years to plan our great strike, but I know we can do it, so I will open the floor to any plans." The one darker-skinned woman speaks up. "The plan to strike isn't going to happen thanks to our current ones taking a hit, like the one we had for undermining the poorer communities is taking a hit thanks to the raise in what many are calling 2ND wave Reaganism, which has already begun to slow our efforts through the Democrats." She says with a bit of malice, since they were going to use the gang violence generated to attempt to slip in more regulations that they wanted to assert more control from within the government. A white-skinned man spoke up, and with the increased amount of patriotism has made slipping in more adulterers and child predators into the Republican Party more difficult, so the ones we have in office are what we have, so any plan involving that is already sunk. The leader sighs before bringing his hand down. "Damn it. All those years of planning. All the money spent. Damn those Reagans. Damn those patriots. Damn those fucking magical bastards." He slams both his fists down on the table as he shakes with anger. "What about the CIA? Do we still have our people in there?" "Unfortunately no," the same white-skinned man said. "Thanks to access to truth serum they were found out to not be loyal to the government, or they were found out to be taking bribes, but thankfully the mental conditioning we made them go through stopped them from giving out our name." "Fucking damn it, is our bomber ready to strike?" The leader now just reaching for straws at this point. "Surprisingly yes," a lightly skinned woman said. "The last successful individual from the MK Ultra project had been doing it for years. The feds have codenamed him Unabom. He is still ready, and they both are still in the dark about us." The leader sighs as he slumps down in his chair, rubbing his eyes. "Well, any good news is better than no progress, I guess." He chuckles a bit, trying to find the positive side to all this. As they were about to break up the meeting they heard another voice coming from the darkened corner. "Hello," a German accent voice came out from the corner. He had blonde hair and pink eyes, and all of their eyes narrowed at the cat ears on his head. "What do you want, magical freak, and how the fuck did you get in here?" The leader said, venom in his voice, and he and the other upholstered their guns and pointed it at the cat boy. "Whoa, halt, how do you Americans say don't shoot, ZE messenger, I have come to bring to you a wonderful message from our glorious organization." That was when they noticed the uniform he was wearing was a Hitler Youth uniform. Their eyes shot up in surprise and some had hatred in their eyes. The one Jewish member of the secret group spoke up with clear hate in their voice. "How about no, and fuck off, you Nazi bastard." Before a barrage of gunfire is heard from the leadership's handguns until finally the sound of slides locking back is heard, indicating their guns are empty. They turned their back from the many holy body of the dead Nazi, but then they heard his voice once again. "I thought I said don't shoot, ZE messenger." They all turned around, some so fast some nearly snapped their necks. There, standing as if he wasn't riddled with holes, was the catboy Nazi. "How the fuck did you survive that?" the Jewish member screamed out in rage. The catboy smirked and said, "Well, if you listen to our offer maybe you will find out," he said in a sing-songy voice. The leadership just stared while slowly reload their weapons just in case they need to unleash more hot lead into the Nazi bastard and hope that the Nazi will die. "Alright, but you get one chance and then we send your Nazi goose-stepping ass to hell," the leader says. "Wonderful," he said. "Now let me introduce you to the leader of our glorious organization, ZE Major," he said, pointing to a rather old-school TV that was now sitting on a table. He pressed a remote and the TV turned on, showing a rather overweight blonde-haired man with a Nazi flag in the background. "Hello ladies and gentlemen," he said, his voice having a tinge of something they couldn't place. "I believe you and I have much to talk about." Meanwhile in a decommissioned Red Army base in Siberia. Captain Fedorov, Private Vesely yelled out, running into the captain's office. "Captain Fedorov, I need to show you something." The young private running into his office suddenly had given the captain a fright. He stood up blocking a flag from view and said, "Private Ivanovich, what is the meaning of this and what are you yelling?" The private flinched and said, "Sorry captain, but you need to see this." He handed the captain the paper he had bought in town. He looked down at the photo and like Vesely he had a look of shock on his face. He looked at the photo and to a portrait on the wall, then back to the photo and said, "Impossible, private. Do you know who this is?" The private simply nodded. "Yes, I do captain, that's why you needed to see this immediately. Everyone needs to know, the princess lives." The captain said as both he and Vesely left, showing the portrait and the flag the captain was blocking. It was the flag of an army long thought dead and scattered to the four corners of the world. The flag of the Imperial Russian Army. Sakut Diabolus Volt. Somewhere in Siberia, Russia, former USSR. 1000 hours Zulu. 1994. Royal Court Wizard Alexei and Duchess Clara were sitting in the common room of the military base that the remnants of the White Army shared, while for some it took some time to get used to it, but they all shared the same hardship 70 years ago and most now had become friends. "Ha," Clara laughed, her laughter like bells. "Look at this," she said, holding up a newspaper that had Jackie Reagan shooting a bean gun at President Bill Clinton. "Those crazy Americans, am I right, Alexei?" The court wizard Alexei nodded that from the papers they were able to get this was the funnest thing he had seen in the paper in years. Yes, this was their routine. Day to day they would read the papers of the world, watch TV to learn what was happening, or even make sure their stock investments were doing good. Of course this small bit of peace was interrupted as the door to the room was open as the sight of Captain Fedorov was seen walking in at a brisk pace towards the two. "Duchess. Royal Wizard. I have news. Important news." Duchess Clara and Alexei jumped in shock at the way he had entered. "Captain Fedorov," Clara said, "what is it? Have we been discovered? Are those filthily communist dogs on their way here?" This was said rapidly as she was getting both worried and angry that the Bolshevik dogs had found them after all this time. Fedorov shakes his head as he lays down a photo of Visha and the late Tsar down on the table between the two. "Look. Just look," he said as if he was a child who had bagged a large buck for the first time in his life. At first Clara didn't get what he was getting at. Unlike the royal wizard who had served the Tsars, it took her a moment to see the resemblance and then it hit her like a freight train. Anastasia, Visha otherwise known as Victoria in that world, was the daughter of that world's Tsar, and to her that brought up a lot of question. First of all was what a princess was doing serving in another country's military. Alexei couldn't believe it, but there was in color, Anastasia alive and well. It brought tears to his eyes because the last time he saw her was when she was placed at Tsarskoye Selo, and then she was dead, killed by those Bolshevik devils. He swore revenge. He had come close to breaking the statute of secrecy quite a few times, but he didn't care. The family he swore himself to was dead and he needed to avenge them. In fact, the Red Devils had a nickname for him, Atets Zime, Father Snake. Fitting. Considering that he knew Baba Yaga, she had helped them fighting the Reds, but after it was all over she went into hiding, but she still harassed the Reds whenever possible. Hell, it led to her story getting a revival in communist Russia. But now that a version of dear Anastasia was alive, if she appeared he would not fail her this time. On his life and magic he swore this. Unseen to everyone, his magic accepted this vow. If you were to ask someone in the days before the portals showed up in Germany, they would tell you that the nation was slowly rebuilding after the fall of the Berlin Wall, which separated East and West. Even then the spirit of the once strong empire was all but lost. But now, having seen some of that empire in these portals, and what is happening in it. Now if anyone were to ask, the acts of the Third Reich were being digested and the old spirit of the Kaiser Reich, back then thought lost, was slowly returning as well. The biggest hint of this return was the streets of Berlin packed with its citizens, police, and even soldiers as the sight of a motorcade is seen driving towards the Capitol building of Berlin, its sole occupant, the last princess of the Kaiser's line, Princess Wilhelmina, who was the first of the Kaiser's line to return to their homeland since their fall from grace after the First World War. Looking outside the windows of her enclosed car, which had tinted windows to hide the rider for whom was being transported, many would wait to see her face for the first time. Berlin, Germany. 1100 hours Zulu. 1994. Wilhelmina for her part was many things: nervous, excited, fascinated and hopeful. Nervous for not knowing if the people will accept her line back, excited for being in Germany, fascinated by Berlin and full of hope that the German people will accept the Hohenzollern line back. Her gaze drifted to shops, buildings, and people. Her gaze lingered quite long on the Brandenburger Tor. Ancient to Germany's history, so long it has stood there and still it stands proudly there. If only her line would have stood so strong, was a stray thought running through her head before she shook her head and steeled her nerves. Soon she would arrive at the Reichstag. Both of the presidents of the German people were in a fury of emotions, because it was a very big day, a referendum on which the people would decide if they wanted the Kaiser Reich back, and from preliminary data it seemed that it would be so, but there were still many things to be done. The car pulled up to the red carpet. Upon opening the door, a young woman within her late 20s stepped out, not in a uniform as many would think, but a dress fit for a royal. She was wearing a black dress with gold trimming and her shoes were 3-inch black heels, and as she stood up fully the crowd went wild, cheering her as she walked to the Reichstag. The press were taking photos of her and trying to get close to ask her questions, but they were being blocked off by the military police and security that were there to protect the only other heir to the German throne. As Wilhelmina stepped out of the car, she could see the Berlin watch standing at attention 1 meter away on the left and right side of the red carpet laid out before her, 10 men on each side. On the left side right by her were 2 guards, one having opened the door and the other holding out his hand to help her out. At the end of the carpade, 2 meters away from the end stood the watch battalion, playing Prussian Gloria to announce her presence. Once the princess reached the end of the red carpet, she shook the hand of the German president, while the magical counterpart bowed to her as a sign of respect and fidelity. "Welcome home, Your Highness," said President Alexandria as she fought back honest tears of joy that the Kaiserlein, at least the princess, had returned to their fatherland. One of the Berlin guards stepped close to the president and whispered something into her ear. "The crowd is getting quite wild. Shall we get this inside or shall we let the princessen say a few words first?" The guard waited for an answer, still standing at attention. The preparations for the Volkswahl were still not ready. "After all, let's give her a few minutes to give a speech to the people. Just make sure nothing more than some airflow even touches her," Herzog said as he watched the Kaiserin wave at the crowd. Wilhelmina stared out at the crowd that had welcomed her home, that had cheered for her as she walked the red carpet, and tears started to creep into her eyes. With a gentle wipe of her eyes she steeled herself and she took a step forward and she spoke. "My fellow countrymen," she said, "I wish to thank you for your support. You all have no idea what this means for my family and for myself. I am so happy that you all have turned out to support me at this referendum, so I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, and as I part I say this to all of you. May the German people always continue to prosper and may what the people's will happen. Thank you all once again." With that she turned and walked into the Reichstag as the people behind her once more let out the roar of their cheers. The Berlin Watch and Wacht Battalion went into formation, the Berlin Watch, 6 on either side of Wilhelmina escorting her into the Reichstag, acting as personal guard for the princessen. The Watch Battalion on the other hand went and secured different locations of the Reichstag to ensure more protection for this event, not to mention all the other guards. Now all preparations for the Volkswahl was ready, and people were voting intensely already all over Germany. Hogwarts, Scottish Highlands, Scotland. 1030 hours Zulu. 1994. In Hogwarts Quidditch field a loud scream of terror could be heard. In the field a group of students wearing their new uniforms, black skirt, high black boots and a red coat complete with gold buttons and shoulder epaulets, a black beret and an emblem of the British flag with both a broomstick and SMLE in the center. These students watch as one of the new cadets who foolishly ran his mouth and is now volunteered to demonstrate the more advanced training. Hermione groans as she pinches the bridge of her nose, as the screams can be heard louder as said cadet was finally hit and crashed into the ground. After a few moments of lying on the ground, Ron Weasley slowly gets up. "Why the bloody hell did you make me go through all that?" "Because you're an idiot," Hermione said under her breath. Among the group was Neville and Draco, both in their uniforms, and ironically Draco has not run his mouth. Not once did he say a thing about pure blood anything, or father will hear about this. He acted as one should of the officer cadets course. Neville however chose to be a part of the medical corps for obvious reasons. Hermione however had tested high enough to be also a part of the officers course. However her thoughts were cut off as the loud voice of their cadets sergeant major shouted, "All right you lot. Stand at attention. Stop gooping about like you just saw the hand of God." With a quickness everyone got into formation, all standing at attention as the sound of footsteps were heard coming up. These footsteps were attached to 3 figures. The first being Dan Granger, who was the commanding colonel of the Mage Cadet program, his commanding regimental sergeant major Blackadder, and finally the headache of the 2 who were the captain and head of the Army Mage Cadet Forces officer course. Captain Arthur Squire, the headache of both Sergeant Major Blackadder and COL. Dan Granger, was an overly patriotic man who believed in the superiority of the British people, and when he was given the chance to command the officer program of the Mage Corps he jumped at it. Much to the utter horror of the 2 who are in a school full of mages, next to a forest full of deadly creatures, and ghosts which fly around said castle. The 2 heads of the cadet forces were considered sane in comparison. As the 3 came to the front of the assembled cadets, over 100 so far, and among them, the 5 who showed real officer material were cadets Granger, Malfoy, Parkinson, Greengrass, and finally Bones. Dan of course was happy his baby girl was doing so well in the officers course, and even more shocked that some of the blood purist nonsense was mustered out of many pure bloods as they saw what the military could offer them, thanks in no small part to the portals, of course before he could even speak. Captain Head, Dan meant Captain Squire, had to speak up and address the formation, much to the eye roll of his regimental sergeant major Adder. "All right lads," Captain Squire said. There are ladies here as well." A voice came from the formation. "I know what I said," Squire said. "Now lads, you are now part of the Mage Corps, and it is our duty to protect the British home islands from any invader, from those Italians, to the untrustworthy French and those pilfering Germans." "Why yes sir, you can't trust any of them." As he went on, Dan's hand sank towards his holstered gun. This idiot was trying to start a war, there was no way that this man was this stupid, he had to have remembered there were representatives from other magical schools here, no one was this dumb. Thankfully, like any good sergeant major, Blackadder spoke up acting as if the radio went off. Captain, sir. It appears that someone has broken into the officers' classroom. He said in a voice you could swear was filled with so much not even caring, that he wished for death, or just didn't care for the man in front of them. Good God! It has to be those tricky Chinese. Those red devils are always trying to steal British secrets. Unholstering his service pistol, the captain charged towards the school like he was storming the beaches of Normandy, all while shouting, "For Queen and country!" All to the absolute bewilderment of the gathered Hogwarts cadets. "I feel insulted," came Cho Chang's response to Squire's rather unfortunate wording. "No, young cadet," came Blackadder's response, "he unfortunately suffers from a rather unfortunate disease, it's called stupidity." That got a round of laughter from the gathered cadets. "Now men and ladies," Blackadder said, "you are all now part of the Mage Corps and you will be prepared to lead your fellow British men and women into battle or a policing action." As Blackadder continued his speech, Draco whispered over to Hermione, "Hey, Granger, should we be worried that the captain is acting a lot like Lockhart?" Hermione looked at him and whispered back, "No, Captain Squire is just an overly patriotic man, I think he knows what he's doing," she said, not entirely sure about the man herself. After the introductions, the cadets were now in the Great Hall eating among their fellow students who either were too young to be a part of the cadet forces, or washed out, or didn't make the cut and were now a part of the other programs like medical or other fields to make their skills much better use in the real world. Of course, up at the table was now Headmistress McGonagall, and her deputy Headmaster Flitwick. Of course she had Hermione's father and his assistant next to her while Squire was running his mouth to Hagrid, who seemed to enjoy learning about how good the British were. "You know, I could shoot him and make it look like an accident. No one would ever know," mutters Blackadder as he was slowly drinking his tea. "But the paperwork involved in replacing him would be astronomical," Dan said in a disheartening tone. Minerva couldn't help but chuckle a bit as she shakes her head. "Oh, but pray tell, what would you do with all the witnesses to such an accident, my good men?" she says with a bit of jest as she enjoys some of her special Highland tea, which is regular tea with a healthy amount of whiskey to help deal with headaches. Or in this case a typical blue blood English person. The wheels of life would have continued to turn, if not for the unmistakable sounds of the viewing portals opening to show the next adventure of young Tanya. The scene opens with the bird view of a small village as text appears showing it's the unified year 1923 and the location is the Imperial Army North Garrison. Of course Tanya's thoughts could be heard as she says, "A few days after my wounds had healed from my first battle, I was redeployed." As we cut to Tanya standing at attention in front of an Imperial officer within his office. Tanya's commander speaks with a bit of a gruff voice as clear smoke can be seen coming from an ashtray. "Here are your orders, Second Lieutenant Digirekov." Handing her some papers, Tanya takes them as she says with respect, "Thank you, sir." Cutting to her face as her sapphire blue eyes race across the paper as if looking for something. Come on, where is it, where is it?" Tanya's inner thought came through. The scene shifts to the commander as Tanya says, "The tactical instructor squad back home." The commander hums as he says, "Normally those assigned to instruction units are a little older, but you have distinguished yourself by earning the silver wings." Fedorov couldn't help but chuckle a bit as he stood respectfully next to the royal wizard and duchess. Poor thing honestly needs a good position in the rear, maybe a nice desk job, or maybe go officer. He says as he honestly hopes that this young girl got honest peace after being shafted by being ex-Prussian officers and soldiers alike were a bit confused at first about what was happening. Tanya nearly blew herself sky high. She should have gotten at least a month off, not a few days. But instead of voicing their thoughts they kept on watching. With a hidden smile Tanya was almost gushing inside as she exclaimed, "This is what I was hoping for. A super safe post." Looking up from the paper Tanya continues to think, well, as an instructor I'll be able to send more money back to the orphanage. Setting the paper down Tanya speaks to her commanding officer. "It's a great honor, sir," but the officer sits back a bit as he says, "Are you dissatisfied? If there's a problem I can always inform my superiors." Tanya took a bit, she quickly spoke, "No, not at all, sir. I am very grateful to the brass for such an assignment." She looks down slightly. With a small voice Tanya says to her superior, "I am happy to be helping develop new equipment which will be needed for our brave forces who still serve at the front line." This causes her superior to lean forward a bit as he flicks away some of his cigarette's ash into an ashtray before looking at Tanya. Hagrid couldn't help but smile as he claps his large hands a bit. "That's it. Nice and safe helping make fancy stuff." His kind nature was always a gift and a curse, but to many around him he was a friendly giant of a man. Of course those at the head table couldn't feel the same. "Sergeant Major, Colonel. I must ask, will the young lass be safe helping test new equipment?" She asks with her voice filled with concern for the girl who was once the son of her best students and dearest friends. Hearing that Tanya would be moved to the backlands to test new equipment was worrying but great news at the same time. Anything was better than the front lines after all. And testing new equipment usually meant it was ready and safe to use, so it would mean even less danger for little Tanya. Haha, look at her, she's trying so hard not to jump around in celebration of her new position, said one older soldier who had daughters of similar age like Tanya. Good, the commander said, because deploying someone as young as you to the front lines wouldn't exactly be good for appearances. Tanya looked at him and said, yes, I suppose you are right, sir. I am thrilled and honored to accept this deployment. But in her mind, oh, a safe post, where I can be safe and send money back to the orphanage and maybe even get them some fresher food. Is what she was really thinking. Very well, the commander said, taking another puff of his cigar. Take this and head to the general supply staff, they requested you to help them with something. Looking confused, Tanya said, I'm not sure I understand, is there already some new piece of technology for me to test? She finished with a tilt of her head. Yes, the commander said. It's their latest model of computation jewel. Tanya made a sound as she listened to him. Kinda odd they would ask for me, Tanya thought, but I guess that's the price for earning the Silver Wings assault badge at such an early age. Is there anything I need to prepare for the testing of this equipment? Tanya said, looking at the commander. The commander took a drag of his cigarette. Unfortunately, he said, releasing a cloud of smoke, all I've been told is that it's a prototype model. A close-up of Tanya's face could be seen with her saying, I understand, I think that's all I need to. The scene then cuts to Tanya in the air screaming "Noo" as she hurls up into the air. Fedorov at first was starting to get his hopes up that the young mage was going to get an honestly safe post in the rear, only to have his hopes dashed as he heard her screaming in absolute terror as she was clearly flying into the air at speeds that shouldn't be possible. Showing that no matter what world, Germany's track record for highly dangerous and untested equipment was strong and true even in that world. Well, that escalated quickly was the general thought as they watched as Tanya went from calm and collected to screaming her head off as she rocketed through the air. Quite a few of the students and teachers were worried for the young girl, hoping nothing bad happens to her as she flies uncontrollably through the air. Wilhelmina raised an eyebrow at hearing that Tanya would be developing and testing new weapons, but simply hoped that it was safe. Germany did have many safety regulations after all, surely the Empire would too. Right? She leaned closer to one of Germany's newest General Martin Erwin Rommel, a family member of the ex-Feldmarschall Erwin Rommel. Such testing and developing things usually are safe, right? Martin for his part simply said usually yes, but only to be cut off by little Tanya screaming her voice out as she flew into the air at speeds higher than previously seen. With screams of honest fear, she was seen being jerked around the air as if she was riding an invisible bucking bronco mixed with a raging bull. Pulling up on her face, she was gritting her teeth as she yelled, "They can't be serious." The sight of her flight unit and boot glows fluctuating showing the unstable power levels. This thing will kill me. What happened to my safe rear deployment? She yells with a mixture of anger, fear, and determination to not explode, only for a low hum to be heard, and with a shocked face looking down at her flight unit, it explodes into a ball of fire and smoke. Almost all the students shouted at the same time, "Bloody hell!" That, Blackadder said aloud, is why the Germans are known for dangerous and untested equipment. Hopefully they didn't kill her. He said in his usual deadpan voice. I hope that young girl is okay, came the concerned voice of Clara, with nods from the other three people as they had just seen a person go up like a Roman candle. The pilots under the reactors, including Richthofen, were watching in shock at how fast and dangerously Tanya was going into the air. What the hell is this thing? Yelled Richthofen on top of her lungs, other pilots shouting agreements at how dangerous this was quickly getting. Richthofen even yelped as she witnessed Tanya blowing up again. They gotta stop this now. And fast. Yelled the old WW2 pilot Franz Stigler. Inside the Reichstag, Wilhelmina was about to pass out from shock and rage. What happened to her safe rear deployment indeed? Was all she really could say at this point. It lightened backs up to an airfield with the words Krusko's Army Aerial Unit Testing Grounds. Second Lieutenant Digirekov, a gravelly rasp of a voice could be heard saying, "Are you still conscious? Come in." It then cuts to up in the air where we see Tanya fine, flying as if she didn't just explode. Oxygen levels and body temperature are dropping fast, Tanya thought. If I keep going like this I won't last. Panic was all Richthofen felt at the moment as she heard the oxygen levels and body temperature were getting low. By Germania's sake, girl, stop right now, this literally won't end well. She may not have the ability to hit whatever idiot approved this crazy test, but once she finds one she is going to hit them, with her fighter jet. The scene shifts to Tanya's hand as she holds the computation jewel, which is a round design with an iron cross design on the top of a gold-encased ruby-like gem. The Elenium Type 95. Tanya asks as she looks up to a researcher who is wearing a white coat as he says to her, "That's right, it synchronizes 4 computation jewel cores." As you can imagine, that's unheard of power. Tanya is now seen sitting on a box, dressed in her flight suit, as 3 other researchers continue to fill her in on the device. It does burn through tremendous amounts of magical energy, but with the aptitude you have shown it shouldn't be a problem. The researcher says as if it was a fact that nothing bad will happen during testing a clearly untested and possibly unstable piece of equipment. Minerva was many things, slow to understand technology was one of them. However, magic was not, and as she listened to what the researchers were saying, it only added to her anger as she exclaimed. And you want to test it on a human being? A young one who should be in their 4th year here or at any magical school. Some students jump at her outburst. Wilhelmina saw several scientists near her listen intently to the abilities the Type 95 has and scribbled something down on a piece of paper. Whatever it was, she certainly hoped these madmen knew what they were doing. This thing is nothing but problems. Tanya screamed in her head as she flew through the sky on an extremely faulty prototype. Her equipment could be seen glowing brightly and dimming constantly. This damn jewel isn't stable at all. She shouted into the radio, at this rate I'm going to explode again. The lower half of a man's face could be seen, and as Tanya said that, he scoffed at that and turned to the radio just as one of the technicians was telling Tanya to come back in. He took the transceiver and said, listen, you can't stop now, you must go higher. Doctor. Tanya said in shocked confusion. The man she called doctor could be fully seen now. He was like a combination of Dr. Frankenstein and Colonel Klink. Over him the words Imperial Military Technology Development Chief Engineer Adelheid von Skigel. Theoretically you should be able to reach 18,000 meters in the air if you just focus. He yelled into the transceiver, making wild gestures as he spoke. A standard jewel is only able to go to 6,000 meters, Tanya fired back. We're not talking about a standard jewel. Skigel rebutted, holding his papers of his creation in his hands. I don't give a crap about your theories, you obviously didn't give enough though about this thing's flight durability. Tanya spat back, barely keeping herself straight in the air about the testing area. What are you talking about? Skigel fired backhand in the poor radio op's head, squeezing it with each word spoken. The prototype is still running at optimum efficiency. The scene cuts back to Tanya still flying in the air, who said, I'm telling you, I have no way of knowing if this defective junk will explode. Defective junk? Skigel yelled in rage, shaking the poor radio operator's head now too. Do you have any idea what a masterpiece you are testing right now? You better bite your tongue and take back what you said right now. It cuts back to Tanya, who is now just barely able to hold herself in the air. She then all of a sudden starts into a sharp descent, screaming in fright all the while. I don't care what this doctor has done in the past to get promoted, there is no way this thing is safe. Tanya thought. The jewel glowed extremely bright, and it cut to the test room, and a technician said, Sir, the temperature of the jewel core is rising. It then cuts back to Tanya, who said, damn it, I'm cutting off the magic supply, that will purge the jewel of all magical energy. As she did that, a green ring appeared behind her and launched her higher into the air, a green magical line following behind her. She goes higher and higher until she stops and all is still. She floats there on top of the world, looking down at the majesty of the earth. On her radio she can hear a technician saying that the engine has cut off and has lost power, but she doesn't care, for she feels for the first time in her life completely free. Up her in the sky she feels like there is nothing to worry about, that everything is okay. She felt like she was the queen of the skies, and for a split second she could have sworn that she could have saw a transparent red triplane flying by her, giving her a wave with the tip of its wings, and then disappeared into a cloud bank. Shaking that off as a symptom of oxygen deprivation, she gave a sigh of relief and said, well, at least I didn't go up in an explosion again. She however spoke too soon, for as soon as she was done speaking her jewel glowed ominously and with a bright light exploded once again. Flitwick was trying to comprehend what was happening. The head of Ravenclaw was trying to process the information the clearly mad German doctor was saying. Once he did, he finally said, you should have tested it on non-human test subjects then. Or at the very least attempt to test it in a safe environment before going to human trials. Hermione was terrified for the young girl because she could have died from this test, and it seemed that the doctor didn't care. But once she had stopped so far above the clouds, she couldn't help but agree with Tanya. It was very beautiful up there, but when she saw the transparent triplane, she couldn't help but say, wait, is that Porco Rosso? She called out incredibly. Richthofen for her part was not sure if she should scream loudly in the open or silently in her head. This thing literally is a fucking death trap. And on top of that they let a little girl test this piece of skies. Quickly she scribbled down the name Adelheid von Skigel on her hit directly with her fighter jet list and simply resorted to screaming as she saw Tanya descend like a shot plane. Please tell me she got a parachute. Wilhelmina, hearing and seeing what priorities the doctor has, she would have to make sure none of her scientists do anything dangerous like that in the future, be she Kaiserin or not. Yes, cut that magic supply, Tanya. Not worth blowing up over defective equipment, yelled Richthofen on top of her lungs, as if hoping Tanya would hear her. Seeing Tanya suddenly shot up into the sky like a goddamn missile nearly made her heart stop, but then she saw the look on Tanya's face, a look of peace. It brought a smile to her own lips. This was a look many pilots have had the first time they go high into the air and above the clouds, and the orb didn't even blow up. Right as they both, Richthofen and Tanya, thought it happened, and the orb exploded once more. The sight of equipment could be seen being thrown down as a very angry Tanya is seen. I am done with this shit. She exclaims in her head as she walks off towards the barracks of the testing facility as she continues her mental rant. This whole science department is useless. They should all be fired with extreme prejudice. She finishes until the foot of the mad doctor himself is seen coming down on the ground. Fedorov nods wholeheartedly as he says, Day. This is a madhouse. Not a place for proper R&D, so typical German testing facility, he adds lightly at the end of what he says. As Tanya threw the equipment to the ground and stomped away, Wilhelmina winced. While Tanya had every right to be angry, she shouldn't be throwing expensive stuff on the ground like that. On the other hand, she did agree with Tanya's thoughts. Second Lieutenant Digirekov. Dr. Skiggle said as he walked up behind her, storming off again, "It's not respectful. It's not my fault this prototype of yours doesn't work. If it wasn't for the safety measures there would be little pieces of me raining down on the base right now." Tanya fired back hotly. "Wait, where's your report?" Dr. Skiggle asked in annoyance. "Oh, don't worry, you'll get my thoughts in thorough detail." Tanya fired back. "Oh, this is because you're not concentrating hard enough, and you call yourself a soldier," Skiggle said in contempt, hoping to get her back in the air to continue the testing. "A soldier's job is to use weapons, not wasting their time to get defective junk to work properly. You have to quit calling it that," Skiggle said in annoyance. "Respectful," Minerva said in anger. "Oh, she's bloody respectful, ya bloomin' idiot. Anyone else would have knocked your head off its shoulders, superior or not, for strapping essentially what was a bomb to the young one's chest." She finished as she sat down, arms crossed, looking at the mad German doctor. Among the group of reactors inside the Reichstag was one of the newest scientists of Germany, and already became one of the smartest among them and even a lead scientists, Eric Einstein. Now Eric could be called passionate for his work, but seeing how passionate this Skiggle was made him actually respect but at the same time wary of the man. "As much as I respect the passion this man has for his work, endangering others and blaming others for the failure of your own work is a very bad work environment," was all Eric honestly wanted to say on the topic. The mad doctor points at Tanya as they are now seen walking down a hallway with a huge window which overlooks the airfield, and Tanya's flight suit is now undone halfway, exposing the upper half of her uniform. "You have to take it back. You have no idea how much blood, sweat, and tears I put into that." Tanya fires back with controlled frustration. "The jewel is entirely too fragile, might as well put it behind glass," she says as the scene changes to them now walking down a hallway which is attached to the barracks. The Duchess couldn't help but chuckle a bit as she agrees with Tanya. "I agree. It would be better as a piece of fine jewelry than clearly unstable magical technology." Fritz Wittmann, newest addition to the tankers of the German military, smiled at Tanya. "Haha, girl got fire in her voice for sure. I'd love to meet her in person. Who knows, maybe she'll want to join the panzer units. Certainly safer and it pays quite well. You do realize that us tankers are literally the ones that always do get shot at, right Fritz?" asked one of his comrades, causing Fritz to blush a bit and quickly retort, "Oh, of course I do." Which made the whole unit laugh. "Blaspheme!" the doctor yelled out. "Why don't you understand how revolutionary the four-way synchronization is?" "Oh, I'll admit it's revolutionary," Tanya said, "but I'm much more concerned with you actually giving me something that works." The camera pans back to the scientist as he yells out, "Theoretically it should work now. It's obvious there's some sort of user error." The camera stops as Tanya is standing outside her quarters. There is a fine line between crazy and smart, and it's getting thinner all the time, she thought. "Listen, doctor," she said looking at him, "haven't you heard of the saying that anything that can go wrong will go wrong?" She chuckled. "It's kind of a famous law." The doctor looked annoyed as he looked away. "Lunacy," he said. "Who would ever wage such a theory? Maybe you'll live long enough to find out for yourself," Tanya says in anger as she opens and closes the door to her quarters in anger. Everyone within the common room all thought the same thing at once. Typical German mad doctor ego. All of the teachers could only stare at the very mad doctor and collectively think, who the hell hired this man, while the students could only hope they never meet a man like this. Dan and Blackadder both just stared at the scene and couldn't help but think, who did the doctor know high up to approve of him to his position? Hermione was just dumbfounded at what this clearly insane man was saying. "User error," she said slowly at first until finally she shouted. "User error, my foot. More like a unstable device made by a madman with ideals of grandeur who got by on his ideas and sheer dumb luck alone." Eric once again could only shake his head at Shujel's behavior. No, this is no user error. It should work now is not going to cut it now. Several tests have shown that something is wrong, and it certainly is not Tanya's fault. I'd recommend to look back a bit and see what could be improved." Scientists around him nodded in agreement and some frowned, clearly believing that Shujel's work was perfect and Tanya simply a bit too unruly. Wilhelmina made a mental note to make sure Eric Einstein gets a von title and becomes head scientist of Germany if she gets voted into power, that is. Hearing Tanya's thoughts made many agree and some disagree inside the Reichstag. Wilhelmina, Eric, Martin, and many of the scientists agreed with Tanya. Skiggle was more of a madman than a genius, which many others called into question, claiming Skiggle was a genius. This quickly turned into a war of words before being silenced by a stern-looking Wilhelmina. "Enough. If Skiggle now is a genius or a madman does not matter, what does matter is that he is endangering a child. That should be our first priority to look at instead of anything else." Her stern and angry voice made even more experienced people in the room gulp. They all sat back down and silence returned to the room. Tanya walks towards her desk as she continues to rant in her mind. "If I keep having to test this gear, I'm going to end up getting myself blown to pieces. Grabbing an imperial stationery, she begins to write out something that was slowly beginning to fill out the entire piece of paper. I'd probably be safer on the front lines, she exclaims within her thoughts. Finishing what she wrote, the camera pans to the paper as translated text appears showing that it was a request for transfer. Blackadder just says in his monotone mixed with a deadpan voice, "Oh Lord, please grant this child her transfer, for I have been praying you will help me transfer out the baboon who is our captain." Fritz nodded at what Tanya was doing. "Yeah, getting transferred certainly is the right choice, kid, you go girl." He cheered, which was quickly supported by the rest of the group cheering at Tanya as a way of support, even if she can't feel or hear it. The scene shifts to an office with 3 men around a table and the words Imperial Military General Supply Staff, Technology HQ. "So what now?" one of the 3 men asks. "Do we trust her assessment?" the second one asks. The third man puts his hands onto his forehead. "You know I have a daughter at home about her age." The other 2 men close their eyes knowing that their friend was worried for Tanya. After all, who wouldn't? She was just a young girl in the military. The man sitting picks up a red stamp and approves her transfer. Clara smiled at the men stamping the request accepted on the form. They obviously agreed with her assessment and were helping her leave the mad German doctor. The rest nodded in agreement with the officer's choice. Martin looked a bit closer as he saw the generals. So these are the generals in charge of all military operations? He questioned out loud. The last time they were shown he didn't really pay attention, so he was a bit curious as well. Wilhelmina nodded her head to Martin as confirmation, to which Martin smiled thankfully and said Danke. The scene cuts to the Imperial R&D facility as a storm is seen coming down before cutting to a room which shows Tanya's request for a transfer being approved. "We've decided the Type 95 is unreliable and therefore is not suitable for general use. Additional funding has been frozen and the project has been suspended indefinitely." Tanya reads in her mind as she is seen with a long mane of hair that hangs down past her lower back. With a smile and a HMFP she sets the report down before laying down on her bed. Tanya thought, there is nothing like being proactive in getting rid of your problems. I don't need some so-called god to handle things for me, and in a few days I'll be on my way to the imperial capital, coffee and paper in hand. She finished her though with a smirk as the rain continued outside. It showed the pendulum of a clock swinging back and forth before in an instant it froze along with the rest of the world. With a gasp, Tanya abruptly sits up and looks all around her, seeing that everything is frozen, and she was scared, because the last time this happened he was here. That no good bastard being X, what did he want? While Wilhelmina was glad such a dangerous weapon was gotten rid of, she also felt it was unnecessary to discard it. She believed future testing could have perfected it, but it would have taken time this empire certainly doesn't have. She could see the scientists' despair at this information. Eric Einstein even said what she thought. Now that was unnecessary. They could have perfected it if they had been given more time and a scientist that isn't a madman. Despair was clear in his voice, so much to being the voice of reason, Wilhelmina thought. Draco couldn't help but chuckle a little. Ever since joining the AMCF Army Mage Cadet Forces, he has found a whole new respect for the military, not only that but also the Muggles, and even learned so much more that he was sheltered from. One such thing was how officers had it a little better, if not for all the paperwork, but better than those of the lower ranks. So thanks to this new knowledge and experience he couldn't help but agree with Tanya. Take that being X, bet you didn't see that coming, did ye? He thought, only for a sinking feeling to hit his stomach as he and many others saw the world froze. Wilhelmina smiled at the sigh of Tanya being happy, even if it was about a simple thing like getting rid of a problem. She even co-ed a bit at how cute she looked when happy, but quickly her face steeled itself as she noticed this being X was with her. She noted down to ask the scientist if there was a way to counter, whatever this is. Tanya gets out of bed as she looks around trying to figure out where that bastard was. This is a serious problem. X spoke as Tanya's eyes landed on the nutcracker which was sitting on her desk. You haven't developed even the tiniest bit of faith in me, spoke the nutcracker which was being used by X. Minerva unknowingly grasps her cross that she now proudly wears out in the open. Of course, hearing what that thing who claims to be the Holy Creator said made her blood boil slightly. Well, she wouldn't create faith in something that clearly is not the loving God for which my true faith belongs to, she says with a small hint of venom in her voice. With a gasp, Tanya said in a small voice, Is that you, being X? Indeed, being X said. Hey, Tanya said, I guess things aren't going the way you thought they would. Tanya said with a smirk, 14 years have passed and you're still the same manipulative bastard as ever. She continued. It seems you've still not come to your senses since we last meet, girl. Well, as you can see, I've done well for myself all without you, so I don't need to put faith in false gods. With barely concealed anger, X said, your attitude is still as obnoxious as ever. I had intended to limit my interference in this world, but it seems that a more firm hand is required, much like in your previous life. Martin's cold steel-like face was focused on the glowing nutcracker, his mind running sharp and fast, thinking of ways to counter this military-wise, but only ran into a wall. He knew such a problem could only be beaten with the help of science, which he hoped they could. All of the loyalists in the room looked at the nutcracker with anger in their eyes at this being that dared to claim to be God, and when the thing said that she would require a more firm hand, they were disgusted at this thing. This was no God that they recognized. Tanya, getting up from her bed, stares down the nutcracker as she says, "Well, you don't need to worry about me." The shot cuts to Tanya as she still stares down the nutcracker with a determined face. "Because you may see me as a lost little lamb for whom you must shepherd to your flock. However, the reality is that I am in fact the wolf circling your flock." Her voice was threatening at the nutcracker being X. Dan couldn't help but shake his head as Flitwick chuckles. "She is indeed a wolf, however much like a cornered wolf she is very dangerous." Richthofen felt wariness as she witnessed the whole thing. Tanya definitely was stubborn, she'd give her that. Not even Tanya herself knew what this X could do apart from reincarnating people into other worlds. It was maybe better to say instead of her being a wolf and a sheep they were both wolves fighting over the last prey in the whole forest? She was not sure herself. "Why do you refuse to praise your creator? For centuries merely speaking to a human would cause them to fall on their knees and worship. They prayed constantly, but you don't," X said. "So," Tanya said confused, "what you're saying is that I should be praying to a wooden knick-knack on the windowsill? You're joking, right? Perhaps you'll believe if I show you more of my power." "Suit yourself," Tanya said nonchalantly. The window behind the nutcracker starts to how a blindingly bright light as X says, "Receive my blessing." "Are you giving me the power to part the seas?" Tanya said jokingly, not believing that X would willingly give her a blessing without a drawback. "'Cause in all honesty I'd rather have the ability to clean water, but regardless I refuse to believe in you." With that she advances to the nutcracker and smacks it onto the floor with it smashing into pieces. "You're going to find that you are mistaken, little lamb," X said as a last taunt before Tanya woke up abruptly. Fedorov couldn't help it but laugh a little. Day. The ability to make clean water would be a real blessing. If any of us had that ability we wouldn't have had to melt all that snow just to have drinking water when we ran from Moscow. Their eyes narrowed at X's words and their collective bullshit-o-meter was going off. They knew he would get the last laugh, just like those communist pigs. Wilhelmina once again frowned, as he talked about showing her more of his power. What did X mean with blessing? She heard several men chuckle at her little joke that referenced Moses in the Bible. She herself had to grin, but worry gripped her heart once again as X called Tanya little lamb. Lambs often didn't have nice fates in the Bible. While she trusted Tanya's confidence and strength, X was still a godlike entity. She could only hope she'd make it out alive whatever X planned. With a jolt she was up with her service pistol, which was a C96 Mauser, aimed at the nutcracker. The pistol shook slightly as Tanya tried to control her breathing. Finally, after believing it was safe, she lowered her pistol before noticing a piece of paper under the nutcracker. Walking up to the little knick-knack, Tanya picks up the paper and reads it. "Dies lo volt," she ponders as she continues to speak out loud. "Isn't that God wills it in Latin?" She questions before a knock makes her jump slightly and looks at the door with slight terror. Neville couldn't help but feel pity for his god brother who now turned god sister, which was still confusing as hell to him even after his gran explained it to him, but soon looked towards Hermione as he says, You don't think that has anything to do with X, do you?" He motions to the message left for Tanya. Hermione only said in a voice clearly showing she's unsure herself, "I don't know, Nev. Though I bet we'll find out soon." Sigh of relief filled Germany as everyone saw her wake up, glad that she was far away from this X inside the Reichstag. Wilhelmina felt her heart beat fast like a Porsche car, quickly calming her breathing and reassuring herself that Tanya in fact was not death yet and insulted a godlike being again, as much as it deserves it. Then she frowned as she heard Tanya say Dies lo volt. Wilhelmina was not sure at that moment if X wasn't just the devil himself. It goes to black and then opens up on the airfield. "You must be out of your mind," we hear Tanya say as the scene shows her talking to the good doctor. Tanya noticed something however off about him, as his hair a few days ago was wild and loose but now it was up in a tight ponytail. She filed it away for later, but still something was off-putting about it. "Since my other projects had been cancelled, I figured I would do the experiments I've ignored, starting with magical energy transformation and affixation of multi-layered interface." The doctor said very calmly, which put Tanya on edge. After all, with one letter she killed all of his projects, so him being this calm with her put her on edge. "And if your experiment fails you risk blowing up the entire base to hell," Tanya said in a deadpan voice. The scene changed, showing them from behind. "The forward march of progress always requires sacrifices. Of course I'm putting myself at risk too. Surely that counts for something," the doctor said, still in that calm tone of voice. The hair on their heads stood up on edge. This man who had all of his projects cancelled was completely calm, as if everything he had worked for didn't come crashing down. One thing Clara noticed though was the fact that the day before his hair was wild and untamed, but now it was tied up into a low ponytail. This made her extremely suspicious, because why now did he care about appearance? Minerva slowly raised an eyebrow as she looked towards the officers. "Is this how all men of science react to having their projects cancelled? Because I don't believe this is how one of his afflictions should be reacting." She wanted to say insane but kept her tongue civil. Danger, danger, fucking danger! Alarms were going off in Hermione's head, because she knew that any scientist worth their salts would be up in arms over all of their projects being cancelled, but he wasn't. In fact, he was extremely calm, and that was putting her on edge. Eric smiled, seeing that the doctor took some better care of himself, but instantly felt his smile turn into a frown. Why risk such a dangerous experiment without proper planning to make sure they don't blow themselves sky high? He needed a drink. The scene cuts to the view of Tanya as she is equipping her flight unit, starting with the metal boot while speaking in a mix of deadpan and emotionless voice. I think our lives would be much easier if you found another hobby. I know mine would vastly improve. The doctor is still calm and looking out at the airfield. He says, that's quite humorous, but a good scientist must stay loyal to his research. Tanya stares up at the doctor with a face of concern as she simply says to the doctor, I'm a soldier, not a scientist. Of course, the doctor said, which means you're obligated to follow my orders. He paused and turned to look at her, and his eyes, while calm looking, held a mania that put a pause on Tanya. Lieutenant, he said after the pause, are you ready to do your duty? The scene shifts to an open part of the runway with a voice saying the observation team was standing by and to start the test. Tanya, with her eyes closed, thought, well, so much for staying safe. After taking a breath to steady her nerves, Tanya says with a voice without fear but of a determined soldier. This is Tanya Digirekov. Taking off. Taking off like a rocket, she soars into the sky. From the control tower, the doctor watches closely. Cutting back to Tanya, she continues to climb as she reports, altitude 4,000 meters with an airspeed of 420 knots. Fedorov had his eyebrows raised as he continued to listen to the doctor. Of course he couldn't help but agree with the young officer. He was a soldier, not a man of science, so what was he to know about such things? All right, so far so good, was all he could say as he watched her fly into the sky on a control flight. Here's hoping nothing goes boom, he says with slight fear in his voice. Something is off about him, thought Clara, but she couldn't put a figure on it. But the doctor was, while calm, somehow even more manic than before. She turned to look around and she could see the others had the same look in their eyes. They were also worried about this as well. Many in the Reichstag, even Eric Einstein, agreed with Tanya's words. While the scientist understood the loyalty to their research, blowing themselves sky high with it was not really a good idea, according to some specialists and themselves. Martin had to laugh at Tanya's I'm a soldier not a scientist saying, oh, he likes this kid. Fritz, for his part, along with the other tankers, were actually looking at each other and asking who put Skiggle in charge of Tanya? Or even when have scientists been able to order soldiers around? Just for the record, if a tank shell hits this guy in the face, whoever did it has to buy the rest a beer for taking away the chance to let the rest hit him with a shell as well, making some groan and others just cheer only because of the free beer part. Outside they could even hear Richthofen scream as Tanya took off into the sky once again. He thought she was watching this whole thing inside the city center and not in the barracks. However, as Tanya continued to climb, the jewel showed that it was still faulty, and started in trouble once again. The synchronization is off, the jewel is unstable and it might explode. Tanya exclaimed in fear. Lieutenant, the doctor said, there is no need to worry, for our success has been guaranteed by a much higher power. The doctor said with more than a little religious fervor in his voice. Doctor, where are you getting this confidence from? Tanya asked with more than a little unease in her voice. It's simple, he said. Last night I was visited, I received true divine inspiration. At that, Tanya had a troubled look on her face. I heard God's voice and he spoke to me as one creator to another. Dr. Tanya said, more than a little afraid. I thought that most men of science were atheist. With a maniac look in his face, the doctor said, the past doesn't matter, I'm a devout believer now. Now haven't you also made God's acquaintance, Lieutenant Digirekov? Tanya's eyes widened as she held a look of fear on her face and her mind went back to the nutcracker. The doctor continued, if we pray to him he will grant our wishes and we will be successful, otherwise we will be sacrificed as martyrs today. The doctor had a full-blown manic grin on his face. Tanya stopped, terrified, as she looked down at the jewel hanging around her midsection. She barely heard the technician saying that the jewel was overloading. Dan was the first one to stand at the table as he exclaimed rather loudly, you bloody bastard! Only to slam his bald fist into the table in clear anger and frustration, while Minerva and a few other students were silently praying to God to help Tanya's safety. Son of a bitch, Clara called out, that low-down low-born orc, how dare he, how fucking dare he has put Tanya in a position where she has to pray to that son of a bitch, pust on veknoni yet viadu. The other, while angry at X, looked at Clara in shock. They had never seen the normally calm woman so angry, but then again she was a devout believer and this devil took things too far. Wilhelmina had a shocked look on her face. So this was what X had done after he left Tanya, or had he done it before his visit to her? She was really not sure, but she knew the game was rigged from the start. Oh shit was all she could whisper, throwing royal edict out the window for just a second to curse. Martin on his behalf was not amused. He is willing to throw away several lives by praying to a devil than actually fix the damn thing. He swiftly turned to the scientists in the room, who all also looked shocked, but he was gonna say it anyways. If any of you do something like this I will personally execute you, court-martial be damned. The scientists just nodded. Eric's eyes meanwhile shot up in fear as he heard the jewel was overloading. Doing some quick math in his head he concluded, if this thing blew up it would have the same yield as 2 Tsar bombs. This was by all means not good. Tanya, scared, declares, purging the magical energy. Only to cut to another researcher who is holding up energy charts showing a massive energy spike is coming off of the jewel. No, don't. That will disrupt the synchronization and destroy the jewel. Hermione was racking her brain at the information before her eyes went wide. Oh my god, if she doesn't figure out how to dump the magical overflow safely, it will destroy the whole base. She yells in absolute fear. Everyone in the office was praying to God for her safety at this point, because given that jewel's history it was only a matter of time before it blew. Damn it, Tanya said, I'll try the safety then. She pressed down on the cross button only for nothing to happen. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed in complete fear, what do I do? Cutting back to the ground, the doctor walks out into the sun with his arms wide as he looks to the sky. This seems like a perfect opportunity. He says with a huge grin still plastered on his face as everyone around him stares up into the sky with fear on their faces. Let us join our voices and pray to God together, Lieutenant. Back with Tanya, her flight gear and jewel emit a shining glow as the energy continues to grow uncontrollably as we cut back to the researcher who reports, the dual cores are on the verge of fusion. Which has everyone now truly fearful of their imminent death. Draco was shocked as he said, the bastard broke the safety. Of course others were now praying while those of Ravenclaw were trying to figure out ways to fix such future problems should they come up with their computation jewels, should they ever make them, while Hermione was growling as she glared at the mad doctor. Damn you to hell you mad kraut bastard. That crazy son of a bitch, Clara said in a shocked voice. He did what that fucking devil said, he willingly followed him for what to see if his theory would work, forget crazy, he's fucking insane. Wilhelmina felt like punching this man in the face. Praying to a devil will bring nothing but demise over you and your country, you fool. Was heard nearly throughout the entire Reichstag. Seems like she got the impulsiveness of Kaiser Wilhelm II, maybe just a bit tamer. Eric was just astonished at this man's stupidity, he was willing to blow everything sky high with this. Tanya looked down at the jewel in fear, but that fear gave way to anger with her yelling out, you did this didn't you, you bastard. You set me up to fucking die, you complete asshole. As the scene shifts to a below shot of her with the glow forming a pulsating cross, the screen slowly goes to white. Alexei looked at the screen in hatred. This being X was no better than the Bolshevik bastards that drove him and the others into hiding. He was no better than the bastards and bitches that killed the family he served. He got the last laugh in the end. The dumb bastards bragged about the deed in every tavern they visited. They were easy to track down, but his mind wandered to this X thing. If he was a god, well, he would add God Slayer to his list of titles. Well, that or Devil Slayer, he would need to consult his grimoire for this. Hearts broke when they heard what was to be Tanya's last words. However, when the explosion happened, many dashed under their tables, others shielded the younger students, and even Dan made a mad dash to protect his daughter as the blinding white light filled the great hall. Martin was angry, rightfully so. Only a miracle could save Tanya now. Eric before whispered in his ear that if his calculations were right, the fusion of this core would cause an explosion worse than the two of the most powerful nukes ever made. This madness must be stopped somehow. Then the scene shift came and everyone felt their hearts drop, knowing Tanya would most likely die if no miracle happened now. As the white fades away, time is seen frozen to a standstill. Tanya opens her eyes and is shocked that she's still alive. My child, I have blessed your computation jewel and performed a miracle for you. Tanya looks over and sees a massive nutcracker staring at her as she says with rage filling her voice. A miracle? You call strapping a bomb to my chest a miracle? Being X not deterred continues as he says with slight smug satisfaction. Each time you use your jewel you must pray to God in order to harness its power if you are to survive. Tanya was shocked as Being X continued as she swore he sounded even more smug as he continued his speech. That is not a blessing, we have seen such things. This is a curse, and that makes you a false god. In the name of God, in the name of his followers, in the name of mercy itself, you will die devil. This I swear. Alexei said in anger at the blatant disrespect of the god he follows, of the god that created all. He would and cannot stand for a usurper trying to steal souls from the creator. Minerva, after getting back to her seat along with the others, stood up as she slammed her fists down on the table hard enough to knock over goblets of drink. "'Tis not a miracle, 'tis a curse ye press upon the lass, for she would not follow thee." As the devil also known as X showed up once more, none were exactly happy to see him, but Tanya's shock also hit everyone except for one person that up to now stayed silent. "Through this act of reverence, you will slowly be filled with faith in me." Tanya however was shocked, she was angry, she was completely fucking livid, there were no words to describe her as she listened to the complete horseshit Being X was giving her. "This is the new low you sunk to, you bastard, putting a fucking bomb on my chest." She laughed a mirthless laugh. "Forget a false god, no god would do what you are doing. No, you are the devil, you are a being of the infernal pit, for you are trying to play at being a god, you creature of the pit." She yelled at X. It was as if he ignored what Tanya had said, or more than likely he just ignored the words of a mortal for what she was to him. "Go now, and spread my holy name," he said as he disappeared from the sky. Nothing was said because they already knew this to be true. This was no god but a devil from the pit, and just like his repulsive kin he too would be purged from this world. Silence, that's all you could hear as they watched helpless as Tanya was given a curse that was worse than the imperious curse. It was one for which would force you to pray to a false god in order to use such great powers. Time resumes as Tanya begins to plummet to a free fall from high in the sky, however her face is blank and in a trance-like state she begins to do the one thing she thought she would never do. Pray, as she says in her tranced state. We are not worthy of God's great miracles. I praise His holy name. And it soon gives a close-up shot on her lips as she utters the words which damned her as a pawn of the bastard being X. I submit to your glory. After she utters those words, her computational jewel begins to slowly give a golden glow as the holy power of her cursed jewel radiates a massive golden cross in the sky as she rockets high into the sky. If Alexei was mad before, right now he was absolutely livid. This devil, he will die, and he will die in agony and begging for mercy, and from Alexei he would find none, and as he scanned the room he knew that he would have help, for this was an affront not only to the Lord, but it was an affront of humanity itself. This X will be purged. Kak bogdast, tak istileum. Tears fell from eyes as many cried at the fact Tanya has lost her free will to believe in who she wishes. Of course Hermione started to really think and think and think until finally everything fell into place. Oh God, oh my God, this is the past. Every time we saw her pray before, it was the curse. She looked up at Tanya and just felt her heart break even more. Friedrich Otto Bismarck, one of the leading politicians in popularity and a man that kept all his promises in his campaign, as X explained what he did as X left and Tanya fell and uttered her prayer, including the damning phrase of submitting to his glory. Friedrich felt anger like never before. How dare he forced her to his will. Was what he yelled. It was the first time he screamed in his entire career as well, and the red-hot anger all of Germany felt after realizing was like a great tsunami of rage, fury and hate. Suddenly, an earthquake hit. Germany shocked and rumbled and many could swear they heard a woman scream in pure fury. Those near the Rhine heard it the most, but just as quickly as it came it disappeared and everything was still and silent. What the hell was that? Was a question that echoed the streets of Germany. Moments before in the afterlife. The gods sat silent as they watched as being X broke one of the most sacred of laws laid down by the Holy Mother herself. That law was, none shall take the free will of another. Yet here being X did just that, and before anyone could say anything they heard the scream of an angry German woman which caused all the female members to look at Ares. Okay, who did you knock up this time? To which Ares only held up his hands in surrender. A few seconds before the German scream. In a golden hall full of German history, to art, to acts that happened or yet have to happen captured in pieces of art, or snow globes even. A woman with long hair that shone like a warm comforting fire, golden eyes that glowed with wisdom and knowledge, sat on a stool watching over the various German lands across different universes across time and space. Some fell to communism, some caused horrors beyond even her wildest dreams, other won the Great War and others lost. It was never boring, but then she felt something weird. She looked through the worlds and a world of magic and war fell into her sight. The feeling came from there. She went there and looked for the source of this feeling, then she found it, and as quickly as she found it, she felt a force bash her on the face, blasting her out of that world and back into her golden hall. Someone just ripped their free will off of one of her people, and from what she saw, it was a child. Fury filled her and she screamed. The hall shocked and rumbled and she felt her fury leak through various German worlds. Quickly she collected herself and realized it could only have been two persons to do that. Her previous one-night stands, Hades or Ares. It probably was Hades. Ares knows not to mess with her, given last time she did nearly blow his balls of. She was gonna shot Hades' balls of. Going to a small stand in her hall she found two weapons called War and Crime next to her shield and sword. They were two MG designed after the machine gun MG42. Grabbing the guns and making sure they were loaded she opened her door and charged towards the hall where she knew several gods and Hades was, and bashed in the door. Hades. She held up her guns aimed directly at him, and his crotch. You got exactly 6.66 seconds to explain yourself. She yelled once more. Ares, thinking she was angry with him, yells. I swear it's not mine. I wore a condom. You said you were on the pill. He fires off rapidly as if he's dealt with an angry and possibly pregnant woman and or goddesses before. The woman blinked for a moment before yelling, not you dummkopf, and even if it's you my anger is directed at for that reason, you'd know because I'd force you to take responsibility. I meant the little girl in the magical world where suddenly a full-on world war broke out, the one whose free will you just ripped from her, not to mention blasting me out of one of my worlds to watch over. Her yelling stopped, but she was still angry, knowing her well, if she gets silent mid-anger, he really only got a few seconds to explain himself before she opens fire. A firm but commanding voice called out, Germania, stop now. Germania turned weapons ready to bear at whoever decided to command the embodiment of the Germanic people, only to stop at seeing that it was God herself that gave the order. Germania put away her MGS but quickly protested, but grandmother, he forcefully ripped away the free will of a German child, he even hit me in the face to throw me out of that world. Not to mention start a war that was supposed to start 10 years later. Child, God said it was not Hades that did that, he has done nothing to you nor the Germanic people of that world. What exactly would he get out of starting a war in another universe entirely? Subjects. They would come to him either way, and besides you don't have to hear him griping about having to expand the underworld and about having to expand hell itself, but those of us on the budget committee do. God finished with more than a little deadpan in her voice and more than a little heat. She was tired of people and gods always blaming the death deities for everything. Germania halted for a moment. Wait, I thought Hades was the god of war and Ares the god of the underworld? At least it is what Zeus told me. She looked around and saw many deadpan faces looking at her. It shows Zeus pulled a prank on her. I should have listened to Victoria about asking Zeus things. More than a few goddesses face palm. God sighed at the prank Zeus played. She really needed to get Hera to rein him in sometimes. No, dear, she said. Ares is the god of war, she said, pointing at Ares. Hades is next to Thanatos. She finished, pointing to the god that was sitting next to Thanatos. Germania pulled out a list Ares himself knew all too well. It was the beat someone up with the others list. Done. She then turned her glare to Ares and marched up to him. I'm just going ask you that once, Ares. Was it you that did this? If not, then I would like to know who did it, because that mess is gonna need quite a lot of fixing and I don't have that budget. Even if I did save up a lot, it won't be enough to fix that mess, plus my last paycheck went into a massive beer supply. Dear, God said, we know who is doing this, or at least I do. Little Tanya has taken to calling him being X, but I know him as Nahash. The name was said with so much venom that it honestly could all of the gods off guard. The only other time they had heard such venom was when that particular angel tried to overthrow her. Hold up, Nahash. That guy visited me last week telling me he wanted to put a poor suffering soul into one of my German worlds as a reincarnated girl to heal. You are telling me he did all of this? Germania stared in shock at her grandmother. Had she unintentionally just caused suffering to one of her new children? Tyr looks at Germania and asks, were you drunk at the time he asked you this? Germania's sweat dropped. Maybe. She then quickly tried to defend herself. In my defense, I was celebrating another German country turning into a Kaiser Reich. After Germania could reply, they felt it an extremely high and very potent killing intent. They all looked towards where it was coming from and froze, because God wasn't in her, as they called it, New Testament form. No, she was in her Old Testament form, the form that even they feared, because right now was gone the forgiving, let bygones be bygones. Here right now was the 12 plagues of Egypt, the bringer of the great flood. Here was the wrath of the Old Testament. Germania, believing God was mad at her, pulled out her trusty shield from a portal and hid a bit behind it. Hey, everyone knows I like celebrating the creations of Kaiser Eric's, especially when it happens to be a successful revolution against that one Germany I don't acknowledge as German. Which happened to be one of those times. Germania, God said, her voice deceptively calm. It's not you I'm angry at, dear. Oh no, far from it. You were just an unknowing pawn in Nahash's games. He is the one I'm angry at, and he will be hunted down and he will be judged for all of this. As this was happening in the afterlife on Earth, storms were happening all over the place, signaling that its creator was angry. Grandmother, while I get your anger, a lightning strike just hit a random house at the Rhine. Please calm down, and also, what am I supposed to do now? I could step in there, or am I just supposed to watch him blast that whole German country apart? Because things are totally spinning out of events that were supposed to happen, Germania asked God. Given all German countries were her duty to watch over, even the more monstrous ones, it was expected she'd ask this. It took a few calming breaths before God got her temper under control. Better, she said, getting her anger under control once again. Well, good to know. Also, I can tell you at least didn't blow up some innocent family's home, but just an old building that the city wanted to get rid of anyways, said Germania to reassure God she didn't just accidentally blow up a family house on accident. After things had calmed down, those gathered continued the viewing. As she rockets up and the jewel settles, Tanya comes out of the trance she was in and exclaims, wait, what the hell was that? Did I seriously just pray to that fucking devil? He fucking tricked me. She exclaimed in complete anger. In the test room, the men at the console said in great relief, the core is now stabilizing, the magical energy now affixed to spatial coordinates. It then changes to outside near one of the hangars, with most of the staff grabbing binoculars and looking up at the success they just saw. Honestly, one of the men said, I thought that thing would never work, and I also thought that he would have just killed us all with that stunt. Tanya flies through the sky with her newly unlocked powers as she feels the power of her cursed jewel flow through her. Looking down at the ground, she thinks, okay, so that devil cursed my computation jewel, but that aside. She looks ahead as a small smile forms on her face. This power is amazing. She thinks as on the ground the researchers cheered and celebrated as the good doctor turns around and begins walking back to the facility as he says, I knew it, that really was God last night. He continues to walk as we see the back of him walking past a line of planes on the base's airstrip. Dies lo volt, as the Lord wills it, so shall it be. He says with a voice of someone almost at peace with themselves as the scene goes dark. Alexei, after calming down a bit, a very tiny bit but still a bit, raised an eyebrow as he said in a deadpan voice. Oh wow, German technology working for once. It's a miracle. Which got a few snickers from those present, including the Duchess. They watched as Tanya raged at X, and while she flew through the sky, Clara looked over at Alexei and said, Alexei, remember your breathing exercises, remember what Dr. Lev said, about your blood pressure. That caused the others to look at him with amused looks. Alexei gave a friendly glare at the Duchess, and nodded his head, but he couldn't help but think about the cursed deal that Tanya was forced to make, and he thought about the price of his powers that he attained, what it had cost him, but in the end he decided it was worth it. After all, his power helped them hid from the communists and from Stalin and his NKVD, he only hoped that this forced deal with X was beneficial for Tanya and not a Faustian bargain. Eric was at a loss of words. A miracle came, or was it better to call it a curse? X forced Tanya to his will but at the same time stopped a catastrophe from happening. Wilhelmina was simply too shocked to speak. Her face was blank with no emotion, her body still as a rock and her eyes as wide as they could go. She just witnessed probably doom herself and was not sure what to even say. Fritz and his man in the barrack looked astounded at how powerful Tanya felt now, they could feel it from there even. Meanwhile in Berlin, Richthofen was also not sure what to say. X just nearly killed Tanya, then saved her, and then doomed her right back again. She hoped it would bite this devil in the ass, and knowing Tanya, it will. The scene opens back up on the battlefield as Republic artillery opens fire. It then shows no man's land with the words United Year 1924, Rhine Theater. It shows a few artillery rounds hitting the ground and a few airburst mortar rounds exploding in the air. Tanya's voice is heard, Lord, I am humbled by your glorious power. It then shows a top-down vision of Tanya aiming her rifle, her voice continuing, and give thanks for your many blessings. She finishes and it shows from multiple angles as she fires her gun at a Republican position. It shows the round exploding behind a group of retreating Republicans. As if being reincarnated as a girl was bad enough, now thanks to that fucking devil I'm stuck on the front line and I have this curse around my neck. Came Tanya's thoughts as she floated in midair, her subordinates around her. She looks around and flies off towards the enemies. She sighs and says in an annoyed tone, could this be any more annoying? As she is flying, Victoria flies up next to her and says, Lieutenant, is there a problem or something? No, Tanya said, stay on your objective, we have to drive the Republicans back to their next trench line. Right, of course, Victoria said, but ma'am, the main army unit has already arrived at the front line. I don't think they need any further reinforcements. Tanya looks at her with a look of disapproval. Are you questioning my order, Corporal? No ma'am, Victoria said in a panic. You're right, and with that Victoria breaks off. Tanya flies a bit more before saying, stuck fighting on the front lines with a cursed jewel, I'll make sure you pay for this, you fucking devil. With that she puts more power into her equipment and takes off towards the Republic trenches to rain down hell on them. Many couldn't help but agree with Tanya's statement. Of course Blackadder had to say, I bet that thing would bring the whole world down on her just to make her into his follower. He says with a slight hint of disgust. Wilhelmina was upset. Correction, she was a hurricane of emotions at everything she had learned of this young girl who was once an abused English boy who had to take their own life just so they could try and find happiness within the arms of Gott. Herr Herzog, Fräulein Walter. The information we have learned has greatly upset me. So I ask you as the current leaders of our nation, and if I should come to power, my future advisors. What should we do if, no. When the hero of that world's Kaiser Reich comes to our world, what steps should be taken for her to help heal the sins which have pushed onto her at such a young age? She said with a controlled tone of voice, but her eyes told a much different story. But of course, Herzog said, my lady. Both myself and Fräulein Walter shall see to it personally. Wilhelmina simply nods as her attention goes back to the portal. The scene changes to the silver emblem of the two-headed dragon as text came up showing it's the room in the Imperial Strategic Headquarters Strategy and Operations Bureau as the camera pans down to the LT. Colonel who is seen in front of the General Staff as he gives his report. The documents in front of you show that 2nd Lieutenant Digirekov received her Silver Wings Assault Badge after her first battle with the Entente Alliance. She was then involved with prototype development before the enemy overwhelmed our positions, thus she was given an emergency deployment to the Western Front. It says here that she recently wiped out an entire mage company by herself, and she's still carrying out successful assault missions in the Rhine Theater. The General paused to release some cigar smoke. Sounds to me like she's the ideal soldier. He said, but despite these facts you call her a monster. Lieutenant Col Rirugen was silent for a moment. I don't doubt she is a talented mage with an impressive track record of victories. He said, but her personality is extremely volatile and more than a little antisocial. The general looked less than impressed. Is this about that training school incident? He asked, more than a little annoyed. Keeping rebellious new recruits is an officer's job after all. Vasily looked at the Lieutenant Col and said, that man is like how the Americans say more jumpy than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. He said with a laugh. The other laughed as he said that because he was right, the Lieutenant Col was acting like Tanya would kill them without a second look, but it was because they knew what the good Lieutenant Col did not. She wasn't a monster, just a little girl trying to do her best with the card given to her. The more the officers, at least the good ones, heard, the more it made them look to the cadets under their command. Made them remember that these are children who choose the path of soldiering, however they would make sure they at least would have a childhood, unlike Tanya who was forced to do this to provide for her home. Lieutenant Col Rirugen stayed silent for a moment before finally saying, she's the only person currently capable of using the new computation jewel. He says as he continues to add to his case, I believe that indicates an unknown and therefore dangerous quality to her. He states firmly to the general staff. Of course this only gets the opposite as one general exclaims almost offended, we're talking about a child here. Day. Is child. Just because you see one side does not mean all one is. Fedorov says with a no-nonsense voice as he crosses his arms. Then gives a firm nod. One of the generals, General Zetter, looked at the light colonel and said, Lieutenant Colonel, I'm told your wisdom and keen perception make you good at your job. Your transfer from personal to operations was approved, because we value your opinion on sensitive matters. You speak too highly of me, General, but I thank you, sir, Rirujen said. I'm not done talking, Lieutenant Colonel, Zetter said, rebuking the young officer. I do want to respect your views, as much as possible, but we have already decided what to do with Second Lieutenant Digirakov, he finished, and Rirujen had a look of absolute fear on his face. Dan nodded at the general. He knew that Tanya wasn't the monster that Rirujen made her out to be, but Dan didn't like how the General Zetter was all too willing to sacrifice a child's childhood all because of how invaluable as an asset she was. Everyone could see where Rirujen was coming from, but at the same time they all disagreed with him. Tanya wasn't a monster, by her own choice. She was a monster of their own making, that is what the good light colonel didn't understand nor comprehend. Cutting to an above view of the Rhine front base, Visha is seen laying her head down on a table as she groans and does a soldier's favorite pastime, complain. What I would kill for a hot shower and a night in a comfortable bed. She turns her head over. I'd do anything for something sweet right now. Once she opens her eyes, she sees Tanya looking down at her with slight disappointment, which causes Visha to jolt up so fast her assets bounce a bit as she salutes Tanya. Just kidding, ma'am. I am not at all dissatisfied with our encampment, she exclaims, hoping not to upset her superior. Seeing Visha for the first time, everyone present just stared at her. She was the spitting image of her father, from the brown hair to the blue eyes. Of course the younger of the men were watching as the well-developed princess bounced when she sat up at attention. Svyatoy Blaya, the princess has turned into such a beautiful woman, comments a young Private Vasilii who was just staring at Visha along with a few others. Private Clara said, glaring at him, it is not very nice to be commenting about a woman's assets, do you understand? Vasilii hastily nodded at the pissed-off noblewoman. He had pushed his luck with the comment about her assets, and he was lucky that Clara didn't unleash her righteous feminine fury on him. Richthofen, much like many others of the fairer sex, were glaring murderously at their male counterparts, as if daring them to make any jokes or comments about Visha's modest disposition, and of course one grease monkey from the garage gave a bit of a wolf whistle, which resulted in said grease monkey getting a rather large wrench sent at his head. Just a few months ago you were a rookie recruit, now look at you, a proper soldier. Tanya said to her, all the while saying in her head, she must never know that I think the same thing. Tanya walked forward and sat down in front of Visha, and slided a folder toward her, and for a split second Visha was afraid that what had happened to Harold and Kurst was about to happen to her. With her saying in her mind, oh no, I hope I didn't get on her bad side. Tanya, with her hand still on the folder, said, given your improvement, I recommended to LT Schwarzkopf and recommended you for an officer track. Visha, surprised, leaned down and said in shock, you mean I'm going to be an officer? If that's what you want, Tanya said, but if you wish to stay here with the mud and blood I certainly won't stop you. No, Visha said in a hurry, of course not, ma'am, it just seemed too good to be true. I wasn't expecting this, so you caught me off guard. You can head back to the capital, as soon as you are ready. Tanya replied and moved to get up and began to walk away. When Visha called out, Lieutenant, she called out, Tanya paused and turned around looking at her. Thank you, ma'am, she said in her tone one of complete joy and happiness as she turned her head to the side, eyes closed in joy. Tanya smiled and walked away with Visha happily saying, there truly must be a God answering prayers. Fedorov couldn't help but smile. She is a good officer, she truly cares for the princess even if she does not know she is a princess. He looks at the Duchess. What of you, what do you think? Clara didn't comment, only watching Tanya with the eyes of a hawk, but she had to admit that they look cute together. Blackadder looked at Visha and with a smile said, yes, my dear. You at least have a good head on your shoulders, more than I can say for a certain someone, but you have promised, my dear, and Tanya could see that. Those among the German officer cadre couldn't help but laugh at how the young corporal reacted. Many had been her position before when it came to new assignments or even deployments. The scene cuts to evening as the sun sets and Tanya walks out in full trench coat with her rifle slung on her shoulder, her officer's cap adorned, and her briefcase set down next to her. She gives an honest smile as she will be leaving the front lines to the safety of the capital. Second Lieutenant Digirakov, you are hereby promoted to First Lieutenant and are to report to the capital and attend the military academy. She reads the letter with a smile as she takes in the fact that she will honestly not be shot at anymore or for however long she will be in the capital. Well, this will be interesting. I've never been to a college before, this will be exciting, Tanya thought. I see your transport hasn't arrived yet, came the voice of LT Schwarzkopf walked up behind her. She turned and saw her old company commander walking up. Lt. Schwarzkopf, sir, she said as she saluted. He chuckled at ease. Soldier, he said, I can't believe you were going to leave without saying goodbye first. Tanya looked down. I'm sorry, sir, she said, but I felt bad about leaving everyone here on the front and returning to the capital. He gave a knowing smile and said, is that why you also recommended Serebryakov for officer training, a familiar face? Partly, sir, she had excelled since coming under my command and she had earned a chance at officer training, and because it would at least give me a familiar face in the capital, sir. Schwarzkopf smiled and said, I want to thank you for your hard work here, between your zeal and that computation jewel. We wouldn't have survived without you. Tanya smiled and said, it was my pleasure to serve under you, but I seriously doubt I'll use this jewel at the academy. Be that as it may, Schwarzkopf said, saluting Tanya one last time. Remember, God is always with us, Lieutenant. Tanya had to keep an unpleasant look from appearing on her face because they knew this world's troubles were not from a god, but a devil pretending to be one. The scene shows a sunset behind the two as it pulls back. Clara smiled at Tanya's commanding officer. While she was leaving, he at least went to see her off. Even if Tanya tried to sneak off, it warmed her heart to see that even though she was leaving, her commanding officer would at least miss her, and she could see that the others agreed with what she felt. Dan couldn't help but smile. His gaze went to his daughter as he could imagine him and her having the same conversation as she goes off to an officer's school in London. Maybe even taking some of her friends with her as they rise in the ranks together. If they're lucky, they would be in the same battalion together or even the same division. Honestly, it made Dan really step back and see that his little girl, much like Tanya, is now grown up. All across Germany, cheers rang out at Tanya's promotion. The Prussian officers saluted at her promotion, and from the tank barracks salute shots were fired, with the tanks, in honor of Tanya. That was definitely Whitman's idea. Richthofen for her part could see something going on here. Little Tanya seems to have a crush on good old Visha. Ooh, they would be a cute couple. Many older ladies had the same knowing smile on their faces as they realized the same. Even if she disguised it as some military thing, they could tell right away. The scene changes to a set of windows as the two generals from before are seen talking. What's the situation at the Rhine front? Asks Zetter as his fellow general answers, we're still at a stalemate with the enemy, but the main unit has arrived at the border. Coming inside now, we see the two walking as he continues his report. Unfortunately, Plan 315 continues to fail us. Zetter nods slightly as he says. It does seem our army is lacking in both adaptability and mobility. Before they stop at a pair of office doors as Zetter stays while his fellow general begins to walk off. Priority has been given to create a unit that can adapt to any given tactical situation. He rants as Zetter stays for a moment before finally stepping inside to his office. Then it cuts to Tanya as she enters into the train compartment as she thinks, warm beds, good food, and a safe life await me in the capital. Why do I have a bad feeling about this talk of a rapid response unit, and why do I have a feeling that Svolosh X is going to be involved? Fedorov thought to himself. Richthofen had to huff as she says, sure, a plan which you would need a solid logistical system, enough personnel to run said system which you do not, a stable fighting force which you do not, and while the plan is good on paper, it is not good in the here and now, or then. So sorry, sir, with all due respect, but that plan is just plain suicide. And no sane officer would ever approve of it. She takes a breath as she finishes with, sir. Tanya sets down her suitcase, rifle, and officer cap. She sits down and relaxes a bit as she smiles slightly. Come to think of it, the orphanage is close to the capital. With the pay I have gotten, I could use it to help the sisters and children as much as I can. Cutting back to Zetter's office, he sets down the file as he sighs slightly. A new rapid response unit, hey? He says to himself as if questioning if such a thing is possible with the war as it is. The tension was building up as everyone was now on the edge of their seats. Yes, they were happy that Tanya was going to visit her old home, but the way it was looking with the general, it made them think that X was going to pull something which made everyone uneasy. Tanya's train is seen going toward the capital as Tanya smiles, admiring the view. She thinks, for a while I was worried of my survival, but I'm honestly surprised I survived this long. Cutting back to the general, he looks down at a set of files before seeing one labeled Dieslovolt. Slowly the general takes out the file before it cuts to Tanya, who holds up a hot cup of coffee smiling. Boy, I wonder how embarrassed that devil is. She lets out a slight chuckle before it cuts back to the general, who flips the file over, and right in front of him is none other than Tanya's service record. With Tanya's photo staring right at him, as if his prayers had been answered. As they watched Tanya enjoy the train ride back to the capital, they were all glad to see her move away from the Rhine front, but when they saw Zetter, thinking about how to create the new mobile task force, and a few of the officers had a bad feeling in their guts, and Princess Wilhelmina had a very bad feeling in her gut. They were proven right when Zetter got back to his office, and there on Tanya's file were the words Dieslovolt. I knew it, he was involved, was Fedorov, though as soon as he saw Dieslovolt on Tanya's records, he still is going to put her into back situations just to get her to believe in him. Bah, that is only going to end badly, and everyone here knew it. The rest of the room was silent as they took in what X had done yet again, and they weren't surprised. He seemed like a world-class ass, and this only proved them right. It was silent for a solid second, before all hell broke loose as raised voices were heard. "You bastard! You couldn't even let her have peace at school!" yelled a Hufflepuff while a cadet shouted, "To hell with you! She will beat whatever you send at her like a proper soldier does." Of course Blackadder was just rubbing his temples as he says, "Now I know how my grandfather must have felt. For Tanya is dealing with the biggest ass of all time." He mutters to himself. The screen darkened and then lightened back up to show the inside of a tent with Visha, and Tanya inside of it, with Tanya holding something. "What is this exactly, Visha?" Tanya asked, holding a very light pink dress. "It's a farewell present to thank you for everything you've done." The dress is clearly made for a girl much older than her and much to Tanya's chagrin much more developed than her. "Visha, I thank you for the dress, but I don't think it's going to fit me, you on the other hand would fit in it like a glove," Tanya said and finished in a deadpan tone. "Oh sure it will, Lieutenant, after all you're a growing girl," Visha said in her usual happy way. Tanya just gave her a look of uncertainty as she mentally compared herself to the extremely gifted young woman across from her. At the end she just gave an uneasy grin, but at the same time for some reason when Visha gave her the gift she felt her heart go doki doki, but for whatever reason it didn't scare her. She thought, a question for the doctor when I see them for my checkup. Many smiled at the interaction between Tanya and Visha, some laughed at the expression little Tanya made as Age saw the dress, clearly not a fan of those. Although it was for a clearly more developed and older girl, the gift was well meant. Some girls though could clearly see, Tanya was self-conscious about her less developed body. The little cheer up from Visha seemed to not have improved that opinion of herself much. If they get their hands on Tanya, they are gonna drown her in compliments, and if anyone saw Richthofen file adoption papers and therapy sessions, she'd never admit it. Many immediately knew what this so-called doki doki gelling was that Tanya was feeling. Someone was in love. Many older ladies awed it, saying something like, "Oh young love." Richthofen for her part was planning a whole wedding already. She'd never admit it though if asked. Dan looked out over the student as if he was daring them to say something. This girl needed a father figure and he would be damned, and he didn't stop some of the more degenerate student from ogling her or Visha. That poor girl would be eaten alive by the more jaded students. Fedorov couldn't help but chuckle. "I mean, do you need to grow? But Princess is right, you are a growing girl and you will grow into a very nice woman." Of course the young Private Vasily was staring again as Alexei was slowly counting on his fingers for when the Duchess, who one could argue was their real superior, would bring that which was the action to correct the young man's lingering eyes. A heeled boot hit the private in the back of the head, and where it came from both Fedorov and Alexei saw Clara's outstretched hand. Private Clara said in a sing-songy voice, "Now you are leering at the princess, it seems you are in need of proper punishment. Say 1,000 laps around the base." She finished with what looked like a gentle smile, but if you looked behind her you could see a Hanya mask appear behind her, daring the young private to argue against her. There was a girlish scream which came from the base. Of course to those within the village they only assumed it was just another piece of their village's many mysteries. Or someone upset a woman again. Meanwhile at a research institute in La Spezia, Italy. Ever since the portals came to be and showed the world the marvels which science and magic combined can create, not only civilians, but also the many NATO science institutes around the globe have been trying to crack the code that the world they have been watching seems to have cracked. Be they German, Chinese, British, French, American, Japan, or even the poorest third world country. It seemed everyone wanted to be the first to make their own version of the jewel which seemed to be the last piece of the puzzle which would be the answer to the science, magic equation, of course the one who would crack the code and create a breakthrough which would lead their name to go down in history alongside those of great inventors, pioneers, yes even those mavericks of innovation. Would be a simple Italian researcher who seems to have no dreams or aspirations by the name of Mario Antonio Flavio Luca Giovanni Roberto Andrea Stefano Luigi, but everyone just calls him Mario Luigi. Yes, this young man was a good worker, made many friends, cooked, and by all accounts was a very sociable and likable person. Outside of that he was a mediocre researcher. However, during one of his breaks where he would help cook for the facility, it was pasta day, little Luigi stopped as he was struck by an idea. Quickly he pulled out his notepad and began to scribble. As soon as he was finished he stared at what he had written down and with wide eyes proclaimed to the world. "I have it, I have it. I cracked the code." And it was all thanks to pasta. Of course it wasn't pasta which helped the little Italian, in fact it was Prometheus who decided that maybe humanity could use a little help in making their own jewels, but no one really needs to know, after all, who doesn't like a happy Italian? News from around the world. Abusers of Prussian hero slain. L. Lancaster. As many of our readers will remember from the second portal, for which was a great shock to everyone, that second Lt. Tanya, Degirakoff of an alternate Prussian Empire, was in their first life. Harrison James Potter of the United Kingdom. Who was abused to the point of suicide by his relatives, who from what sources have stated were put in prison when they attempted to hide the body of the young man. Of course after the portal had opened and revealed this fact to us, many around the world cried for another trial, even the magical President Reagan of the United States wishing them to be hanged until hung. However, with the latest information we have received from the wardens of the prisons for which Petunia Disley and her husband Vernon Disley have been confirmed dead. From the investigations into their deaths, it is clear that both were killed by their fellow inmates. As to how these two were killed is unknown at this time, as the official statement is that both are simply dead and their bodies shall be sent to the closest living relatives. New York Times. Wedding bells for White House power couple. TMZ. Is there romance in the air? Well, we here at TMZ think so. As political power couple Jackie Reagan and Bill Clinton seem to be hashing it out every weekend. Is this display of hard rejection for the Madam President a form of rough foreplay? Or is she trying to make herself more enticing for the rad President Clinton? All we do know is that there is a rumor going around that the single magical president might get a ring on that finger, and when that happens we here at TMZ will bring it to you. Dumbledore a dark wizard, or just senile? L. Silverthorne. Has Britain's esteemed and self-proclaimed Lord of the Light secretly been a Dark Lord this entire time? Or has this magical master finally gone senile? These questions of course come with the revelations of who exactly placed our young hero came to light after the death of Albus Dumbledore, in which many of the former headmaster of Hogwarts' many personal papers have come to light. This of course has caused many who once held the former headmaster in a good light to reveal him as someone tantamount to he who shall not be named. With these revelations many have come to question many of his decisions. The people who have come to question these decisions was his deputy headmistress Minerva McGonagall, who upon questioning by my news organization had this to say about the former headmaster. I trusted Albus. McGonagall said, he once was a good man, or was he even one to begin with? Lily and James trusted the man, and what did it get them? Dead, and sweet little Harry shipped off to the worst muggles I've ever seen. My best students and surrogate children are dead, my surrogate grandchild is dead. I trusted him. It is the responsibility of this news organization to report that Headmistress McGonagall broke down crying at this point in the interview. This is just the tip of the iceberg of this tale of Dumbledore's legacy, with more possibly coming in the near future. We here at the New York Ghost will continue to report them as they come. New York Ghost Special Edition XXXV. Religion on the Rise. Fox News. With the recent events of the portals all but confirming multiverse theory, another revelation which has caused an uptick in almost mass influx of new members to many religious institutions was a god, or what many are now calling a devil, or the more common name of being X is coined by Tanya Digirakoff, formerly Harry Potter of the United Kingdom. From the east to west coast of America to France and even the once divided Protestant, Catholic churches of Ireland stand in solidarity and pray for the safe return of Tanya to her home world. The most shocking is that in the nation of Germany, there has been huge turnouts as sermons have been held to pray for a swift end to the alternate world's First World War. Some counties have even held candlelight vigils as they pray for, in one soldier's words, the safety of a Prussian hero who gives it her all to bring an end to one of history's bloodiest wars. One mother of three said she prays that young Tanya is able to return to civilian life and try to have a normal childhood as a child. No matter, the world should have a chance at happiness and love of a family. Now that is not all, as even in the Vatican the Pope himself has gone on record and said to one Fox correspondent, if by the grace of God that young soldier should ever find her way to our world, be it through magic or even by a miracle of the Almighty One, I shall go personally and help her atone for the sins she has bared in the service as a soldier. His comment sparked many who currently serve in many of the world's militaries, and even mages have been seen either talking to chaplains or going to their respective religious institutions. However, not all as good as rumblings have been reported in the Middle East and even the People's Republic of China, as their governments attempt to crack down on their citizens and even much harsher on their magical populations. Rumors have popped up of possible open conflict between these oppressed people and government forces, which many analysts say could be the start of civil wars breaking out in the Middle East and the People's Republic of China. Only time will tell if war is on the horizon, but we can only hope and pray that cooler heads shall persevere in the end. T. Riley. Custody battle of the century. Tabloid paper. Yes, that's right. The custody battle is not between parents, but nations. Is underway as the American presidents have claimed to have stake, along with the German people, and of course a deadbeat magical godfather on the rebound. Now this hasn't been kept silent, as the mage Madam President Reagan has made the same claim time and time again. I'm a combat veteran just like Tanya, and it takes one to know the trauma and pain that we suffer, and I will be damned if I let anyone other than a veteran try and raise Tanya. Which of course Sirius Black, the deadbeat godfather, fired back with an equally emotionally fueled response to the mage Madam President, as he said to reporters. Even though my godson is now a goddaughter, I still believe I have the right to her custody and to try and right the mistakes I did the first time around. I will fight for my right to raise her. I will do anything to bring her happiness. No matter what Yank Bint says. It should be noted that this comment was said directly to the mage Madam President's face, which did result in a fist fight. In Germany the feeling is much different, as the people are claiming that Tanya is not one person's child but all of Germany's child, since many see her as a hero and the symbol of what real Prussian values are. When reached for comment, the German princess had this to say: the child may be a soldier of the fatherland, but she is still a child. Forced to do what grown men and women are meant to do in our society today. If and when she returns to our world will I personally not only give her thanks for her service to the fatherland, not only medals for her duty, but also give her the thing she will require most. Rest, peace, and honest love of a family. When this reached international courts, the case was put on permanent hold for the reasons of which one judge said, "We cannot rule on such a custody case of such a level until the girl in question is here in person, as such until a time as the child, and or person in question is here in our world, will the courts of any level until the person has returned to our." So dear readers, the question is, who shall gain the custody of Tanya? Mage Madam President Reagan? The deadbeat godfather Sirius Black? Or the princess and the nation of Germany? Stay with us readers as we keep an ear out for the truth. Results of the German vote shock many. Washington Post. Many know now that our world has changed thanks to the opening of the portals, the fact we live alongside mages as well as magical creatures being chief among them. However, what most don't know is how much the political landscape has changed thanks to this shift in our world. The biggest change was seen in Germany when a massive referendum was held to decide what future Germany would take going forward. Now because magic has been made real, many of Germany's magical population wanted to reinstall the monarchy, more than a few non-mages wished for a constitutional monarchy like what the United Kingdom has. When reached for comment, Princess Victoria Wilhelmina had this to say. "I believe that the people of Germany should decide the future our nation should take. If they wish to have me be crowned as the monarch of our nation, then I shall humbly take the challenge put before me and do my best. If they wish me to be a figurehead while elected members of parliament help run the nation, then I shall do my best. If they wish for democracy to continue as is, then I shall support the government as best as I can." However, when the election did come, it was a shock to find that a third option was on the ticket as a nationalist party was running in hopes to win the vote. However, when the results did come in, it was a shock to see how close Germany could have changed. The results of the vote were 47% Democracy Party, 36% Monarchist Party, 17% Nationalist Party. The biggest shock was that the analyst believed that if the magical population had not joined in the vote, then the Monarchist Party would have been in last instead of second, but even if the vote did fail, the princess has stated that thanks to magic she will be considered the ruler of the mage side of Germany. However, unlike most of the past, the princess has stated that she will work along the mundane government to help smooth integration of both magical and mundane Germany, and should the mage population believe they do not need a monarch to follow, then they will vote among themselves which government to follow. Now whether or not such things will turn out for the worst, the people of Germany and the world will have to wait and see. A. Jones. Prometheus Spark. Change comes in all forms, be it large or small. Change shall always shape the course of human history. In this case it would be the discovery of how to create a computation jewel, and from all places and people, a friendly sociable Italian researcher at a NATO facility who would have been written off as, well, average at best. However, thanks to his discovery, this man would go down in history as the 21st century's very own Nikola Tesla. Which was why both US presidents were coming to the facility along with other nations' representatives to see firsthand the labors of this man's work. Of course, what they didn't expect was his outgoing personality. Mario Antonio Flavio Luca Giovanni Roberto Andrea Stefano Luigi, Mario, or Luigi to his friends, was a simple man. Oh, that didn't mean he was stupid, he was just a man that enjoyed the simple things in life, pasta, his work, and his friends. It was a surprise that the leaders of the non-magical side and magical side of the United States were visiting him, but he supposed it was about his latest creation, their own version of a computation jewel. Of course, Mario Luigi wasn't alone, as his fellow researcher who was attached to the project was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man from Germany by the name of Ludwig. He never gave out his first name as he always went by his last name. Counter to Mario's outgoing and upbeat carefree personality, Ludwig was more stern and professional. Which was why said German researcher was going around trying to clean up their workspace. "Luigi, how many times have I told you the hot plates are not for cooking?" he says, pointing at a hot plate which was being used to cook pasta, because of course it was pasta. What did you expect? But Germany, as Luigi always called him, despite knowing his last name, "I need to eat my pasta." He then started on a tangent about needing to eat pasta or else he would die, and while Ludwig, or Germany as he called him, had nice food, it was mostly just sausage and cheese, and while he did like it, nothing was like Italian pasta. All Ludwig did was sigh at his friend's attitude. While he did enjoy the smaller Italians' companionship, he did wish that he was just a bit more serious. Well, at least he has the Japanese researcher Kiku Honda, as the last member of their trio to help corral Luigi's more eccentric personality. Ludwig sighs, "Why did you have to leave for your holiday now? Of all times." Pinching the bridge of his nose, he tried to battle the oncoming headache. For now though, he would have to push that aside, as he hopes that their demonstration would go well enough that they will get more funding to their new Department of Magical Technology Research and Development, which thanks to the portals appearing, NATO had to quickly cobble together the MTRD quickly with the only researchers they had, who were 1. Magical and 2. Already working on their nation's ability to blend magic and technology. What truly gave him a headache was the simple fact it was only the 3 of them. He had hoped with Italy's, as he was sometimes forced to call him, breakthrough they would get more help on the project, but it wasn't to be so until after approval from higher up, so until then it was just the three of them. Well, too, since Honda had to take mandatory vacation, he was counting down the days until their return, and to him it couldn't come sooner. Of course his thoughts were interrupted as the doors to their department opened. He steeled himself, preparing to meet with what he thought would be the base commanders, or even a representative of the NATO Council. Of course what he didn't expect was half the UN being here. Was in God's name in? Was the thought going through Ludwig's mind as he tried to regain his posture. Ladies. Gentlemen. I was not expecting such well, to be frank, half the world's leaders of NATO to be here. He said honestly, as for while the US presidents along with the French presidents and even the delegation from his own fatherland gave him an honest shock. Sogar die Prinzessin ist here, was his thought as he stared right at Princess Victoria Wilhelmina of Germany. Of course what had him curious was the fact that of the British delegation was a woman who he had not seen before, and in uniform of a Royal Army officer along with the insignia of the Royal Mage Corps of Britain. Of course the man next to her he knew, as he himself wore a simple suit, as it was the Prince of the United Kingdom. Well, Prince Philip of the UK said, his upper crust voice sounded out when we heard that a computation jewel had been created. We just had to see it and meet the scientist that created it. The rest of the delegation nodded their head at that. Dr. Ludwig, he heard a voice call out. He turned towards it and his eyes widened. It was his President Herzog. While it was Luigi Mario that created the jewel, it was yours, along with Dr. Honda's tireless research and help that has led to this day. All three of you will go down in history and will be remembered for all time. Ludwig smiled as he nodded a bit towards his president and the princess. Thank you for your kind words. Jackie of course raises an eyebrow as she asks, okay, you're not a mad doctor or anything, right? Cause I don't need to hear that you decided to strap a bomb to the chest of your test flyers. As she still remembers that one monocle-wearing bastard from the last portal viewing. Neen, Ludwig said, none of us are, as you say, mad scientists of that caliber, well, unless you count being unusually happy as being a mad scientist. Ludwig added as an afterthought. Jackie just slowly nods as the woman decides to introduce herself. Major Amelia Bones, it's a pleasure to meet you, doctor. She says in a polite tone while trying her best not to meet Jackie's gaze as she remembers the rather unique meeting between Sirius and the magical president, which resulted in a fist fight that thankfully did not result in an internal incident. Pleasure to meet you as well, Major, Dr. Ludwig said. He turned and walked towards where Luigi was standing next to the prototype. Say what you want, he knew when it was time for a presentation. I hope that what me and my colleague show you is worth all the money spent to get the project up and running. Despite the fact it is only the three of us, the last part was said in a low voice so that they didn't hear it. Soon everyone was outside at a test range which was used to test new missiles or even new ordnance. However, today it was to test the new jewel, of course learning their lesson from the portal and how violent a reaction the jewel can be. For everyone's safety they had the visitors and even themselves inside a bunker viewing the jewel, which was attached to an invention from their Japanese research, which was a mobile magical supply bank. Of course in terms even regular people can understand. It was a magical battery. Everyone was tense as they prepared to watch the test of the jewel. They watched as the test pilot, a young man from Germany, walk out to the testing ground, and as soon as he got to the middle of the field, he started the start-up, and then with a surge of magical power started to fly into the sky, and from the radio they heard the young man hooping and hollering in excitement and joy. Of course he wasn't the only one, as everyone was cheering as the two researchers were already having their hands shaken as the French tried to get first dibs. This is amazing. We hope that the jewel shall be sent to France. Jackie, not having any of it, soon steps up as she says, excuse me. Why should you get first take on the jewels when we help back up NATO with almost 80% of its funding and manpower? If anything, an Italian said, it should be Italians that get it first. We invented it, we should be the first to produce it. Of course this devolved into petty bickering and shouting before finally the Princess of Germany had enough as she shouts at the top of her lungs, which was rather impressive for a girl her size, to yell as loud as she did. Silence. I demand silence. Which silence did come as now everyone's attention was the princess. She huffed at the immaturity of all the so-called leaders in front of her. Now she said, the Italian Luigi made the first one, and as such the Italians get the right to the first ones, then followed by the Germans, then the Japanese, and the Americans, and then it can be sent out to all after these four get first run at it. She said, following the fact that it was the three researchers' nationalities that got it first, then the Americans for being the main ones behind the research was her reasoning. Of course not everyone was happy with this, but couldn't really argue with the logic behind it. So with a simple nod they all began to discuss the designs and process for each jewel, production, and of course much to the researchers' joy. A full government contract to supply all NATO member nations with the jewels and how to produce them to their specifications, which of course both the Princess and President of Germany agreed on the design of Tanya's Type 95, since it not only has the Iron Cross but also is simple, being a orb encased in a simple pocket watch housing. Of course the other nations had their own ideas for their nation's jewel designs, as anyone would. However, for a pair of dog fathers in Britain, it was a different story. As Sirius Black was currently limping into Bones Manor after finally agreeing to move in with her, his right arm in a cast being held in a sling, a neck cast around his neck, and a bandage over his left eye as he groaned before sitting down on one of the larger chairs. Sirius, what the bloody hell happened to you? Remus said in shock. Sirius sighs, a yank bent with a killer left hook is what happened. He says to his friend before a house elf brought him a glass of scotch to which he happily drank down. Claiming she had the right to Tanya and tried to claim her as a daughter. When she's my goddaughter. Sirius of course was the first to come to terms with Harry's new person since being turned into Tanya by that devil of a being X. Sirius, Remus said in exasperation, please tell me you didn't get into a fight with the magical president of the United States, please, please, please tell me you didn't. Sirius just stares at his friend for the longest moment, 2 moments, 3 moments, until finally he says in an almost childlike tone. She started it. You're a bloody adult, Sirius, not a child. Remus sighed and then said, look, this is still up in the air. But when and if Tanya does come here, the first thing she sees is 2 strangers she's never met claiming guardianship of her. Do you want to scare her off, Siri? Sirius sighs as he looks down at the mustard glass in his hand. I know it's just, I can't help but blame myself for everything she's going through, the fact that bastard of a devil X is doing what he's doing, what he did to get her to pray to him. He couldn't bring himself to speak anymore as he just downs another glass of scotch the house elves gave him to try and help numb the pain of failure. I know, Siri, I know, Remus said as he looked at Sirius. Moony had been hankering to come out and have words with X as only a wolf could, and for once Remus was in accordance with his wolf. If they ever spotted X, well, he would get to see what a pissed off werewolf looked like. Sirius chuckles as he leans back in the seat as the third scotch was starting to take effect as the warm feeling spread over his beaten body. I wonder, if we could kill a god. How famous do you think we'd be? You think the big one up there would give us a ticket to the pearly gates and forgive us of our earthly sins? He chuckles a bit towards his friend. Oh, I'm sure we would be very famous, Siri. Remus said, and I'm sure he would like Siri. Sirius chuckles as he raises a glass in the air, to our future careers as demon slayers before downing his 4th glass of scotch. Here, Siri. Here, Remus said as he also downed a glass of fire whiskey the elf brought him. As the two shared a laugh, the world as a whole was busy trying to keep itself from falling into chaos as the UN was clocking in some serious overtime as there were round-the-clock sessions, covering everything from new borders due to the magical communities either being inside another nation's border, new treaties to include magic, even the Geneva Convention being gone over with a fine-tooth comb. Of course the biggest debate was Sweden trying to keep from losing face since it alternate self-caused the First World War in another world, all while Germany's representatives continued to gloat about it and hang it over Sweden's head. Please stop, the Swedish representative Kristina Oxenstierna, we get it, we pulled a you now, please stop. Detlev Graf Zierensaw, Germany's representative, was bringing his hand to their ear as they said, oh, I'm sorry I couldn't hear you, could you please say that again? With the ever-present grin as it felt so good to not be the ones to have started the First World War. Which did get a few good-hearted snickers from other representatives. I said I fucking get it, you bastard, we pulled a fucking you now, drop it, you overgrown pig fucker, before I take my family sword and shove it where the sun does not shine. Ms. Oxenstierna, a normally level-headed person, yelled out in anger. Well, there is her Finnish ancestry, thought the Finnish representative Tina Väinämöinen. She was Kristina's cousin, and while she did feel bad for her cousin's nation, she did find it a little bit funny as well. Of course this devolved into the next subject matter, the border disputes between, of all people, not Germany and France for once, but of all nations, Finland and Russia, because of a large number of magical communities being within each of their nation's borders. And I say that the land that has been rooted by our magical people is theirs by legal right, while yours occupy our lands illegally. The magical rep alongside their regular nods in agreement with this statement. The German representative wanted to say that the land they were arguing over was originally part of Prussia, but he wisely kept his mouth shut, but he couldn't help but think, is history starting to repeat itself? The Finnish magical representative stood up as he shouted, those lands have been a part of Finland's magical community and were a part of Finland long before the fall of the Soviet Union. Crossing his arms he shoots and glare at the Russians as he says, of course you would want to occupy our lands considering that many are still upset over the outcome of the war you lost to us. The magical rep for Russia growled as he was about to retort before a gavel was heard banging to get them to calm down before fists began to fly. Gentlemen, called out the General Secretary, either you can speak civilly or I will give the rest of the time to the representative from Albania. Both grumbled as Germany soon spoke up. I would have said we go back to the old ways of either making it a buff state between the two nations, build a wall, which let's be honest didn't really work, but in fact I say we try and just work to find a peaceful solution. The Polish rep couldn't help but laugh slightly concerning Germany's history with border disputes. Pardon my language when I say this, but I call bullshit on that one, Mr. Rentsaw called the Czech representative. More than a few reps laughed out loud when he said that. It then cuts to a French military base a few miles outside of Paris. After the reveal of the jewel, spirits were high, but for now the two French presidents were standing at a podium as they prepared to be greeted with their nation's mage cadets. Among them leading this class would be Fleur, who had scored high enough and even aced her exams to become an officer cadet. Everyone in the audience and those watching at home and abroad waited before the sounds of music was heard playing as the sound of horns played before being joined by drums as the sounds of marching feet clicked against the ground. Coming ahead from far away was the students of the French Mage Corps cadets, their uniforms standing out black knee-high boots, white skirts and blue jackets and hats, and at the head of the parade was Fleur Delacour, and as they neared the rest of the crowd they all could hear them all singing. Jma Eloignon Frida Elhouil, Jma Eloignon Car Ilest Bon. Jma Eloignon Frida Elhouil. Jma Eloignon, Jma Eloignon. O pas camarades, O pas camarades, O pas O pas O pas. As they neared they could all see them and the flag of France flying proudly behind them and the cadet flag the cross of Lorraine flying behind the national flag. The people of France cheered as they watched the young men and women march past, none more happy than the two presidents who saluted the marching soldiers and cadets of France's Mage Corps. Sparks before the embers. Unknown location. United States of America. Within the bowels of a ritual room, Jamie stood as she among other mages stood in robes as they were chanting. Within the center was a summoning circle that was drawn with salt, candles lit as they were placed among each point of the summoning circle. The chanting of a dead language continued as the summoning circle began to glow low before the light began to become brighter, and brighter until the power finally erupted like how a cork erupts from the build of pressure behind it. The mages who had been around the ritual were sent flying as many either hit the wall, stone tables, or just random furniture. Jamie was the first to recover as she started to stand up slowly looking towards the ritual circle in hopes that it worked. Only to meet with nothing but a burnt spot in the center of the room which caused her to become downtrodden as the ritual failed. Damn it, damn it! She shouts before slamming her fist down on a nearby table. As Jackie breathes attempting to contain her rage, one of the other mages comes forward and bows slightly as they say in an almost defeated voice. I'm sorry Madam President, the ritual has failed. It seems there is a force keeping us from summoning her back to our world. Jackie just stares at the burnt out remains of the failed summoning circle as she says, and my money is it's that bastard X. He knew. He fucking knew. We would try and bring Tanya back to our world. Finally standing up fully Jackie sighs before pinching the bridge of her nose as she says, we will have to wait and try again another time. Those gathered nod as Jackie leaves the room heading back to DC. Psella Air Base, Germany. 1994, 1300 Zulu. After the creation of the Mage Corps, each nation had argued over who would handle it, if it would be its own separate branch, be attached to a current branch, or even be considered a specialized unit. Of course Germany, much like the United States and United Kingdom, had set up their mage units as a specialized branch that would work closely not only with the ground forces but also the Luftwaffe. Of course plans of how to use them are still underway as all branches have begun to study not only the other world's tactics and how they use mages but also taking examples from their own history as they come up with practical military uses for their combat mages. However for the present this base had their current mages present and in their uniforms, which they decided to base on the alternate Prussia's combat mages uniforms with small updates to fit modern standards. The reason for them being present in their uniforms is because each base was being inspected by not only the German presidents but also the princess herself as technically, until a referendum is held, all magical citizens of Germany still fall under her and the royal family first before the German government. As Wilhelmina walked away from the inspection of the Zella base mage units, getting into the car she would look to the two presidents and soon say, I've heard some disturbing rumors of a nationalist movement happening in the shadows, I must know if they are true and if so what is being done to prevent them from doing anything to harm Germany and her people. President Herzog nods as he says, Ja Your Highness, according to the Bundesamt für Verfassungsschutz, BFV, there has been an uptick in communications between the defeated Nationalist Party members and their party locations. However what has become a concern is the use of the phrase that time and a shadowy benefactor who we have not discovered who it is yet, however I can assure you that we are taking them as a possible threat Your Highness. Victoria just nodded, accepting his word but was still worried that the repeat of the 1930s may happen again. Wilhelmina then asks, any threats outside our borders? I know that all nations are now in a race to build up their mage forces, the French included. She still remembers the parade of their mage corps being revealed to the world which was a rather large force when compared to Germany. The magical President Walter answered her as she read a report she has, Ja Your Highness. According to the report from the Bundesnachrichtendienst, BND, has brought up some concerns from possible threats outside our borders. However the largest of the threats has been found in France as a resurgence of syndicalist movements. The Prince and even Herzog were honestly shocked to hear of a movement that should have died out in the 1920s. Wilhelmina shakes her head slightly as she says, I'm sorry but I thought the current French president was a left-wing politician? Why is there a resurgence of a far-left political movement? Herzog nods as he says, he is. In fact he is a Socialists Party member since '71 and from what my magical counterpart has told me the magical French president also has left-leaning views. This did not bring any comfort to the three who are currently riding in the car as Wilhelmina says, I pray that we do not have a repeat of the interwar years, I can only hope that nothing happens to where the fatherland is brought into another bloody war. The other two nod as the car drives towards Berlin. Hogwarts of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Highlands, Scotland. Military Tactics and History 0900 Zulu. The major changes that came to Hogwarts since it fell under the royal government was a huge overhaul to the education system. Among them were classes that were specifically designed for the Royal Army Mage Cadets, most were drills, weapons training, tactics, medical, and everything one could need to learn before going into the service proper. Among these was the Military Tactics and History class, or as it was called by the cadets, the MTH, which was mostly using history to help them learn what tactics worked and what didn't. Among the lessons were also observations from the other world they had seen so far and what could have been done better. The most heated discussion was the start of the war and what happened to the boy who lived now turned into the hero of Prussia, which was coined by German newspapers and media. Of course, for Hermione, she was doing her best to pay attention alongside Draco, who had actually changed and seemed to have been taken under the wing of the military, or at least Blackadder, or was now teaching the current class as the lieutenant who they had before sadly became sick with the flu and couldn't conduct the class, which was covering one of the worst defeats in their nation's history. Dunkirk. Blackadder was writing on the chalkboard as he says to the class of gathered cadets. Now to recap, the Dunkirk evacuation, codenamed Operation Dynamo and also known as the Miracle of Dunkirk, or just Dunkirk, was the evacuation of more than 338,000 Allied soldiers during the Second World War from the beaches and harbour of Dunkirk, in the north of France, between May 26 and June 4, 1940. He then turns around and looks at the class as he says, "Now many did die and Britain lost many brave souls who would have been used to fight against Hitler and his lot. But the question I propose to you cadets of Her Majesty's Royal Army Mage Cadets is what could combat mages have contributed to help minimize the death toll and make the evacuation run more smoothly?" He says, looking at everyone seated in the classroom, which was mostly 2nd to 7th years, since you could only join the cadets when you reach your 2nd year of schooling, or more accurately when you turn 12 years old. Blackadder looks at those present as the mundane-born or first-gen mages let their pure-blooded counterparts try to think for themselves. Blackadder finally looks in Neville's direction as he calls out, "Cadets Longbottom, would you like to give us your thought on this question?" Neville stands at parade rest with both his arms behind his back as he says, slightly nervous, I think that they would have helped fly those stranded to the ships or even helped take them across the channel, Sergeant Major." Blackadder nods at the young heir Longbottom's answer. "Well, that is a rather interesting plan. However, one must remember that even with magic or even with the new computation jewels, that humans were not meant to act as pack animals, no matter what those of the fair sex may say." This got a few hushed giggles as Blackadder nods. "Be seated, cadet." Neville just nods as he sits back down. Looking around the class, Blackadder once again asks, "Anyone else have the answer to my question? Any possible young strategist whom?" Soon Susan Bones' hands went up as Blackadder says, "Cadets Bones." Susan stood up as she said, "Sergeant Major, I believe that the mages could conduct a delaying action to try to help buy more time for the forces that were stranded at Dunkirk, while also possibly giving those on the beach air cover from the Germans' planes." Blackadder nods as he says, very good, take 5 points to Hufflepuff cadet." She smiles as she sits back down as Blackadder says to the class, "Now a delaying action is good when it is called for. However, as we remember from Dunkirk, supplies were what they had on them, and even with the French army's help the Germans' advance would still continue. So how can we take this delaying action and turn it into a salvageable withdrawal?" The one hand that went up that surprised everyone was the hand belonging to one Draco Malfoy going up. Blackadder raised an eyebrow as he knew from the talk of teachers and even the file gathered thanks to the magical branch of MI5 that the Malfoys were of the pure-blood first camp in terms of politics. However, in recent times they have considerably changed their tone, and their son even seems to slowly change into a model soldier and even more promising officer candidate. "Cadet Malfoy." Blackadder calls out, which results in Draco standing up in parade rest as he asks, "Sergeant Major, can we assume the other side also has mage forces as well?" Blackadder just says in a controlled tone, "Let us assume their blitzkrieg tactics left them behind and are catching up." Draco nods as he says, "Well then, to add to the delaying action, I would personally have a group of our mage forces to focus on making port keys so that they could at least get the stranded forces back home, while the other mage forces focus on holding off the advancing Germans, Sergeant Major." Everyone was looking at Draco, with even Blackadder giving a smile to the young man as he says, "Well thought out, Cadet Malfoy. Take 10 points for your house." Draco sits down as Blackadder goes back to talking tactics and giving them more what-ifs to try and see who among them are leaders, and who are followers. As classes went on at Hogwarts, a subtle operation was being carried out on the student body, which was a new interpretation of each house the students were sorted into, and even tied it into not only the cadet forces but also the mage forces. Of course, what made the operation go so smoothly was the fact pure-blood mages or even half-blood mages are such sheep that they will believe anything from someone who is either A, of authority, or B, they are too ignorant to think for themselves. These were the two factors when the royal wizard and spymaster to the crown John Dee made such a proposal to take a number out of the communist dictator Stalin's handbook and start instilling values and morals that would be approved by the state. Now of course this is also known as indoctrination, which is greatly frowned upon in much of the civilized world. However, in terms of magical Britain, it was a much needed measure to ensure that neither a Dumbledore nor another Dark Lord, or even a corrupt ministry for magic politician gets any bright ideas and forgets who truly rules the kingdom. Now the way this subtle change of morals and the instilling or proper British values was to change the meaning behind each house, which at first was protested by the staff, but when the past was brought up and even what the former headmaster had done was the matter then settled. The first house to change very little was of course Gryffindor. Before the House of the Lion, the House of Bravery, Daring, Nerve, and Chivalry didn't need that much change outside of instilling the fact that those of said House of Red and Gold who goes into the cadets would be future brave soldiers who shall fight all of Britain's enemies and protect those who can't protect themselves. Shall have the daring to never falter or break, the nerve to stand firm against those who threaten queen and country, and finally have the chivalry that not only soldiers but future knights of the realm shall have when fighting for queen and country. Of course the one to lead the charge for this part of the operation was the walking headache himself. Captain Arthur Squire, who could be found on some days within the Lion's Den leading gatherings and even fiery speeches full of only the best of British pompous attitude and that the sun shall never fall on the Empire. The next house which once again didn't need much change was that of the Badger, or better known as the House of Hufflepuff. The house of hard work, dedication, patience, loyalty, and fair play was easy to push towards not only the medical field, but also those of the Royal Engineers, military police, even some had stated to their instructors that they had interest in being military chaplains. So needless to say that Hufflepuff, much like the House of the Lion, has a very bright future in not just the military but other fields that have opened up thanks to magic and non-magic coming together, which has opened more than a few markets. Of course the next house proved to give them a bump because of the fact the House of Ravenclaw was indeed the House of Brains and had to have its approach re-evaluated. The reason for this is because Ravenclaw is the house of valued intelligence, knowledge, curiosity, creativity, and wit. Which meant that it would prove hard to get them on board. However, what gave John Dee a bit of a chuckle was all he had to do was sit down and simply talk to the 5th to 7th years and explain what they were doing and why. This resulted in the older years getting on board rather quickly because the logic was sound and thought out. Which is what made those of Ravenclaw within the cadets have a future in not only military intel, but also military analysts to study and come up with possible plans to counter the realm's enemies from out and within. Now the final house was where the real work began, as the House of the Snake, or better known as Slytherin, had always been a den of pure blood views and bigotry, thanks in no small part to the late former headmaster not doing anything to curb it or even outright stopping it. So John Dee had to use a new approach when handling this house. When looking at the values of the House of Vipers, one can tell that with the value of ambition, leadership, self-preservation, cunning and resourcefulness that the house is known for. This caused John Dee to think very deeply and ponder on the answer of how to handle this house of pure bloods. Finally the answer came to him. Use Tanya, or at least use her and the first pure blood of the house to ever sign up Draco Malfoy as their poster boy. It also helped that this current generation, well at least the older years, were about wanting power and getting connections to set themselves higher in society. So of course what better way than the military and become an officer or even a general, which they ate up. Of course plans are already in motion to try and not only make this the house of future officers, and not only future leaders, but also the house of future spies for counterintelligence. But only time will tell if this will pay off in the long run. However, minor indoctrination aside, there were other changes to Hogwarts which included updating it so that it was up to standards of the modern world, along with some minor propaganda here and there, including the Union Jack hanging high and proud as well as the picture of the Queen hanging in some areas. There were some jokes from the No Mage Borns about Big Brother watching you, but it was all in good fun. Another addition were adding extra sports fields to include other sports besides Quidditch, which was now slowly phasing out brooms for the night flight units which were being developed and tested. The sport did help in this, as it not only helped future mages with their flight abilities but also as a means to test the equipment in a controlled environment. Of course this was meant for the civilian version of the flight unit instead of the military version, in which the only real key difference was the speed and altitude they could reach. Now there is still those who do still own and fly brooms, but they were ones of the older generation who didn't really wish to change how they flew, but what was needed was now having a proper license, just as one would have for owning and operating a car or a privately owned plane or any other aviation-related vehicle. Nevertheless, it was a positive change that saw the sport not only become even more exciting but even had to have more regulations instilled and revised to fit this new way of playing. A plus side was now thanks to not only the games at the school being broadcasted all over the country but now all wizarding sports, those deemed safe anyway, were now a part of the regular sports channels and broadcast of many major entertainment networks. All these changes did see positive results, but for now the students of Hogwarts continued their lives like any other. Of course the biggest gossip was being passed around at lunch as Draco was now sitting with Hermione and Neville, as he says, "Did you hear the latest scuttlebutt going around the school?" Hermione and Neville both shake their heads as Draco leans in slightly. "I heard that the Queen herself is coming here to inspect us personally." Neville almost choked on his drink as Hermione almost outright demanded, "Where did you hear that?" In a hushed tone as Draco with a hidden motion points at Susan, Susan said she got a letter from her aunt that said the Queen along with her is coming to Hogwarts to conduct an inspection of the cadets, even bringing her own personal royal mage guards. The two teens' eyes were wide as Neville finally said, "Well now hold up. How can we be sure it's true?" Draco with an impassive face and slightly deadpan voice says, have you ever known Susan to tell a lie, or even her aunt who reports directly to Her Majesty? That got both to shake their heads, as the rumor of the Queen's inspection was a hot topic among the student body. Of course, the daily grind of school life continues as the bells rings and students went back to class. One of these classes was a replacement for History of Magic, which was now the National History of Great Britain, which with who was teaching in it for both regular and cadet student bodies, it can best be described by those looking in, who are not British, as full-on propaganda and lectures about why the United Kingdom is better than everyone else in the world. As taught by Captain Arthur Squire. And for the older pure bloods, mostly the red-headed twins and a half-giant who likes to sit in every once in a while, it was the best class to be in. Meanwhile, across the castle, in the room of Captain Arthur Squire, the man in question was at his bathroom sink washing his face. Looking up into the mirror, he stared at his reflection, before snorting. How long has it been? He thought to himself, how long have I had this mask on, going from school to school, academy to academy, only for a few to be able to see through it. Yes, sometimes it was not worth it, even here at Hogwarts almost no one has seen through it, well, maybe a couple. Finishing his thought, he walked over to his desk and sat down to open the shielded case, picking up an EMP-shielded satellite phone from it, and he began to dial a number onto the phone. It rang a few times before someone picked up on the other end. Yes, Captain Squire said, this is Agent Constantine, please relate to the top. Found 2 potentials, I repeat, found 2 potentials. He paused, looking at the 2 folders on his desk, one I have codenamed Merlin and the other codenamed Artoria. I wish for permission to proceed with Operations Winter's Tale and Dragon's Lair. It was a moment of silence before a reply came. Operations approved, came a female voice. Report status after approachment, agent. If they are receptive, proceed with Operation Camelot. If not, abandon current project and move on to Operation Mincemeat. Yes ma'am, came Arthur's response. I understand. As hidden operations continue to flow within the walls of Hogwarts, one of the newest additions which was discovered was in fact a surprise to the inhabitants of Hogwarts, is the discovery of a small chapel which now would find many students and even some teachers either joining in Sunday services, praying, or even attending Mass, led by the military chaplain and father of the faith who began to help guide many lost purebloods and even those who are just confused after they learned that magic, their magic, was connected to God, which led many to question their own pureblood beliefs. Of course, that conflict of one's teachings and religious views is for another day, for the one that is being focused on is none other than Luna Lovegood, or to many before the portals better known her as Loony Luna. Of course, after she changed greatly, many kept their distance, but some of the recently converted faith who talked with her believed her to be a prophet of God. Now granted, she will deny being a holy prophet of the Lord, as she simply sees things that normal people cannot. She will still deny being a prophet even if she sometimes hears voices of a higher being talk to her, and she will continue to deny it, for said holy voices and visions have told her that her time to help the faithful is not yet, but is coming. So much like a faithful follower, Luna will continue her life as normal, going about being a good student, studying to become a preacher herself, pray to God for the safety of Tanya Potter, and finally wait for the time when her calling comes and she is to help defend the faithful. However, Luna right now was in one of the many benches as she was praying with a rosary hanging as she has her eyes closed, speaking softly, "O great Mother above, continue to watch over your children, continue to watch over and guide me and Daddy, and finally please continue to try and help Tanya Potter grow and become stronger." She soon adopts a thinking face before she quickly adds, "Also please help me find the Crumplehorn Snorkack? If it's not too much to ask." Doing a cross on herself, she says, "Sicut erat in principio, et nunc, et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen." She soon stands heading off towards the great hall for dinner, smiling as she felt a warmth as if to say that someone was there with her and listened to her prayer. Luna personally believed it was her mother acting as her and her father's angel, or maybe it was one of the other angels who was watching over her and her father. Luna personally didn't care so long as her father was comforted over her own self, as she felt sad for Daddy and did all she could to help him and make him smile. Which, thanks to the portals and now his new job under the new government, he was busy helping categorize and label how safe or dangerous magical animals were in their nation and abroad, which had the side effect of their home feeling empty, as Luna's father was always busy at the office, but the pay was good and he seemed to be honestly happy. So as far as Luna was concerned, so long as her daddy was happy, she was happy. But as she sits among her students eating dinner, the familiar sound of a portal opening showed that it was time to once again to see the adventures of Tanya, and she along with many others were prepared to see what else will happen to the boy who lived, now turned into the girl who serves She Kaiser. Secret Base, Brazil. 1900 hours Zulu. Within a room lit by many monitors, a man wearing a white suit grins as he looks at the images of Tanya, and even the images of who she was before her rebirth. I wonder what makes you so special, mein little friend. Vat vold cause a higher being to choose you to be sent to another world in which ze first Weltkrieg is happening. The man was deep in thought but still had a massive, bloody thirsty grin on his face. Er Fräulein die Girafffe, ze Kaiser's own Valkyrie. I wonder what glorious bloodshed you shall bring to ze world. I wonder what brilliant devastation you shall bring to this world. With a calculating gaze he looks at the frozen image of Tanya fighting against the otherworldly French as the man says with pure glee in his voice, I wonder vat brilliant, dazzling, breathtaking, destructive Krieg you shall bring to this world of ours that is plagued by the rot that is peace and stagnation of proxy conflicts. Pouring himself a glass of wine the man holds up the glass as if giving a toast to Tanya as he says, Oh Jess, you shall be main greatest instrument to bring in a Krieg that shall set this world of peace, on fire. Downing his glass of wine, the man turns around and leaves as he heads to plan for his finale war and even giggles a bit when he is informed that another viewing is happening to which he makes sure everyone knows that aside from a lapdog of a certain British organization, that Tanya was to be a part of their plan as well, for if anyone was to be a part of the final war then it should be one who even a demon of hell tried to make into a convert through war itself. Power of knowledge. Hermione was many things, a soldier's child, a bookworm, bit of a neat freak due to her minor OCD, but what she wasn't was someone who now blindly followed authority after what came to light about the boy who lived Harry Potter now hero of Germany Tanya. So you might wonder why this matters? Well for anyone else it wouldn't, however for Hermione right now who is sitting in the Great Hall of Hogwarts with her fellow students and most recently fellow cadets she started to see things, patterns, even subtle magic at play as many of the pure bloods seem to be all for military service and serving the crown. When before they would have scoffed at the very idea which caused her to become slightly paranoid and when able to, would bring up her concerns to her father. Of course these concerns would be put on the back burner as she looks at some of her fellow classmates looking at a magazine which had the one and only Rita Skeeter on the front page with the words new host with the most investigative super reporter. Or yellow page muckraker. Hermione couldn't help but wonder how the hell Rita Skeeter, lie spinner herself, somehow got herself into the BBC, but even got her own spot on the BBC News known as Rita's Reports, which is a mix of regular news, speculative news and even your run-of-the-mill celebrity watch type show the Yanks love so much. Now that would have been so bad if there weren't already talks of Rita getting her own talk show starting in mid-November. How? Was all Hermione could say when she found out about it. Before Hermione could continue her internal ranting the voice of Susan Bones caught her attention as she says, Hey did you guys hear about the latest arrest? That got Hermione's attention as she heard Neville respond to Susan's question, Not really no, I've been too busy with my classes to become a medic. He said before taking a bite out of his sandwich. Draco decided to chime in as he said, Heard it was Nott's dad who got arrested for going against not only his oath to the crown, but also for attempting to flee the country with the family to avoid military service as punishment for raising up arms against the sovereign. Hermione was now even more puzzled as she watched Draco drink some tea before Susan added, Heard it Theo who ratted out his own father, said it was his patriotic duty as a proud British subject and future knight of the crown. Which got the pure bloods to chuckle. Hermione finally decided to speak up as she asked, What do you mean oath to the crown? I know we were told that if we go into the service that we were to take an oath but is there a magical oath that some of us first-gen mages don't know about? The pure bloods all looked at Hermione before Draco's hand met his face. Thankfully Daphne Greengrass, a fellow cadet, answered Hermione's question as she said, Well yes. You see, for those of noble houses or even for those going into government take a magical oath which not only swears fidelity to the ruling sovereign, but also shows they are willing to put their magic on the line in not only their service to the sovereign but also in the defense of the crown and country. So to betray the oath is also seen as high treason by both the ruling court and Mother Magic, or thanks to the portal god's eyes as we broke a sworn oath enforced by magic. Hermione, as well as a few other first-generation mages, was shocked to hear this. What happens to these oath breakers? Aside from losing their magic. Susan spoke up, in the past they would have either been hanged until hung or beheaded. However nowadays with our modern laws they will most likely face life imprisonment in a high-security military prison. But you also have to take into account the crimes they committed which caused them to be labeled as treason. So it is really subjective, like with Theo's father he would be seen as breaking his oath, a coward and a disgrace to his family name and to the kingdom. So Theo will have to now work hard in order to clear such a disgrace from his family name. Draco chuckles as he adds well I don't know about all of you, but I am going to work my hardest and try to become a royal knight. Even if my father attempts anything I shall happily do my duty as a proud citizen of our realm and report any treasonous behavior like a true patriot should. This boasting came as a shock to many within the former light side of the cadets of course before anyone could comment or say anything, the familiar sound of the portal opening up stops any further discussion as everyone prepares to see what is to come next in the adventures of Tanya, the hero of the fatherland. The scene opens to the side of a shared dorm room as Tanya is seen sleeping in a bed directly adjacent to Vicious bed, of course unlike most nights where Tanya has a peaceful slumber, this time she does not as young Tanya is seen thrashing about and whimpering slightly. Hearing her roommate and commanding officer in distress, Visha comes over to her bed. Sitting on the edge she watches with a slight hint of sadness at Tanya's distressed face as she tries to figure out how to soothe her commander's nightmare, for while she was a soldier of the Empire, she was still just a child. Minerva couldn't help but frown as she said, Oh the poor thing, I couldn't imagine the nightmares she must be having. She says seeing how young Tanya is struggling with what are clearly night terrors. Severus Snape looked at Tanya with a look of understanding. He also suffered from nightmares from the Wizarding War, but unlike young Tanya, his dreams involved all the people that he killed before turning against the Death Eaters, coming to him and accusing him, hitting him, hurting him, and he did nothing to stop it. He deserved it, but he worked towards his redemption every day, especially now that Dumbledore was gone. He still could scarcely believe all the so-called plans that the old manipulator had made for young Tanya. He always had a bad feeling about Dumbledore, but he had always thought that he could at least trust the old man. Turns out he couldn't. Dumbledore was just the light version of Voldemort apparently. Finally a thought comes to her mind, and with a collected breath she begins to sing with the voice of a soothing tone and soft voice. Spi, mladenec moj prekrasny. Sleep, good boy, my beautiful. Beushki beu. Tiko smotrit mi zayetsya. V kolibal tvoyu. Quietly the moon is looking into your cradle. Staniska zyvatya skazhki. Pazinku spoyu. Ty zh dremli, zakrivshi glazhki. I will tell you fairy tales. And sing you little songs. But you must slumber, with your little eyes closed. Beushki beu. Samuznish, budet vremya. Branos hiti. The time will come, then you will learn. The pugnacious life. Smalo vidanish noga v stremaya. I vos mesh ruzi. Boldly you'll stem your foot into the stirrup. And take the gun. Ya settled saboev. Shell comrades ashu. Spi, dite morodno. The saddle cloth for your battle horse. I will sew you from silk. Sleep now, my dear little child. Beushki beu. Bogatir tai buch sviju. I Kazak dus hoy. You will look like a hero. And be a Cossack deep in your heart. Visha smiles as she looks down at the now calm form of Tanya sleeping like an angel. Leaning down she gives the sleeping Tanya a soft kiss upon her forehead before whispering. Sweet dreams, Commander. Returning to her bed she welcomes the comforting embrace of sleep, as both now sleep peacefully, not knowing what was to come the next day. When Vasha started singing, the great hall was silent, deathly silently, as the young woman's voice carried throughout the hall. Even the castle itself seemed to help the woman by adding some of its magic to give those hearing her sing a sense of love, calmness, and even caring. However, once the singing stopped, the reactions were mixed, as some first years, even up to 7th, had tears fall free from their eyes. Even Draco tried to fight the urge to cry as he remembered his own mother singing him to sleep when he had nightmares, and hear this woman sing, and even feeling the magic that came from it caused young Draco to make a note to himself to write a letter home to his mother and thank her for everything she has done for him to be the young man he is today. The portal opens up to the capital city of the Empire. The sight of a light green building is zoomed in on before it cuts the room of asleep Tanya. Once the clock on the table next to the radio clicks 6 o'clock, Tanya awakens almost as if she has programmed her own biological clock to awaken at such time. She begins her morning routine after she turns on the radio. This is Imperial Military Command with your 6 a.m. War update. Tanya brushes her teeth with just a basic ceramic bowl and pitcher of water as she listens to the radio play the news. North Norden reports our forces, including our central units, continue to expand on all theaters. Tanya begins to put her uniform on as she slowly buttons up her uniform top, making sure it is in line with her pants. Next, a report from Western Command at the Rhine front. In response to an overnight enemy attack, our forces launched a large-scale. Tanya didn't even continue to listen to the report as she turned off the radio, after putting her Silver Wings assault badge to her uniform top. Walking to the door with her messenger bag in her left hand, while her right grabs her rifle by its sling, which she then slings said rifle over her shoulder, Tanya leaves her room ready for the day. Those who were interested in the war reports, the adults mostly, listened to the news, and for the Minerva it brought back memories of listening to the BBC to hear how the war was going for the Allies against both the Axis and Grindelwald, which in the early days seemed dark, but in time the tides turned and they won such a bloody war. Of course those of the military wanted to hear how the war was going for this version of the German Empire, but sadly that source of information was cut short after Tanya had shut off the radio. For the students they couldn't help but chuckle a little, for be they regular students or even those of the cadets, the almost robotic routine they go through every morning is one that is so ingrained into them that it's second nature for them in how they get up in the morning to get ready for the day. As cars pass on a busy street, the words Unified Year 1924, Imperial Capital Berlin appear above the street. A couple of soldiers are seen walking by a vegetable stand, with some canned food and wine also being sold there. The stand operator could be heard calling to the soldiers, "Hey, soldiers, come spend your ration cards here." One of the two passing soldiers called back, "No thanks, we already have everything we need." The scene changes to an outdoor cafe with two women being shown, with one of the women holding a letter from her fiancé, with her friend saying, "I can't believe that Johann had already killed 5 Republican soldiers." "Yes," the woman said. "He even thinks he'll be back before Christmas." For Minerva, hearing the words ration cards caused her to give a small ladylike chuckle as she says in an almost nostalgic way, "Oh, I remember those days of rationing, how we had to do our part to make sure we were never wasteful and try to save as much as we could for the war effort." For Dan, he had a small smile as he remembered the letters he would write home to his wife, always trying to keep her spirits up or even when he would be back home. The Falklands was probably the only time he was honest that he would indeed be back by Christmas. But then the desert conflicts began and it brought a bitterness into his mind at the fact he was ordered to not say anything of where they were going, dates, or even when they would be rotated out to go home. He honestly hoped and prayed that these soldiers, even if they are fighting their otherworld allies, make it home to their loved ones. Tanya is now seen walking the streets with a schooled face as she keeps her gaze ahead and the grip of her rifle sling tight. Of course her inner thoughts were a different story as she begins to think, it's been 6 months since I left the front lines and came back to the capital, and yet I can't seem to get the stench of blood and gunpowder out of my nose. Tanya stops as she looks at something in front of her smiling, full of content as she continues to think, but I can ignore that. Soon the sight of a huge building, adorned in the imperial colors and flying the flags of the empire is seen right in front of Tanya as other officers go inside the building. Especially since I'm enjoying my studies so much. Tanya thinks with a truly happy thought as she begins to walk into the officer school. The flag of the empire, the double-headed dragon could be seen on a wall as Tanya thoughts could be heard. While there are big differences on educational policies, Tanya could be seen walking up a grand staircase in a very opulent building, a military university, interestingly just like a normal school, and unlike in my previous life, I am flourishing here, actually enjoying my time here. It then cuts to her walking down a hallway to her classroom. I'm also treated pretty well here as well, but that's probably because I came back with a medal. As she walks down the hallway a fellow student sees the Silver Wings assault badge and salutes her as she passes. Even though I'm still a kid and a girl, everyone still treats me pretty well. As she enters a classroom she heads to her desk and sits down unpacking everything. All I need to do now is learn and prove myself, and after that I'll earn enough money for myself and for the orphanage, which they will never want again. As she takes her hat off a strand of hair sticks up like a question mark. Minerva raised an eyebrow at the opulence of the college. Yes, she worked in a castle, but it wasn't nearly as opulent as this collage. Yes, Hogwarts was a nearly 1,000-year-old castle, but it had character, it had history, it was her home and no college Eric would ever replace her home. The students looked at the college and smiled slightly. Yes, Hogwarts had its charm, but they had to give the Germans their due, they had style. Of course for one Draco Malfoy he smiled as he pictured himself with a medal on his chest or even his title of knight being given respect as he simply walked down the hall. Yes, Tanya, former Harry Potter, was what he would strive to be when he finally graduated and got his commission into the Royal Mage Forces. Dan hearing Tanya speak of what war smelled like, reminded him of his first taste of combat during the Falklands, while he kept the stereotype of a strong and noble British soldier when he was around others or even his wife. He personally couldn't get what he saw out of his head, the smell of death, or even the screams of the dying. It haunted him until he learned how to deal with it years later. He prayed his baby girl would never know of such things, but he would be there for her when she did get her first taste of war. As both a good father and an officer. With an eager smile Tanya thinks despite everything so far, things seem to be looking up for me. Soon class begins as the teacher, a senior officer, has what looks to be trench lines drawn up on the chalkboard as he lectures the class. When units deviate from their intended mission plans, should the officer in command be held personally responsible? Looking back to the class he waits to see what the answers will be from this batch of officer candidates. Looking to one student he says, "Your answer, Victor." Victor stands at attention as he answers, "Sir." Even if he wasn't directly at fault he should accept moral responsibility. Captain Squire laughed, "That's right Fritz, you teach these officers what any true British officer already knows, and as for you young Fritz," he continued pointing at the cadet that answered the instructor's lesson, "you need more learning if you think that's an acceptable answer." Blackadder sighs as he has to be the responsible adult, again, but asks those present in a more controlled tone, "While the good captain does have a point, I think what the good captain meant to ask was, is it a question of morality or of legal wartime law?" I think Hermione started, "What the instructor and the captain are trying to say is that it's a wartime legality rather than a morality question." Everything was quiet as everyone stared, and everyone missed the small smile that Squire had, with Blackadder saying yes, that is what he was asking. Dan smiled at how smart his little soldier girl was as he says, "Take 50 points for understanding of the wartime law." The instructor hit the board, "I'm not talking about morality you idiot, I'm talking about legal responsibility, pay attention you fool." He looked around the room before his eyes landed on Tanya. "Yudikirekov, what's your answer?" "Sir," she said standing up to clear up the question, "are there any senior ranking officers in this situation?" she asked. "Let's say there aren't any," the instructor said. "Then sir, as it follows, because the officer did not stop he should be held for dereliction of duty and if found guilty of it." She hesitated for a second here. "The officer should be either killed by firing squad if the infraction is big enough or demoted for failing to stop insubordinate subordinates." The instructor looked impressed and said, "Yes, that is correct and a well thought out answer." The students jumped slightly as the instructor hit the board, not noticing the thoughtful looks from some of the teachers. Of course once the student body heard Tanya's answers the Ravenclaw students already had pens and pads out writing down the answer as fast as their hands could write. Flitwick looked at the screen with a thoughtful look on his face. He thought to his kin at Gringotts and wondered if they were watching this as well, wondering if they were enjoying all the fighting and battles. Susan couldn't help but think this was the sort of stuff her own aunt would drill into her head. Yes, she was now a major in the Royal Mage Forces, but she was an officer of the law before, and if there's one thing in the Bones household you knew to the letter, it was the law, both inside and outside of the United Kingdom. Considering her aunt was watching this like they were, she knew that by this time tomorrow her aunt's hawk would come bearing books of the Geneva Convention as well as every wartime law known to mankind. The class soon ends with the sound of a bell as the students begin to file out talking among themselves. Tanya, however, stays within the classroom as she lays down her Mondragon rifle and begins to field strip it as she begins to clean the bolt. Of course, one student stays behind, a large-built man who looks down at her as he says Digirekov. She turns and looks up, seeing a fellow student and the words Military Academy student Captain Maximilian Johann von Uger. "Good afternoon, Captain Uger," Tanya said as she looked back down at her disassembled rifle. "What is it?" she asked. "You seem to enjoy working on your rifle," he said. It shows a shot of her hands with a brush in one of them. She stops and looks at him. "This rifle," she said, "has seen me through the Rhine front line and has saved me many times. I take good care of it because it has been a faithful friend, so I return the favor by taking excellent care of it." Captain Uger looked down more than a little sad and said, "Yes, you definitely were on the Rhine front." And with it he walked out of the room as Tanya went back to cleaning her faithful friend. Plus she thought, if X ever shows his face again, I need something like my friend here to protect me, isn't that right, Padfoot? She didn't know where the name Padfoot came from, but it did, and she named her rifle that. Bringing up her rifle, she aims at the front of the class with a determined face as she squeezes the trigger, dropping the firing pin on an empty chamber, giving off a slight metallic sound. Those of the cadets knew how Tanya felt. They had not been given weapons training yet. However, from the many hours of weapons safety, orientation, and even lectures of how to imbue their magic into their future service weapons, it was drilled into them that their service weapon was to be treated as if it was a loved one. Seeing how Tanya took care of her weapon made truly come to understand what their instructors were teaching them, even from all the combat they had seen from this world's version of the First World War, and even from what they learned of the Americans with their M16s malfunctioning during combat in Vietnam. The phrase "a dirty weapon means your death" gave the cadets a whole new conviction in making sure their future service weapons were maintained and well taken care of. However, for Dan, it reminded him of his trusty SLR when it saved him during his time in the Falklands. Even when they began to transition to the L-85, he did his damnedest to keep his SLR with him throughout his tours in that damn desert, because much like Tanya, his SLR kept him alive throughout his years of combat duty. Sirius had tears roll down his face as his hand gripped his chest. He was crying both tears of sadness and joy at the fact that his goddaughter in a way still remembered him and even named her weapon after him, a weapon that has kept her alive in that damned war caused by a demon, a weapon that she would use to try and kill the demon who has brought her nothing but pain and suffering. But most of all that made him beam with joy was the thought that whenever she could, she would maintain her weapon to keep her safe. Now he might have been making a stretch in this assumption, but in a way the connection she had with the weapon was a connection to him. In a way he was keeping his goddaughter alive. "Oh pup, Padfoot is gonna bring you home. Just you wait and see. One way or another he will bring you home." The scene shifts to a room filled with books and the words Military Academy Library appears over it all. It then cuts to Tanya trying to reach a book, but due to her height, she is falling to reach it. She tries jumping a few times to reach the book she wants, but to no avail. She stops, and while she pouts at the fact she can't reach it, she tries one more time to reach it, but just as she was about to try, a hand comes out of nowhere and grabs it. Confused, she looks over and sees General Zetter, and as he grabs the book, "I see you reading about Hannibal and his tactics during the Battle of Cannae. You've chosen a worthy topic to study." She saw that he was General and quickly saluted him. "I'm so sorry, General Sir, please forgive me. I am Tanya Digirekov, a student here at the Academy, First Lieutenant for the glorious Imperial Mage Corps." The General gave a small smile at Tanya before saying, "At ease, Lieutenant. I'm Strategy and Operations, Vice Director Zetter." "A Strategy Director? He must be here scouting to fill positions for his department. It's a pretty big deal for him to be here," Tanya thought to herself. Tanya gave him a small smile and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Vice Director." Zetter smiled back and said, "I've heard more than a few tales about you from the Rhine front. You've done much for being so young." Tanya was more than a little shocked. I don't know about all that. I just did what my orders were and what my superiors ordered." Zetter smiled at Tanya's humbleness. Yes, he was picking right. "If you're not busy, why don't you come to my office, so we can speak further?" he said. Tanya looked shocked but saluted and said, "Sir, it would be an honor, sir." They both turned and began walking towards his office, with Tanya thinking, I guess I've impressed the top brass. I guess my rapid rise was good for something after all." There were some chuckles as while Tanya has garnered respect for her performance as a soldier, at the end of the day she was still a child and would not be able to do certain things due to her stature. Of course, once the General came into the picture, more than a few of the pure-blood cadets, which consisted of Draco, Daphne, and of course Pansy, all had varying thoughts, or more like fantasies, Draco the most, of doing so well that they would personally be scouted by a high-ranking general with offers to advance their own military careers. Hermione raised an eyebrow before both eyebrows went up to her hairline as she remembered the last viewing, how this general found Tanya's file all thanks to the demon being X, which caused her to be on guard for what is to come. However, Neville just looks at his fellow cadets as he says, well, seems like things are starting to look up for Tanya. Draco nods in agreement as he says to the Air Longbottom, indeed it does. My cousin's achievements are being recognized by the brass. Dan, along with the others, slightly narrowed their eyes as they had a bad feeling of what is to come, while it might be nothing and is a simple talk that didn't mean Tanya might be thrown into something that she didn't want and was only put into a situation because of the demon. Outside, the people of Barun were high in spirits as many drank, laughed, and even brought their children to enjoy in the lively atmosphere. However, inside the office of one General, Zetter was standing at the window, looking down at the people while Tanya was standing at attention next to a chair across from the general's desk. Zetter finally broke the silence as he says, please be seated. To which Tanya gave a proper yes sir. Thank you. Before taking the offered seat, after being seated, Zetter, still looking out the window, says to Tanya, I've asked you here because I would like to ask your opinion on something. Tanya looked slightly confused by the general's request and waited to see what his question was. Of course the question came as Zetter says, Lieutenant. What are your thoughts on the war? This caused Tanya's eyes to widen before becoming clearly uncomfortable as she looked down slightly, averting her gaze so as not to meet the general's. There was a pregnant silence among everyone within the Great Hall and even at the head table where the staff were seated, for many knew that asking such an opinion during times of war, even during the Great War, was either a test to see if those fighting still had the will to fight or to see if one's loyalty was still towards their own nation. Hermione broke the silence as she said, well, unlike how our First World War went, with magic being used by this world's militaries, it would be hard to give an honest answer with how broad the question is. One Ravenclaw nods in agreement as they added, I agree with you on that, Granger. The war could honestly go either way, but unless another nation decided to join in the conflict, it could go in either the alternate France's favor or in the Empire's favor, depending on the tactics used as well as how they deploy their mage forces. I'm afraid I don't quite understand the question, sir, and besides I'm not in any position to answer such a question. Tanya said. Zetter looked back with half of his head and said, allow me to rephrase, Lieutenant, what do you expect the next major developments of this war to be? Tanya kept a cool outside, but inside she was a mess. Why is he asking me these questions? I'm just a kid, who so far has gotten lucky to have talented subordinates. But it will look rude if I refuse to answer. Oh, what do I do? After a few moments Tanya spoke, Sir, permission to speak freely. Zetter nodded his head. After all, he said in his mind, I need to know your honest opinions. I believe, Tanya said after a moment, that the next stage of this war will cause it to develop into a full-scale world war. A world war? Zetter said, confused. Yes, Tanya said, a war that is fought by all the world's major powers. Even if the Republic was to be defeated and peace restored to the continent, the Allied Kingdom or the Rusi Federation would fear our fatherland's growing power and out of fear would seek to destroy our fatherland in its infancy. While yes, our fatherland's military is powerful, all alone we would crumble from the weight of the world crashing down on us. As she says that, flashes of the Empire's past battles comes on the screen. It then switches to a map that shows all of the Republic's forces falling as the Empires rise over their defeated enemy. Interesting, Zetter said, I see your point. Hermione just sighs, she's right. If you look at our own history, the same thing happened with America during the First and Second World War. They lend-leased weapons, gave us funds, and even allowed for volunteers. It wasn't until they were attacked that they finally got involved in both wars. Of course, in this world's case the Empire is only fighting their version of France and Sweden, but for how long is the real question. Susan then chimes in as she says, but the real question is who will open a new front first? Will it be this world's version of us? The Russians? Italians? Bulgarians? It's clear that the Americans are not involved at all in this conflict. Tanya thought, he seems pretty interested in what I had to say, so far so good. So you see, Tanya said, the interference of other nations is just unavoidable. Oh sure, it will start out small, giving out loans of money to the Republic, and then sending them weapons or volunteers. That's a pretty bold assumption. How would you respond to that? Zetter said. Tanya took a moment and then said, by starting talks with the other party early on, give them promises that we wouldn't war with them for a set period, but have those promises be under the conditions that they stop all support of Republican forces. Barring that failing, I would put a focus on us limiting our losses while making sure to bleed the enemy of their reserves and combat-capable troops. Tanya looked proud of herself. I hope the general likes it. I managed to put all of my thoughts into that one. So what you're saying, Zetter said, breaking Tanya out of her inner thoughts, is that you wouldn't even try to win the war. Tanya's eyes widened at the accusation. No sir. She said, all I said was limiting our losses while inflicting a lot of casualties on the enemy, we would come out the victors in the long run. Zetter didn't say anything at first, but after a moment he said, then how would you see your plan through? I need to make sure I sound smart and brave with this. Everyone at the orphanage is counting on me. Tanya thought to herself. Well, I would use a plan that combines defensive tactics and the offensive capabilities of mages. Mages are powerful, yes, Zedder said, but they don't exactly make up a grand majority of our forces, and they aren't very useful for capturing enemy bases. Yes sir, Tanya said, however mages are great in two places, firepower and agility. It makes them great for hunting down enemy forces. Both the military heads present and even the Ravenclaws began taking notes of the capability and even limitations of how they could be used, unknown that the world's military heads were also doing the same, as Oliver Wood nods his head a bit, so like Seekers. Of course Hermione expanded on his thought, yes in a way. However, if you think back, they have been mostly in a support role. However, if you think about it, it does make sense that much like a Seeker they are used to either hunt other mages or help take out artillery emplacements, scout out enemy positions for counter-battery operations. Honestly, Tanya brings up a good point at the fact of how flexible mages can be in terms of combat roles they can be used for. Okay Tanya, now head this thing home, came Tanya's inner thought. A country can't maintain a war if it's bleeding soldier, resources, and power, eventually it will collapse on itself. But you could win a war if you limit how much resources and manpower you lose. With that in mind, I believe that this is the best policy to use our mage forces. Zedder said, possibly. Yes. Tanya cried out in her mind, I totally sold him on something I just pulled out of my ass on the fly. And Zedder said, pulling her from her thought, how large of a force would be needed to use such a force? Well, at least a battalion-sized unit, in order to conform with the imperial standard for combat infantry. It of course would need to be tested and put through training in order to test the validity of such a unit. Tanya said, answering his question. Zedder crossed his arms. Of course, he said, put together a formal proposal letter on the subject. Yes, sir, Tanya said, standing up from the chair and saluting the general. I'll get started on it at once. You won't be disappointed, sir. As Tanya turned and left the room, the general's normally closed eyes opened slightly and he said, oh, I'm sure I won't be disappointed, Major Digirakov, I'm sure I won't be. While at first the students were impressed with how Tanya proposed how mages should be used, which once again all of the world's military commands took note and even began to expand on the idea presented with the current level of military technology they have, however at the end the sounds of hands meeting foreheads, or even outright realization at what just happened came to pass, as even Dan could be heard grumbling, this was a bloody evaluation, Tanya, you poor girl, this is why you don't show your competent or else you get volunteered for something you didn't even know you were volunteering for. Hermione just sighs as she thinks, note to self, if asked for such and or similar opinions by people in the future, only give a half-ass answer and or do anything that doesn't land me in what Tanya just landed herself in. Soon the sound of a train is heard as the scene changes to the sight of a train chugging through the imperial countryside, as a tree passes, the sight of a white-ILT. Colonel Rirujan, who was currently reading a document as he thinks almost in disbelief, no, they can't be serious. A global conflict involving all major world powers. The LT. Colonel continues to stare at the document with his mouth agape, almost as if he couldn't believe it. Rirujan flashed back to the office of General von Rudersdorf. Zedder, pass this along to me, the author's name is being kept confidential, I know you're busy going to all the battlefields and outfronts, but I want you to take a look at this. As Rirujan, now back on the train, put the packet back down, and took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance and fear. Rirujan thinks a world war would be madness, the amount of lives lost would be immeasurable, and would likely end in the fatherland collapsing. Opening his eyes, he looks up before looking back at the documents as he continues to think, it sounds insane but it's not impossible. Bringing his arm down, he just stares at the document. Is that why I'm having such a visceral reaction? Or is it because the way this report is written and reasoned sounds disturbingly like something she would say, he thinks as he glares at the wall across from him. Blackadder nods. The only hope is that if this version of the German Empire loses the war, that some madman doesn't take over and attempt to build a false vision that they believe will last 1,000 years. That got a nod of agreement from those present, to which Flitwick adds, or something worse. While he may be half goblin, he was also the head of Ravenclaw, and with it came the insight of learning from history. Be it goblin or human, even magical, for as the saying goes, if one does not learn from history, they are doomed to repeat it. The scene opens up to a building with a car passing in front of it with the words appearing above it, number 3 Kruger Street, Zalka Cafe. It shows Tanya enjoying a nice cup of coffee, with a smile on her face. She took a sip and a look of bliss took hold. My grades are very good and most of my classmates treat me with respect, despite having to die to get her, I find myself enjoying my time here. As she contemplated many things, she heard the door opening and the bell above it ringing. She looked and saw Captain Uger looking around, so she said, hello, Captain Uger, it's been a while, how have you been? Uger looked startled, looked down and saw Tanya sitting there enjoying her coffee and sweets. Uger takes a seat across from Tanya as he says, a rifle and a newspaper, you're nothing if not consistent. That makes you the ideal soldier, I'd say. Tanya nods as she looks up at Uger, you're the one making a name for yourself. Everyone says you're to be inducted into the 12 Knights, the pride of our school. This causes Uger to chuckle a little as we see the captain has a wedding ring while he slightly strokes the handle of his cup of coffee. Is something the matter, Captain? Tanya asked. Draco couldn't help but feel pride at how good his cousin is doing, however his mind started to think about the idea of a night order being introduced to Hogwarts, which made him smile a bit bigger as he made a note to himself to write up a letter to be sent to Her Highness to humbly ask if such a order could be made for cadets with exceptional skills, grades, and honors, which made the voice in his head add, yes, this is a grand idea, Draco. No, not just Draco, but Sir Draco Malfoy of the Noble House Malfoy of the cadets, and future officer in Her Majesty's Royal Mage Corps. This caused Draco to chuckle as he hid a large grin on his face. For Dan, he could see why the captain looked the way he did, because for a moment, Tanya was replaced with Hermione in uniform sitting there, and it only strengthened his resolve to try and convince his baby girl to try and get a position that would keep her away from any combat positions. Now he wouldn't be obvious with it, maybe a hint here and there. That's all. Lieutenant Digirekov, Captain Uger said, this may be a little too personal, but why did you volunteer for the military? Tanya looked confused for a moment. With someone of your talent and drive you could have done something far less dangerous, so why service? Tanya looked down and asked, how much do you know about my past, Captain? Not that much, he said. Tanya gave a sad smile as she looked down. Captain, I grew up in an orphanage. Every day was just a struggle to survive, especially as people's generosity dried up with their purses. We all knew hunger, us orphans and the sisters that ran it. Even when we begged, people would look down on us, calling us urchins and a drain on resources. The only jobs we could get were the most dangerous because, as some said, who cares if some no-name orphans die, it gets rid of some mouths to feed. So after it was discovered that my magical talent was so high, I decided to join up for the only remaining family I have left, those that haven't died from some cruel mine or textile factory owner. Everything I do, Captain, is for those that are left. She looked down for a moment, and when she looked up, a smile graced her face that made the captain's heart hurt. It reminded him so much of his own daughters when she was hurt inside and didn't want him to know how bad. That's why I joined up, Captain, for those I love, so that they can get a chance at a better future. Captain Uger looked down before he looked back up, tears threatening to stream down his face. I see, he said in a heartbroken tone. It is true, he thought, the ones that are broken the most try and shoulder the most. Minerva didn't know it, but she, much like many of the students, had tears threatening to spill free from her eyes simply because of the fact that everything Tanya is doing, all the hardships, even the defying of a demon claiming to be God, was doing all she could provide for her home, and while she might never know due to said demon, the headmistress firmly believed that this wee loss would have been sorted into the House of Lions. Which brought a sense of pride into the old woman's heart, and as she slightly grasps her rosary, she said a silent prayer to herself. Oh James, Lily, I do hope you are looking down on your Nyan with pride. Because while she may not be a Gryffindor, she is as much a lion as you two were. The students who weren't crying or seeking a shoulder for comfort were reminded of all the hardships Tanya has gone through and continues to go through. Luna, however, looked on with a sad smile as she says, don't worry, O great warrior of Prussia, for the Great Mother's blessing is with you and shall bless your home and those for whom you see as family. Uger looks down at his ring as he finally says, I have a kid now, a little girl. Tanya's eyes widen slightly as she looks at Uger as she says with a bit of a small smile, really? Congratulations, sir. Uger, still looking at his ring, continues his thought, every time I look at you, I can't help but ask if my own daughter will have to go to war one day. Just the thought of it terrifies me. Looking up at Tanya, he looks right into Tanya's eyes as he speaks with conviction, sending children out into the battlefield is insane. Looking down slightly, he adds, it isn't right, surely you can see that. Tanya looked at him and said, you know, Captain, I believe you a nice person, and your daughter is very lucky to have you as a father. You're kind, and you have a conscience, and empathy. You should get a position here in the rear before you have to go to the front. Be here for your little girl, make sure you are here to raise her, be here for her, and love her. I wish I could, Uger said, the front lines are a more honorable position. What you need is what I've already said, stay here for your daughter, she needs you more than the front line. Every battle we win is a fight that she won't have to. Please, Captain, stay here for your daughter. Tanya said. Uger looked down pensive, and Tanya, wanting to clear this miserable air away, said cheerfully, now why don't we have some lunch and maybe some coffee and sweets too? She said with a smile on her face. Thank you for the offer, Lieutenant. But my wife is waiting on me at home. And he turns and leaves the cafe. Dan slowly looked down at his own wedding ring, thinking of what Tanya said to the captain. Much like the captain, Dan did all he could to not just provide for his family but also made sure that every battle, every engagement, every firefight he lived through was one that his daughter never had to. Looking up to the student body in the Great Hall, his eyes landed on those of his child Hermione, who with a single tear rolling down her face she mouthed towards her father, thank you, for everything, Daddy. And that did it. Dan fought back tears as he just gave a nod to his little princess with a smile of a proud father. Susan, much like many others, was silent, either moved by Tanya's words or remembering those of their family who died fighting in the Blood Purity War, much like her parents did. So with the first moment she sees her aunt and future step-uncle again, she would give them both a hug and thank them for everything they did to make sure she had a happy life. Tanya smiled as she thought, at least another little girl will not have to lose a father. She smiled as it changed to Imperial Strategic Headquarters, Conference Room 1 as an officer gave a report, update. The redeployment of our central forces to the Rhine front has caused a temporary lull in the battle with the Republic. Yes, Zetter said, but it's also true that our soldiers in the Western Theater were almost completely wiped out. It's critical that we reorganize and reinforce them quickly. Yes, another general said. But a large-scale military reorganization would take too long and be almost impossible at this point. I am well aware of the resources it would take. Zetter said, which is why I have something else to suggest. Really, a bald-headed general said. I hope it's something more feasible. It should be, Zetter said, it's a new rapid response force. Hushed whispers broke out and a voice could be heard saying that isn't what our original plans called for. This would help operations, said General Rudersdorf. We are in dire need of a highly mobile force that can be rapidly deployed around the country. Daphne nods as she says, he's not wrong. From what we saw, the front is at a standstill. The only real way would be for the mages to be used a unit for hit and run tactics. Hermione nods as she says to her fellow cadet, you're not wrong. The trench fighting of the First World War were nothing but standstills or just fighting for inches of land. With mages either being treated as a commando unit or even like that of the Special Air Services would give the Empire the edge it needs to break the stalemate of the front line. Squire, who was listening in on the conversation, couldn't help but hide a smile as in his mind he thought, well, she would be a perfect pick for strategic operations, a bright one she is. The bald general looks at the paper as he says, you're talking about this plan for a rapid response mage battalion your office submitted a few days ago. Am I correct? He looks back at the two generals. Zetter nods, yes. A single battalion wouldn't be a strain on our resources and it could be deployed quite quickly. The bald general sighs as he leans back a bit. I understand the plan, but who would lead this? I've already picked out the ideal candidate. Zetter said with a slight smirk on his face. She has notable combat experience and the report she submitted to me speaks volume of her foresight and judgment. Already dread was beginning to grow in everyone's stomach as Minerva's hand went to her forehead as she said in an almost fearful tone. Oh God, please no. The site of an Imperial military camp is seen as the words Imperial Army Western Theater Garrison. As we come to a tent where the sound of the LT. Colonel is heard again, and you're sure they're all in agreement about this? The messenger standing at the end of a table nods as he says, yes, that's what the brass said, Colonel. LT. Colonel Rirugen with a raised eyebrow as the messenger says, given our situation they don't want to waste any opportunities. Frustrated Rirugen says in a tense voice, but didn't they read my report about her time at the academy and the ruthless demeanor she showed? Yes, the messenger said, but High Command believes she's changed while she's been studying at the capital. She's changed. Rirugen screams in his mind, a person's true nature doesn't change after a few months of studying. It then hit him like a bolt of lightning, that report about the World War. He gets down on his knees and unlocks his truck and gets the report out of it. Is that why they wanted me to read this? Rirugen said as he crushed the paper in his fist, his voice rising in anger. Because she's the one who wrote it. He screams the last part as he throws it down onto his closed trunk. Both Fred and George both shouted at once, she has changed, you get. Draco, of course, in a more controlled manner says, the only reason he was the way she was is because she knows no other life outside of having to fight to just eat or what the military has trained her to be. She is not a monster. Sir. Hermione on the other hand just shakes her head as she had a feeling that when she finally signs up that she will have to face these types of officers, which means she would have to talk with her father in private about what to expect in the future. Minerva had to drink her tea just to keep from yelling out certain words and phrases that are not meant to be said in either polite company or in front of children, but damn if she didn't want to let her Highland blood on this officer behind closed doors. The sight of the two-head dragon statue is seen as we find Tanya sitting across from Zetter at a dining table, who is sitting next to a colonel with waitstaff around them. Once again, I'd like to express my thanks for inviting me here. Tanya says politely. As a glass of wine is being poured, a colonel beside Zetter is heard saying, I'm amazed that you have become one of the 12 knights at such a young age, setting quite the precedent, wouldn't you say, Zetter? Yes, Zetter said, it is quite something. I'm deeply honored by your words, sirs, Tanya said. Please, you're still a growing girl, eat as much as you want. The colonel says. Thank you, the food does smell very good. Tanya replied. Strategic HQ is famous for this dish, the colonel beside Zetter said. As Tanya ate, she tried to hide her grimace. You don't get to eat hot food on the front lines often, but with this stuff, I'd rather eat cold rations. Draco, who before was irritated, was now on cloud 9 as he heard Tanya, his cousin who died and became a girl to an alternate Prussia, was a knight. And by extension meant that his bloodline via the Potter and Blacks were now that of knights. Yes. Thank you, God above. I am from a family of knights. His smile almost threatened to split his face as he heard behind him, careful Draco, your ego could be mistaken for a new form of timed explosive spell. Commented Daphne dryly. Tanya looks up at the colonel next to Zetter as she says, you know, this food makes me think fondly of my time deployed at the Western Front. The colonel looks surprised as he says, oh? What a splendid thing to say. Sipping his wine he smiles as he says with a jovial tone, perhaps we should start calling it something like the specialty of the Rhine battlefield then. He then laughs along with Zetter while Tanya just offers a small chuckle at the colonel's attempt at a joke. That got uncomfortable laughs from some in the great hall as Dan just sighs, that was the worst joke ever. Of all time. Blackadder nods as he says to Dan, that it was, sir. That it was. Now let's get to business, there is a reason we called you here tonight. The general looks up and some servants come to get their plates and also give Tanya some papers. You've probably guessed this already, but we would like to discuss with you your postgraduate placement plans. As Tanya read the papers her eyes widened. These were great placement options, all of them safe and all guaranteed that after a couple of years she would be placed right at Strategic Command. This is almost too good to be true, Tanya thought. In light of your past achievements, personal won't interfere in whatever you choose. The colonel said. These are all such great options, I don't know how I will decide. As she says that another paper is put down in front of her and the colonel stands up to leave. Tanya slowly picks up the paper as she asks honestly confused, what is this? The general now beaming with a smile says, actually there is one more option for you from Strategic HQ. Standing up the colonel announces, well I'll be taking my leave now. Best of luck to you Digirekov. Tanya looks up at the man as she says, why yes thank you. Zetter looks to the man as he says, Colonel, have a lovely evening. Saluting Zetter, the colonel leaves him and Tanya alone in the room. Those at the head table slowly narrowed their eyes as the students even were suspicious because this had to be another setup. The first time Tanya was given options it caused her to be sent to a maid doctor who got turned into a puppet for the demon. So needless to say all were now waiting to see when the other shoe would drop. Those other options were just for show weren't they? This is the position they want me running, I wonder why. Tanya thought while looking at the paper. Zetter looking at her gives a slight smirk and says given your assertiveness, I'm sure you'd rather get straight to business. Lieutenant Digirekov, I intend to put you in charge of the new rapid response mage unit you suggested to me the other day. Tanya's eyes widened as she gasped and said in a shaky voice I'm sorry a mage battalion. She then flashes back to her discussion in Zetter's office and she internally freaks out this was my idea, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, leading a battalion like this is way too big of a responsibility, what if I get everyone killed, what if I fail and that smug bastard X is there to gloat. Given that this is a highly mobile unit Zetter said momentarily breaking Tanya out of her mental freak out this unit would answer directly to Strategic HQ, that means you won't have a superior officer. Yes, but Tanya said I'm only a first lieutenant, I'm hardly qualified to run a battalion at my rank. Don't worry, Zetter said, interrupting her I'll put in an order to make you an organizer. An organizer Tanya asked confused. Yes Zetter said it's a rank that has been obsolete for some time now. When you graduate you'll be promoted to captain and then to organizer to make the battalion then force a promotion to major, I've taken the liberty of putting the paperwork together. He stops, takes a drag of his cigar and blows out some smoke. There was a pungent silence once again before finally Neville of all people broke that by shouting, are you out of your bloody mind you daft idiot? Calming down he sees the military officers and non-commissioned officers looking at him as he clears his throat and adds sir. Before slowly sitting down back into his seat looking embarrassed. Hermione clears her throat as she says, while Neville could have said that in a more controlled way, I agree with him that this is pure madness to even consider allowing such a thing. I mean it's just Hermione didn't have the words for what they saw. Of course Susan had to add in, insanity backed up by the proper paperwork to make said insanity official. Draco says, thank you Susan. Susan nods back as she says to Draco you're welcome. Tanya keeping herself collected as best as possible she says, this is such an enticing offer sir. While on the inside she was yelling this is all your fault X. Tanya then asks Zetter, how much time do I have to organize? Zetter responds with a firm, get it done as soon as possible, choose up to 48 mages whichever ones you think would be best. Tanya nods and says to the general, I understand sir, I'll get started right away. Pushing back her high chair she gets down and is about to leave to get underway of her new position. First Lieutenant Zetter said stopping her I've been told you can be rather difficult to work with, I don't question your ability to lead, but you do have a bad reputation, so please do keep that in mind. Thank you for the suggestion sir. Tanya said all the while thinking in her mind bad reputation, what bad reputation? Zetter gives her a quick salute and says for the fatherland. With Tanya giving a salute back and walking out of the dining room. As she closes the door Zetter raises his glass and says yes I've chosen the right candidate, but still sending children to war what madness we live in. And swallows the rest of his drink in one go. Dan shakes his head as he said in an almost tired tone, it is madness, truly madness. Minerva was shaking slightly with anger as she thought, this truly is that demon's work. All to try and convert you to his heretical demonic ways. The bastard is truly that of the snake. Looking at her rosary she closes her eyes and tries to calm down as she prays again, O Lord above, please protect this lost lion for whom has been taken from your loving gaze. Hermione sighs, oh Tanya. Can't seem to catch a break, can ya? Tanya walks down the steps of the strategic building all while she thinks, damn it. I'm going to have to stall as much as I can, that way I can delay things as much as possible without getting into trouble. Blackadder chuckles a bit as he says, the only way you can do that is claim the paperwork got lost, claim you don't have enough staff, or just try and be less competent. Sprout looked towards Blackadder as she asks, you truly think she will do that? That caused both Blackadder and Dan to laugh as Dan answers, not a chance in hell, because Tanya is the type of soldier who will try and get the job done, even if she goes about it slowly. It now shows a building in the morning with the words Imperial Strategic HQ external building appears over it. What the actual hell is this? Tanya could be heard saying, why the hell are there so many volunteers? I just out the poster out a week ago and made sure everyone knew what they were getting into. It shows a poster with the words mages wanted. Extremely difficult battles, low pay. Spend your days in combat and unfathomable danger. If you return alive, you will receive fortune, glory, and honor. Why in the hell would anyone willingly volunteer for this crap? Tanya cries out in anger and shock. It will be impossible for me to go through all these applications by myself. It pans behind her to show a literal mountain of paperwork for her to sort through. Wait, that means I can take the lack of personnel to take all the time I want. Tanya said and was about to laugh with hope when a knock on the door sounded, and a voice she had not heard in a while sounded through the door. Excuse me, came the unmistakable voice of Visha. Wait a minute, Tanya said in shock. Visha, is that you? Indeed it is, Commander, Visha said, saluting her. At that moment, bearing all military standing, Tanya broke protocol and hugged her because at least now, she had someone she knew she could trust. Visha returned the hug with the same vigor as Tanya. It truly has been a while, hasn't it, ma'am? Even with everything that has happened, all the insanity that Tanya had to face, and even with all that they had seen. The bright light in the dark was that of Visha, the only person who honestly made Tanya smile, a true honest smile. Sirius was laughing a bit as he looked towards Remus saying, I like her. I think she would be a good one for pup. Remus just gives a small laugh as he says, Sirius, I don't think she's old enough yet to understand the feelings of love. Sirius in response just waves his hand dismissively. Clara just smiled. It honestly brought a warm feeling to her heart to see the princess find someone she cared for, which even if they do find a way for them to come to their world, she and by extension the royal court wizard would act in place of her guardians. When Tanya finally does become a woman of age, I personally wouldn't be opposed to her seeking a relationship with the princess. Alexei just nods in agreement as he too was smiling at how happy these two made each other. In the White House many saw the wholesome scene in front of them. Of course the sounds of sniffing could be heard as Bill looked towards his magical counterpart. With a slight smirk he asks, Jackie. Are you crying? Jackie, not even looking at him, just says defensively, no. I have something in my eyes. Of course that was a lie, as Jackie was thinking my baby girl found herself a girlfriend. She's too young to date, damn it. Of course she would lie if she didn't want to see where such a possible relationship would go. Of course she wasn't alone, as many around the world, including in Germany and even the afterlife, hoped only for the best as the adventures of Tanya continued to unfold. Embers rise. There are many things that have changed since the portals opened. New reforms, changes in civil rights, new additions to the Geneva Convention. However, one that truly changed were that now wizards and witches attended places of worship both big and small. One such wizard was one Sirius Black, the current head of the Nobel House of Black, who was wearing a suit, not his new magical inspector's uniform, just a regular suit. As he walked into a church, looking around he found a spot in an empty queue to sit down and do something he never thought he would, and went against all the pure blood teachings of the old wizarding world. Sirius came to pray for the first time in his life. Sirius breathed as he cups his hands together, bowing his head he said in an unsure voice. Lord, God. I know I haven't spoken to you, ever, and I come to you today as a broken man, a man who has done so much wrong in his life, and I ask, I know it's selfish, but I ask that you please watch over my goddaughter. I don't know if she is still considered my godchild, but even then, I ask you to please watch over and protect her. He breathes as tears threaten to fall from his eyes as he continues, I know I don't deserve forgiveness for the sins I've committed, for thinking of my own selfish wants than my godchild's, so even if my soul is damned to the fires of hell, please allow my godchilds to your kingdom. Please, O Lord. By this point Sirius was crying as his hands were shaking from the guilt that had been building up in him since that night, since his wrongful imprisonment, since the portals, all of it eating up inside him. Before Sirius could dive further into the cocktail of despair, pain, loss, self-loathing, depression, and just on the brink of a total shutdown, a soft voice spoke towards him, Excuse me, sir. Are you all right? Sirius, looking up slightly, was surprised to see of all people a priest. Well, a female one, yes, but she was clearly older, but not as old as Aunt Minnie, maybe slightly younger. Of course Sirius shook his head slightly as he gave an almost empty laugh. I guess you could, Padre. I am honestly lost, and I have bared the sins of pain that I carry. The woman priest sits down with Sirius as she just gives him a soft smile. My son, we all carry pain, but I ask, what is it the pain for which you bear? She asked Sirius softly and in a caring way. Sirius sighs as he seems to just talk. He talked and spilled everything to this woman, even down to at one point in his life contemplating suicide if it meant he would see his godchild, the self-defense actions he had to take against Death Eaters, and finally the one that hurt the most. Whether or not his godchild will accept him or if even he is worthy of salvation and God's love. The priest for her part just listened and nodded every so often, taking in everything that Sirius said with a calm smile. Finally when he was done they both sat there for the longest of time until finally Sirius asked, Padre, am I worthy of God's love, even with all I have done on this earth? The priest was silent for a bit as she clearly thinks on what Sirius told her, until finally she softly takes both of Sirius' hands, looking at him straight in the eyes she says towards him. My son, you have been given a hard road in life. You have bared so much on your shoulders that it does break my heart how the faith has treated mages. But as to whether or not you are denied salvation, then no, you are not, because our God is a loving God, for while some may hate God and deny God's love, God will love you all the same, for we are all God's children. Sirius was silent as the priest asked the man, as for your sins, would you like for me to absolve them for you? For I can assure you it is the first step towards redemption for which you are looking for. As Sirius stepped forward to be blessed by the priest, he bowed his head. That is when he felt a great pressure and power coming from the priest, and when he looked up to the priest what he saw shocked him, for what he saw were pure white angel wings coming from her back. His shocked face caught her attention and she just smiled a serene smile. Worry not, child, she said, for with the grace of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, your cry for healing, your cry for salvation, your cry for redemption has been heard by the great I Am. Repent for your sins, child, for by the grace of the Father and the sacrifice of the Son, your sins are forgiven. Go Sirius Orion Black 3, go and sin no more, for your sins are forgiven by the precious blood of the Son. As she finished this, Sirius felt all the sins of his past fall off. He felt the guilt of failing his brother in all but blood fall off of him, his failure in protecting his godson turned goddaughter fall off, everything he had ever done, all the sins he had committed. Everything he felt fell off, and for the first time in years he felt lightened, he felt truly forgiven and redeemed. He looked up to thank the angel, but she was already gone, and the only evidence that she was even there were pure white feathers falling from when she had been standing. As Sirius stared at the spot where the angel had stood, he lifted up his heart to the Lord with a prayer. O Heavenly Father, I thank you for sending your lost now found child, one of your heavenly host, to me, and I promise you for the rest of my days all I shall do is sing your praise. For I was once lost but now I'm found, and your ever-present grace has saved me. Whatever your will is on earth, O Father, it shall be done with all my heart and all of my strength. This I pray to you, O Father. Amen. Even though Sirius couldn't see it in her workshop in heaven, the Lord of all creation, one of the Trinity, had a wonderful and bright smile on her face. Meanwhile, deep in the Brazilian jungle, with a groan, Dumbledore awoke from his rather forceful sleep. The last thing he remembered before a blinding and heavy blow to the head, was a young cat boy around the age of a 5th or 6th year. In all honesty, he was a rather handsome boy, but his rather inhuman features disturbed and scared him, especially his eyes. Those pink eyes held only dreams of chronic and sustained cruelty, and his smirk only promised pain and torture. Sleeping Beauty finally awakes. A voice called out. A German accented voice, Dumbledore recognized. He looked up and saw a very portly blonde-haired man. He felt familiar as if he had met him once before. I was hoping that dear Schrödinger didn't do you in too early, after all. His smile stretched wide to an almost insane degree. I need you alive for our little heart-to-heart later. Then it hit him like lightning, that voice, that slightly manic twinge in his voice. It was that Muggle SS Major that he met with Gellert all those years ago, back before the Muggle Second World War, back when his sweet Gellert tried one more time to have him on his side, but how? How had this Muggle remained so young? How? Dumbledore asked, his voice low from disuse. How are you so young? All the Major did was chuckle. Dear Albus, that is my secret. But do not worry, our talk will come soon, and all the little questions in your little head will be answered. But his voice became teasing at this point. But I don't think you will like it. He left the room chuckling at the old man's cries of rage and hate. Well, the Major thought. It is now time to address the men and tell them about Operation Heimkommen. He continued along until he reached the main arena, and there he saw his men, not the old men of the opera house, his men. He walked up the stairs to the main stage and grabbed the microphone and spoke. As he went to speak, his men, his brave and always loyal men, greeted him with a loud cry coming from them all. Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil. He smiled a genuine smile at this. How he loved his men, they truly deserved the creed they were planning. Now my friends, he said, we need to calm down or else you won't hear my glorious plan. It was like a switch was flipped, the entire arena quieted instantly. My friends, the Major started, my true and loyal men, I am happy to tell you that we are at the precipice of our plans. The only blocks in our path left are, of course. The next part was said in utter contempt. The old men of the opera house. Boos and hiss were heard all around the arena at them. I know, my friends, the Major said, but for now they still have their uses. But my friends, now is the time for Operation Heimkommen, for as we all know our new nationalist brothers tried to vote their way in a few months back. His voice carried a mocking tilt when he said brothers, but now it falls to Millennium to help them with what little training we have given them. They will distract the world from us and our true goal. Now Operation Weltkrieg is still a year or two away from completion and we don't want Alucard and Helsing to know about us just yet. At this the entire arena chuckled. Yes, our surprise must be kept a secret still, but do not worry my friends, we all will enjoy the plan when it comes to fruition. Now regardless of Heimkommen's success or defeat, our main plan will happen. After all, his smile fell and a look of pure hatred overcame him. It is all the fatherland's fault. He said the word fatherland with malice and hatred. And it continues to fail us with the defeat of the new nationalist bloc. It of course falls to us to help them. His voice grew loud and he called out, so, what say you men, what do you want? In one voice they all cry out, Krieg, 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 dot. The major had a demented smile on his face as he then called out, very well men, you shall have what you want. We will have Krieg. The surrounding men then called out Sieg Heil as the major smiled as he looked over them. Soon he thought Berlin will burn. Werewolves in London town. Rita Skeeter, a woman who made her living by digging up dirt on everyone in power, even going as far as to blackmail politicians and lords alike. Now yes, she has been known to make some outlandish claims in her day when she used to work for the paper before the portals. Now though? Post-portals, what is the great Rita Skeeter doing? Well, for once she changed her last name from Skeeter to a much more public-friendly name of Jones, much to the request of her agent, which made her known as Rita Jones, BBC's most respected investigative reporter and host of not only the Rita Report but also her late-night talk show, The Late Night Rita Show. Such chances were given because she was a proud and loyal citizen of the crown and reported on the corruption of the wizarding government and its many crimes. Good times aside, Rita was getting a touch-up on her makeup as one of the crew members soon talked to Rita, who was now standing in front of the cameras. Okay, we're on the air in 5, 4, 3. Mouthing the last two numbers he points to Rita as the lights come on, as well as the red lights on top of the cameras showing that she was on the air and her loving viewers and fans were tuning in to see her. Hello everyone and welcome to the Rita Report, came the greeting of Rita. We have a fully packed show to show you tonight, from scandals from the top of the wizarding world to the latest in crime. She finished with a flourish, her teeth in a wide showwoman grin as she starts her show. Now the latest from the wizarding world is this, it's official, the most wanted werewolf Fenrir Greyback has officially bitten off more than he could chew. As the latest in a long line of attacks, he and a few of his followers attempted to forcibly turn a young child. Unfortunately for Greyback, the child in question was the child of a member of the House of Lords, and as such the police are treating this as an attempted terrorist attack on a member of the nobility, and as such the lord in question today in a conference with the BBC said that the Greyback threat needs to be stamped out once and for all. She paused, and the thought that the greatest criminal of the wizarding world, bar Voldemort, would finally be put down didn't seem real. She shook that thought from her head as she continued with her report. Now the latest scandal from the wizarding world. Apparently a couple of wizards didn't get the news and they have been caught trying to send the Queen and the court wizard a cursed object. The pair in question, Sylvanus Selwyn and former unspeakable Augustus Rookwood, have been caught and will be sentenced for their crimes at a later date. We will continue after this commercial break, so stay tuned. She gave a jolly wave at the camera as they cut to a commercial break. During the break her makeup was touched up again as the text show the break is over, as Rita's face soon turned serious. Tragic news from the Far East in the communist-ruled state of China, as those of the magical community came out and peacefully protested against the recent arrest made by the Chinese Communist Party against what they called mage radicals that were a threat to the state. Of course, what the communist won't tell you is that those who they deemed as radicals were in fact members of the newly formed Progressive Party, which is made up of the majority magical citizens for whom wished for better reform and even basic rights as people who have been blessed with magic. Soon images appear over Rita's shoulder as the site of massive protest is seen. In response to what is clearly a disregard of even the most basic of human rights, the people came out in the thousands to protest this move by their government in hopes of having their voices heard. Her face becomes saddened as the images are now replaced with the peaceful protesters being attacked by state police and even PLA soldiers in full combat gear. However, much like that of Tiananmen Square in 1989, the government's response to this peaceful protest was that of what all vile authoritarian socialist communist dogmatic regimes do to their own people when they believe their power is being threatened. Rita's face changes to that of determination as she says towards the camera, unlike before, the world leaders are not being quiet as the UN has condemned the communist Chinese government's actions and even has threatened sanctions. However, the United States as well as our British government have already begun placing heavy sanctions on the communist Chinese and even are going as far as to say that Hong Kong shall be considered a permanent British territory in the wake of these events. Rita then turns to camera 2 as she goes on to the next story. Of course, the communists aren't the only ones who magical communities are asking for equal treatment. In the Middle East it is a hotbed of religious fanatical zealots who have been reported to be in a localized conflict between those of Al-Qaeda and the Afghanistan's magical people. Of course those around the region have offered their support, as not the Iraqi government but also Iran, Pakistan, Tajiki, and even Turkmenistan has pledged support to their magical brothers and sisters in the form of refugee status, as well as allowing them to flee to their borders for protection. Yet from what many are seeing at the borders of these nations is massive military build-up, leading many to believe of another Middle Eastern conflict is on the horizon. The sound of the channel being changed could be heard as Tonks, the cousin of Sirius Black, wearing a new Scotland Yard uniform of black pants, white button-up shirt with her constable rank which has a mage insignia attached to said rank showing she was a magical officer. Bloody tart, how she got her own bloody news show on the telly I'll never know. She said from her desk as she sits down giving a huff as she returns to her paperwork. If I had to guess, she gave so much information to the Crown that she was given a reward in said form of her news program Mage Constable Tonks. Said a man of African descent with the rank of sergeant on his uniform with the name tag of Shacklebolt, while the name on his desk reads out Kingsley Shacklebolt, who is just finishing up his paperwork. Tonks scoffs as she says, I bet you she got that reward on her bloody knees, seems the type. She then looks towards Kingsley as she asks also how the bloody hell are you a sergeant while I'm a damn constable. I put my time in with the Orers. I should at least be a higher rank. She groans as Kingsley is now seen putting away a file in the cabinet behind his desk. It's called seniority, Constable Tonks. Good ol' seniority. Kingsley said as he turned around looking as Tonks. Tonks huffs, seniority he says. Load of bollocks if you ask me. I mean look at me cuz. A bloody inspector, and I bet the only reason he got that rank is because of his girl being a major and working close to the government. Tonks rants a bit as she leans back in her desk not noticing said cousin, Sirius Black, standing in the doorway wearing instead of the standard inspector's uniform, a black suit with no tie as the top buttons are undone. Looking at Tonks with a mischievous look in his eyes. Kingsley, who listened to Tonks' small rant, had a rare smile as he looks behind her desk towards the door to their offices. Mornin' Mage Inspector Black. Which caused Tonks to jump a bit before her knee bangs her desk, which causes her to hiss, Morgana's frozen cunt. Holding her knee in pain a bit as she tries to stand to show respect to what amounts to their department's one of many superiors. With a rather roguish grin on his face he looked at his cousin. Oh, he said, I only have my job, because my wife is a major Constable Tonks, he said. Tonks froze as she heard her cousin's voice. Oh, I'm right bollocked I am. She turned around and with a small Siri she said, how long have you been standing there? Oh, he said, long enough. Tonks just chuckles a bit as she soon says, Illa go get you some coffee. Tonks limps out of their office towards the area with a coffee machine and not anywhere close to Sirius, while Kingsley just shakes his head in good jest. How goes it today, Sirius? Heard you were a part of a drug bust recently over in the East End. I fine, Sirius said, and yet a right couple of complete bellends tried to combine cocaine and of all things none to breath to create a super drug. The lab boys ran their tests and the drug is completely toxic to humans to snort, and your brains apparently will melt through your nostrils. Holy Merlin, Kingsley said, that was completely insane, they really were complete idiots. Before any more could be said, Tonks returns with a tray full of coffee as she sets it down on her desk. Okay. Coffee is here. Kingsley nods to Tonks as he puts a couple of sugars in his black coffee while Sirius adds cream and sugar to his. Well, I will say that you should be getting the credit, Kingsley. I heard about you and your bust at the docks, over 100 kidnapped Spanish you saved from trafficking, you and your team did. Kingsley just shrugs with a smile as he drinks his coffee before remembering the raid with not just his fellow mage officers, but also were folk officers, and armed police. The docks were dark and cold as the police strike force geared up. All right people, came the voice of strike leader Macmillan, we know our jobs, we strike fast and strike hard as to not let the bastards get a defense up, remember anyone who puts up a fight they go down hard and permanent. Alright, let's move out. All the strike teams grouped up as they moved their way towards the warehouse, with a couple of air units providing air support. All teams are in position, came the call from one of the air units. All units engage, I repeat all units engage, came Macmillan's order. The RAM units smacked their doors open and the units entered the warehouse. Police. Put your hands in the air. Was the call all around the warehouse. Most of the traffickers chose to not surrender while some did. All in all 15 people were arrested, including the boss of the operation. Kingsley, bringing his cup down, just smiles. All in a day's work is all, Inspector, that's all. Sirius just laughs a bit as he says, all in a day's work, he says. Kingsley, there's talks of you getting a promotion for that bust. Tonks, listening in, couldn't help but feel like she needed to do something to get her chance to become more than just a simple constable and do something good, only for Sirius to be heard calling out. Alright, I'll be off on patrol, Tonks. You're my driver today. Oh dear sweet God, I made a mistake. Sirius yelled out as Tonks drove about as well as a blind person. One seat change later, both are now driving around London as Tonks asks, so being so high up, you hear anything of interest? And nothing that interesting. Just some rumors out of America, from Utah of all places, about a string of disappearances at a place called Freddy Fazbear's, I think it's called. Amelia heard about it, something involving suspected murders of children. Sirius told her. Tonks just looks at Sirius as she says, the Yanks are a weird bunch aren't they? She said as they pass by Big Ben only to stop as they see a centaur with a traffic cop uniform directing traffic due to a signal light being repaired. So how are our furry friends doing? Last I heard from the news they got proper towns being built with walls that will keep them in during the full moon along with panic rooms for non-turned folks. Tonks comments as the centaur waves them on. Hopefully they put an all-you-can-eat buffet of meat. Sirius said, chuckling while making a turn. Tonks looked at him in an inquisitive look causing him to shrug. You never had the missed pleasure to be with him on a full moon. Tonks just nods as she says, well aside from them being a part of the police service, military, as well as search and rescue, I heard customs got some to help them with finding contraband and drugs, honestly that gotta be boring if you ask me just standing around an airport all day sniffing luggage. Tonks of course was only half right about such a statement for the werfolks who are employed as customs agents and or officers. Ha Sirius laughed to true, sounds boring. Heathrow International Airport. London, England. Ever since werfolk, which was the politically correct terms for those who transform via the full moon and or a certain time of the month, got full rights as anyone else they slowly started to become integrated into modern society, or into certain special areas of the filming industry which is best not talked about in polite company. However the two main areas where the werfolk shined were military as more aggressive shock troops or snipers and law enforcement. Which is why Sabrina Hall is an officer attached to Heathrow's current security as a plainclothes officer who was giving subtle sniffs to people who pass by her and if one smelled of drugs or any sort of contraband. Well then she flashes the badge. Of course the reason why so many werfolk are outright scouted by not just the military but also first responders is because of the fact they are good if not better as the K9 units thanks to their senses being better than a human and even slightly better than a police hound. Possible mule just passed by gate 2 coming from Barcelona, any foot units in the area be advised. Male of Spanish descent, roughly in their 30s carrying a leather satchel, wearing colorful top and khaki pants with loafers and shades. Sabrina began scanning the crowds for the suspected drug mule as she reports in her earpiece. This is foot unit 22 at the cafe near gate 2, I copy dispatch. Of course all Sabrina did was calmly drink her cheap airport coffee as she scanned the crowds for the suspect, finding him was easy as it looked to be a short fellow who matched what dispatch had said. Of course using her enhanced sense of smell she gave a quick sniff of the air and caught the unmistakable smell of drugs, to be exact cocaine. This is foot unit 22 at the Starbucks with eyes on the suspect, confirmed drug mule. Say again confirmed drug mule requesting back for detainment. Standing up she walked calmly to the man as her earpiece went off giving her the locations of her fellow officers and airport security. Approaching the man she calmly says excuse me sir, I'm wondering if I could have a word with you. The man just looks at her as he says in a clearly confused voice, K. Sabrina gave a small smile as she flashes her badge as she says in Spanish soy un oficial de policia. This caused the man's eyes to go wide as he sweats a bit, before finally he bolts from her as Sabrina sighs, why do they always run? Pulling her radio from her belt she called out, we have a rabbit. I repeat we have a rabbit, going down the main concourse, looks like he's heading for the parking garage, be advised it is unknown if he has a concealed weapon in his briefcase, approach with cation. Of course the drug mule wouldn't get far as he would be intercepted by two more werfolk plain-clothed officers as they chalk up another arrest under their belts. Back with the blacks. Sirius currently is drinking a cup of coffee as Tonks drives him, alright so today's first stop is off towards a little magic village near Wales for a dispute between neighbors. Sirius says as he reads from his notepad in the other hand that doesn't have a cup of coffee. Wales. Tonks said well we will need one of the K9 units help then. Why Sirius asked. Ever been to the deep country in Wales, we will need it. Came Tonks' reply. Sirius grins as he says, nah I got one better. Mooney. Tonks looks at her curious and says in an almost unsure tone Mooney. Yes Sirius said Mooney spent some time in Wales, in our childhood. One trip to Bones Manor later. Remus was not sitting in the back seat of the patrol car looking at a carefree Sirius with a deadpan expression as he says, you know I had work to do today right? You can't just keep coming to me every single time you need someone to translate Welsh. Don't care came Sirius's flippant response. Tonks just stayed silent as she drove towards the Wales countryside before arriving at the address of the dispute, only to be met with two things. One the old Hogwarts caretaker retired to said address and two was the fact he is very Welsh. Oh god why was Sirius's thought at seeing old Filch as they pulled up. He could only hope the old man had forgotten about him. Soon the two officers, plus Remus walked up to Filch and after some introductions they explained the reason they came and of course what came next neither of the two officers could prepare for as Filch said to them in his deep Welsh countryside accent. A hedge isa hedge. Nian likapay det dawang kuzi spolt si view a shemambo. What Sirius said confused. Remus translate as he said a hedge is a hedge. I only chopped it down because it spoilt the view. What's Reaper moaning about? Well he does know that he just can't go around chopping hedges down, and the like. Tonks said. Filch nods as he says, Yes, Remus translates, yes I suppose. Tonks looked at the shotgun Filch was holding in his arms and asked, hey, do you have a license for that weapon, Mr. Filch? He nods as he lifts up his arm a bit. Is this for Thizan? Remus translates, he said he does for this one. Sirius nods before he pauses writing in his notepad. Slowly looking up he asks, what do you mean for that one? Filch nods as he motions for them to follow to him as he leads them to an old shed behind his house. He opened the door, and flipped on the light switch revealing row after row of old Lee Enfields, Martini Henry rifles, and other such things. By the power of Grayskull! Came Tonks' shocked response at seeing all the weapons. As they looked around the shed, Sirius saw a metal object in the corner and he started to walk towards it. Sirius looks around the shed as he says, Holy Mother of Filch, this is insane. People would have reported you as a member of the IRA with this amount of guns. The old man just shrugs as Tonks pulls off a tarp and stares in shock at what she's looking at as she calls out, guys. Sirius came around at his cousin's call. Yeah, what is? She stopped dead at seeing the object. He turned and looked at Filch and asked, Filch, is that a fucking sea mine? Filch just shrugs as Tonks says, maybe it's not live. She said with hope as Remus adds, maybe you should call for the bomb squad. Filch said as he approached the mine. It's just a hunk off. Yuck. He then proceeded to hit the mine with the butt of his shotgun with Sirius, Tonks, and Remus collectively shitting their pants as they heard a click and a ticking sound start. Sirius yells at the top of his lungs, move. 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 As all four clear out of the shed with both Sirius and Tonks making a beeline for the car as both either slide over the hood or vault over the rear and take cover, waiting for the kaboom of the sea mine. Of course the kaboom never came as now Sirius is on the radio to dispatch as he says, no, it's deactivated, but I'm requesting a bomb disposal unit to my location, over. In the background Tonks lightly kicks the sea mine while Filch just yells out, eyesight. Deactivated. Bashing the sea mine with the butt of his side-by-side shotgun, which causes an already pale Remus to be even more pale. 10 to 4 Mage Inspector, a bomb disposal team is en route to your location, over. Sirius nods as he just lays his head on the hood of the patrol car, groaning in frustration at the amount of paperwork he'll have to fill out when he and Tonks return to the station. As the officers of law and order handled those of the day-to-day, off in the Highlands of Scotland, one Draco Malfoy was currently in his dorm setting up a small shrine as he prepares to offer up a prayer to the war gods. After all, if God is real, then the others must be real as well, right? Lighting a match, he sets the candle's wicks as a flame as he brings his hands together and begins to pray, not knowing the chaos he is about to unleash in the afterlife. Afterlife Upper Management Section. At a round table sat the war gods, with Ares sitting with his legs crossed holding a dog for whom he is lightly petting on its head as he listens to his fellow war gods with mild interest. When coming from the hallway they all heard something. Stubby, where are you, Stubby? They heard a man calling from the hallway, and the dog in Ares' lap looked up at his name being called and barked. They then turned to the door and saw coming through the door was a man wearing a suit. The Morrigan said, young Mr. Conroy, 'tis good to see you. The man Conroy gave a nod of acknowledgement at the war goddess greeting. Hello Miss Morrigan, it's good to see you as well. Have you seen Stubby? We were supposed to meet up with Olsen, Schroeder, and Gaston, but he ran off for some reason. He looked around after he stopped and his gaze fell on a frozen still of Tanya's world. Even after all these years he still sometimes found himself back in the trenches, back in Chemin Dames and at Seiche. Those battles still haunted him even in the afterlife. That is when he felt a snout in his hand. He looked down and saw Stubby trying to comfort him. Conroy chuckled, hey Stubby, thanks buddy. He looked at the war gods and nodded at them and then looked at Stubby. So what do you say to the nice gods for looking after you, boy? Stubby gave a barking thanks. No buddy, Conroy said the other thing. Stubby, realizing what he meant, got on his hind legs and just like he was trained to do, gave a salute to the war gods. That got a chuckle as they all waved as the two left, leaving the war gods back to meeting at hand. Now back to what we were talking about, said Montu. Tyr reminded her fellow war god, well, we were talking about for whom Tanya shall be the patron of, and I said it should be me. Of course this started the shouting match again, all while Ares just sat back and enjoyed the chaos with a tub of popcorn. That is when of course they all heard it as a prayer. A prayer addressed to a war god, it causes all the shouting and chaos to calm if only for a moment. They all looked at each other and to everyone's surprise it was Ares that spoke first. Okay, he said, now before this escalates into an old Timmy cartoon sketch, I just want to say this first. Good luck. He paused for a moment before a manic look overtook him and he yelled out, I heard him first. Ares jumped into the air as he tried to reach the prayer, which took the form of a bubble, only for his ribs to feel two high-heeled feet of Athena as she flying kicked Ares mid-air as she yelled, no, he's mine. Athena now went towards the prayer bubble with a huge smile on her face. Oh no you don't, she heard as she felt a rope wrapping around her leg and pulling her back into the table, and she looked and she saw Tyr now leaping towards the bubble. As Tyr was about to get close to the bubble, he heard a mighty war cry. Turning around he found himself being clotheslined by Morrigan, who was laughing as she ran full speed towards the prayer bubble. Out of the way, lad. This one be mine, ye cunt. Freya, seeing what happened to Tyr, swung her flat part of her sword at Morrigan's legs, making her fall flat on her face. Freya, wanting revenge for her fellow Aesir, decided before she reached the bubble to get her revenge on Morrigan. Jumping into the air, she decided to do one of her favorite mortal signature moves, and when Ares, still recovering from the 2 heels to the chest, saw the move, he called out in amazement, "She gonna do the people's elbow." When the elbow connected, Morrigan groans in pain. Standing up, Freya grins as she brings her arms up and yells a victory cry, only to feel 2 arms wrap around her midsection. Next thing Freya, she was being given a full Nelson by Montu. The last thing Freya heard before she lost consciousness from Montu doing a German suplex on her was God coming into the room and yelling, all right, what's going on in here?" Everyone froze in place as they looked at God. Ares is heard saying, "I just want to make it clear. It wasn't my fault this time." God just looks at all of her family present and just sighs, "Okay. Here's what we're gonna do, you are all gonna sit down and you're going to all listen to the prayer, and then you will all discuss how to respond to it like the adults you are." She stays silent for a moment as she looks at all the war gods now back in their chairs. "Good. Now let us see what this person's prayer is about," she says, waving her hand as the prayer bubble gets bigger for all present to see. Soon the room filled with an image of Draco's voice along with the image of the young man praying, "O great and powerful God of war. Know that this humble one prays to T in hopes of being blessed to be as great a warrior as my knighted cousin of Prussia. I pray to T to bless me with the same wisdom of not just a warrior but as a proper British officer. Amen." There was a silence in the room which was caused by God's glare as she raises her finger and points to each of them as she says sternly, "No fighting. No fighting. No fighting. No fighting." Turning around, she left the room as the war gods did as their mother/grandmother/boss told them. God breathes as she straightens her dress, hair, and even makes sure her makeup is all right as she returns to the tea party she was hosting with her sister, the goddess of the moon, Luna, the warfolk god. Sitting at the table was a woman of dark skin, lean defined muscles, silver hair, and wolf ears with a tail who was currently drinking her tea. "Let me guess, the children were acting up again?" she asks in her new accent, which is from Queens because she spent a few years vacationing there while on Earth. In a long-suffering type of voice, "Oh, like you wouldn't believe," she said. Luna chuckles as she pours God another cup. "Girl, I'm telling you. You're being too nice to them, you need to give them a firm hand. I mean, look at my children." She makes a motion with her hand as she says, "The moment one of them gets out of line, wham! They get a firm pop to remind them who's really running the place." God gave her sister a look that said, "I don't believe you," before she replied, "Oh really?" She started one name Fenrir Greyback. Luna looked at her sister scandalized. "I'll have you know that I'm having that boy punished as we speak." "I would say so," God said. "All the suffering he has caused and all the little ones he has sent to my comfort, he deserves no less." She picked up her teacup and took a sip from it. While she didn't say it aloud, she knew that deep down everyone was worried about Tanya, and while she knew Tanya would be fine, she still worried for her. Luna nods as she drinks. "Speaking of children, how goes it with getting that poor girl from the other world?" She then adopts a faraway look and shows one of the many habits she picked up from Queens. "Oh, I would be beside myself the moment one of my girls was sent to another world, or even worse. Jersey." An angry look came upon God's face. "That snake put a lock on the world, and while Germania is making headway because it's her world, it will still take some time before we are able to break through it." Luna sighs, "And what of our Yettas? The Fates? They decided to chime in, or are they staying quiet?" Luna then leans in as she asks in an almost hopeful tone, "They are staying quiet, aren't they? Please say yes." Her wolf ears were sticking straight up. "Did someone say my name?" Both God and Luna looked towards the source of the voice, which was Fate, an older woman with large grey hair and even bigger rimmed glasses, as she walked in to join them. "Yes, Yetta, we were talking about you," Luna says in a raised voice that Fate could hear her. "Where have you been?" Yetta waves her hand as she sits down. "Well, I was visiting Father Time, and let me tell you, he may be older but he's still got those magic hands, and..." Both God and Luna shout at the same time in disgust. Yetta looked at both of her granddaughters as she asks, "What?" God sighs as she asks, "We were talking about Tanya and that me damned prophecy you made about her and Tom Riddle." Yetta just nods as she drinks a cup of tea. "Don't worry about that, your Yetta has it handled." Both God and Luna looked at her as they both asked, and Yetta looks at the two again as she asks, confused, "And what?" Both God and Luna just groan in exasperation at their grandmother. Hurricane, Utah police holding cell. As the cell door opened, the line occupant of the cell looked up and Amelia Black Bones walked in, eyes blazing with anger at the thing in front of her. He looked normal with his fluffy brown hair and piercing blue eyes, but Amelia knew the truth, the thing in front of her was a monster. "I'm only gonna ask you nicely one more time," she said to the man. "What did you do with the children's bodies?" The last part was said with such venom that the officers waiting outside shock with fear. William Afton. Wolf Hunters. Since the portals appeared, many within the magical world have gained much in terms of freedoms and liberties that had been denied to them by more than a few magical governments, the most major offended being magical Britain. Of course this didn't mean that everything was peaceful or that everyone would come together and sing Kumbaya. No, the more radical among the magical creature community would use this newfound openness to begin their own plans and movements thanks to the mysterious benefactor for whom would supply these movements with weapons, training, and even in rare cases safe houses for these movements' leadership to hide from their enemies. The most radical and most dangerous of these movements was the Death Howl movement led by one Fenrir Greyback, who by most authorities was considered a low-level threat. Of course that was until said man was spotted in Ireland talking with IRA members, which at first raised a red flag with MI6. However, this did not raise his threat level until an image of him was provided by the CIA from the hotbed that is the Middle East with photos of the man talking with known Middle Eastern terrorist or going as far as to fight alongside them. This caused the man to have his threat level be raised to lead many within the intelligence world to believe he would conduct an attack within the Western world. However, the one question that is on everyone's mind is his exact location and what his plans are. His last known location before going to ground was a photo taken with the group known as the Four Horsemen. Since then only scant rumors have been heard about him, but all that was about to change when a single CIA/MI6 operation in the Middle East would find evidence that Greyback and the Horsemen were indeed working together. However, all of this would come ahead when intel was sent to MI6 about a possible attack by not just known members of Death Howl but also members of werewolf Middle Eastern terrorist groups as well, who were last seen getting into white vans. With this intel in hand, New Scotland Yard as well as Metro Police Services dispatched as many officers as they could. Among them was Kingsley, who had a rookie nomad with him who was driving a car with both wearing civilian clothes so as not to be spotted so easily. Of course, whether or not they would be able to stop these terrorists was another factor altogether. Piccadilly Circus, London, England, 1994. Kingsley was looking out the car window as his radio crackled to life with the sounds of Metro HQ. Sergeant Shacklebolt, Roger up. Kingsley, pressing the button on his radio, says in a calm voice, "Go for Shacklebolt." The radio comes to live again as he gets an update from dispatch. Dispatch came back with an update which wasn't looking good. Terror threat level is now critical. Multiple attackers. Bombers or something worse? Kingsley calmly asks, "Do we have snipers in position?" Dispatch radioed back, "Negative, not enough time and we don't want to cause alarm to the public." Kingsley's eye twitches a bit as he says, "Do the terrorists know this?" This got dispatch to reply back with a firm "Don't go turning London into a war zone. The army is being activated for small-scale mobilization in case things get hairy, but remember yours and the other team's jobs are to catch these terrorists before they can even do anything. Am I clear, Sergeant Shacklebolt?" Kingsley sighs as he gives a firm, crystal clear dispatch. Running a hand over his face, he sighs. The rookie, who was named Jenkins, who just joined the force, looked at his superior as he asks, "So what's the play here, Sergeant?" Sarcasm coating his voice. "Oh, we're not to turn London into a war zone apparently," Kingsley said, like the terrorists give a flying fuck. "Yeah, I get you, Sergeant. I'll never understand why command won't let us take off the gloves," came the reply from SAS Sergeant Kyle. "Call me Gaz Garrick." Jenkins nods as he introduces himself. "Constable Jenkins, Metro Police, and a new father as of a month ago," he says with a smile as he keeps his eyes on the road. Gaz had a smirk on his face. "Yeah, well, we might not have snipers in position," he said, "but we have a SAS team on standby close if they even think about trying anything." Of course, before more could be said, the sight of a white van is seen pulling up near them as Shacklebolt looks over and sees inside the van as he reports, "I've got eyes on a van that matches the description MI6 gave us. I've got at least 6, maybe 8 military-age males and females. No weapons visible, but I've got armbands of Greyback's people. How should we approach this?" While Kingsley was radioing this in, Gaz was on the radio with Bravo 6. "Bravo 6, this is Sergeant Garrick. We have eyes on the van. You and your team need to wheel up now before they do anything." "Over." "Roger, Sergeant," came the reply from Bravo 6. "We are wheels up and inbound now. We will be there in 5 mics. Now try not to cause anything before we get there." Kingsley soon got his reply as he looked to the others with worry. Dispatch says to move in and attempt to apprehend them. There was a tense silence as Jenkins asked, "How long till the army shows up? Can we wait?" Concern in his voice as Kingsley just gives a slow shake of his head before pulling out his USP service pistol with a quick check to see if there's one in the chamber. He breathes to collect himself as he says in a commanding voice, "Stay calm, get the civilians clear and do not pop off like a yank," he orders as he slowly unclicks his seatbelt and prepares to move on the van. Jenkins breathes as he pulls out his sidearm before getting out of their car and slowly approaching the van, stopping to silently get people out of the area, even going as far as to order them abandon your car and get to safety. As they slowly approached the van with their pistols at the low ready. As the group moved closer to the van, a car beside it opened and out stepped a woman of what looked to be Slavic descent who went for something only for Jenkins to yell, "Police! Hands where I can see them!" She shouted in what was clearly Russian before she spoke in broken English, "I know threat. Was going for wallet." Of course, the commotion caused the back of the van to open as the occupants inside came out, and now being faced with 4 officers and even more trying to come around front with their bright yellow jackets began shouting orders. "New Scotland Yard! Hands where I can see them! commanded Kingsley as he had his service pistol trained on the occupants that were inside the van, which did number out to be 8 in total, who stood with their hands up and clearly looked confused as some who spoke English tried to defuse the situation were just workers. We're not a threat, officers. Garrick, moving slowly, ordered sternly, keep your hands where we can see them. The other officers began to follow his pace slowly as they approached the van. Once they were well within at least 10 feet of the van, one of the men shouted in a clear Slavic language. This caused the driver still in the van to speed off down the road, and before anyone could shout a command or even fire off a stunning spell, the van exploded into the crowded intersection. The blast from the explosion sent the officers tumbling to the ground due to the shock wave, as none had time to get their magical shields up. Kingsley's ear rang as he tried to get his bearings, only to meet with the men from before now pulling out cancelled weapons, as Jenkins was the first to shout gun. Only to be killed on the spot as he tried to bring up his service pistol. Kingsley, acting quickly, brought up his pistol and opened fire on the man who killed Jenkins alongside Garrick's, who killed another, as did his fellow officers who opened fire. Once the shooting was done, the radio blared to life as dispatch began to demand over the shocked cries of those around him, what the hell is going on down there? Looking over to the SAS operative who was kneeling near Jenkins, he shook his head as Kingsley cursed before he responded to dispatch. There's been an explosion at Piccadilly Circus. Shots fired. Officers down. Keeping his service pistol at the ready, he scanned the area as his fellow officers tried to get the people away or were checking for wounded, as he requested, we need medical down here now. Only for his face to morph into horror as in the distance he heard the clear sounds of screaming and automatic weapons fire. Only for him to hear one of his officers who was looking around with anger say, look at what they did to our home. Gaz, checking his magazine, nods as he slams it back into his service pistol as he shouts, they're not done yet. Let's move. The group nods as they move, only for the radios to blare to life with updates. We're taking fire from the second floor of the Foot Locker. We have multiple gunmen attacking Piccadilly Circus, requesting backup. Officer down. Officer down. Where the hell is the army? Once the group of officers and SAS operative arrived on the scene, it was chaos as they watched as now more armed terrorists were seen attacking the area, shooting at anyone they saw. More than a few mages were seen trying to fight back with their wands, some trying to help any way they can, only to be gunned down as fellow constables and other members of the police services tried to fight back against the heavily armed terrorist. Kingsley shot and killed a terrorist who was shooting at a couple of pinned officers, who gave thanks as they rushed to help get civilians out of the area. What made it harder for Kingsley and his team was that the amount of civilians in the area made it hard to get a target. What didn't help was the response from dispatch, just compounding the dire situation they were in. All units, attack is underway at Piccadilly Circus. Multiple IC-1 shooters on site. One scared officer shouted at Gaz, left or right, sir? Not knowing what to do, only for Gaz to shout out orders, help clear the area of wounded and civilians. To which the young officer nods as he runs and helps with the evacuation efforts. One terrorist tried to rush Kingsley, only for the man to quick gun him down. Staring down at the dead terrorist, he noticed that the weapon he was using was Russian. In fact, taking in the noise profile of the weapons, he began to notice that all the weapons the terrorist werewolves were using were all Russian, which caused one of his fellow officers to shout, are the fucking Russians backing this attack? Kingsley did not comment as he focused on trying to stop the attack and save lives. All units be advised, we have a hostage situation. I say again, we have a hostage situation. Gaz soon looked at Kingsley as he ordered, on me. Kingsley nods as he follows the SAS operative into a JCPenney where the sounds of sniper fire could be heard. Moving up to the second floor, the two came about the sight of the terrorist snipers as one of them was seen loading up an RPG to be used. With quick thinking, both dispatched the snipers and prevented the use of the RPG as Gaz shouts, clear. Kingsley, giving a once-over of the floor to be sure, gave a confirming clear. Before the two moved on. Getting on the radio, Gaz reported, this is Sabre 2, JCPenney secured, snipers are down, moving out. Now moving back down to street level, Kingsley and Gira Ili asked dispatch where Ada on the army. To which dispatch responded, army assault elements as well as mage elements have been dispatched, unknown EDA at this time, over. Gaz looked in shock at Kingsley, who was equally shocked as he grabbed his radio and shouted, this is Sabre 2. Tell them to hurry the hell up. We don't know how much longer we can last without their help. Before Kingsley could hear what dispatch says, he looked up in time to hear one of the terrorists shout, Ilaha al-Kamar Izamaytun. In Arabic, before his eyes widened at what he saw the terrorist was about to do as he charged headlong towards a group officer's lookout. But it was too late as the Arabic werewolf terrorist pressed a trigger on a detonator which detonated a suicide vest, killing him and the officers he charged at. Kingsley looked on in shock as Gaz cursed before he reported into his radio, all units be advised. We have suicide bombers. Say again. Suicide bombers. Looking back at Kingsley, Gaz asked, are you good? To which he just numbly nods before shaking his a bit to get his mind straight as he moves up with Gaz. Dispatch came with another update which for once was some form of good news. All units suspects are retreating to the Tonto building in the northwest. We need all units converging on the Tonto building now. Gaz looked towards Kingsley as he asked, how are you on ammo? Kingsley quickly did a check as he reported, yellow on mags. You? He asked as Gaz reports, almost red, but if worst comes to worst we can pick up the terrorist weapons. Kingsley nods as he moves with Gaz towards the Tonto building. As they reached the outside of the Tonto building, another bomber came running only for the officers to kill him, but the bomber had a dead man's switch as he explodes, injuring nearby officers caught in the blast. As Gaz reports, "This is Saber 2, we have officers down outside the Tonto building." "Say again, officers down." Kingsley moved with Gaz to the damaged entrance as both he and Gaz began to move the damaged door that had blocked the way inside the building as dispatch asked. "What is the status of the hostages?" Right as they moved the damaged door, one of the terrorists rushed Kingsley with a knife only to be gunned down from a shooter behind them. Turning around quickly, they saw a squad of soldiers moving towards them with rifles raised only for both Kingsley and Gaz to shout, "Blue! Blue!" A man with a large mustache wearing darkened combat BDUs, a load-bearing harness, holding an M4 carbine walks up as he says, "I see you too. You both armed up?" Both nod yes sir, Kingsley and Gaz says as the man comes up to help the two move the debris blocking the door as he introduced himself after its move, "Captain Price." Gaz responds in kind, "Sergeant Garrick." Kingsley follows, "Mage Sergeant Shacklebolt." The captain nods as he says to the two in a commanding tone, "You two with me." Bringing up his rifle at the low ready, the two follow suit as they scan the area with the captain ordering, "Check those corners." As they approach the stairs, they can hear the hostages calling for help. As they move up to the second floor, the three come to a man who was pleading for his life, "Please, I'm not one of them. Help me please." Attached to the man's body was a suicide vest, but to the shock of Kingsley there were runes on the vest as he looked at it and tried to use his wand to try and undo the locks. "Damn it. The locks have runes on them to keep me from using the unlock spell." The man looked at the three as they tried to find a way to get the bomb vest off of him as he began to plead, "Please. Please. Save me. I just want to see my daughters. Please." Gaz looked at the vest as it began to beep faster as the captain said, "It's going off." To the shock of both Kingsley and Gaz, they were both pushed as the captain grabs the man then throws him over the ledge as the bomb goes off, sending the three once again to the ground. Coughing a bit, Captain Price gets on his radio as he reports, "All stations, bombers clear. Prep medical, we're coming out." Standing up, Captain Price spoke up in a commanding voice to the hostages, "Everybody stay calm. We're gonna get you out of here." Looking at the two, Price asks, "You two broken?" To which Kingsley spoke up, "Shaken but good sir." Gaz nods as he adds, "I'm good." Price soon helps the two up as they make it outside the building only to be met with a sight both never thought they would see in their lives. Even to Kingsley, who had seen the blood war, never thought he would see the sight before him. Gaz walked over to one of the fallen terrorists and with a cry of anger he kicked the body. Kingsley and Price looked at him. "You okay, Sergeant?" Price asked him. Gaz breathes as he shakes his head, "No. Sir. We should have stopped this, we could have stopped this. Sir." He said as Kingsley stayed silent as he kept surveying the medics still gathering the bodies, which caused his stomach to turn a little, but deep down he couldn't help but agree. "You had credible intel?" Price asked. Gaz was silent as he looked at Price with a questioning look. "Sir. You had credible intel that could have prevented this attack?" Price asked neutrally. Kingsley looks at Gaz as he looks back at Price asking, "Sir, permission to speak freely." Price looked at Kingsley. "Granted," he said tensely. Gaz finally unleashes his real feelings. "We had these bastards by the balls. We and even the bobbies had enough intel, we could have nailed them. Yet we can't do our job because these bloody MPs in the House of Commons won't take the damn gloves off to let us do our damn job and admit we're at war with terrorists." Breathing a bit as he looks at a clearly calm Price, not even angry, and a clearly scared Kingsley who believes both him and Gaz were gonna be removed from this operation due to the man's outburst. Price just kept a leveled face as he turns towards Kingsley and says towards the man, "And you?" Kingsley, while being more calmer about the situation, answers the captain, "We knew Greyback was a threat well before Her Highness took back control of magical Britain. However, our minister always told my boss to sweep it under the rug or it's not a big threat, and the most common one was, they're just a beast, they're not that smart. Well, I can safely say that if we had the ability to do our jobs back then this attack would have never happened to begin with." Price was silent as he looked at the two sergeants before he just nodded. "All right, you two are with me then." Both men wouldn't know it, but both were now on the front lines of a war on terror as across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East similar attacks were being carried out by Death's Howl with what seemed like no motive behind them. Until news stations around the globe received packages containing a VHS tape with a message from Greyback himself. Once the message was played, it showed Greyback in what looked to be a room with weapons lining walls of a nondescript room, sitting in a chair looking at the camera. "Our war is not for our faith. We fight to remove all foreign influence from our people. We are Death's Howl, we are the true werewolves." Taking a breath, Greyback continues his speech to the world, "We fight without sorrow, we will wage war without sympathy, this is the only way to live and die a true werewolf. We will continue to do so until our fellow brothers and sisters of our kind have been finally freed from the oppressors who have chained us, killed us, and branded us monsters." With that, the message ended as the world now watched and waited for the next attack. But for those of the elite special forces and NATO's anti-terrorism units, they were already on the move trying to track down Greyback and his terrorist cells. In the coming days, these elite units tasked with the elimination of the Death's Howl terrorist would come to be known as the Wolf Hunters. Aftermath. July 31, 1995. A date which will go down in infamy, for the date is special among many within and out of the magical community, for it was the date that one Harry James Potter was born, and sadly thanks to the investigation was also the day of his death. For many this date at first was one in mourning, till those in Germany used this date as a means to celebrate the memory of a child for whom was now a hero for another world, one who would hopefully prevent the horrors of the Second World War to pass. July 31 for those within the borders of Germany became a date of hope and the celebration of life for a young man now turned into a young girl. Even on a RAF base the date was used as a means to pay respect to the former Potter and even lead many to pray for their safe return to their home. Yet that was somber celebration was interrupted as the military personnel at a military base the cadets had been staying at over the summer began barking orders and told every member of the cadets that they were being mobilized and were to be on standby for further orders, as those of the medical cadets and on base were ordered to set up triage centers. Of course they took this in stride and assumed it was another drill. They had drills like these before and surely this was just another drill, right? Fate it would seem was not within their favor, for it wasn't until well after 3 hours of general alert was the news finally broken, which caused many to fully understand the full gravity of the general mobilization orders. One simple phrase which caused many to have their blood run cold, their hearts filled with sorrow, and for many more to have anger and rage fill their veins. London had been attacked. Not since the days of the Blitz had many British citizens huddled around their radios to learn what had become of their nation's capital as they awaited with bated breath. What felt like hours passed for the young cadets before the cadets were given orders to return to barracks still in full combat uniforms, not having changed due to the shock of the news. Many raced to telephone stations as many called home to see if their families were safe, others rode home, and on that day hundreds of owls, hawks, any animal which could carry a message was sent out of the base in hopes that their families were safe. It was now night and many who called home found that their families were safe, as many were in Diagon Alley during the time of the attack and was nowhere near it at the time, which brought relief for many. But this did not stop the dreadful emotions which built up within the student body as all waited around their radios, waiting for more news to be shared. And it came, the announcement of their very sovereign Queen Elizabeth would be addressing the nation, and all waited, and listened for their Queen's address. From homes, to pubs, to stores, schools, everyone was silent as the BBC from television to radio broadcasted straight from Buckingham Palace, not dressed in her colourful dresses or even gowns, but wore a respectful colour of black as she looked directly at the camera and addressed her nation. July 31. A date which was the birth of a young man for whom stopped a great evil for who terrorized our citizens. A date for which we have come to celebrate in our own way, of a young man for whom was taken from our world and thrusted into another, whose great war still rages as he fights for another version of Kaiser Wilhelm. She was silent as she spoke with a level and regal tone of voice, a date which many have come to use as a means to pay respect and pray for the return of this young subject to our world. Yet this date now holds a much darker meaning thanks to the barbaric acts of a radical movement for whom have shed innocent blood of this realm's loyal subjects of the Isle. Raising a hand she rests it on her chest. I as well as the royal family send our prayers as well as our condolences to the innocents lost on this day. Bringing her hand down she continues, but we also send our greatest of gratitude to the brave men and women of our police, medical, and even armed forces who face this threat head on and never once wavered or broke against such a vile threat, who conducted this heinous attack against the British people. With a breath the Queen's soft gaze looked onward, yet even with their bravery so many were still lost, and a great darkness has come over our nation, one we have not seen since the days of the Blitz, since those dark days for when it would seem that the enemies of freedom and liberty would come across the channel and invade our fair nation. The Queen was silent before her gaze seemed to harden as she spoke with a firm tone, yet in those dark days we preserved. In those dark days we, the British people, fought back and won with the thanks of our allies and our burning spirit. Collection herself slightly, she continued. Which is in dark times such as these I am reminded of the words the late Winston Churchill spoke to the nation during those trying times. Taking a much-needed breath she spoke the words which many would agree helped see her nation through that terrible and destructive war. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender. As the address ended those listening still felt numb to a degree, but for those who did live through those times, hearing those words did bring hope to them, as they knew that the fighting spirit Britannia shall burn bright as does the fighting spirit of the British people. August 1, 0900 Zulu. Buckingham Palace, UK. Within the conference room sat Her Highness along with those whom she trusted of her court, among them being her spy master, along with the military attaché to the Royal Mages, Major Bones. The events for which transpired yesterday still upsets us so. Her voice was firm as was her red dress as she looked at the two magicals in front of her. So I must ask how such a vile act could have occurred upon our sovereign soil against our citizens. I'm afraid John D said it is a failure on my part and on military intelligence, Your Majesty. He paused for a few seconds. It never came up that an attack of this magnitude was being planned. The Queen simply gave him a disappointed look as Amelia spoke up. The fault should fall on me as well, Your Highness. Greyback was always seen as a brute and a low-level threat like any common street thug or gang leader, not. She was cut off as the Queen added, a terrorist who conducted one of the largest attacks not seen on our soil since the start of the Troubles. Her voice was sharp and pointed as a saber's blade. We understand, this your majesty. Dee said, and the appropriate response is being planned. We let Greyback make the fool of us once, never again shall he make a fool of us again. The queen nods. See to it that he never does. It was more of an order than a statement, as both left with Amelia holding her officer's cap under her arm as she looked to the spy master. Sir. If it's not to forward of me, should we reach out to the Americans to help? They were the ones to give us a warning. She asked in as polite a tone as possible. Not that we're not capable, sir. She adds quickly after. He laughed. They have already reached out, you know them, you mess with their allies, you get the horns. Amelia gives a firm nod as she says sir. However, the attack on London wasn't just a shock to the people of England and Northern Ireland, but to their allies as well. In America an even more heated discussion was being held. August 3, 1995, 1300 Zulu. Situation Room, Washington, D.C. Within the room were the two presidents, head of the CIA, FBI, ATF, DEA, and even NSA, along with their magical counterparts, as all sat at the table. So Bill Clinton started. Anyone want to tell me how, for the love of Mike, that Greyback was able to launch a terrorist attack of this magnitude and it didn't even get caught by any intelligence nets? The CIA director coughs a bit as he begins. Mr. President, we gave our allies actionable intel for them to stop this attack, but because they viewed the man as a low-level threat. Sir. Jackie just groans as she runs a hand down her face as she grumbles under breath, fucking lazy limeys. Not necessarily, ma'am, the NSA director said. From the files we were given before the attack, nothing in them said that he was capable of pulling off a plan like this. If anything, ma'am, the FBI director continued, this plan has all the hallmarks of the horseman Makarov. We believe that Greyback received training from him along with some new followers from him as well. The CIA director adds, along with terrorist cells in the Middle East as well. Jackie just groans as she now has both her hands rubbing her face. Right. That's all we need. Middle Eastern werewolf terrorist. No ma'am, the NSA director said they actually wanted nothing to do with Greyback and Makarov, they were just regular non-magical terrorists. Jackie sighs, oh thank sweet Christ for that. Bill pats her shoulder as he asks, all right, we're to give our allies support and only deploy when we have confirmed the location of this terrorist. That got a nod from all present before he added, now what about the US? Well, from the Macusa Aura office we have received some files on scourers, said the FBI director. Scourers? Clinton asked. Descendants of magical mercenaries that were here in the US when they were still colonies. They hate all things magical and will stop at nothing to kill all things magical. They have no regard for innocent life. Jackie said. Well, the CIA director said we have a maybe, kinda, sorta have a positive location on two potential locations of Greyback's location. Both Bill and Jackie looked at the man as she asked, Greyback aside, what about our own possible homegrown terrorist? Oh yes, said the CIA director, we have identified 25 safe houses to bases all over the US, with about 15 to 30 training locations of various sizes, along with one main base of operations somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains. The Macusa Aura Corps did a fantastic job of keeping a close eye on them. Bill nods. Good. Confirm if those locations are still active, and before he could even finish, Jackie cut him off as she added in. Investigate them with a fine-tooth comb. We don't need another Waco on our hands, people. Ma'am, the FBI director said, it's gonna be a Waco regardless. Scourers are fanatics from what the files tell about them. From birth they are trained to hate all things magical. Regardless of our intentions, it's possible Waco will happen again. Jackie sighs as she pinches the bridge of her nose. Fuck, before she shouts fuck. Either damned if we do, damned if we don't. Bill nods in agreement. When we do go after them, we have to make sure the press gets the truth of things. We can't have them trying to paint them as the victims regardless of being domestic terrorists. Everyone was silent until the director of the NSA spoke up. Well, there might be a way. The CIA director said, well, let's hear it. I'm always interested in hearing new ideas. The NSA director looked at everyone as he said, we simply paint them as we did the KKK when the KKK Act was passed by Grant back in the day. We produce evidence and publish to the public and paint these people in the same way we did the Klan. Jackie, already caught, began to lean forward, giving us in Congress the ability to pass an act which would give us the legal ability to strike down these guys the same way Grant did with the Klan. That is genius. Bill nods with a smile, and the press can't defend these folks considering. Well. He shrugs his shoulders with a small grin. So the NSA director said, do I have your permission to start this mission? Bill smiles, and with a nod he says towards everyone, I want it done yesterday. With that, everyone within the US intelligence and law branches went to work, not only gathering information they had on the Scourers as they prepared possibly one of the largest anti-terrorist operations to be carried out on US soil since the passing of the KKK Act of 1871. August 7, 1995. Somewhere in Cheshire, England. Some days had passed since the attack on London, and the Mage cadets have been drilled harder than before because of it. However, today was their first general maneuvers for those of 15 years and up, in full combat gear without the use of their flight equipment to simulate what would happen if they were caught without the ability to use them or brooms. Among them were 2 platoons of cadets who were led by now Cadet Captain Draco Malfoy and Cadet Lieutenant Hermione Granger. Both were in the RAF Buttonwood Assembly Room, which was said brief for the maneuver was being conducted by one their many provost sergeants. Alright cadets, this training exercise will be a simple point A to point B mission. Platoon leads will each be given a map and compass. Provost Sergeant Ratcliffe said as he paced from one side of the room to the other. A map of the area was shown on the wall for the cadets to study. Lieutenant Granger, your platoon will be deployed at Point Delta. He explained as he pointed out a mark on the map. Captain Malfoy, your platoon will be deployed at Point Charlie. Ratcliffe said as he pointed to a second point on the map before looking between the 2 cadet officers. I will be waiting for both platoons at the rendezvous point. This is not a race, I don't think that I need to stress this enough. Just get to the rendezvous. The sergeant said as he grabbed the maps and compasses before handing them over to Hermione and Draco. With their compass and maps in hand, both platoons in full kit were loaded onto shuttles and taken to their starting points, which for Hermione with Neville as her aide, and the fact her father taught her how to read a map whenever they went camping in the countryside made it close to their location and set up a defensive position. As for Draco, however, with his aide, Theo had run into an obstacle, that being a barbed wire fence. Wait, this, what? Was all Draco could say as he stared in confusion. I believe that's a barbed wire fence, sir. Theo said. Draco looks at Theo with a slight glare. That's not. He raised his voice slightly before he collected himself. That's not the bloody point. Looking around, he addresses his platoon. Cedric. Take the platoon and get them behind those trees. With a nod, the Hufflepuff waves the others behind a patch of thick trees as Draco looks at the map. Where the hell are we at? Blaise called out. Fred Weasley, what's going on? The captain's lost. What else? Came the deadpanned response from Blaise. Again came the response from Fred's twin George. He along with the rest of the platoon were getting more than a little annoyed with Draco getting them lost. That is when Fred had an idea. Hey, Blaise, he called out, do your Captain Squire bit. Blaise looked at him and was about to call him an idiot, but he agreed with him. He was getting tired of Draco getting them lost, so he shook his head, and gave a motion to get everyone to quiet down. What's the exact problem here, Cadet? Blaise called out in his best Captain Squire voice. Who said that? Who broke silence? Draco yelled out. I think that's Captain Squire, sir. Said Theo, trying to not laugh out loud. Captain Squire, when did he join us? Draco asked. He must be randomly joining between the 2 platoons, sir, Theo said. It's a fence, sir. Draco called out. Ah, that's not a problem there, Cadet, just cut the fence and be on your way, Cadet, that's an order. Draco looked more than a little doubtful, but Squire ordered him to do it. He looked at Theo and said, okay, get me the wire cutters, we need to cut the fence. Meanwhile, off with Hermione, she was looking at her wristwatch before looking up as she said in a low voice, we have to move, Neville. Lowering her arm, she grabs her SLR carbine. Without Draco and his platoon, Neville asked how. Hermione looks at Neville and gives him a small smile as she rests her hand on his shoulder. We're being trained to be mages, Neville, we adapt. Giving him a soft shake, she then adds, besides it's a T-section, double envelopment. Lay down a base of fire to cut the road in all directions. Hook right with first squad, I'll tell Susan to move left, second squad I'll be right up the middle with the rest. Neville nods yes, Lieutenant, as he moves over towards Hannah as he relays Hermione's orders as Hermione turns towards Susan and with a move of her hand gives the orders, to which Susan nods with a thumbs up as they prepare to move. Minerva McGonagall was simply riding her bike when she noticed in front of her Neville Longbottom and Hannah Abbott and some cadet troopers coming over a hedgerow. With a grunt, she turned the handle on her bicycle, turned around. Only to see Hermione Granger and Susan Bones come out from behind another hedgerow, with more cadets. As Hermione came up to her as her men got into position, she said, you've done it now, Lieutenant, you've captured me just like the Yanks with my uncle during the last dust-up. All Hermione did was give a little smile, but before she could speak, coming from down the road she heard the thumping of boots. Minerva said, would that be the enemy? Something like that, Hermione said. Draco, panting slightly, comes up with the rest of his platoon as he says, made it. Finally made it. Seeing his professor, he gives a respectful nod. Professor. With a slight chuckle from the aged woman, she went on her way as she enjoyed the countryside. However, for the cadets, in particular one Draco Malfoy, it was a different story, as said cadet captain stood at full attention in front of Colonel Granger, who was watching the young man get a full dressing down for the absolute cock-up he did during the maneuver. It was not pretty, to say the least. Cadet Captain Malfoy, the colonel said ever so evenly, may I have the reason for cutting this farmer's cattle fence, he said, pointing at the farmer standing beside him and as the cattle walked behind them. Though Mida was kidding about the Yanks cutting his fence, apparently not. Came the mutter from the farmer. Yes, Colonel Granger said, staring daggers into this boy. What do you have to say about this complete cock-up, Cadet Captain Malfoy? It was Captain Squire, sir, who ordered it. Draco said. Captain Squire ordered you to cut that fence, the colonel said. Yes, sir. Draco replied. That's impossible, Captain Squire is still in Scotland. We will talk about this later, Cadet. Now will someone get this man's cattle back to his farm? A couple of cadets saluted along with the regular army as they went to help while Draco still stood at attention confused as he asked Captain Squire is in Scotland sir. Yes cadet, he's still in Scotland Colonel Granger said. Draco was silent as he tried to think of anything that could explain what had happened but for now his fear overrode that as he stared at his very clearly upset Provost Sergeant. Cadet Captain Malfoy. Sergeant Ratcliffe yelled out in pure rage after the farmer and Colonel left. Who taught you how to read a map? You weren't supposed to be anywhere near that farm. And who gave you permission to cut the fence? But like I told the Colonel, I heard Captain Squire tell me to cut the fence. Sir Draco said in near pants pissing terror. What do you mean Captain Squire ordered you to cut the fence? Squire is still all the way up in Scotland. Ratcliffe obviously took a few deep breaths before grabbing Malfoy's shoulder and dragging him away, his voice slowly turning raw from shouting. So fucking help me, I am going to teach you how to read a fucking map you southern, rich boy. Or I will personally make sure that you only ever command the latrine cleaning crews. Draco just stood there and took it all as he learned very early on when he joined. That causing a cock-up of this nature is just another day in the Royal Army Mage Cadets. Hiatus last update March 18, 2024.